Hello friends. How are you all? I hope you're having fun. So we are back with an interesting and amazing series on what if Naruto awakens Azathoth, the blind idiot god. Take a look at the summary. While in the orphanage, Naruto comes across a strange book. This book holds ancient forbidden knowledge no man was meant to know. The Necronomicon has entered the ninja world. But before we start, we always provide the best and interesting what if videos. So be sure to subscribe to our channel and also like this video. Also share this video with your friends. Now let's back to the video. In the beginning, there was Azathoth, the blind idiot god, the nuclear chaos, the demon sultan, the patron deity of radiation, the god of creation and destruction. Azathoth exists outside the ordered universe, all universes. At the center of the multiverse he sleeps to the maddening beating of viol drums and the thin monotonous whine of accursed flutes. From this blight of nethermost confusion came the outer gods. Nyarlathotep, the nameless mist and darkness were the firstborns of Azathoth. From them came the others. Yog-Sothoth, Shub-Niggurath, Nug, Yeb, and so many others whose very existence defies all that is orderly and right. It was from the outer gods spawned the great old ones, beings of godlike power whose numbers dwarf the stars in the sky and the planets that travel around them by a vast margin. Like the demon sultan, many of these beings lay in their death-like slumber waiting for that day when the stars are right. The knowledge of these beings that should not be was collected and placed into a book that was just as strange as the ones who created it. This book would be sought after by the mortal races of the multiverse, for the book contained the truth, ultimate truth that was at its core, vile and forsaken knowledge on the inner workings of the world in which the book resided and the others beyond the veil and void. The book's infinite pages containing great power and greater consequence. Rarely does the book stay in one universe for too long, moving through the walls of reality from one to the other, bringing with it a power best left alone. The book, while in a universe, is on occasion found by mortal hands, and inevitably these worlds change, and not for the better. This tale is one of many in which a mortal finds that damned book, believing it the key to untold knowledge and power, but knowledge of this kind has its price. And this book, the Necronomicon, is one to make sure the price is paid in full. It is a night like most, the streets are empty, its denizens beginning to enter the nocturnal slumber to await a new day. The night is calm, and the wind is silent. However, this is a night that will change the world, and like most change, it can come from the most unlikely of places, in this case a simple orphanage. Where children bereft of the love of a parent toll away in hopes and dreams that may never come to pass. While most of the children in this orphanage can find companionship with those who find themselves in a similar situation, that is not the case for one child. This child is young Naruto Uzumaki, a young child of 3 with spiky blonde hair the color as bright as the sun and eyes like pools of liquid sapphire. This child is unusual to most, for he is a container for a being with curious fox-like traits. This creature, called a demon by many, is locked within the small child after a great battle on the day of the child's birth. While this entity is contained within the child safely, the ignorant masses do not see it as such. The child is a mere scapegoat for the emotional and psychological torment of the masses who in their grief have sunk so low as to berate the container, believing him to be the fox-like entity incarnate or under possession of this creature of 9 tails. Their misguided hate directed to one so young is bound to have consequences on a developing child, but the child is strong and steadfast in his beliefs. Torture him as they may, but to break this child's spirit would require much effort. An effort most would not be willing to waste on such a child, but every child has their limits and this one, however extraordinary, is no different, so he does what any child would do in his situation, he runs and he hides. Currently the other children of the orphanage are searching for young Naruto to subject him to the psychological torment. So like anyone else would do, the boy hides, though he hides in a most curious spot, beneath the stairs. This hiding spot will bring a change to the world in ways none can imagine. Naruto peeks between the cracks in the stairs, hoping to not be found by those who bully and torment him day in and day out. He is much too young to know why he is treated like this by his peers, though he is smart enough to understand this is not how the others are treated. Silent tears streak down his face, and he can hear the footsteps getting closer as time goes on. In an attempt to keep hidden, young Naruto leans against the wall in a childish attempt to become as small as possible. As he does this, however, the wall gives away, with a startled gasp he falls into a hidden crawl space. Slowly he looks around the darkness and as a child of only 3, sees opportunity, for this crawl space was a much better place to hide than under the stairs. So he crawls through, replacing the panel behind him as he hides in his new safe place away from the harsh words and the glares. Curiosity, however, gets the best of the child. He wipes his tears and begins to explore. The rotted wood and cobwebs adorns the walls, highlighting the fact that Naruto had been the first to set foot here in quite some time. As he crawls deeper into the darkness, he begins to hear a low, steady ringing in his ears. Ignoring it for the time being, he crawls deeper within. Then he stops. The ringing begins to grow, going from a near-silent ringing to many whispering voices quietly shouting in alien tongues. "Hello," says Naruto. The whispers come to an abrupt stop. Thinking it over, the child convinces himself they are the voices of the neglectful caretakers talking to one another behind the walls. He decides to crawl deeper into the abandoned area. As he does, the whispers return. Keeping to his theory of the caretakers, he ignores the sound. As he reaches the end, Naruto sees a small door just large enough for him to walk through, fade into sight. He reaches for the knob and slowly turns it. The whispers quiet themselves as the small door creaks open. Crawling through, Naruto can see a dimly lit room with molded paper and rotted wood adorning the walls and floor. A decomposing wooden desk against the wall. Naruto walks to the desk, inspecting this new curiosity. He reaches out and brushes the dust and grime aside. Looking to the drawers of the desk, he begins to open them. The first drawer reveals a collection of papers in a better condition than the ones on the walls. He closes it before reaching the next drawer. As he pulls, the whispers begin again, causing Naruto to pause. As such, he lets go of the handle and looks around, a shiver creeping up his spine as the once alien voices become recognizable. "Look inside," whispers a small voice, so low it could have been a trick of the mind. Nevertheless, Naruto unknowingly obeys and opens the drawer. It was the most harmless of things, a large, if somewhat ornate black book. Curious, Naruto takes the book out, the voices stop. Naruto looks at the silver decorations adorning the cover of the book. The metal insignia attached to its front appears as the top half of a skull with circling tentacles coming out the bottom of the skull, where the teeth should be. The holes for eyes hold blood-red gems that, while beautiful, seem dull and do not sparkle as rubies should. A sudden feeling of calm flows over him as he stares back at the ruby eyes. "Open it," commands the whispers. Not put off by the voice, Naruto opens the book to its first page. He stares at the symbols within. Symbols impossible in any natural world fly around the page like shadows on the wall. The flat square sphere, triangular octagons, and other such impossible symbols and shapes that gnaw and chew at the boy's mind. A headache begins to form and his vision blurs as he looks at the impossible symbols on the pages of this book. His eyes grow heavy as he hears the sounds of footsteps and whispers behind him. The last thing Naruto sees before the world goes dark is a man, draped in shadows cast from seemingly nothing, standing over him. This shadowed man stares down at the boy before he melts away into the shadows. As for Naruto, in his unconsciousness his impressionable mind rips and grows, being crafted by unseen tendrils that burrow deep within his mind, unraveling it by the seams. The four eyes weaved and twisted into a new form, giving him the tools to use the book in the future. These unseen tendrils emerge from the pages of the black book, wrapping around the young child's unconscious head, cradling it as if it were the most precious of things. Unusually, the mind heals the mental damage, but the change is done. "This one will be most interesting," speaks a disembodied voice emanating from the shadows. As the unseen tendrils retract into the book, it shuts itself of its own accord, waiting for the child to awaken. No evidence anything happened remained, except the black book that lies still upon the floor. Several minutes later, Naruto awakens from a restless sleep. He rubs the dust from his eyes before they catch that old book in their gaze. Suddenly, Naruto found himself captivated. He picks it up, inspecting its cover, running his finger around the silver decor slowly, finding oddly enough the book was bereft of dust. Though Naruto thinks very little about it before shoving the large book in his small pocket, still too young to know such things are not possible, yet against all logic the book fits. Naruto exits the room back to the crawl space. As he exits, he places his hands over his eyes from the silver light coming from a nearby window. Naruto stares out that window. Captivated by the night sky, he stares at the stars and the full moon. He breaks his stare as he begins walking down the hall. Not consciously aware of the world around him, he seemingly travels with no destination in mind. As he regains himself, he sees he has made his way to the orphanage's library. Though it was not deliberate, the boy finds his attention was now focused on several of the books on the shelves. A sudden curiosity comes over him. He reaches out to a small blue book and looks at its title. "Cryptography, How to Translate Secrets Codes," speaks Naruto out loud. For a moment he ponders the title before realization hits. "I can read," says Naruto mostly to himself. Shocked by this realization, Naruto, who is only 3, was never taught to read, and no teacher would be willing to teach him either. Yet somehow he could understand the title, as if his mind suddenly gained comprehension of the written word. Shrugging in childish naivety, he opens the book while moving to a chair near a lit candle, and he begins reading. As he reads, a familiar headache grows in his head, but quickly passes and is forgotten a moment later. As the morning sun greets her face, one of the orphanage's caretakers awaken. Quickly dressing, she makes her way in the halls. As she walks, she notices the library door is open. She was so sure she closed it last night, so in an attempt to find the reason for the oddity, she peeks inside. Sitting in a chair, young Naruto sits with his nose in a book. What is unusual of this scene is the book he is reading. It is an advanced book, mostly there is a curiosity for the caretakers. Next to Naruto is several other books sitting on the desk, each one just as complex. Not something a child should be capable of reading. She walks in and clears her throat. Naruto looks up at her. "Oh, hi Yuki-san," says Naruto. "Naruto, what are you reading?" asks Yuki. "Just a book on the human brain," says Naruto. "Naruto, those books are very advances. Do you expect me to believe you can read them?" asks Yuki with disbelief in her voice. Naruto smiles. As his mischievous nature takes over, if only slightly. "Wanna see?" asks Naruto. "Very well, humor me," says Yuki with a shrug. Naruto clears his throat in an overly dramatic fashion, much like a child his age would do when they found someone giving them attention. The human cerebral cortex is nearly symmetrical, with the left and the right hemispheres being approximate mirror images of each other. The brain is divided into 4 lobes: the frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, and temporal lobe. Each lobe is named after the bones of the skull that override it: the frontal bone, parietal bone, temporal bone, and occipital bone. The borders between the lobes lie beneath the sutures that link the skull bones together. The exception is the border between the frontal and parietal lobes, which lies behind the corresponding sutures. Instead, it follows the anatomical boundary of the central sulcus, a deep fold in the brain structure where the primary somatosensory cortex and primary motor cortex meet, reads Naruto. Not a stutter was said, nor were the words mispronounced. Naruto looks from the book, staring at Yuki as if waiting for approval. "But, you're only 3, says Yuki, disbelieving of the event she had just witnessed. She shakes her head and collects herself. "How did you learn to read, Naruto?" asks Yuki. "I don't know, I just picked up a book and then bam, it was easy to understand. I just could read it, so I did," says Naruto. "I see that. Well, that makes no sense, but I'll take your word for it," says Yuki. She walks up to Naruto. "Just put the books back when you are done, okay?" asks Yuki. "I will, don't worry," says Naruto as he continues his reading. Yuki leaves the room, heading down the hall. Walking a short path until she makes it to a door at the far end of the orphanage. Stepping through a door, she looks to the face of a much older woman. "Headmistress, I have to speak to you," says Yuki. The old woman turns to Yuki and smiles. "Ah, Yuki-chan, what can I do for you?" asks the woman. "Yes, well, I woke up and found Naruto in the library," says Yuki before being interrupted. "The demon child, what has he done? Burned the books?" asks the headmistress with venom in her voice and mistrust in her eyes. "Demon?" questions Yuki. "Oh, that's right, Yuki-chan, you are not from Konoha. I'm sorry, but I cannot say more. Continue with your story," says the headmistress. Somewhat alarmed at the behavior of the headmistress, Yuki pauses for a moment before continuing her story. "Yes, well, I found Naruto in the library and he was reading a few books, most of them much more advanced than a 3-year-old could possibly read. I dismissed it at first, but he read the book out loud and shown that he could understand the book. I thought it strange, so I decided to bring it to your attention," says Yuki. The older woman's eyes begin to narrow. "I see, you were right to bring this to me, Yuki-chan. I shall take care of this situation," says the headmistress. Yuki bows. "Yes, ma'am," says Yuki as she departs. The old woman laces her fingers, laying them on the desk. She takes a deep breath as she looks out the window for but a moment before getting up. She makes her way down the hall before stopping at the library. Slowly she opens the door. She looks at the child sitting in the corner reading a very advanced book. Her eyes narrow. "Demon," says the woman. Naruto's head shoots up, staring at the woman as he slowly backs into his chair with a fearful look on his face. The woman walks up to Naruto before swatting the book from his hand. "Get out of here, you petulant child," says the woman. Naruto stands up before quickly fleeing the room. "And stay out of the library," she says as he leaves the room as fast as his legs would carry him. She turns her gaze down to the boon he was reading. Then to the books on the table. She walks out the room to go back to her office. Yuki starts walking around the orphanage before Naruto bumps into her, sending himself tumbling to the ground as she merely sways for a moment. "Naruto, what are you doing? I thought you were reading," says Yuki. Naruto looks at her for a moment. He wipes his face on his sleeve, looks up at her and smiles lightly. "I'm sorry, Yuki-san, I won't do it again," says Naruto as he runs off. She looks at him slightly confused. "What a strange child," says Yuki as she continues down the hall. Naruto runs to his room. As he sits on his bed, he begins to think to himself, unknowingly speaking out loud. "Demon, why do they call me demon? They don't call the other kids that," says Naruto to himself. Unlike any other time Naruto, though, that same thought, he was not emotional. In fact, it did not even bother him. No, this was a puzzle, one that as he thought it seemed illogical, though as he had read before the headmistress kicked him out, humans usually have a reason for doing things. Despite seemingly being illogical, there must have been some reason for it, otherwise the amount of people who treated him as such would not be as high as it was. At the moment, however, he is much too tired, so he stretches his arms before he lays down for a moment as he slowly falls asleep. 2 years later. Naruto wakes from his sleep. Yawning, he stares at the pile of books he left by his bed, forgetting to hide them. He stretches his arms as he grabs a few, shoving them under his bed. He cracks his knuckles and neck to further awaken himself. He walks out the room into the hallway. As he does, he can hear voices coming from down the hall. He walks up close as the voices of Yuki and the third Hokage speaking to each other. He stops walking to listen in on the conversation. "I hope he will be fine on his own, he is only 5, says Yuki. "Yes, but he is very bright for his age, and he will be closely watched. Staying here will only stunt his development. I will visit him when I can, but he cannot be raised here," says the Hokage. "I know, but he has a hard enough time making friends here. He will be ostracized in the village just as bad out there as in here," says Yuki. "Yes, most likely, but he will be closer to the village. I can keep an eye on him better there. I am concerned his treatment by his peers here will stunt his development. It's not ideal, but at least I can visit him more often," says the Hokage. Okay, I can understand your reasoning, but it won't be quite as bad once I take over," says Yuki. "You are much too young, Yuki-san. By the time you are able to take over, Naruto will already be in the academy. This is the best we can do for him. Besides, you will be out of the village as you visit your father." "How is he, by the way?" asks the Hokage. "Fine for the moment," said Yuki. Naruto begins walking again, turning the corner. He smiles at the Hokage, acting as if he never heard their conversation. "Oh hey old man," says Naruto. "Hello Naruto, I have some news for you," says the old man. He puts away his pipe and walks up to Naruto, leaning and putting a hand on his shoulder. "I have decided to get you your own apartment. We will move you in at the end of the week. After seeing how you had to live here, I thought it would be for the best. It is being stacked with a month's worth of food, and you will have more room to yourself. I will stop by while I can," says the Hokage with a smile. Naruto begins smiling as well. "Wow, my own place, I can't wait," says Naruto. The old man chuckles. "Good to hear, but anyway, back to business. Naruto, I understand you wish to be a shinobi, and I believe you would make a fine ninja indeed. I was going to allow you to start the ninja program 2 years early, but I have decided against that, to instead allow you to live on your own for that time. If I believe you're responsible, you may stay there. If not, we may have to send you back here. Do you understand, Naruto?" asks the old man. "Don't worry about it, Hokage-sama. I can be frugal, save a bit of money here, set up the place with a study. Trust me, you won't find a more responsible 5-year-old anywhere in the elemental nations," says Naruto with a bow. The Hokage nods. "Very good, prepare your things for when it is time to go. I will leave you in the care of Yuki-san. She will be heading back to the land of vegetables, but she will be here until we finish your move," says the Hokage. Naruto nods before heading back to his room. "Are you sure of this, Hokage-sama?" asks Yuki. "I have the boy's best interests at heart. I would not do this if it wasn't necessary, but unfortunately roots run deep," muses the old man. "Roots?" asks Yuki. "Just a figure of speech, Yuki-san," says the old man. Naruto runs back to his room, quickly packing his clothing. As he lifts an old pair of pants, mostly for sentimental reasons, a large black book falls out. Naruto looks at the book for a moment. He lifts it, opening and flipping through the pages. As he flips them, not really concentrating on the words, he notices the pages never seem to end. As the pages quickly turn, a piece of paper falls to the ground. He puts the book in his suitcase, slipping it in a hidden pocket. Then lifts the page. He begins to read. "The knowledge of the Necronomicon takes its toll on my mind. I find myself obsessed with its contents. Why Dr. H. West decided to rid of it, I will never know. There is truth in this book, an unbelievable truth beyond my current comprehension. I must know its secrets, even if it kills me." As he finishes the passage, he turns the page to the other side. More writing can be seen, this writing sloppy, obviously done in haste. It is the same words over and over again. From the top of the page to the bottom. "Look to the stars, what does that mean?" asks Naruto to himself. He slips the page back into the book. As he does, small voices, barely a whisper, emanate from the corners of the room. The voices startle Naruto, but slowly they begin to comfort him. "Not ready, read later," says a small voice. The whispers stop. Naruto looks around the room before looking back into his suitcase. The book was gone. Shaking the fearful thought from his head, he closes the case before leaving the room again. 2 years later. Naruto wakes up. He looks around his apartment. He leaves his bed, walking to a calendar, and begins to smile. "Only 1 week till a ninja academy," says Naruto. He walks to his closet, sorting through a pile of clothing. He selects a plain black outfit and walks to the bathroom. He observes himself in the mirror. Many would look at his outfit and find it fitting to be worn to a funeral, but those were not the thoughts of the 7-year-old. He leaves the bathroom before going to his cabinets. Moving piles of books off the floor and onto a nearby desk, he grabs an unopened pack of instant ramen and prepares to begin fixing it to eat. When he clenches his head slowly, a headache begins to form in his mind. He puts the ramen on a table before laying on his bed trying to will the headache away. Then the whispers begin. He looks around the room trying to locate the voices. "It is time," speaks a small voice or countless whispers. Naruto stops what he is doing, fearfully looking around the room. He turns his head to the false bottom in his floor where he hides his most precious treasures. He walks up to it and removes the plank. Underneath he sees a familiar black book that was not there before. As he reaches out to touch it, the voices stop. He looks around the room and then back to the book. He lifts it up, taking it to a nearby desk. He opens it. Looking at the alien symbols, he turns the pages. The alien language confusing him. As he continues to go through the book, he begins to recognize patterns. Seems to be written in some kind of code or cipher. Repeating symbols, not too difficult to figure out the patterns. Though the lexicon is unusual, says Naruto. He looks around his room, pulling a pile of paper and a pen from the drawers of the desk. He smiles to himself. Translating it should be fun, says Naruto to himself. Naruto continued to flip through the pages of the Necronomicon, deciphering what he could. Looking at the familiar symbols and corresponding it to a language, he was able to piece together bits and pieces of the esoteric knowledge contained in the book. Smiling as he wrote down the translated message, he laid down his pen and inspected his work. "Okay, let's see. As Naruto read the text, it became apparently clear he was reading what seemed to be a list of ingredients needed to create a type of serum. Some of the items needed were known to Naruto, most were not. He skimmed through the pages upon pages of his day's work. Noticing it was getting dark out and he had yet to eat, Naruto went back to the open cup of ramen he had yet to make. He began boiling water as he prepared to dump the contents into the pot. As he cooked, his eyes were drawn back to his notes. He tried to ignore it in favor of eating, but he could not shake the thoughts from his mind. Before he knew it, the ramen was finished cooking. Putting the food in a bowl, he started to eat. He began to think to himself. Well, several ingredients are poisonous. Perhaps when mixed a certain way the toxicity is lowered into a manageable level. What could the serum be used for? The list is simple enough, it's mostly plants and herbs. What was even the title of the passage? As he thought to himself, he put his food down to go and get his notes. He looked at them, reading the title. In an attempt to work out this new puzzle, Naruto begins to speak to himself. Okay, the reagent couldn't translate much else other than a name, and not a very good name. Let's see. Well, a reagent is something used to cause a chemical reaction. Okay, well, the instructions make it seem as if it is meant to be injected into humans to do anything. I wonder what the reaction would be, says Naruto to himself. He continues eating the last bites of the food before going back to the book. Flipping through it, he comes across a familiar sight. Hiding between two pages is the notes of the previous owner of the book. He stares at the writing. The words "look to the stars" written frantically over and over and over again from the top of the page to the bottom. It was somewhat disturbing, and the handwriting was rushed. Small red dots on the page appeared to be blood, making Naruto wonder the state of the man who had written the note. He flipped it back to the other side, rereading its short entry. So I guess this book is called the Necronomicon. Well, at least I got a title. Naruto pauses and slowly looks up. I really have got to stop talking to myself, ironically, he says to himself. He sets the paper down before flipping through the Necronomicon, hoping more pages would fall out. As he does, 3 loose pages fall out, all written in the same handwriting as the first page, though done less frantically. In fact, looking at the notes, Naruto found there was a gradual decline in the man's handwriting. Also somewhat alarming was that, while the earlier pages were analytical and well written with only results, later pages went on to include notes on creatures that the man seemed to revere in some way. Naruto takes one of the pages with clear handwriting and read it to himself. As he goes down the page, his eyes widen at the implications of what it says. Subject: John Doe. Age: between 25 to 27. Weight: 165 pounds. Cause of death: cardiac arrest. Results: after injecting the subject with a reagent, movement occurred after 15 seconds with full reanimation in 35 seconds. While awake, John Doe showed signs of increased aggression. Subject terminated after 2 minutes 26 seconds via electrocution. Subject showed no cognitive functions. Increased strength viewed after awakening, possibly due to the subject working on instinct, bypassing the mental limitations of human strength. Notes: while the Necronomicon's information on the reanimation of dead tissue is amazing, without further translation of the book, higher levels of thinking are a pipe dream. Dr. West's additions allow it to be possible, but only if the subject has been reanimated before permanent brain death, and even then the subject still shows heightened states of aggression. Otherwise the result is little more than an intelligent yet violent walking corpse rather than a mindless one. As Naruto finished the note he quickly grabbed the next one and began to read it slowly, making sure he makes no mistakes. Herbert's obsession with bringing the dead back to life is beginning to cause fear and hesitation amongst his staff. West may be brilliant and driven, but his narcissism leaves much to be desired. We have walked into a quarantine area just to use the bodies of those who succumbed to typhoid. I am beginning to wonder how far his obsession will go. Nevertheless, I will continue to help him, reluctantly. Naruto puts it down, grabbing the net page. West has lost interest in science, now he has used a reagent for sheer perversity. I feel like a slave to him, too afraid to leave out of fear for what he will do to me. Yesterday we were attacked by a group of reanimated corpses not properly euthanized. Luckily no one was seriously injured, but it is only a matter of time. I do not care what other secrets are held in the Necronomicon. If what has happened to West is just a taste from a single page, then the risk of translating more of it is out of the question. We haven't even fully translated the reagent formula, and it cost us greatly. I can only hope that whoever reads this takes the warning, do not read from the book, it is dangerous. It will consume your very soul, leaving you a husk of what you once were. I have translated a passage to use, it should allow me to force West to give the book to someone else. Then I am going to kill him. I don't know if I can live with myself for all that I have done, but I will at least take out that bastard. I cannot risk him continuing his experiments. Naruto dropped the page before quickly grabbing the last one. West is dead, killed by his own pets. The ritual to send the book away is ready, this will be my final message. At the moment, I find myself severely tempted to use this book. I see things in my dreams, horrible things that make sleep rent with the screams of nightmares. I saw something the other day, it looked like a man, but he was obscured by shadows that was cast by nothing. As if they stained his skin. He just watched me. I think he was smiling. I can't take it anymore. Once the ritual is complete I don't know what to do next. I suppose only time will tell. Slowly he turned back to the book. He walks up to it, looking at the page with information to revive the dead. Should I listen to the warning, the implications? Should I be the one to beat death itself? I have to do it, but not like West. No, I won't even attempt using it until the entire thing has been translated. This could change everything. He brushes dust from the book, staring at its pages. He smiles to himself. And that is only one page. Naruto quickly sits back down, looking for familiar patterns in the language to translate the book. He does so quickly and excitedly. Translating what he can. As he goes down the list his face falters. One of the ingredients needed was not easy to attain. Divine flower, but it's almost extinct and I don't even know where it's grown, says Naruto. With a sigh he closes the book. He would have to research the divine flower another time. For now it is best to get some sleep. After a week of study no information on the divine flower would come up. All those wasted hours reading books at the civilian library turned up nothing, and the owners would not allow Naruto to check out the books, but it wasn't all bad. Today was the first day of Ninja Academy. With a smile Naruto dresses in his traditional black coat as he makes his way to the academy. Looking at it, with the exception of a training ground, it looks no different from a normal school, aside from the equipment scattered outside the building. Naruto walks inside, checking his surroundings. Noticing the halls are empty, Naruto decides to wait in class reading to pass the time. As he enters the empty classroom he pulls out a simple book on different species of plants. While there was no information on the divine flower, it was still interesting to know about wild plants, some safe to consume, others deadly poisonous. As he turns the page the door opens. In walks a boy wearing sunglasses and a coat with a high collar. The boy momentarily inspects the room, seeing only Naruto, before he quietly walks up the steps to a vacant desk in the back. Naruto marks his page before turning to the boy. Hey there, my name's Naruto Uzumaki, is this your first day, asks Naruto. The boy looks at him. Yes, I am Shino Aburam, he says. Naruto nods. Aburam, huh, the ninja who used the Kakeichu beetles. I have always found such a level of symbiosis impressive, as are the combat tactics of using the Kakeichu in silent ambushes, draining chakra from your enemies with them none the wiser, says Naruto. Shino looks at the boy for a moment. You're quite knowledgeable, Uzumaki-san, says Shino. I fancy myself a scholar, though I also wish to become a great ninja. I spend a large portion of my time reading and doing experiments, nothing major, but it helps pass the time. Interests in many different fields of science lead me to reading many books on the subject of biology, that includes entomology. It was only by coincidence I came across several books with relation to the Kakeichu, and as such the Aburam clan. No clan secrets, of course, only the basest of information. I have always found them fascinating in their regard. Normally Kakeichu are a parasitic species. Your clan must have great skill to form a symbiotic relationship with them, says Naruto. The techniques are a clan secret, but it is a difficult process, says Shino. Yes, but one with many benefits to a shinobi, says Naruto. Shino nods. Naruto smiles at him, nodding his head before continuing on reading. As he does, several more students enter the class. Naruto chooses to ignore them for the time the class fills up, and Naruto decides to look to his classmate sitting next to him. It is a tired-looking boy with drooping eyes and a hunched posture. Quickly the boy folds his arms and proceeds to nap in class. Naruto pays him no mind before putting his book away. He reaches in his back fishing for another book. He pulls out a book on human anatomy. He begins to read the book, waiting for the teacher to show. As he reads the book, he begins mumbling quietly to himself. Let's see, after death the brain continues to function for only a few minutes. That's a small window of time to really do anything. So how does it work? How does it combat rigor mortis? Memories don't come back according to the notes, so maybe it affects the hippocampus, no ability to form memories, maybe a regenerative agent added to it could help, mumbles Naruto to himself. What are you talking about? Asks the previously sleeping boy sitting next to him. Oh, sorry, did I wake you? I didn't mean to. I tend to talk to myself to figure out a problem. I was just reading about a new scientific study that shows that there is a small window of time after death to fully resuscitate the patient while he is somewhat functional, capable of movement. He is technically brain dead. I have been trying to figure out how it works, says Naruto. The boy lifts his head from the desk looking at Naruto. So you want to be a medic nin or something? Asks the boy. No, I am just curious. I have been known to study different fields of science from biology to physics. After hearing about this incident, I have been trying to figure out what they did, says Naruto. Sounds troublesome, says the boy. It's just one of my interests. Anyway, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm Shikamaru Nara, says the boy. Naruto smiles. One of the Nara clan, huh? Sounds cool. Manipulating your shadow and all to dangerous effect. Complete control over a two-dimensional weapon, impossible to stop, only dodge, says Naruto. I guess so. Truth be told, I just want to be an average ninja with nothing extraordinary about me. Anything else would be too troublesome, says Shikamaru. I see. I have heard that one of your family's quirks is being a bit on the lazy side. Nevertheless, it had been a pleasure speaking to you, says Naruto. Likewise, now if you can keep it down so I can get some rest before class begins, says Shikamaru as he lies down on the table. Naruto continues to read the book, making a conscious effort not to mumble. Minutes later, the door is flung violently open. Hot take that, Ino pig, I was here first. Looks like I get to sit next to Sasuke-kun, says a pink-haired girl. What? No way, I was here first, forehead. See, my foot is in front of yours, screams a blonde-haired girl. Naruto confusingly looks at the commotion as the two girls continue to fight one another. Keep it down, says a boy wearing a jacket with a small dog on his desk. Naruto sighs as the pink-haired girl hits the boy on the head. He looks around the room to see who the Sasuke is. He sees a boy with raven hair sitting with his fingers laced in front his face and his eyes closed. He notices the two girls seem to be heading in his direction. Naruto closes his book. Excuse me, ladies, says Naruto as the two girls begin to glare at him. If that boy up there is the Sasuke you are talking about, you can both sit next to him. Both chairs by him are empty, says Naruto. The two girls look at Naruto, then back at Sasuke, before they look at each other. Quickly each take a position on either side of him. Naruto shakes his head as he goes back to his book. You actually got them to stop talking. You are a miracle worker, says Shikamaru. No, just observant, not even overly observant, it should have been obvious. I suppose they were much too focused on some perceived rivalry to pay attention to the world around them. Hopefully they will not make a habit out of that. Who are those girls anyway? Asks Naruto. The pink-haired girl is Sakura Haruno, the blonde is Ino Yamanaka. My dad is close friends with Ino's dad, and Ino was once a close friend to Sakura. Now they have this Sasuke rivalry thing going on, says Shikamaru. Ino Yamanaka, one of the mind walkers, cool. Wait a minute, doesn't her family work a flower shop? Asks Naruto. Yeah, why? Asks Shikamaru. I have been doing some research and have been trying to find information on a certain flower. It's very rare, and I haven't even come close to finding it. Maybe she would know, says Naruto. Yeah, you do that, says Shikamaru as he drifts back to sleep. After a few moments, a plump boy eating potato chips sits next to Shikamaru. Each exchange a greeting before Shikamaru falls back asleep. Naruto looks at the students around the class, noting the unusually large number of clan heirs in the room. He looks to the boy from earlier with a small dog. Obviously an Inyazuka. He looks around a bit more before looking at a girl with dark blue hair and pupilless eyes, a Hyuga. He waves at each when their attention focuses on him. The Inyazuka boy smirks while the Hyuga girl nervously nods back. Naruto then returns to his book, waiting for his teacher. After the class quiets down, the door opens. Walking through the door is a silver-haired Chunin. He looks around the class. Good morning, students, and welcome to Ninja Academy. I am Mizuki. I am to be one of your instructors. Now unfortunately your other instructor, Iruka Yamino, shall not be joining us until tomorrow. Well, I think we best get started introducing ourselves. We will start at the bottom row, says Mizuki. He points toward Naruto. Why don't you start us off, asks Mizuki. Naruto smiles before beginning his introduction. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, my interests are reading, research, experimentation, mythology, psychology, biology, physics, and all fields of science really, and I have a fondness for ramen. I dislike willful ignorance and find it a poison of our society at large, and my dream is to be a great ninja and a greater scholar, says Naruto. Mizuki chuckles to himself. Naruto narrows his eyes. Excuse me Mizuki, what is so funny, asks Naruto. Nothing, it's just you don't look like the scholarly type, says Mizuki. Really, is that so, says Naruto. Naruto takes a deep breath, calming himself as he stands from his desk smirking. As an object in motion approaches faster speeds, the pressure waves in front of it become scrunched together while the sound waves behind it move further apart. This is known as the Doppler effect. While it does happen with sound, it also happens with light. As light moves toward you, it shifts into a blue. As it moves away from you, it becomes red. This is known as blue shift and red shift respectively. When viewing far-off galaxies, we can see them entering redshift, meaning they are moving away from us. This shows that the universe we inhabit is expanding and growing. In fact, at one point we can theorize that all matter in the universe inhabited a single point smaller than a subatomic particle before expanding outwards in what is known as the Big Bang. Now, getting back to sound, when the object moves at a certain speed enough to break the sound barrier, the pressure waves in from it can become so close together that when they touch or move behind the object, this causes a phenomenon known as a sonic boom, a deafening sound emanating from that which breaks the sound barrier. The first human invention capable of breaking the sound barrier is the bullwhip. Still don't think I am the scholar type, Mizuki-san, asks Naruto. Mizuki chuckles a bit. Well, I've been wrong before, I apologize Uzumaki-san, it appears as if what they say is true. Looks can be deceiving, but I expect great things from you, says Mizuki. Fine by me, just don't underestimate me. I worked hard to memorize a vast amount of information and even more effort to turn information into knowledge, says Naruto as he takes his seat. Is there really a difference between the two, asks Mizuki with a small smile. Anyone can memorize facts or information, even an idiot can do it, only true intellectuals can find a way to use that information practically, says Naruto smirking back. Very well Uzumaki-san, but let's not waste time, please wake the student next to you to allow him his introductions, says Mizuki glaring at Naruto, but not losing his smile, no doubt believing Naruto called him an idiot. As the class begins to introduce itself, Naruto gets a feeling he is being watched. He slightly turns his head, peering out the corner of his eye. Looking around, he sees no one looking at him. He turns his head ever so slightly until he sees that he is being stared at by the Hyuga girl. He fully turns his head to her. The moment he does, she quickly looks back to Mizuki. Naruto shrugs before laying back and listening to the class. While the first day of the academy was relatively uneventful, mostly bogging down to introductions and a slow integration into the new school environment, Naruto was pleased with the atmosphere. The introductions for the students proved interesting. The different personalities working off each other should ensure the slow days would at least be memorable. After a while of inspecting the school grounds, Naruto decided to go and check out the Yamanaka flower shop. While it is doubtful they would have the divine flower, at least some information on it would be of use, perhaps even a site to find it. Noting the hateful glares cast at him, Naruto decides to pull his hood up. While only hiding his face in a minuscule way, it was effective and useful. As just another face in the crowd, it was amazing the things you could discover, especially with an astute mind. The original purpose for this was so Naruto could try and learn why was it the citizens of Konoha called him a demon. So far no such luck, either he would arrive too late into a conversation or not have enough details behind it to accurately deduce the meaning of what was said. Naruto continues walking the street, idly listening into different conversations. So have you heard that the last Uchiha has started ninja school, speaks a young woman. I hear he already has quite the little fan club, says another woman. Naruto softly giggles to himself, remembering the events before class. I heard the demon Brad is also in the class, says a third woman. Naruto slows himself before turning to a nearby wall, leaning on it with his head down, listening into the conversation. I know, could you believe they would allow that monster be a ninja, says another. I believe it, and it is clever. If he becomes a genin, then he is pretty much in the military. Harming a military soldier, regardless of rank, is grounds for immediate imprisonment or worse if the soldier is badly harmed or dies. The demon Brad is covering his ass, says a large man standing next to the third woman. Naruto ponders this new information. What is the council even thinking, letting it become a ninja, as if it hasn't done enough 7 years ago, says the first woman. 7 years ago, I would have been a newborn. Maybe it's because the day of my birth is the same day the Kyuubi attacked. No, that makes no sense, why should that matter, millions of children are born each day. Do they think I'm the fox, but it's dead. At least that's what everyone says. How do you kill sapient chakra? It would be best if we don't continue this conversation, it is against the law, says the man. Naruto walks from the wall continuing to ponder the question. He ignores the other conversations around him. Obviously they believe me to be the fox, or related in some way to the fox, the question is why. As he continues to walk he nears the Amanaka flower shop. He lowers his hood and heads inside. Behind the counter is Ino reading a magazine. Naruto walks up to her. "Excuse me," says Naruto. Ino lifts her head to him. "You're that Naruto boy, huh? I remember you, you called the teacher an idiot," says Ino with a smirk. "I did not, I was merely explaining the difference between information and knowledge, but if he was somehow insulted by that then he is an idiot, besides I am a bit of a show-off, he just gave me the perfect excuse to show off," says Naruto. "Whatever, okay anyway how can I help you?" asks Ino. Naruto straightens himself and crosses his arms. "I was wondering if you know anything about divine flowers," asked Naruto. "Only that they're crazy rare, why?" asks Ino. "Well you see as I said in class I enjoy to research, I came across some information related to divine flowers and found almost nothing on it, I got curious I was hoping someone here might know something about it," says Naruto. "Well okay, let me think. If I remember correctly divine flowers were named for their gold color and light glow, the only place they grow is in Wave Country and even there you'd be lucky to find one. They are almost all gone, really they might all be gone by now, we used to have a few when I was little, but after becoming so rare there was no way we could afford one especially considering they don't exactly live that long," says Ino. "Really well that's something, I never could find any pictures of them, or even some clue to where they grew." "I thank you for your time," says Naruto. "No problem, if you want to see what it looks like, the last person to buy the flower a couple years back was the Hyuga girl in our class, Hinata I think that's her name. I think she presses flowers or something," says Ino as she turns back to her magazine. "Really well that's something, thanks Ino," says Naruto as he heads out the door. Naruto leaves the shop pondering to himself on the information. Holding his hand to his chin he leads down the road heading back home. Going over the information Naruto concludes that creating the reagent now without divine flowers would do more harm than good. After several minutes he enters his home. Walking over to the Necronomicon and begins flipping through pages. "Well the reagent is a no-go for now, what else is in this book?" asks Naruto to himself. Flipping through pages using the pictures as a guide to at least understand what the topic of the page is about Naruto stops on a drawing of a most unusual creature. The drawing is of nothing more than what appears to be a mass of many mouths, eyes, and tentacles surrounded by other such creatures. Curious as to the identity of this creature Naruto grabs some fresh paper to begin translating the passage. Hours pass as he continues his translations looking back to old notes to better decipher the language. Finally after hours of work he begins to read the translated page. Azathoth the demon sultan, the blight of nethermost confusion which blasphemies and bubbles outside order, beyond the universe at the center of infinity. He who gnaws hungrily in inconceivable chambers amidst the lesser deities who dance around his terror to the maddening beating of drums and the monotonous pipings of unseen flutes. Azathoth who birthed the stars at the beginning of time and who shall devour them at the end of all things. The body compassed of bright stars but whose face is shrouded in darkness. Azathoth is the greatest of all gods, for from him the others were born. Reading the passage Naruto looked back to the picture. Continuing to flip through the pages drawings of other strange beings appear. A large mass of spheres, many tentacled monsters, large cone-shaped creatures with 4 tentacles emerging from its tip and other such creatures alien in nature. Deciding to skip past the strange almost praise of creatures that sound as if they would rather eat you than accept your praise, Naruto continues flipping through the book. Suddenly he comes to a stop. Looking at these new pages in front of him, Naruto stares in disbelief at what appears to be drawings and writings for ninjutsu abilities he has never heard of. Turning page after page he counts dozens of them. Smiling Naruto quickly runs to another room to grab more paper. As he does this he does not see the book continue to add to itself. Naruto quickly runs back and begins translating these new jutsu. "Tentacle whip jutsu," screams Naruto. As he does a long dark green tentacle lash from his hand. Wrapping around a nearby post the tentacle begin to squeeze the post causing a low crack of wood. Naruto pulls his hand back the tentacle disappears in a puff of grey smoke. Naruto looks at the small crack in the post, while not very big it is impressive for squeezing the wood rather than lashing out at it as he did before. He does a few hand signs molding his chakra before whipping his hand out again. "Tentacle whip jutsu," he screams. The long appendage lashes out again this time striking the post with a loud crack much like a bullwhip followed by the sound of wood being scraped. A deep cut appears in the post. Naruto smiles as he walks up to the post breathing heavily. Wow, not bad for a B-rank jutsu. And that was supposed to be one of the hardest jutsu in the book, I wonder why it was so easy, asks Naruto to himself. It has been several weeks since the translation of the few dozen jutsu in the Necronomicon. While only able to do 2 at the moment, the tentacle whip and an advanced chakra control exercise to massage the ligaments and joints in the body to acquire unbelievable levels of flexibility. While the supposed easy jutsu were difficult to even create, 2 of the supposed hardest ones was as simple as could be. After the first successful cast of Tentacle Whip Jutsu, Naruto has been training in his free time, attempting to cast it without seals or words. So far no such luck, as several times the jutsu was cast, so many times Naruto passed out, but the uses of an attack that can both be used for offense and to detain enemies was looking promising. Laying against a post with his hands behind his head, Naruto looks to the sky. Deciding a much needed break is in order, he closes his eyes listening to the forest around him. As he does this, he hears the sound of feet crushing grass. Opening one eye to scan the area, Naruto sees a familiar sight of the Hyuga girl from his class. For the past few days when he trained with the jutsu discovered in the Necronomicon, the girl would watch as Naruto trained. Naruto chose to ignore her, while he would begin normal jutsu training so as not to give away his tentacle whip jutsu. Naruto believed that she wanted to ask him something apparently, however the girl suffered from a crippling shyness and it was starting to get creepy. Deciding that he no longer wanted to be watched from the shadows, Naruto decided to take the situation in his own hands. "You can come out, you know," says Naruto. The soft shriek escapes the girl's lips after being discovered. "Might as well come out, I know you have been following me. I respect your privacy, please respect mine. I know you are shy, don't be. I promise I will be pleasant company," says Naruto. After a few moments the young girl walks out from behind a tree. Closing her arms in her jacket as if trying to hide in it, she slowly walks up to Naruto. "I'm sorry for following you," says the girl stuttering on her words. "Don't worry about it, so tell me, why have you been following me, is there something you want to ask me?" The girl sinks deeper into her jacket. She says before turning a deep shade of red, she stops talking. "That shy, huh, it's not all bad. I read on human behavior. Shyness does have a few advantages going for it. People who are shy tend to criticize themselves, well that sounds bad, it tends to make them high achievers in life. Shy people also tend to be more sensitive and nicer. Bold people who are too bold tend to be a little blunt. I'm blunt, and look at the classroom incident, I think Mizuki thinks I called him an idiot," says Naruto. Naruto scoots upright from his slouched posture against a post. Noting the deepening blush and small smile on the girl. "Anyway, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Naruto. I'm Hinata." Naruto smiles, causing her to blush. "Well, it is good to meet you, Hinata," says Naruto, offering his hand. Hinata slowly reaches for it in a shake. "Why you too," says Hinata. Naruto looks to the sky for a second before turning back to Hinata. "Hey, I know this is a bit weird, but I heard from Ino that you press flowers. I was wondering if you have a pressed divine flower. I have been reading on them for a while, but can't find any pictures on them," says Naruto. Hinata sinks into her jacket. "Well, I have a few flowers P pressed in B books at my house. I see can bring the D divine flower to the academy tomorrow," says Hinata, turning the brightest shade of red yet. "That sounds good, I would appreciate it, anyway it's getting late, we should probably get home, I have some work to do anyway," says Naruto. He stands up, stretches for a second before helping Hinata stand as well. "It was good meeting you," said Naruto as he leaves for his home. "Why you too," says Hinata. He watches for a moment as Hinata slowly walks back to hers, seeming reluctant about it. Slightly confused at this, Naruto continues to his home. Once home, Naruto grabs the Necronomicon. He returns to a page viewed earlier and one that confuses him. The page has no words to translate, only a set of instruction to create some kind of seal in 3 dimensions rather than a flat 2-dimensional paper. All the information on the seal was vague at best, what it was made out as was some way to allow him to understand the Necronomicon without having to translate it, which was becoming a problem as time went on. Almost as if the symbols in the book were changing to become more complex. After hours of trying to figure out how it could be done, Naruto thought of a possible way. Nailing twine almost too small to see to the wall, he ties it to thick black string. Repeating the process, he is able to tie the string and twine in such a way he completes what appears to be a floating circle of string when it is the twine that is used to keep it both in shape and in the air. Continuing the painstaking process, he continues to nail twine to the wall on one end while tying it to the black string. After several more hours, he creates a rough image of the symbol outlined in the Necronomicon. While only a tenth done, the seemingly floating ball of string is already an impressive shape, bending and curving around the original circle. Feeling tired, Naruto decides to go to sleep. As he lowers his head to fall into the nocturnal peace, the unseen tendrils and feelers of the Necronomicon reach out to the seal of string and twine. knotting it into a more streamlined shape, leaving no room for even the slightest error. Once finished, the book slowly shuts itself, waiting and watching. The next day, Naruto awakens from a restless sleep, still feeling tired. He lumbers toward a nearby sink, splashing water in his face. He carefully maneuvers around the string and twine so as not to disturb the seal. Changing outfits, Naruto goes out ready for a new day of the academy. Walking down the road, Naruto ignores those around him as they glare at him with hate and mistrust. After a brief walk, Naruto enters the classroom, once again being the first one there. Taking the time to read, Naruto skims through the book. After a minute, he sees the door open. Turning his eyes to the door, he watches as Shikamaru and Choji enters the room. "Hey Naruto, up for a game of shogi?" asks Shikamaru. "Why not? My losing streak can't get much worse," says Naruto. "You did beat him once," says Choji. "He fell asleep. I don't count disqualification by laziness," says Naruto. Shikamaru shrugs. He takes out the board and begins setting it up. "Look on the bright side, at least you come close to winning," says Shikamaru. "Speaking on that, you must be a mind reader or something. I think 3 moves ahead, you think 5, I think 5, you think 10. How do you even do that?" asks Naruto. "Don't get me wrong Naruto, you're good, but in strategy games you're impulsive. Outside of them even I can only guess what you're going to do. It's a good thing you aim to be a ninja scholar, because you would not make a good ninja general, no offense," says Shikamaru. "None taken," says Naruto. As they play, Choji gives a few chips to Naruto, who thanks him for the gesture. As the class begins to fill, Naruto sees Hinata enter the room. "Can you excuse me for a minute? I'll be right back. And no looking at the board for more than 2 seconds, otherwise you'll find some way to destroy me when I come back," says Naruto. "Too late," says Shikamaru. Naruto sighs. He shakes his head and walks over to Hinata, who begins blushing as he walks by. "Hi Hinata, sorry to bother you. Did you bring the flower?" asks Naruto. She nods her head before taking out a book. Flipping through it, she hands it to Naruto, shaking as she does. Naruto thanks her again as he takes it. Taped to the page is the divine flower. While flat and dried out, its gold color still is a thing to be admired. Almost like looking at a gold-colored tulip by much more narrow. When I first got it, the flower W would glow as soft yellow light," says Hinata barely above a whisper. Naruto stares at the flower for a few minutes before smiling and handing the book back to Hinata. "It is a beautiful flower, thanks Hinata. If I am ever out in Wave Country, I'll at least know what I'm looking for. If I find any more I'll give one to you," says Naruto. As the thought of Naruto giving Hinata a flower, a rather rare flower that she begins to blush into the deep red color she displayed yesterday. "It was no problem, and thank you Naruto-kun," says Hinata. As she walks over to her seat, Naruto turns back to Shikamaru, puzzling the honorific choice Hinata made. Thinking nothing of it, he continues the game with Shikamaru, only to be beat in 2 turns. "Well, that makes 32-0, says Naruto. "You are getting better at least," says Choji. Naruto shrugs. "I guess," says Naruto. After Shikamaru picks up the board, Naruto continues to read his book, waiting for his teacher. After only a few seconds, the door opens, revealing the much more pleasant Iruka. After a moment of using a giant head jutsu and scream to quiet the classroom, Iruka takes his place at the front of the class. "Alright class, after a few weeks of you all reading the materials, I think it's time to go outside to see if you can perform the transformation technique Mizuki and I showed you last week, as well as have our first full contact spars," says Iruka. Leaving the class, Naruto follows Shikamaru and Choji. After a leisurely walk to the outside training ground, they stop. "Okay, as I call your name, come to the circle to begin your spar. First up, Kiba Inuzuka and Shikamaru Nara," says Iruka. Watching the fight, Naruto silently goes over the 3-dimensional seal in his apartment, trying to come up with a time frame on when it would be completed. "Let's see, after 6 hours of work I am just about 10% finished, so barring any unusual circumstances it should be complete in 8 to 10 days. Not going to be fin maneuvering around string for over a week. Maybe I should practice those easy jutsu in the book. After all, I only can do 2 right now, and the other one is more of a chakra control exercise than anything else. Still, being near inhumanly flexible with using chakra to massage the ligaments that hold bones together is quite the workout. Really, you'd think that doing that to every single joint would be harder. Why is it that the supposed harder ones come to me so naturally?" After a while, Naruto tunes back into the spars just as Choji and Shino finish theirs. Looking at that, he discern who his probable opponent is. "Next up, Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha," says Iruka. Naruto turns his head to a smirking Sasuke. Both enter the ring at the same time. "Ready to lose?" asks Sasuke. "Mind games don't work on me," says Naruto. Sasuke narrows his eyes ever so slightly before giving a faint nod. He says nothing more. "Begin," says Iruka. Sasuke immediately charges Naruto. As he throws a punch right for his chest, Naruto uses the flexibility exercise to bend back from the punch. As each punch and kick comes at Naruto, he bends and twists around them. Not getting hit, but not able to hit back. Arching his back at a seemingly uncomfortable degree, he slightly twists and spins behind Sasuke. He throws his first punch, but it is immediately deflected by Sasuke, who spins, delivering a hard kick to Naruto's abdomen. Rolling with it, Naruto is able to reduce the damage taken. Naruto pumps chakra in his legs and leaps back. Seeing Sasuke charge him, fist ready to go, Naruto twists down below the punch before coming up with a punch towards Sasuke's chest. However, Sasuke leans back, punching Naruto in the ribs as he does. Naruto again rolls with it, but the hit causes a slightly painful bruise. Twisting back, Naruto swings his arm around, aiming for Sasuke's shoulder. This time it hits. In the second that Sasuke uses, trying to will the pain away, Naruto grabs his shoulders, bringing his knee right to his stomach. Out of breath, Naruto does not let up, delivering hit after hit. Using his high stamina and flexibility to make sure Sasuke does not get a moment to collect himself. He attacks the spots already hit several times, maximizing the damage. After a few seconds of this, however, Sasuke gets his second wind and dodges the incoming attack. Going by Naruto's strategy, he attacks spots already hit. While Naruto rolls with the punches using his flexibility, Sasuke waits for his opening. After a heavy swing to his head, Naruto ducks. Sasuke immediately brings his foot up, kicking him directly upward into his chest, knocking the wind from Naruto's lungs. Sasuke immediately dashes forward and punches Naruto to the ground. Naruto gasps for air before falling down. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha, says Iruka. As Naruto begins to inhale deeply, Iruka walks by him, helping him to his feet. Not bad, Naruto, you fight a little too dirty for my tastes, but it is effective. Just add a bit of agility to your flexibility and stamina and you'd be a force to be reckoned with. Improvement to your strength and speed also won't hurt, says Iruka. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, says Naruto as he begins to breathe normally again. He walks next to Shikamaru and Choji. That was good, but how do you bend like that? Some of it looked painful. Asks Choji. Kinetics and practice maneuvering around my apartment. I put up twine all over the place to practice my flexibility. It feels odd contorting like that, but doesn't really hurt, says Naruto, coming up with a plausible excuse should anyone discover the three-dimensional seal in his apartment. Sounds troublesome, says Shikamaru. Everything is troublesome with you, says Naruto. Shikamaru gives a lazy shrug before everyone walks back toward the classroom. On the way, Naruto notices Sasuke smirking at him. He turns to Sasuke, returning the smirk. Feel superior if you must, I still got a few good shots on you, said Naruto. HNN. Raising an eyebrow at the curious remark, Naruto just ignores him. Once back in the class, Iruka begins calling students up front to show their progress with the transformation technique while giving tips on how to improve it. Naruto keeps an ear out for his name as he pulls out a book to start reading. After he finishes a chapter, he hears Iruka call his name. Naruto marks his page and walks up to the front. Creating the necessary hand signs, he prepares his illusion. Transformation jutsu, he says. He turns into a perfect copy of Iruka. Wow, no blurring around the edges or anything, that may be the best I have ever seen. Very good, Naruto, says Iruka. Naruto transforms back, thanking Iruka before returning to his seat. He gets back to his book as the class continues with the lesson. As the day draws to a close, Naruto heads home immediately. He continues to unwind string and twine, adding to the seal. As it begins to take a strange geometric pattern, Naruto adds the finishing touches before heading off to bed. Once again, as he sleeps, the unseen tendrils refine his work on the seal. However, as Naruto slumbers, minds from beyond time and space pull at his consciousness. Naruto awakens in a strange room, one he had never seen before. As he lifts his head, he notices he is much, much taller. He looks down, but sees no legs. He inspects his body and realizes it is not his. He looks at his arm, which is now a strange tentacled appendage, ending is a strange, almost insecticide claw. Fear encompasses him. Welcome, speaks a voice that seemingly enters his mind directly. Turning his head, Naruto looks at this creature in morbid fascination. It is a large cone-shaped being. The point of the cone ended in 4 long appendages. The creature had similar hands to what Naruto now possessed. One appendage ended in what could only be called 4 blood-red trumpets. The last appendage was a large circular lobe with tendrils hanging from the bottom and 3 eyes. On top of its head were flower-shaped sensory organs, possibly ears. Fearful, Naruto backs away from the creature. You have no need to fear me, Naruto, I am a representative of the great race of Yith and we have much to discuss. What the hell are you and what did you do to me? Asks Naruto as he notes the words leave his mind but no mouth. We have done nothing to your body, all we have done is transfer your mind through time and space into this body. Well, its original mind resides in yours for the time being, says the Yithian. Why, how, what? Okay, I take it there is a reason you mind jacked me trough time, says Naruto, trying to put on a brave show in front the strange alien being. The creature slithers closer, in a way akin to a slug. We only wish to talk, Naruto, we wish to understand and warn you. Warn me? Asks Naruto, obviously not calming down. Your possession of the Necronomicon is unusual for a human. Not so much that you possess the true tome, it has happened before. What is unusual is your immunity to its effects on sanity. This has drawn unwanted attention, says the Yithian. What do you mean? Your activities with the book are most interesting, especially considering you have read such words with your sanity intact. We still do not know why, which is what my colleague is doing in your body. We will not change anything, we merely will attempt to understand why you seem immune. So let me get this straight, you swap my minds with some tentacled, cone-shaped gastropod to see why I haven't lost my mind, asks Naruto. Yes, in return we have decided to issue you a warning, one you will only remember subconsciously when you return to your body. So you are going to issue me a warning that I won't even remember properly, great. Fine, what is this warning? As I said, your reading of the book has drawn unwanted attention to yourself, young Naruto, the gaze of the outer gods and the great old ones has shifted to you, something about what you either have done, what you are doing, or what you will do has caught their attention. Trust me when I say for a human this is not good in the slightest, says the creature as it begins to circle and inspect Naruto. If what little I read on the outer gods and great old ones is true, saying it's not good in the slightest is a massive understatement, says Naruto as he attempts to move in his new body. Indeed, but we wanted to let you know. It seems as if the very day you discovered the book something has had a hand in shaping your life to become what it is now. We do not yet know whom or what this unseen force is, but it has plans for you. I would be wary before reading from the book again. In any event, whatever this force is, it is sufficiently powerful enough to block itself from our memories, considering we are a race capable of mentally traveling through the veil of time, this speaks greatly of its power. Fine, what do I do? Asks Naruto. I am not here to tell you what must be done. I merely am paying you for allowing us use of your body, so we may understand this unusual phenomena. Saying a person keeping their sanity is an unusual phenomena does not inspire much confidence, says Naruto. In cases of humans retaining their sanity after reading from the Necronomicon, keeping your mind intact is much worse than losing it, considering what now watches you, says the Yithian. Naruto attempts to shrug in the Yithian body, but finds the action difficult. You are a bit of a pessimist, you know that, right? Whatever, can you tell me anything about the Necronomicon, some information on it would help? Asks Naruto. Very well, there are many copies of the Necronomicon, what you hold is the first, written by the outer gods themselves. While it does contain untold knowledge that is both valuable and useful, it is also knowledge of a sinister nature. What its true purpose is, I do not know, but it travels from one universe to another to complete it. Okay, is there anything else you wish to tell me? Asks Naruto. Only this: the very presence of the Necronomicon is changing your world at a fundamental level, what these changes are we do not yet know. Also, the book may make you powerful, but all power has its price. Just one more question, I have wondered something for quite some time, there was this note in the book, one side of it just had the words "look to the stars" written over and over, what does that mean? Asks Naruto. The creature remains silent, seemingly attempting to find the best way to answer the question. I am afraid it means nothing good, the answer is within the Necronomicon itself, you may want to read more on the beings who now watch you, be wary, but if you do this, you will understand. The creature looks up for a moment. It seems as if we have concluded our research, the price for allowing this knowledge has been paid, goodbye young Naruto, we shall not meet again. As the creature finishes, Naruto's vision blurs, then goes black. His mind is pulled across both space and time to return home. Naruto wakes on the floor of his bedroom. As he does, he rubs his head in pain. As he does this, he gets the strange feeling as if he has forgotten something important. After a few minutes trying to figure out what it is, he gets up and heads off to the bathroom to clean up. As he heads there, he looks out the window and notices it is still night. After the shower, Naruto feels strangely aware, as if he has slept for days, though the clock reveals he barely slept at all. Ignoring this, Naruto decides to go back to the seal of twine and string, adding to it. Noting the instruction in the book, he continues working on the most difficult part of the seal, a large 20-sided geometric shape. Attaching it to the circle in the center of the room by bits of dark string, Naruto steps back to admire his work. Already over halfway done, Naruto decides to go back to the Necronomicon. Using a loose piece of string to mark his page, he flips through the book. Feeling as if something is pulling him to a certain page, he stops on a page with another detailed drawing. This one appears to be a drawing of constellations in the night sky. Looking at it, he recognized the placement of stars to seemingly match that of the stars' position as they always are, but as he looks at the drawing, he notes several stars seem to be in slightly different location, as if they had moved. Naruto looks at the pictures confusingly, while most of the stars are spot on where they should be, the ones that are in different spots confuses him further. Grabbing a blank piece of paper, he marks the page to read it later. Putting the book down, Naruto returns to tying and perfecting the seal. After hours of doing this, he watches as the sun begins to rise. Standing back to admire his work on the three-dimensional seal, Naruto returns to his room to prepare for a new day at the academy. As he does this, the unseen tendrils again fix and perfect the seal. As Naruto dresses, he again tries to figure out what it is he had seemed to have forgotten that seems so important now. After finishing getting dressed and noting that he has over 2 hours until the academy opens, Naruto decides to go pay the Hokage a visit. Carefully moving around the string, Naruto heads out toward the Hokage tower. Pulling his hood up to both not bring attention to himself and listen to the conversations going on around him, Naruto takes the shortest path to the tower. After an uneventful walk due to the streets, having little to no people in them, Naruto enters the tower to head toward the Hokage's office. On his way up the spiraling stairs, he hears voices coming from the office. He focuses his attention on the sound to hear better. Now Hiruzen, surely nothing could interfere with the crystal ball, speaks a voice. Danzo, I have not been able to use it to see anything, it's as if there is a shroud all around Konoha, I cannot view anything within the village, if you are not responsible, who is, asks the Hokage. Hiruzen, I understand your worry, but I won, not even aware the telescope technique could be interfered with in such a manner, says Danzo. Fine Danzo, I believe you, for now. But I will get to the bottom of why this is happening, says the Hokage. See that you do, I do not appreciate these accusations, Hokage-sama, and the news worries me just as much as you. The sound of a cane hitting the floor is heard, as if the man is moving closer to the door. When he opens the door, Naruto looks up at the bandaged form of a man around the Hokage's age. Naruto accidentally bumps into him as he opens the door. Excuse me, I am just here to speak to the Hokage, says Naruto. The man looks at Naruto for a moment, his face unreadable, he gives the slightest nod before walking away. Naruto enters the room. Hey old man, how's life, asks Naruto. Ah Naruto, good to see you. Don't you have to be at the academy soon, asks the Hokage. I woke up a bit early so I decided to pay you a visit, it had been a while, says Naruto. He nods, taking a puff from his pipe. So how goes your academy work? It's simple enough to understand, some of the history on ninja we have had to read is material I have already read, but I find ways to pass the time. Usually I bring a book with me in that event, but I am running out of books. Can't wait until I am a genin, access to the ninja library will give me more to read on off days, says Naruto. Glad to hear it, says the Hokage as he straightens himself, causing several audible pops of bone. I'm getting too old for this, says the Hokage to himself. You really should find a successor, you work too much. Hell, if it wasn't for the Kyuubi attack you'd be enjoying your retirement right now, says Naruto. Hiruzen smiles, letting out a soft giggle. While the act was genuine, Naruto notices the man's eyes widen ever so slightly at the mention of the Kyuubi, but the act is so small Naruto is not sure he's seen it. Perhaps you are right, I remember when you wanted to be the Hokage once, only 2 years ago. You were only 5. Sure you wouldn't want the job someday, asks the Hokage in jest. Thanks, but no thanks. I still remember the day I changed my mind. I was sitting in here all day while you worked reading those books you got me. The paperwork just kept coming and coming. I may like to read, but even I have a limit, says Naruto with a smile. Hiruzen laughs at Naruto remembering that day. Well, when you put it that way you are smarter than I was at your age, much smarter. I didn't realize the power of the foe that is paperwork until I actually got the job, says the Hokage with a smile. Naruto giggles at the words. Yeah, still don't get me wrong. I know it's an important job and everything, I just don't think it is the job for me, at least not how I am now. Besides, there are probably 100 ninja better suited to the job than I am or probably will be, says Naruto. Well, at least you know your limits. It's a good trait to have. Naruto nods. He turns to the clock on the wall. Well, I should get going, I only got about half an hour to get to class, and for me to arrive even 5 minutes early that's too late. They might even mark me absent before the time is up. I'll catch you later old man, take care, says Naruto as he leaves the room. The Hokage gives a small wave as he leaves. Then he turns his head to the unfinished paperwork, he gives off a sigh before grabbing the top sheet. Naruto makes his way to the academy. Pulling his hood up, he idly listens to the conversations around him, an old habit he gained from the first days of hiding his identity. As the people talk to each other about life, their day, or other such uninteresting topics. Naruto's mind wanders back to the seal he has been working on. While it is a slow process, he can't help but wonder how such a thing would somehow allow him to read from the Necronomicon without translating it. Going over possibilities, his mind wanders further as he thinks about the reagent. While it would be highly unstable with unpredictable results without the divine flower, he finds himself tempted to create the unfinished formula to test on mice. As he does, he is reminded of the events that happened to Dr. West and puts those thoughts aside as best he can. After a while of contemplation, he finds he is already at the academy and walks inside. Heading toward his classroom, he notes that for the first time, he is not the first student there. Shrugging slightly, he walks to his seat and begins to read. After a relatively uneventful day, Naruto heads back home. Overzealous, Naruto, who now has a day off from the academy tomorrow, decides to spend his free time completing the seal. Walking inside, moving carefully through the twine, Naruto nails an end of the twine to the wall. Tying it to the black string, Naruto continues to create the geometric patterns, tying them to one another, following the instructions of the Necronomicon to the letter. As the black string begins to form an unusual shape that is difficult to see, Naruto applies the finishing touches to the newest shape. Moving over to another side of the room, Naruto begins to use the near-sightless twine to link the string together. Creating a three-dimensional pattern, Naruto takes great care creating the patterns. Before he knows it, it is past midnight. Grabbing a quick bit to eat, Naruto decides to finally finish the seal tomorrow. As he sleeps, the unseen tendrils from the Necronomicon once again fix the seal. During the night, Naruto dreams of strange creatures that move as slugs with four long appendages streaming from the top of their cone-like bodies. Tossing and turning, Naruto's dreams continue to change. He stands in a black endless void, tearing at a solitary lone glowing sphere. Vibrating at such speeds it appears to phase from reality. Naruto wakes just as dawn approaches. He immediately readies himself as he grabs the last of the twine and string, preparing to finish the seal. Hours pass as Naruto carefully places each and every knot and turn of string in the correct spot until finally the seal is complete. Looking at the pattern, Naruto notes it is symmetrical in nature, appearing as an elaborate floating throne with several spheres, cubes, and diamond shapes all encompassing a single circle. Satisfied with his work, Naruto maneuvers around the string to his front door. He heads off to gather the necessary items to activate the seal. For the final time, the unseen feelers and tendrils fix the seal, making sure it is perfect in every way. Naruto walks through a ninja supply shop, grabbing many containers of ink and brushes. Using every bit of money he brought with him, Naruto runs home, excited to finally finish the seal. Once home, Naruto removes the caps from the jars of ink. Taking a thin brush, he begins to ink the string, making sure not a single drop hits the twine holding the seal in place. Slowly he goes over every inch of string, not moving until the ink soaks completely into it. Hours pass as he does this, not stopping even to eat or rest. As the string is soaked to such a point that it completely colors the strung without dripping, Naruto prepares the final part. Biting his thumb until it bleeds, he lets a single drop of blood hit the sphere of string in the center of the throne. Naruto backs up and waits. Seconds pass and Naruto slowly starts to lose hope. Then the string begins to glow. Naruto perks up as the glow follows down the seal. After a moment, Naruto notes it is getting hotter. Suddenly the twine holding the seal in place snaps. As each bit of twine nailed to the wall breaks, Naruto is amazed that the seal made from string does not fall to the floor. The sphere of string begins to turn clockwise. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. The other pieces of the seal react as they are seemingly pulled into the glowing sphere. Quicker than the eye can see, the rest of the seal is sucked up into itself, leaving only the rotating sphere, which turns a curious blue color. It grows in size as a blue mist emanates from it. Then abruptly the slowing sphere stops spinning. Naruto stares at the sphere. It appears to now be a sphere made of some glowing blue liquid. Naruto in awe touches the sphere. It causes ripples to emanate through it. Mesmerized by the sight before him, Naruto cannot help but let his eyes take in the beauty of the impossible object before him. Then without warning, a giant tentacle emerges from the sphere, wrapping around Naruto before he even seen it. Arms pinned to his sides, Naruto squirms trying to free himself of the tentacle, but its grip only tightens. Two smaller tentacles grow from the sheer, rubbing themselves against Naruto's face, as if scanning for something. Frozen in fear, Naruto can only stare as the two tentacles shoot themselves at both his eyes. Then the world goes black. Naruto wakes up on the floor. Staring around at the room, he rubs his eyes. Seeing bits of twine all over the room, Naruto turns his head looking for any signs of the seal. Seeing none, Naruto stands up, feeling as if he had fallen off a mountain. Naruto looks to the floor where the Necronomicon lay. He stares at it for a moment before scanning the room one more time. He shakes his head, letting out a heavy sigh. He turns back to the book to pick it up when he freezes. Naruto begins to smile. He trembles with anticipation as he slowly picks up the book. Bringing it to his eyes, Naruto looks at the words on the page. "I can understand it," says Naruto with a smile. Naruto stops as he looks down. As the words left his lips, he noted streams of color flowing out. "What?" says Naruto, watching the waves of color exit his lips. Naruto walks to the window, noting that each step he takes causes color to shoot up from the ground. Naruto looks at his hands for a moment before snapping. A sharp purple color appears for a second. Then he cracks his knuckles. Each pop sending wave after wave of different colors. Finally, Naruto takes out a small unused brush and drops it to the ground. As expected, the waves of color again come from it as it hits the ground. Synesthesia. "I can see sound," says Naruto, smiling to himself as he watches the colorful sound waves exit his lips. He turns back to the Necronomicon, reading its passages without having to translate them. "The seal, it worked," says Naruto. He flips through the book trying to find out what the seal exactly did to him. As he found the string used to mark the page with the seal's instructions on it, Naruto is confused when in place of that is a drawing of a strange alien eye. Looking above the image he begins to read the passage below it. "The eyes of Azathoth, the eyes that see only truth." Naruto looks back up at the strange picture before dropping the book. He bolts toward the bathroom to stare in the mirror. Naruto freezes as he inspects his eyes. Gone were the azure and wide eyes he was familiar with. At their place were the blackest orbs. His once blue iris turned a bright yellow-orange color. It was shaped like a five-pointed star with rounded points. His pupil was shaped similar to that of a squid or octopus. As he leaned in closer, at the very center of his pupil was a small glowing spot of red, almost unnoticeable from even a small distance. Staring at his new eyes, thoughts race through Naruto's mind. Suddenly Naruto's eyes fall down. On his stomach he sees what appears to be a complex seal, one which does not appear as anything shown in the Necronomicon. Looking one last time at his eyes, Naruto quickly runs out of the bathroom. Grabbing the Necronomicon, Naruto hides it under the floorboards. He yanks out drawer after drawer around his home until he finds a pair of goggles. He puts them on before bolting out the door, running as fast as his legs would carry him. Hiruzen continues reading the last of the paperwork. Smiling as he signs his name on the final piece, he stands and stretches. He grabs the paperwork and puts it all to the side of his desk before lighting his pipe. He prepares to leave when he hears the sound of running coming up the steps. He backs away from the door as the Anbu hidden in the room tense. After only a moment he watches as the door slams open. Naruto runs up to the Hokage before being stopped by several Anbu ninja coming seemingly from nowhere. He notices Naruto is wearing goggles and seems to have a frantic look on his face. Calmly he nods at the Anbu who release Naruto. The Chili, who while only 7 in age was remarkable mature for his age, seems to be gibbering words faster than the Hokage can understand. Naruto, calm down, what happened, asks the Hokage. I just woke up. I had to use the bathroom. I looked in the mirror, and I saw, Naruto freezes up, not going any further. He begins shaking, as if in fear. Hiruzen leans down and pulls the boy into a soft hug. Slowly Naruto calms down. "It's okay Naruto, I'm here," says Hiruzen as he rubs Naruto's back. The boy slowly calms down and looks up to the Hokage. "It's my eyes, they changed," said Naruto. Hiruzen flinched in surprise. Naruto slowly removes the goggles and looks up at the Hokage. Hiruzen stares into Naruto's eyes, seemingly calming down before the look of shock and confusion enters his face. "Naruto, what happened?" asked the Hokage. "I don't know, I just looked in the mirror and my eyes were like this," says Naruto. Hiruzen nods. He turns to one of the Anbu in the room. "Get me a doctor in here right away and notify Hamura and Kaheru," says the Hokage. The Anbu members disappear from the room before the Hokage walks up to Naruto. He sits next to the boy trying to calm him down. Black tears streak down Naruto's cheek as Hiruzen pulls him into another hug. "It's okay Naruto, it's okay. Don't be scared, it's nothing bad," he says as he rubs the boy's back. Naruto cries into the Hokage's arms for several minutes before drifting into sleep. After a while the council of Hamura and Kaheru walk in. They note Naruto sleeping on the couch before going to the Hokage's side. "Why have you called us Hiruzen? It is past midnight." "And what is Naruto doing here?" asks Kaheru. "Something important has come up, it involves Naruto." "Before you ask, it has nothing to do with his tenant," says the Hokage. "What is it then?" asks Hamura. "Naruto came running in my office as I was about to leave." The boy was frantic. After calming down he removed a pair of goggles he was wearing. "It appears as if Naruto has some kind of dijutsu I have never seen. I called a doctor, he is waiting outside. He will test Naruto's eyes, but I called you here to hear your counsel on what matters should be taken," asked Hiruzen. "The child has a Kekkei Genkai and a dijutsu no less, but how?" asks Kaheru. "I do not know, based on what Naruto has told me, he merely awoke in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. When he looked in the mirror he saw his eyes and quickly ran here," says Hiruzen. "I see, with that cleared up I think it best we show Naruto's dijutsu to the clan heads and civilian council members. It would be best if we wait until after we know what his dijutsu is capable of," says Hamura. "I agree, if we show Naruto with a Kekkei Genkai with no knowledge on what it is capable of, the civilians will degenerate into a hate-filled mess," says Kaheru. Hiruzen nods. "I can accept that, anything else?" asks the Hokage. "In relation to the boy's ninja training, it would probably be best if we notify the teachers of the boy's absence. It may take a week before we are fully aware of the abilities he now has," says Hamura. "Also we should speak to the doctor who will examine Naruto, make sure he does not release the secret until the civilian council and clan heads have been notified," says Kaheru. Yes, don't worry, the only ones who know are the tree in this room and a select group of my most trusted Anbu operatives. The doctor called is also a friend of the family. We should be able to keep this under wraps for now, thank you Hamura and Kaharu. That will be all. Go home and get some rest, we will begin making the preparations in the morning, says the Hokage. Each one nod before leaving the office. The Hokage lays back in his chair looking at Naruto as he sleeps soundly. Naruto sat on a small bed in the doctor's office. He held a small hand mirror to his face looking at his eyes. Not paying attention to the world around him. As time went by he noticed colors of sound emerging from the door. While not paying attention to it he knew the door had been opened. He turned as the doctor walked in. Good morning Uzumaki-san, how are you feeling, asks the doctor. Creeped out, tired and hungry. So what do you think these eyes can do? Asked Naruto. The doctor walked up to Naruto taking out a small flashlight shining the light in his eyes. Not sure yet. Other than your synesthesia, most Jujutsu allow some resistance against Jinjutsu, we will have a Jinjutsu expert come in to test that. Other than that we will check to see your field of vision, clarity, and enhancements. After that you can name this new Jujutsu if you want, there's no record of it, says the doctor. They are called the Eyes of Azathoth, says Naruto. Interesting name, how do you know it, asks the doctor. I don't know I just do, says Naruto. The doctor nods his head in understanding. Knowledge on the name might be given to those who possess it, I have heard stranger things. Anything else, asks the doctor. Only that they are eyes that see only truth, whatever that means, says Naruto. I see. Alright, time for the first few tests, it won't be anything difficult, just a normal eye examination, says the doctor. Naruto nods before turning down to his stomach looking at the seal. While Naruto's knowledge in seals is minimal, he can guess what the seal is for. In truth his freakout the other day was not over just his new eyes, but this seal that from design alone could not come from the Necronomicon. As the doctor does tests ranging from reading letters on a poster to examining his eyes thoroughly, Naruto went on with the test for little under 45 minutes. Well, it seems as if the eyes give you superb vision, on top of that your visual radius extends to the side of your head. Not as good as the Byakugan, but then again it is hard to beat full 360-degree vision, it is a little unusual your eyes are constantly active with no way to shut them off, perhaps that's just how this Jujutsu works. Either way we won't know if this is a good or bad thing. It really depends on how much chakra your eyes use to be active, says the doctor. Any idea on why my tears are black, asks Naruto. I sent a sample to the lab. So far they can't find anything unusual with them other than color. Probably just a quirk of your new eyes. I see, well at least it's not an acid, says Naruto. That would probably be painful, says the doctor with a small chuckle. Yeah, so while we wait for this Jinjutsu specialist, want to talk, asks Naruto. I don't see why not, says the doctor. Naruto nods. So do I get a name from my doctor? I'd hate to just call you that, says Naruto. You can call me Nobutashi. I may not be a medic nin, but I am one of the beat doctors in the village, who do you think helps Hiruzen? I spent my youth helping research bloodlines. I think Hiruzen gave you one of my books. Really, that was you? Wow, you got to study the dead bone pulse before the purge, didn't you? Asks Naruto. Yes I did, let's just say the Kagaya clan was not happy when that book came out. I didn't even reveal any of their techniques, just a few notes on the chemical makeup of their skeletal structure. In truth the only reason I wrote that book was for there to be better information on the Kagaya for medical treatment, that's why I even started researching bloodlines, when your body is different from most you need specialized treatment. I was lucky to get what little I did. If they were still around they might find that information quite useful, says Naruto. Or they might flame me alive, they were on the savage side, says Nobutashi. As they continue to talk among each other a knock can be heard at the door. Nobutashi walks to the door and opens it. Standing there is a tall woman with black hair and red eyes. Ah, Kurenai welcome, says Nobutashi as he lets her in. The Hokage asked me to be here, something about some kind of test, asks Kurenai. She turns her head to look at Naruto before staring at his eyes for a moment. Kurenai, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, this is Kurenai Yuhi, says Nobutashi. A pleasure to meet you Kurenai, says Naruto. Likewise, says Kurenai with a smile. She continues to look at his eyes. So as you can probably tell, Naruto here has developed a never-before-seen Jujutsu. Unlike most Jujutsu it is constantly active, Hiruzen asks you here to see its level to detect Jinjutsu, says Nobutashi. I see, okay then, says Kurenai as she walks over to Naruto. I promise not to use anything too bad, says Kurenai. Naruto nods. Kurenai looks at Naruto for a moment, waiting to see if he notices anything. Naruto looks around the room. I don't see anything out of the ordinary, says Naruto. Really, tell me, can you see flower petals falling from the ceiling, asks Kurenai. Naruto looks up. No. Okay, I'm going to use more advanced genjutsu until you see one of them. The moment you see anything let me know, okay? Sure, says Naruto as he sits up. Time passes, Kurenai uses more complex illusion after illusion. Naruto scans the room looking for anything. Nothing, says Naruto. Kurenai looks at Naruto impressed. Okay, I didn't want to do this, but I am going to use my most powerful genjutsu, just let me know when to stop, okay, says Kurenai. You sound reluctant, is this illusion that bad, asked Naruto. The last person I used it on became brain dead after only a minute, it affects all senses simultaneously, says Kurenai. Naruto stares at her, if a confused fear, before thinking it over. Okay, I'm good with that, just don't let it last more than a few seconds, I like my brain, says Naruto. Kurenai smiles applying the genjutsu. Naruto again seems unfazed. Did you cast it yet, asks Naruto. Kurenai flinches looking at Naruto with a face of surprise and shock. You didn't see anything, feel anything, hear anything, nothing, asks Kurenai. No, says Naruto. Kurenai turns to Nobutashi. His eyebrow raised as he inspects Naruto. I have never heard of anything like this, the boy is immune to even my most powerful genjutsu, says Kurenai. No, not immune, he is physically unable to be deceived by them. Naruto, you say that the only thing you know about the eyes of Azathoth is they see only truth, correct, asks Nobutashi. Naruto nods. I see, can you make a clone for me, Naruto, asks Nobutashi. Naruto complies. After feeling the chakra leave him, he looks around the room for it. Nobutashi and Kurenai stare at an empty spot on the floor, comical looks on their face. Your clone looks dead, says Kurenai. What clone? Asks Naruto. Kurenai points to an empty spot on the floor. I can't see it, says Naruto. As I thought, he cannot even see his own illusions, he can cast them but nothing more. This might be a problem, isn't the clone and transformation technique needed to pass the academy, asks Nobutashi. They are, says Naruto, a small bit of dread in his voice. Nobutashi nods. Naruto, try the transformation jutsu, asks Nobutashi. Naruto complies, turning into a copy of Nobutashi. I can see this one, says Naruto. Kurenai's eyes widen. She walks up to Naruto and touches his head. It's not an illusion, she says in disbelief. But really, says Nobutashi as he runs to Naruto, touching his shoulder. They both stare at him for a moment. An actual transformation, remarkable, says Nobutashi. Naruto turns back to himself. Looking at the two. He takes a seat as the two compose themselves. You're just full of surprises, aren't you, Naruto, says Kurenai. He smiles. Indeed, in any event there are still some tests that need to be done, thank you, Kurenai, says Nobutashi. She gives him a small bow before leaving, looking at Naruto one last time in mild concern and confusion as she leaves. Well, it looks as if your eyes are quite useful. I am not yet sure if your physical transformation is related to your eyes, but I will continue to study your eyes. I have to give my report to Hiruzen. Until the tests are done you will stay here with him. Naruto looks up at the man about to complain before slowly lowering his head. I understand, says Naruto. In truth, Naruto had no problem staying with his surrogate grandfather, but he wanted to use his eyes to read from the Necronomicon. He lays in his bed looking up at the ceiling. He makes noises with his mouth and watches waves of color come out to pass the time. As he lays he feels himself slowly drift into sleep. The days pass by as test after test is done to see how the eyes work. So far the only other thing of interest his eyes did was allow Naruto to read any language. Even codes and ciphers. An entire new secret code was created to test Naruto's abilities. He could understand the secret message as soon as he was handed the paper. Naruto's mind continued to wander to the seal on his stomach. As he went over the possibilities as to its purpose he came to the same conclusion, but he could not be entirely sure. He decided to ask the Hokage on the subject tomorrow after the next test. Naruto stared at the eyes of Nobutashi. The looks of disbelief and shock painted on his face. I don't believe it, your Taijutsu uses absolutely no chakra. I don't even know how that is possible, says Nobutashi. What do you think that means, asks Naruto. Nobutashi shakes his head. I don't know, Naruto, but it does explain why your eyes are constantly activated. Other Taijutsu can be activated on a whim and deactivated just as much to conserve chakra. Since your eyes do not consume any chakra there is no need to be deactivated ever. The disadvantage there seems to be is being distracted by the colors of sound, but apparently they do not distract you unless you want them to. Well, that's good, these eyes are still a little creepy, but hey, what Taijutsu isn't, says Naruto. Nobutashi shrugs. I have to say the eyes of Azathoth are quite amazing. Everything about them revolves around seeing through deception. People can still lie to you, but a lot of the time you can tell you are being lied to. They are quite remarkable, says Nobutashi. I still think the Byakuya and Sharingan are much more useful, the ability to copy any move you see is cool, and 360 X-ray vision is awesome. Still I wish there was something I can do a little something extra, says Naruto. Maybe they can. Well, this is the last test, chances are that your eyes have one or two surprises for you in the future, only time will tell, says Nobutashi. Naruto shrugged. Suppose, but I'd much rather know their full capabilities before I become a ninja. I'd hate to go into my first mission blind. Pardon the pun, says Naruto. Nobutashi laughs. Yes, I can see that reasoning, still I hope, if you find out anything interesting I'd love to hear about it, says Nobutashi. Tell you what. Let me read a few more of your books on Kekkei Genkai and you have my word, says Naruto. All you have to do is ask, says Nobutashi as he reaches into his doctor's bag, pulling out a book and handing it to Naruto. That book is one of mine, I have been using it while dealing with your Dojutsu. It is specifically on Dojutsu. Considering the circumstances, I thought you would like to have it. Since these are the last tests, I don't need it anymore and I have a few extra at my house. Thanks Nobutashi, I learn anything interesting you'd be the first to hear about it, says Naruto. He pockets the book as he gets ready for the final tests. Later that day after the test, Naruto walks through the Hokage estate searching for the old man. As he searches the grounds, he finds Hiruzen at his study writing on notes. Hey old man, says Naruto. Hiruzen looks up and smiles. Oh hello Naruto, what can I do for you, asks Hiruzen. There is something I wanted to ask you about, says Naruto. Hiruzen puts down his pen. Very well, I'm here. What is it you wish to talk about, asks Hiruzen. Naruto sits down at a nearby chair and inhales deeply. Ever since I got these eyes I have been able to see this seal on my stomach, says Naruto. Hiruzen straightens his spine. I see, and you came to ask me what it is, asks Hiruzen. I think I know what it is and what it holds, says Naruto. Hiruzen puts down his pipe. Then I suppose I should tell you the story. I was going to wait until you were older, but I believe you are responsible enough to handle this information, says Hiruzen. Naruto focuses his attention to the Hokage. When the nun-tailed fox attacked the fourth Hokage, fought it valiantly, this you already know. What is not so well known outside Konoha is he could not kill the beast. He created a seal, the very seal on your stomach, to contain the fox. After the battle I forbade it from talking about this, it was my wish that you have a normal childhood. In the end I was already too late. The damage had already been done. Everyone around at that time seen him seal the fox in you. Maybe I was foolish to believe the citizens of Konoha would look past that, but I did all I could, Naruto. I am sorry you have to bear this burden, says Hiruzen. Naruto absorbs the information. So that's it, huh? I have to say I have known for years that the citizens have thought I was the fox, I never knew why. It never occurred to me living things could be sealed, says Naruto. You're smart for your age, Naruto, no one can say otherwise. There is some other information I have, it is also a secret that not many know, but if you prefer I can tell you what it is. I trust you are mature enough to be let known, says Hiruzen. Before I ask what that information is, can you answer one thing for me, asks Naruto. Anything Naruto, just ask, says Hiruzen. Naruto looks at the man for a moment. Why did the fourth choose me, asks Naruto. That is related to the other bit of information I had, says Hiruzen. Naruto nods. I see. I'd like to hear the secret, says Naruto. Hiruzen takes in a deep breath. He reaches into his desk and pulls out an envelope. This was to be given to you when you made 18 or Jonin, the answer to your question is in this envelope. Naruto takes the envelope. He stares at it for a moment before slowly opening it. Inside are several documents. One of which is a picture. Naruto pulls it out first. He stares at the picture of the fourth Hokage standing next to a bed where a woman with long red hair lays holding a newborn with spiky blonde hair. Naruto stares at the picture before black tears fall from his eyes. He carefully puts the picture aside before removing a birth certificate. Naruto Uzumaki. Father, Minato Namikaze. Mother, Kushina Uzumaki, says Naruto out loud. Hiruzen looks on with sad eyes as the black tears stain the certificate. Naruto looks up at the old man smiling as the tears flow. Thanks old man, says Naruto as he wipes the tears from his eyes. Hiruzen gets up and walks up to Naruto. He places a hand on his shoulder. Naruto looks up again, before jumping up sobbing into his robe. After a few seconds he backs away. You know, I actually feel better. I thought that when I came here this conversation would go differently. I'm glad I was wrong. I don't care about the Kyuubi. It's just good to know who they were, says Naruto. He picks up the picture staring at it. The contents of that envelope are yours to keep, Naruto. As for Kyuubi, the rule applies only to the citizens of Konoha, it does not apply to you. You may tell who you wish, says Hiruzen. Naruto nods. He takes a deep breath, putting the contents back into the envelope. He begins to leave the office before turning around. I'm glad you told me, Hiruzen. I know why you kept this information from me, and I understand. No hard feeling, says Naruto as he leaves the room. Hiruzen looks at Naruto and smiles before turning back to his desk. Naruto stood outside the council room. As he waited he looked at the picture of his parents. So many questions answered in a single night. A weight lifted from his shoulders. His parents looked so happy in the picture. After getting over the shock and learning of his parents and the identity of his father, Naruto thought of the fox within him. A constant companion he had never known of. Perhaps one who he may never speak to. Naruto felt odd admitting this, but he was always curious. He wished to know the fox within him, a being of unimaginable age who was obviously sapient must hold untold knowledge, much like the Necronomicon, but to a lesser degree. Naruto pockets the picture continuing to muse on the secrets revealed to him. The council meeting was quiet. Naruto knew what they might be saying. It was on the lines of how his eyes worked. After all, the civilian members, while ignorant, were only human, and humans fear the unknown. A notion that always confused young Naruto. He believed the unknown was something to be sought out and discovered. Perhaps this was why he planned on continuing to read from the Necronomicon. As the thoughts raced through his mind, the doors opened. An Anbu ninja motioned for Naruto to follow. As he walked through the room where the council sat eyeing Naruto, he merely stood straight, playing on his manners so as not to start an incident. "Greetings, council, as you know am Naruto Uzumaki. I take it that you have been informed on the eyes of Azathoth and undoubtedly have some questions from me. I would be honored to answer any questions to the best of my ability," says Naruto with a small bow. The council seemed to ease up, at least the clan heads do, as they fire question after question. Curiously, most of the questions from the clan heads seemed to come from a Hyuga. No doubt due to the Dojutsu of their own. Naruto wonders if he feels threatened by an emerging bloodline with an, as of yet unknown potential. Naruto answers the questions to the best of his abilities, but as the minutes turn to hours, he finds himself answering the same questions over and over again with only slightly different wording. All the questions revolve around Naruto's experience since gaining the eyes. Most likely trying to find out any information Naruto may be hiding. An understandable tactic, but one that would not work on a mind as astute as Naruto's. After the clan heads finished their questions, for the first time a civilian council member speaks. Naruto recognizes this particular man. While he hides it well, Naruto glares at the man. This man heads the merchants of Konoha and is one of the main reasons food other than ramen is so difficult to buy. Making sure that Naruto was always overcharged or given goods of poor quality. So the boy's eyes give him some interesting abilities. What I want to know is, who are the boy's parents? Where did this bloodline come from? Surely they do not just pop out of nowhere. I say the boy is hiding something, says the man. Naruto is not aware of how he came to possess the eyes of Azathoth. As for his parentage, that is a secret to the village, only a select few may know of it. You have only been a council member for little over 6 months. Precautions must be taken to ensure Naruto's safety, and you have not been a council member long enough to be trusted with that information, says Hiruzen. Fine, the boy's mother was probably some whore anyway, says the man. Naruto stares at the man and his eyes clenching his teeth. What did you say? Says Naruto as calm as he can, making an effort not to gut the man. Enough foolishness, Tomi, this is not the place to throw around accusations out of ignorance and spire, says the Hokage sternly. Tomi silences himself as he looks back at Naruto. The look of barley contained rage on his face. Calm down, boy, says Tomi. As Tomi meets Naruto's eyes, the world freezes. Naruto feels himself fade into a endless void where he sees the old man Tomi floating in an expanse of nothingness. The man looks around confused. Suddenly he sees as a massive creature of tendrils, eyes and mouths floats above him. This creature, much bigger than the entirety of the Land of Fire, moves around some strange shape. Only moments later does Tomi see this shape as a creature much like the one he had just seen, only much bigger. The first creature is but a grain of sand compared to what can only be described as living chaos. Other such smaller creatures move around the massive beast. The sounds of flutes and drums can be heard. Tomi stares at this creature before screaming. Naruto sees this all as if he is some outside observer. Then the world goes black. An instant later Naruto is standing in the council room, looking at Tomi. He stares at Naruto with uncontained fear. He releases a massive scream as he runs off his stool. The other council members back away from him as he attempts to attack everyone who gets too close. He lifts his hands to his own eyes and begins to claw them out. Amongst the screams of terror, Naruto turns his head and closes his eyes as tight as he could. He begins to shake. "Get him out of here," screams the Hokage. Naruto looks as a shadow on the floor leading from Tomi to a black-haired bearded man, no doubt an Ara. Several men walk in the room, forcing the now frozen man into a straitjacket. "It was chaos, chaos given form," screams Tomi as he lets out the most maddening of screams. As he is pulled from the room by several Anbu, the council takes their seats. Every one of them wide-eyed looking at the seat where Tomi once sat. "What the hell happened to him?" speaks a man with a long pale blonde ponytail, a Yamanaka from the looks of him. Some kind of nervous breakdown. He just snapped, says the Hyuga. Turning their head to a small sound, they look at a whimpering Naruto curled into the fetal position on the floor. This is too much for a child, take him to my office, says Hiruzen. As an Anbu carries Naruto away, the room remains silent for a moment. See, can anyone remember what happened before Tomi lost his mind, asks a large armored man, an Akimichi. Everyone looks around for a moment. I am not sure, he just looked at Naruto's eyes for a split second before he seemed to snap, says the Yamanaka. Do you think that's an ability of the eyes make men insane, asks the Nara. There was no sign he did anything, they made eye contact multiple times after Tomi's accusation, it could be he just snapped, but I don't know, says a woman, an Inyazuka. He was old, he is the oldest member here, it could have just been nerves, combined with the news as of late, says a civilian councilwoman. It could have been anything, but why take chances? I think that when Naruto goes home we have some Anbu watch him, see if a repeat happens, says the Akimichi. I don't want a repeat to happen, if it was Naruto it appeared to be an accident. If we take him in, and it turns out it was just dementia, then we scared a 7-year-old for no reason. If it was Naruto, then we find some way to train or block the ability. Until then I will have Anbu watch Naruto for several weeks, says Hiruzen. The other counselors nod to each other. I think it best, if you return home. It has been a long day, everyone may go, but Inoichi, there is something I need to ask you, says Hiruzen. The Yamanaka turns to Hiruzen, face showing him being uncomfortable. I know what you are going to ask, Hokage-sama, but viewing the mind of the insane is not safe even for me, says Inoichi. I see, very well, take him to Ibiki, see what you can find out. I want to be sure, before I do anything rash, says the Hokage. Inoichi nods, leaving the room. What a mess, says the Hokage as he sinks in his chair. Back at Naruto's house, the unseen tendrils emerge from the pages of the Necronomicon, they begin to reach out through unseen portals, gaining power as they do. Then the tendrils weave together the shape of an elaborate scroll. They set this scroll on top itself before going back into the book. The time draws near, speaks the hollow whispers emanating from the book as they chuckle lightly. Naruto lays on the couch in the Hokage's office, still trying to will the image of the creature he saw as only an outside observer, imagining viewing it from the way Tomi did. He shudders. He looks at the colors of sound in an attempt to take such thoughts from his mind, but is unsuccessful. Naruto recognized the creature he saw, it was Azathoth. While obviously not the real thing, that only makes it worse. How alien could such a creature be that merely seeing what is but a shadow of it caused the reaction Tomi had? As he thinks this, more thoughts went through Naruto's mind. If it was an illusion, how could he see it? Obviously he stayed in that room and not even a second passed in that time. Thinking it over, Naruto's mind wanders to the only thing that could answer his questions. The Necronomicon. Believing it would have the answers, he begins to calm. He sits up on the couch waiting for the Hokage. Finally the colors of sound begin to have its previous calming effect on Naruto as the door opens. Hiruzen walks in, sitting next to Naruto. Are you okay? Asks Hiruzen. I don't know, Hokage-sama, what happened to him, it was like he lost his mind, says Naruto. Tomi was old, older than me even. The only reason he even had the job was because he was the only one with enough experience after the last counselor of the merchants died, says the Hokage. Naruto nods. Do you think he'll be okay? I mean, he was an ass, but still. I don't know, Naruto, I just don't know, says Hiruzen. Naruto shakes his head before getting up from the couch. I think I will go home, I should get back to the academy tomorrow, it would be nice to be around them again, hope they take the eye thing well, says Naruto. I will let Iruka and Mizuki know you are going to show up tomorrow, they have already been briefed on the situation, they know you have a Dojutsu, and they know it's one never before seen. They were instructed not to tell your classmates, that I left up to you, it should not cause any problems, I hope, says Hiruzen. No, I prefer it that way, best hear about it from the source, thanks old man, I'm off to bed, says Naruto. If you want, I can walk you home, Naruto, says the old man. That would be nice, but I have a lot to think about. I'd like to be with my thoughts for a while, the last week has taken its toll, I just need to be in my own bed again, says Naruto. Hiruzen nods. Watching as Naruto walks off. Naruto makes his way through the streets, he wears a hood to hide his eyes from the civilians. He can see the colors of sound coming from the trees, indicating he is being followed, probably by Anbu. Makes sense, after all they probably still don't know what's going on. I may have to not be able to use the Necronomicon until they stop following me. Naruto makes his way into his home, looking to see the sun still in the sky. Naruto decides, instead of going immediately to bed, he begins to clean up the twine still decorating the floor. As he cleans, his eyes turn to the loose floorboards where the Necronomicon hides. Turning away, he continues to clean. Still seeing the Anbu outside his home through the windows. After only a few hours, Naruto finishes his cleaning before removing each nail from his wall. The process takes hours, he looks at the clock. With only several minutes till midnight he does one last thing. He walks to a drawer and pulls out a picture frame. He sets the picture of his parents in it before hanging it on the one nail he did not pull out. Noting the holes in his walls are unnoticeable, Naruto smiles at his work and smiles harder at the picture of his parents now hanging on the wall. He stretches before going to bed with thoughts of what the looks on the faces of his peers will be when he reveals his eyes. Naruto awakens much earlier than usual. He seems to sleep less and less as time goes on. With over 3 hours until this he must go to the academy. Naruto scans his surroundings. He notes the colors of Anbu there from the night before are gone. Seeing as this would be his chance to read from the Necronomicon for quite some time, he goes to the loose floorboards. He lifts them when he is greeted by a curious sight. Laying on top the Necronomicon is a large black scroll. Naruto grabs it before opening it. As he looks at it for a moment he begins to take on the face of shock and awe. He reads the words at the top of the scroll out loud. The Eldritch Beast Summoning Contract. Naruto looks at the scroll before him. He turns his head back to the Necronomicon, then back to the scroll, wondering how such a thing got here. The question was easy to understand, the scroll came from the Necronomicon, that much was obvious, but leaving the scroll in such a way was a conscious act. Despite the book acting on alien laws of physics, Naruto never considered if there was some intelligence behind the book. He shrugs. Scrolls were rare in the world of shinobi, and most were lost. Thinking over the idea of signing the contract, Naruto thinks to himself what could be summoned. Outer gods were out immediately, such mindless beings could not be controlled, so why even bother, same went for great old ones. While summoning such beasts would be impressive, the collateral damage alone would make the scroll useless for any competent ninja. There was the idea of the words Eldritch Beast, no specification on a particular being it could summon. However, in the end Naruto bit his thumb. Naruto may be a cautious child, but his curiosity was always greater. Applying the blood to the page, Naruto signed the scroll slowly and carefully. As he backed away the scroll began to glow. Then a cloud of smoke. Naruto could not breathe. Nor was his feet touching the ground. Some long-webbed hand grasped his neck. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stared at the grayish-green being before him. It was some horrid hybrid of fish and frog. Its bulging eyes never blinked. Its belly white and the palpitating of its neck suggested it had gills. It has long needle-like teeth, almost as long and thin as a senbon. Who dares to summon Zell, keeper of the scroll? The creature now identified as Zell looks closer to Naruto. As it inspects him, it quickly puts him down. The eyes, it says as it bows to Naruto. "Forgive my foolishness, Lord," says the creature as it gives its rather unusual bow. Naruto looks at the creature before him, rubbing his neck. "What? What are you?" asks Naruto. "I am Zell, and I am a deep one. We are the children of Lord Dragon and Mother Hydra," says the creature. Naruto looks at the creature, he recognizes the name. "Deep One, the immortal amphibious race. Wow," says Naruto. The creature stands, towering over Naruto by nearly 4 feet. "You possess the eyes of Azathoth. This can only mean you also possess the true Necronomicon. Written many eon ago by the crawling chaos. I am the keeper of the contract you now have signed. Should you have any questions for me, O Lord, all you have to do is but ask," says Zell. Naruto looks at the scroll. "Who else can I summon with it?" asks Naruto. The scroll allows you to summon those beings who are loyal to the old ones and gods. The deep ones are but one race that can be summoned, the others are a mystery to us. The only one I know of is the Shoggoth. Anything else is yours to discover, O Lord," says Zell. "Shoggoth," says Naruto in surprise. The Shoggoth were one of the creatures mentioned in the book that always intrigued Naruto. Built as slaves, before overthrowing their masters, their tale was something Naruto admired both for their convictions and tenacity. There are others that may be called on, but this scroll is young, and we know very little of its true limits, says Zell. Naruto nods. "I can understand that, but if the scroll is so young, do you know who made it?" asks Naruto. "Only one of the great old ones or outer gods could do so. If they have chosen you to be our master, then we will obey our gods. What do you know about the eyes of Azathoth?" "I was angry at this man, and I think I showed him the true form of Azathoth. He went mad." "Was it an illusion of some kind?" asks Naruto. "No, it was not an illusion. Just as the eyes allow you to see truth, so too can you show truth to others, and truth is a powerful thing. At your will you can reveal a number of things, all of it is truth. In essence, based on what you show them, it will have different effects depending on their own sanity and what you decide to show them. I can only guess you used the power unconsciously and were thinking of Azathoth at the time," says Zell. "That makes a lot of sense," says Naruto. Naruto inspects the scroll before him one last time. "Okay Zell, I thank you for your help. If there is anything else I need I shall call on you," says Naruto. "I will be done, my lord," says Zell. He picks up the contract and disappears in a haze of dark gray smoke. He looks to his clock, seeing as time for the academy draws near. Naruto prepares himself. He grabs his goggles, facing them over his eyes. Let it not be said Naruto cannot enjoy a good laugh, keep the secret until someone brings it up, and then show them. Oh, the looks on their face when they see Naruto has his own Dojutsu. Priceless. Naruto places the loose board back on top the Necronomicon. The answers to his questions on the eyes has been answered, so there is no need to read from it, at least not yet. Who knows when the Anbu sent to tail him would return. Naruto walks through the streets, his hood up and his goggles on. He once again sees the colors of sound emerging from the trees. He ignores his followers and heads off to the academy. While he does so, he begins to read the book Nobutashi gave him. As he reads on the Sharingan, he notes that to activate it, the user must be put in a life or death situation. Naruto turns the pages as his mind thinks back to the summoning contract. He would have to test it later. The ideas on what could be summoned flowed through his mind. Thinking back on it, he begins to wonder if signing the contract was the right thing to do. With his curiosity fulfilled, he had been thinking it over again and again, but alas, it was too late. All he could do now was test it. Making his way in the classroom, Naruto drops his hood. He takes his seat as he waits for the day to begin. He waits for a while until both Iruka and Mizuki walk in. "Ah, Naruto, you're back. So how have you been?" asks Iruka. "Never better," says Naruto. "Good to hear it," says Iruka. "Naruto, I was wondering if you could show me your new eyes," asks Mizuki. "I see no problem with it," says Naruto. He removes his goggles, noting the shocked reactions on both teachers' faces. "Impressive, but I have to ask. What were your plans on revealing it to the class?" asks Iruka. "Yes, you would not want them to be kept guessing all day as to the reason for the goggles," says Mizuki. Naruto smiles. "Well, for a laugh, I thought I would ask if you would let me reveal it once everyone is here. I would love to see their reactions firsthand. Besides, I never was one to lie to people," says Naruto. The two teachers chuckle. "I'm not against it, and it would be a good lesson for the students that the ninja world is full of surprises," says Mizuki. "Well, when you put it like that, I guess it is alright. Okay Naruto, once everyone is seated we will call you to the front of the class to show them," says Iruka. Naruto nods as he returns to his book. Slowly as the day passes, the classroom fills. Several students look at Naruto with mild confusion. More than likely brought on by the week of absence and the goggles he now wore. Several even questioned Naruto. His answer was always the same. "Just wait and all will be revealed," he said cryptically in an overdramatic manner. When the final student entered the room, all was quiet for a moment. Iruka was the first to speak. "Now I know some of you have been more than a little curious over Naruto's absence. Well, Naruto has something he'd like to show you all," says Iruka. He motions for Naruto to come over, which he does. He turns around to the front of the class. "Over the past week I have had some tests on me done after I developed a completely unknown Dojutsu," says Naruto as he removes his goggles. Looking at the gasps and looks ranging from impresses, shocked, to envy, even Naruto continues his speech. "They are called the Eyes of Azathoth. They make me completely immune to Genjutsu, allow me to read any language, see sound, and they consume no chakra. The doctors say it may have other abilities, but they do not know," says Naruto. He was not lying. They didn't know. He did, but best to hold that information for now. How can you see sound?" asks Sakura. "I see sound as waves of color, it's called synesthesia, I'm not the first to have it. Anyone can have synesthesia, really it's just something my eyes gave me. Some people can taste sound, others like me can see it," says Naruto. "How did you get those eyes?" asks a voice in the back belonging to Sasuke. "I just woke up and there they were," says Naruto. He notes Sasuke look at him for a moment before turning back to the window. Naruto smiles for a moment at the levels of tension coming from the room. Their reactions were almost comical. "So you have some new super cool eye thing, how did you get it? Did one of your parents have it or something?" asks the Inuzuka, Kiba I believe. Naruto looks to the ground for a moment, his shoulders slouch. "I'm an orphan, Kiba," says Naruto solemnly. Looking up, Naruto notes Kiba's expression as he tenses up. Sorry Naruto," says Kiba. Naruto takes in a deep breath. "No, it's fine, you didn't know, I won't hold it against you," says Naruto. He puts his goggles back on as he walks to his seat, no longer caring to see the reactions on their face. He pulls out his book and begins to read. He can feel several eyes staring at him. He just ignores it and continues on with his book. Throughout the day many students question Naruto on his eyes or ask to see it more clearly. He would remove his goggles, letting them see it for a moment and put them back on. It was nice being the center of attention among his peers for once. He still noticed Hinata blushing every time he came near. The shy girl wanted to ask Naruto about his eyes or how he's been, but could not muster up the courage. Naruto did not approach her, after all it would only send the girl into a shy, nervous state, something Naruto tried to help her with, but so far with no luck. Sasuke also seemed mindful of Naruto. The emergence of a new Dojutsu, one no one really knew a whole lot about, was troubling. Naruto contemplated this, he didn't want Sasuke to feel threatened by him, perhaps threatened is too strong a word. Perhaps if he were to unlock his Sharingan all would go well, and Naruto had an idea how to do just that, but he had to be sure of many things before he even attempted such a thing. As the students went home, Naruto left towards a nearby training ground. He looked around for a moment, seeing the coast was clear he bit his thumb and slammed it on the ground. Concentrating on the image of Azathoth, his mind did not focus on the idea long enough. He stared into the grey smoke where he was greeted with a curious sight. It was a strange creature best described as an insecticide horse, with membranous wings and what appeared to be a dragon's head. Naruto looked at the strange creature trying to think of what it could be. Thinking of the passages in the Necronomicon, he comes to a conclusion and blinks. "It's a Byakuya," says Naruto. Naruto looked at the strange creature. This flying animal was capable of flying through the vacuum of space at speeds exceeding light speed. This was accomplished by an organ called a heun located in the creature's insectoid thorax. Not wishing to see if humans could survive such speed, Naruto just watches as the creature moves around. It walks up to Naruto, smelling him. After a few moments it kneels down. Naruto slowly climbs on the creature's back. After all, the Byakuya does not have to go quite so fast right now. After bracing himself, the creature takes flight. Naruto stares at the ground as the creature flies around in circles above the field. Feeling the childlike sense of wonder as the creature flies with the grace and fluidity of an acrobat. Naruto flies higher and higher just above the clouds. The air is thin and it is cold, but Naruto does not care. He looks down on Konoha as the creature's wings flap. Then he commands the creature to land. It enters in a nosedive, heading down toward the ground at impossible speeds. Then curves up to slow itself. It lands gracefully and Naruto gets off the creature, petting its head. It dispels in a cloud of grey smoke. Naruto heads home feeling like he was untouchable. The hood stayed down. He did not care for the glares right now, they could not dampen his spirits. For the first time in a long time, Naruto is carefree. The days turned to weeks, and the weeks turned to months, and still the ever-present of the Anbu following Naruto was there. So far ever, since signing the Eldritch Beast contract, Naruto has been unable to safely read from the Necronomicon. Now was he able to practice the tentacle whip jutsu until no words or hand seals were needed. Naruto watched day after day as the colors of sound emanating from the Anbu betrayed their presence. He did what he could for that time, he studied and he experimented. Attempting to use his physical transformation jutsu, as Naruto called it, Naruto found the possibilities endless. He could fool the eyes of a Hyuga, according to Hinata. The news on Naruto's physical transformation spread like wildfire among the students. Even among the civilians. Many believed the ability to come from the fox. To Naruto, that hypothesis may be correct. Legends told of the shape-shifting abilities of Kitsune, perhaps the physical transformation diverged from the fox. It was the most likely explanation at the moment. After researching the containers of the tailed beasts thanks to books provided by Hiruzen, who in his wisdom allowed Naruto to read them to know what he was in for. They told of abilities granted to the containers that diverged from the beasts within. Perhaps the physical transformation was one of Naruto's abilities gained from the fox. When Naruto had the time, he would summon Zell, the keeper of the summoning scroll. Without the Necronomicon, Zell was a treasure trove of information. As an immortal child of Dagon, Zell knew much of the workings of things behind the scenes of the universe. So to speak. While large, Zell was small enough to summon in Naruto's bathroom where no windows were. Away from the prying eyes of the Anbu outside, they could safely speak to one another. "Listen, Zell, we are friends, right?" asks Naruto. "No, my lord, we are not," says Zell. Naruto raises an eyebrow at this statement. "What do you mean?" asks Naruto. "I am a keeper of forbidden truth, my lord. I see the world as not a hierarchy, but a broken chain of differing albeit simple command structures. You are either a follower or a leader, there is no time for friends," says Zell. "I disagree, but going on your theory, what if two followers wish to be friends with one another, or two leaders?" asks Naruto. "It remains the same, the two followers will backstab one another to reach higher in the broken chain. Two leaders will do the same until only one remains. I am very old, my lord, and I have seen this happen many times," says Zell. "Very well, you are free to have your opinion, but I still disagree. Then again, humans are social creatures. I don't know much about Deep Ones to make such a judgment call," says Naruto. "Deep One's follower Lord Dagon, we will do as he says, even if we should die. We have no concepts on friendship, companionship, or any form of such social needs. We merely exist to serve our master and father Lord Dagon, and those above him," says Zell. "Sounds like a rather, if you will excuse the simple term, boring life," says Naruto. "Not at all, boredom is a concept mortals have. With such short lives you try so hard to cram as much trivial matters into as little time as possible. When you run out of things to do, you spend the rest of the day thinking on what new to do. This is boredom. The immortal Deep Ones have only one goal, serve Lord Dagon and Mother Hydra. To put it in human words, we are simply too busy serving our lords to become bored, says Zell. Naruto shrugs, deciding to drop the subject. Well, anyway, I thought I might ask, where does the Necronomicon come from, asks Naruto. An interesting question. The Necronomicon was not written, so much as created through ways no mortal can ever truly understand. The best way to put it is it's separated from one of the outer gods. According to Lord Dagon, the book was once a part of the crawling chaos, better known as Nyarlathotep. After its creation it was passed between many outer gods such as Yog-Sothoth and Shub-Niggurath. Then it passed between many great old ones, including Yig, father of serpents, Nyarlathotep, Afum-Ja, Lord Cthulhu, and even Lord Dagon himself. They would copy their essence into the book, a simple task for the great old ones. All great old ones live in some form in every universe simultaneously. The results of them copying their essence bore the book known as the Necronomicon. More would be added to the book by the other races within the multiverse, but very little of what additions they made is clear. Quite the history for the book, says Naruto. The Necronomicon is no mere book, my lord, it is so much more. So powerful that even copies of it behave strangely, as the first man to copy the book, known as Abdul Alhazard, quickly found out, says Zell. You know a lot about the book, Zell, I'm surprised. Do not be, my lord, I am the keeper of forbidden knowledge. I know many things that even other deep ones do not know, and what I know is but a drop in the ocean compared to the infinite pages of the Necronomicon, says Zell. Naruto nods. Okay, Zell, I think I should get some rest, I'll talk to you later, says Naruto. I will be done, my lord. Zell dispels in a puff of gray smoke. Naruto leaves the bathroom to rest for the night, still waiting for the colors of sound coming from the Anbu to leave. Naruto slept that night. However, this night would be quite different. Naruto woke laying in a puddle of water. He slowly raised himself up as he looked through an expansive sewer. Looking around through the eyes of Azathoth, Naruto found the area strange. While sound could be heard, no colors emerged from them. As he stood and walked down the sewer, the world around him began to change so slowly it was almost unnoticeable. It was only after the changes were complete did Naruto find himself standing in a library of sorts. The architecture of the library was alien. Books and scrolls adorned the walls. Naruto continued through the sewer-turned library. Then he made his way to a pair of old stairs spiraling down. Walking down what could only be called binary stairs, Naruto found himself exiting what appeared to be an arena. The stone floors carved with alien symbols his eyes could not translate, as if they were not even there. Looking towards the back of the arena, Naruto sees large metal bars. These bars mimic the bars of a prison. Behind the bars only blackness. As Naruto walked toward the bars, he noted a strange locking mechanism. A piece of paper with the word seal written on it. Immediately Naruto smiled as he walked toward the cage. Looking at the faint reflection in the bars, Naruto notes his eyes were a familiar blue, but the thought as to why was not asked. This place was not reality. Naruto looked into the black room, listening to the low breathing of some giant animal. Naruto waited patiently as a pair of enormous eyes opened beneath them, a wide smile. And so the prisoner meets his jailer, says the creature. The nine-tailed fox, I presume, it is a pleasure to meet you, says Naruto. The fox laughs at Naruto's greeting as it stares at him intently. The curious greeting from such a small mortal, come closer, says the fox. Naruto does. As he nears the bars, large claws emerge from the darkness through the bars, attempting to kill Naruto. The claws mere inches away from Naruto's face. I think you will find intimidating me in such an obvious manner to be difficult. By looking at your eyes and mouth, I was able to calculate the length of your claws based on the normal size of claws on normal foxes, then compare it to your size. As well as use descriptions of your appearance to make sure your claws were not abnormally long based on your body size compared to a normal fox. With the exception of you possessing fingers, they are not, and I knew only your claws could fit through the bars. Says Naruto. The eyes of the fox narrow as it bares its fangs at Naruto. Insolent whelp, if I were free I would tear you to pieces before devouring the remains, says the fox. But you are not free, so I have nothing to worry about. Now you can sit there and get angry at me, or we can have a reasonable discussion like civilized sentient beings, says Naruto. The fox looks at Naruto for a moment before smiling. You are most curious whelp, says the fox. No, I just have seen and heard of things much stranger than a giant fox with 9 tails compassed primarily from chakra, says Naruto. I highly doubt that, says the fox. I understand your point of view, but truth be told you are relatively normal compared to entities that are so alien and strange, the minds of man snap at only seeing them, says Naruto. That, I can believe, says the fox. Naruto chuckles for a moment. I take it you have a low opinion of humans. Their pathetic race has sealed me within the body of a child, where I am forever trapped. Why would I hold such filth in any positive regard? Well, how about the fact that said boy you are sealed within is an intellectual who does not judge one man, or in your case fox, by the sins of the past, at least not without knowing them first, says Naruto. The fox moves closer to the bars, revealing its full head, an inquisitive look on its face. Then perhaps they have granted me some amusement, but that is as far as I will go, says the fox. Naruto nods. I see, well, your opinion is your own, I just came to talk, says Naruto. Very well, speak, says the fox. I have always wondered much about the tailed beasts even before I found out you were inside me, so I was wondering exactly what are the views and opinions of creatures over several millennia years old. I have always thought such creatures would hold great wisdom, says Naruto. The fox, for the first time, smiles a true smile. Quite the request, one I never expected from one of your race. Those who I were sealed in before only wanted to use my power, says the fox. Well, if that is what you are more comfortable with, knowledge is a power, one far greater than even the sharpest sword or the quickest bow. All I really care about is truth, says Naruto. You surprised me, whelp, for one so young you are quite wise, says the fox. Naruto shrugs. I try. Very well, just open the seal and we can talk face to face, asks the fox. I'm afraid I cannot do that, I have not yet done enough research on seals to even attempt such a thing. The results could range anywhere from making us a gestalt entity to destroying us both. You might gain control of my body, but it would be no guarantee. Besides, I have so much more to do before I would even consider something so suicidal, says Naruto. Not the answer I was expected. I expected no, but not quite that reasoning, says the fox, confused. If my answer is no, I will explain why it is. I may have a habit of withholding information, but I detest lies, says Naruto. The fox looks at Naruto for a moment. Very well, then ask your questions and let's be done with this, says the fox. As Naruto bombards the fox with question after question, the fox grows to find the boy an entertaining distraction from its normal days of merely existing in a cage. The fox tells Naruto stories of great battles between the tailed beasts and men. It tells him of many tales it has experienced in its long life. As the fox shares its stories, Naruto listens on with a childlike sense of fascination. It has been much too long since the fox could ever use its gift of speech for much more than threats and curses. As it finishes its last tale, Naruto stands up preparing to leave. Well, I should go, I may stop by again in the future. Oh, before I forget, I am Naruto Uzumaki. What is your name? I doubt your name is Nine Tails. The fox looks at Naruto for a moment, considering what the boy had said. My name is Kurama. Naruto smiles and nods. Well, it was pleasant speaking to you, Kurama, let's do it again sometime, says Naruto. Yes, let's, says Kurama as the boy disappears. After he is gone, Kurama begins to think about the enigma that is the boy before leaving those thoughts for another day. For now he rested. Naruto woke in his bed. He yawned as he made his way to the bathroom, looking at the familiar eyes of Azathoth. Naruto thinks to himself on the day ahead. He had little else to do with the Anbu watching him, so he thought today would be the day to try a little experiment. The experiment was quite simple, test the eyes of Azathoth. Using the Mon Mice, Naruto was able to slowly learn the limits of his eyes. They required eye contact, and depending on what was shown, it would have a variety of effects from fear and uncomforting paranoia to mind-shattering insanity. The only problem Naruto had was he would view what they did as well. So why did not Naruto go insane? Naruto pondered this much, he felt as if he knew the answer to this question, but he did not. It was confusing to Naruto. Either way, Naruto continued to test the eyes against mice. But the Anbu watching him, there was little else Naruto could do. Maybe they did not quite understand that they could not hide from Naruto's eyes, not the way they were anyway. It was becoming nerve-wracking being watched day in and day out. All Naruto could test were his eyes, as they would not even pay attention to the animals as they lose their mind. Naruto wondered if he was needlessly taking out his frustrations on the creatures around him, but the constant watching was getting to him. He was looking for some form of mental stimuli, and without the Necronomicon he was getting very little. Most of Naruto's free days were spent talking to Zell or visiting Nobutashi. While his days at the academy were spent playing strategy games against Shikamaru, talking with Shoji, Hinata, or rarely Shino, and listening to history he already knew about. It was a good way to pass the time, while being watched, but as the day would end and he found himself out of things to do, all he could do was sleep. It had been over a year and the Anbu were still there, and Naruto was running out of reading material. Thinking it over, Naruto began to think of some way to do something. The Anbu made using the physical transformation difficult. They did not know Naruto could see them, and that was helpful to Naruto. Thinking it over, Naruto wonders if he is going to be watched until graduation. Would they needlessly waste manpower on such a thing? Even in times of peace? If so, then Naruto was going to have to find something to occupy his time with. So he trained. Training his body was something Naruto neglected in favor of training his mind, but it was a good distraction. Using the chakra control exercise first learned in the Necronomicon, Naruto worked on his flexibility. Particularly in the spine. Working such flexibility into a fighting style was difficult. There were no Taijutsu experts with Naruto's levels of flexibility, at least none. Naruto were completely sane. And as such, Naruto had to build a fighting style from the ground up. The style was good for dodging and distracting before, as evident of the one-on-one fight with Sasuke when it was first used. Though its offensive capabilities were minimal. Attempting to work flexible attacks into the fighting style. Naruto notes a new color of sound coming from a nearby tree. Naruto stops his practicing and looks up to the tree. The sound of wood embedding in wood and the short breaks in between were telling. It was wooden sticks being thrown at a tree. Naruto looked up to see one of the few Taijutsu experts who was probably just as flexible as him. Sitting up in a tree eating dango was the inappropriately dressed, purple-haired, and possibly insane Anko Mitarashi. She appeared to be looking at Naruto with varying levels of interest and what seemed to be disgust. "You're that Naruto kid everyone has been talking about. The one who is supposed to be some super genius who studies and shit, am I right?" asks Anko. "You could say that. I do consider myself an intellectual and have been known to perform a few experiments here and there, usually to pass the time," says Naruto. Anko gives a short nod. "Yep, thought so. I heard a lot about you, kid. You remind me of someone I hate a lot. Hell, your whole bendy fighting style reminds me of him even more," says Anko, twirling a kunai in her hand. Naruto flinches at that. When he would wear his hood, much could be heard. Anko was a popular subject, one that was always talked of like a traitor. It took some deduction and a being in the right place at the right time, but Naruto eventually found out why Anko was treated in such a way, but he didn't like the implications. "I can respect your opinion of me, it is yours to have, but I do not respect you to compare me to such a traitor as Orochimaru," says Naruto. Immediately after the name is said, Naruto finds a kunai heading for him. Thrown slightly to the side. The kunai passes next to Naruto, cutting a small gash in the side of his face. He looks back up to Anko, who is glaring at Naruto. "You know a lot for such a small brat," says Anko. "When you can just be another face in the crowd, you can hear a great deal of information. I have heard a lot about you, Anko. Very little of it is good, but I was never one to judge people based on rumors," says Naruto. Anko smirks as she jumps down from the tree. "Really? So you think you know a lot about me? Alright brat, tell me what you have heard," asks Anko, leaning against the tree. "Your name is Anko Mitarashi, special jonin whose missions usually revolve around infiltration, reconnaissance and assassination. Ex-student of Orochimaru. You are known for being brash and more than a little eccentric. That's about all I was able to compile. It is not always easy to separate fact from fiction when it comes to rumors," says Naruto. For the first time Anko smiles. "Not bad kid, not a lot of information but I'm impressed," says Anko. Naruto looks at Anko confused for a moment. Wanting to say the words "you may also be bipolar and insane," but that was probably not a very wise thing to do. As Naruto thought it over in his mind what he was going to ask, considering if it was a smart idea, but truth be told without the Necronomicon he had so few things to do. Naruto took a deep breath. "Excuse me Anko, I was wondering. Well, I have developed my fighting style to revolve around flexibility. While it is good for dodging, it is not quite as good for full-on offense. I hear your fighting style also uses flexibility, but for offense instead. Do you think you could give me a few pointers?" says Naruto slowly. Anko smiles again, a smile that makes Naruto have second thoughts. "You want me to train you?" asks Anko. "What? No, you're a jonin, you have much better things to do than train some academy student. Just a few pointers is all I ask," says Naruto quickly. Anko walks up to Naruto, smile still on her face. "I'm not doing anything right now, I could train you no problem." "Call it a gift," says Anko. Naruto closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. "Fine," says Naruto. He did not notice the roundhouse kick coming to his head. The rest of the day was filled with a torturous training regimen that resulted in 3 broken ribs, an arm broken in 3 spots, a fracture in his left shin, and more pain than any 8-year-old should have to go through. Apparently Anko still saw a lot of Orochimaru and Naruto, but she was good to her word. Somehow showing him how to use attacks in a flexible manner mid-battle. It did help in Naruto's fighting style, but it was the single most painful experience in Naruto's young life. If Naruto didn't heal so fast he would be a mess for at least a few months. The main problem was Anko wanted to continue training Naruto. A prospect that Naruto was not exactly happy with, but there were still 4 years to go until graduation, and until the Anbu leave Naruto was stuck on a state of boredom. After several days of training, Naruto found himself walking to the Hokage's office. Apparently they found a solution to his clone problem. Without being able to see clones, and clones being a requirement for graduation, the Hokage was trying to think up some way to help Naruto. At first the idea of earth and water clones was used, only to find that all Naruto say was vaguely humanoid bipedal standing mudmen or men made of water. The hinge to allow the clones to appear as others was invisible to Naruto's eyes, and they were running out of safe ideas. That was until the Hokage asked several medic nin to try and figure out how much chakra Naruto had. Apparently it was a lot. Now that that was over and done with, Naruto waited until he was at the Hokage's office. On his desk was the scroll of seals. He looked at Naruto while smoking from his pipe. "Ah, Naruto, I am glad you made it," says the Hokage. "No problem, old man, I got a lot of free time." "So what is it you wanted to show me?" asks Naruto. "Well, I have gone over your clone problem. Since the elemental clones don't work on you, I thought you would have to find some way to pass the academy without even seeing your progress, but I wasn't ready to give up hope. So I asked to see how much chakra you had. You have cage level reserves." "Most likely from the fox," says the Hokage. "Kurama, the fox's name is Kurama," says Naruto. The Hokage's eyes widen at that. "You spoke to the fox?" asks the Hokage. "Yes, Kurama had many stories to tell, he has a very dark sense of humor and is the single most hateful individual I have ever met. That aside, he finds me entertaining and is willing to humor me with his stories," says Naruto. I honestly don't know how to respond to that. In any event, I found a solution to your clone problem. I wanted to measure your chakra to see if you could safely do this jutsu. I will let you learn it, but only if you promise me something," says the Hokage. "Name it," says Naruto. "This is a Jonin level clone jutsu, it is called Shadow Clone. It is much like the normal clones, but rather than an illusion, it is a physical clone. The details of the clone are written in the scroll. If you promise me to not use it at least until you make genin, or in the event of an emergency. If you promise me that, I will let you read from the scroll, but only that one jutsu," says the Hokage. Naruto thinks that over before smiling. "Hokage-sama, you have my word, I will not use it until genin or in an absolute emergency," says Naruto. Hiruzen smiles. "Good, I know you are good to your word, now come here, this scroll will let explain everything," says Hiruzen. Naruto looks at the scroll for a moment. He reads the scroll's description. He stops before reading a single sentence several times. "I take memories from my clones, that is going to be really useful," says Naruto. "Indeed, now then. When you are ready, see if you can preform the jutsu," says Hiruzen. Naruto looks it over one more time. He stands up and concentrates. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," says Naruto. Immediately the room is filled with countless clones. "I may have overdone it," says Naruto. "Well, at least it works," says Hiruzen as he stares wide-eyed at the clones around the room. "It's a little crowded in here, okay everyone dispel," says Naruto. "No, not all at once," screams Hiruzen. The room is filled with smoke. Hiruzen frantically searches the room. "What's wrong?" asks Naruto. The smoke clears. Hiruzen looks at Naruto, who appears to be unaffected by all the memories. "Naruto. Are you okay?" asks the Hokage with a shocked look on his face. "I'm fine." "Why do you ask?" "Well, usually when dispelling so many clones there is an overload of memories. It can cause anything from a simple headache to brain death," says the Hokage. Naruto thinks that over for a minute. That was interesting information indeed. Perhaps it is linked to why Naruto did not go insane when viewing truth through the eyes of Azathoth. "Maybe it has something to do with my intellect," says Naruto. "No, it is something else. I knew of many intelligent ninja who have died using that jutsu. Either way, it is still a very dangerous technique, remember our deal, Naruto." "I'm a man of my word," says Naruto with a bow. The Hokage smiled and nodded. Naruto left the room thinking over that bit of information. Wondering why it was his mind was seemingly immune to such things. As he thought this over, he began thinking on ways he could test it. He promised the old man he would not use the jutsu, and Naruto was nothing if not a man of his word. He thought over different possibilities. There had to be one way to test it. Well, there was always Ino. No, the dangers were too great for both me and Ino, considering my rather unusual mind. Perhaps Cell might know, but those thoughts were for another time. Next on the agenda was the study of seals. Then more of Anko's training. Naruto had entered his final year in the academy. He was feeling rather good about his progress. Sure, the Anbu still watched him, but he found ways to keep himself busy. His work with seals had gone nowhere as they were usually interrupted by Anko for her training. Though she did stop treating Naruto like a scapegoat for her anger against Orochimaru, mostly. With his work in seals minimal, Naruto had purchased several books on the sealing arts. Zell was summoned in an attempt to use his knowledge of the Necronomicon version of seals, called rituals, to better understand the science behind seals. They had the books strewn around the bathroom. While reading several books, Zell seemed to become more and more irate. "How is it that you humans can use such complex designs and know nothing about how they work? It's all ideas and hypothesis, not a single theory," says Zell. "What do you mean?" asks Naruto. "The description of what seals do makes it obvious, they are similar to rituals but very different," says Zell. Naruto looks at Zell confused. "You have read on seals for less than an hour and you already think you know how they work," says Naruto. "Think? No my lord, I know," says Zell. Alright Zell, how do seals work in comparison to your rituals, asks Naruto. Look at the explosive tag, from the strokes described in the book most of it inhibits the explosion, says Zell. I don't think I follow, says Naruto. Seals are connections, to put it into a way you can understand. They essentially connect to another universe and borrow their laws of physics. The explosive tag takes a single particle from an antimatter universe. The explosion is inhibited to a controllable level. Storage scrolls create a link into a pocket dimension. There are an infinite number of these pocket dimensions throughout the multiverse. In essence, all your seals really are connections. Rituals from the Necronomicon are different, they literally create new laws of physics, says Zell. Wait, then when I made the seal that gave me my eyes, did I mess up this universe in some way, asks Naruto fearfully. Zell ponders it for a moment. It is possible, but the ritual of Azathoth may have more than likely added or taken away laws of physics for you to obey, but it is doubtful, says Zell. Provide an example please, asks Naruto. Certainly, the seal is a focus of sorts. It makes sure it only affects its intended target so long as the seal is correctly arranged. I must say using string was clever, but I am surprised you made it perfectly. To get back on track, let's say you activate the seal, it could add a law that makes you capable of living in the angles of time rather than the curves. It could also take away your ability to obey the law of gravity. Obviously neither of those have happened, nothing could have happened at all. Considering how perfect the seal was, I doubt anything would be taken away, and anything gained would have destroyed your corporeal form completely, says Zell. Well, good thing that didn't happen, says Naruto. Indeed, says Zell. Naruto pushes his books aside. So what about the seal that holds Kurama, asks Naruto. The seal is surprisingly complex, it works very similar to the storage scrolls, but instead of connecting to a pocket dimension it connects to your mind. It is impressive that it connects not to another universe, but to an abstract idea. It uses existing laws in this universe to its advantage. I would love to meet the one who made it, says Zell. He was my father, says Naruto with a smile. Well, now I understand where you get your intellect, my lord, says Zell. I have a picture of him and my mother if you want to see what he looks like, says Naruto. Zell looks at Naruto for a moment as if trying to find the words to say. It is not necessary, my lord. In fact, for us it is not recommended, says Zell. What do you mean, asks Naruto. As a deep one, we are the children of Lord Dagon. Lord Dagon is who we worship, his father Lord Cthulhu is a minor deity, and his parents are not even recognized. As you go up the chain of great old ones you eventually enter the outer gods. We worship only one and its mate. Dagon accepts our worship, Cthulhu is apathetic to it. Some others are offended by it. It is our ways. In essence, you are my lord, your ancestors are not, says Zell. Naruto puts his hand to his chin, leaning back. Deep ones have a weird religion, says Naruto. The same could be said by us compared to yours. It has been like this for us since the esoteric order of Dagon began, says Zell. Naruto shrugs at Zell's comment. Have it your way, says Naruto. After a bit more reading, Naruto hears his door kicked in. Anko's here, you better dispel Zell, says Naruto. Zell nods and dispels immediately. After several seconds, Anko walks in on Naruto reading. You always read in the bathroom, asks Anko, twirling a kunai. Not really, it's just quiet in here, says Naruto. Anko throws the kunai at Naruto's book. Naruto drops it. Hey, do you have any idea how much I had to pay for that, screams Naruto. Don't care. Now then, I was thinking, why not get some extra help in your taijutsu training? So I went round Konoha until I found just the guy, says Anko, giving a rather creepy smile. Why are you smiling like that, asks Naruto. Anko chuckles and drags Naruto outside. Naruto, I'd like you to meet Might Guy and his students Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga and Tenten, says Anko. Hello young Naruto, are you ready to train and fan out your flames of youth, speaks a man wearing spandex with a Jonin vest bowl cut and most ridiculous eyebrows ever seen. Yes Guy-sensei, we will train until our flames burn bright as the sun, and if we cannot we will do 500 laps around Konoha, and if we cannot do that we will climb the Hokage monument using only our hands, says what could only be described as a younger clone of Guy. Naruto looks at the two as they embrace in a hug while calling each other's name. Tenten looks at Naruto for a moment. You're Naruto, right, asks the girl. Naruto nods. Your eyes makes it, where you can't see Jinjutsu, right, asks Tenten. Naruto nods again. Consider yourself lucky you can't see their sunset Jinjutsu, says Tenten. I don't even feel like asking, says Naruto. He turns his head to the Hyuga as he looks at Naruto with a look of superiority. Can I help you, asks Naruto. I sincerely doubt that, says Niji. Naruto turns back to the hug of the two spandex-clad men, then he stares at Anko with a face of annoyance. Anko smiles at Naruto as he does. Anko, why do you hate me, asks Naruto. Anko only laughs. The following hours Naruto is put through the most rigorous workout of his life. The idea that this 500 laps was only a workout had Naruto regretting the fact he decided to wake up today. After the workout his guy looks at his students and Naruto. Yes, a break will be most helpful now. It will allow us to regain our stamina and rekindle our flames of youth, says Guy with a smile and thumbs up. A blinding sparkle coming from his teeth. Hey Naruto, asks Tenten. Yes. Did you see a sparkle coming from Guy's teeth, asks Tenten. Yes Tenten, yes I did, says Naruto. Tenten looks back for a moment. Really, I always thought it was a genjutsu, says Tenten. I see, Tenten is this training every day, asks Naruto. Yeah, but only Lee does it all. Neji and I stop after the workout, says Tenten. Naruto nods looking at Guy and Lee who are now running in place. Then he looks at Neji with the same look on his face as before. Would you stop looking at me like that, says Naruto. Neji scoffs as he glares at Naruto. As if you can talk to me like that, you who are still an academy student who is probably fated to be one forever, says Neji. Fate huh, and here I thought you were a genius, says Naruto. You dare mock me, says Neji. Not you, only your belief of fate. Fate is the ideas of solipsists and the arrogant, says Naruto. Neji glares at Naruto again. Naruto shakes his head. The very idea of fate ignores the ideas of scholars and philosophists. Fate makes the assumption there is only one universe and it ignores multiverse theory, says Naruto. Neji raises an eyebrow. And what is multiverse theory, asks Neji. Naruto puts his hand to his chin. Okay well let's say you make a decision. Even a simple one. According to multiverse theory when you make a decision other universes are created where you made different decisions. Flip a coin. Congrats you made two universes one where it landed heads and one where it landed tails. Maybe even a third where it landed on its side. In essence this is multiverse theory. Also it goes beyond that. There can be worlds where things happen differently. A world where everything is the same but a man did not light a cigarette at that time. While this may seem irrelevant it turns out by that very act he did not incinerate an airborne mutant bacteria that was just born and would one day evolve into a new species that could wipe out humanity. All because he didn't light a cigarette. Every action could cause a new universe where the circumstances may seem similar but are in fact wildly different with time. Hell go back far enough and there would be universes where the beginning of the universe was different. There could be a universe where there was no gravity and as such planets and stars did not form. Instead it is a universe where only particles exist that stay put without ever being pulled together by gravity. Or a universe composed of antimatter. Humans were wrong when we thought the only planet was this one. Then we were wrong when we thought there was only one solar system. Then we were wrong when we thought there was only one galaxy. We are more than likely wrong about there being only one universe if our track record is to be believed. Fate makes it where there is only one universe where everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and I can see through any illusion, says Naruto. Neji glares at Naruto with a mixture of contained anger and confusion. Tenten holds back a laugh as she sees his face. They Guy and Lee come over. Rest is over, time to let our flames grow tall. Come my most youthful students, let us let Naruto's flames rise high, says Guy. Be Guy-sensei, we will show Naruto that a genius of hard work can become much stronger than a born genius. Yosh, says Lee as he runs in place. But I am a genius and it took hard work to get like that, says Naruto. Then show us your youthful flames burn bright Naruto, says Guy smiling. Naruto looks at the speed Lee and Guy move as Naruto tries to keep up, cursing himself for not training his body more. Sure he had unusual levels of stamina and Anko's torture sessions thinly disguised as training helped, but Guy was insane with training. How the hell can they move so fast? They have got to be related to the Byakuya. I mean seriously. I think Lee is wearing training weights. Very heavy ones if his movement is to be believed. As the exercise leaves Naruto feeling like a pile of jelly or a Shoggoth in a pile of jelly. Naruto lays on the ground breathing heavy. He opens his eyes to see the smiling face of Anko. So how did it go, asks Anko. I hate you, says Naruto. Anko smirks as she drags Naruto to her training. On the way Naruto begins to scratch his cheeks. They have been itching a lot lately. Training with Anko proved to be effective if a little crude. While training was going smoothly Naruto's cheeks continued to itch and itch a lot. Nobutashi did not see anything wrong with them and suggested that the effects might be psychological. Naruto would accept this if his whisker-like birthmarks didn't turn into scars. It was a strange thing to see. To wake up and have your birthmarks turn into scars. Luckily no one seemed to notice. Scratching his cheeks, while reading a few more books Nobutashi gave him Naruto made his way to the academy. While there he had accidentally bumped into Sasuke. Oh, sorry about that Sasuke, says Naruto as he picks himself up and dusts off his clothes. Whatever, just watch where you're going while reading, says Sasuke as he walks off. Naruto raises an eyebrow at that. Usually Sasuke was more condescending than that. Something on your mind Sasuke. You seem. Distracted, asks Naruto. It's none of your business, says Sasuke. I know, just thought I could help, says Naruto. You can't, says Sasuke. Naruto puts his book away and crosses his arms. Sasuke, I am a scientific genius. I have studied everything from biology to physics, from culture to psychology. If what you need help with is academic or personal, you won't find anyone with my specialties. You might find someone who specializes in it and is better than me in one subject, but not all, says Naruto. Sasuke narrows his eyes at Naruto. Then he sighs. Look, I know you are trying to help, but trust me when I say I don't want or need any of it, says Sasuke. If you say so, Sasuke, says Naruto. Naruto turns around, walking to class, trying to forget about Sasuke. As he does, Sasuke walks to the training field to practice his taijutsu. Damn, it's the last year of graduation and I still haven't activated the Sharingan. How am I supposed to avenge my clan if I progress this slow? Then Naruto comes up out of the blue with a taijutsu of his own. One that makes him immune to an entire school of jutsu. Those would have been useful when that man forced me to watch. Sasuke stopped that thought. No, I will find a way to activate my Sharingan. Naruto walks into the classroom, still scratching at his cheeks every now and again. He takes a seat next to Shikamaru. So wanna play shogi, asks Shikamaru. My score is 754 losses, 0 wins, 12 disqualifications by you falling asleep, and 1 draw, says Naruto. At least you got that far, says Shikamaru. Well, I got nothing better to do, says Naruto. Shikamaru sets up the board. As he does this, Choji enters and sits next to Shikamaru. Hey Naruto, says Choji. Morning Choji, how's life, asks Naruto as he moves his first piece. And complain. Want a few chips, asks Choji. No thanks, I ate a few bowls of ramen before coming in, says Naruto. Choji shrugs. So anyone got any ideas on who the teams will be, asks Naruto. Graduation is months away, says Shikamaru as he begins to move his piece. Doesn't mean we can't guess, says Naruto. Well, Ino Shikacho is a given, they will probably team up clan heads together, so there's that. Other than that I do not know, says Shikamaru. I think that makes sense. Personally, I believe Sasuke is a given for Rookie of the Year. Sakura is nearly as smart as me, so she will probably be on his team. You know how they always put the best male and female students on the same team. They would put the lowest scoring student on that team for balance, but I did overhear Iruka and Mizuki talking about that team doing something different, something about that team sensei requesting a certain student. After that I got nothing, says Naruto. What team do you think you will be on, Naruto, asks Choji. Naruto shrugs. Probably a team with the members being composed of students from civilian families, says Naruto. Makes sense, but you never know. Oh, by the way, you will lose in 3 turns, says Shikamaru. Why am I not surprised, says Naruto, scratching his cheek. Shikamaru puts up the board in pieces as Naruto pulls out another book. Naruto begins to read while he waits. The day is more of the same, learning of history already known to Naruto. Naruto does note that Sasuke did not come to class this day. A little confused by that, he continues with his day. As Naruto leaves the school, he notes that the colors of sound indicate there is no Anbu following him now. It has happened before, but these moments were godsend to Naruto. It gave him time to think without being watched. He still did not perform any of the Necronomicon's jutsu or even tested his eyes in a while, and even with these off days as he called them, he was still wary to read from the book. After the academy let out, Naruto walked to the training grounds. As he got there, he noticed Sasuke training. Naruto walked up to him. Hey Sasuke, says Naruto. HNN. Sasuke turns around to look at Naruto. Naruto notes his features. Covered in sweat and dirt is a heavily breathing Sasuke with burn marks on the tip of his fingers. You look exhausted, says Naruto. I've been busy, says Sasuke. Naruto walks up to Sasuke, putting a hand on his shoulder. Look Sasuke, that is all Naruto says. After touching Sasuke, he begins to see images. A young boy surrounded by the bodies of his family. An emotionless man slaughtering his own parents with no remorse, being forced to relive tragedy over and over and over and over and over and over, and Naruto takes his hand from Sasuke. He looks up at Sasuke, who looks at Naruto confused. Naruto shakes his head. Willing the thoughts that brought a small shiver up Naruto's spine, he takes a deep breath and turns back to Sasuke. Look Sasuke, I think I get your problem. I want to help, says Naruto. You can't help me, says Sasuke. I can activate your Sharingan. Sasuke stops his thinking. He turns to Naruto, eyes narrow, but not in agitation, in confusion. How, asks Sasuke. It won't be easy, and I won't lie, it will scare the hell out of you. It's an ability I discovered my eyes have. If you really want to see that which no mortal man was meant to know, look in my eyes, says Naruto. Sasuke's eyes mow about for a moment, contemplating the odd request. Fine, he says. Sasuke looks into Naruto's eyes. Suddenly he finds himself standing in a cave. The huge expansive cave seems empty. Sasuke walks down the cave. As he gets further and further his mind tells him to turn around, to run away, but his feet do not let him. He makes his way to a long narrow path in a room big enough to hold all of Konoha. "Hello, anyone there?" asks Osk. His voice echoes off the walls. He walks through the cave, noting that something always seems to be in the corner of his eye, but it disappears. Sosk begins to move cautiously. Strange sounds pour from the cave. Then Sosk falls. He looks to his foot and sees a tendril holding it. Shaking away the appendage he notices that it seems to fade in and out of his vision. Fearfully he crawls away trying to stand up. The sounds of horrid roars and growls not animal could make freeze him in place. Hovering above him fading in and out of his vision is a kind of worm, a flying worm. Covered in tendrils, mouths, and eyes. Each time the creature faded from vision it reappeared closer. The creature flew without wings and created whistling noises. The tendrils each with 5 digits moved toward Sosk. Sosk was breathing heavy as he tried to throw a kunai at it, but to no effect. He tried jutsu but the same results. It ignored the fire of his strongest attack. Then it lunged forward mouth open. Sosk screamed. Sosk opened his eyes in the training field staring at Naruto. The look of terror painted on his face. He notices the things seemed to be moving slow. As he looked around he could understand every movement of the world around him. "Success, congratulations Sosk, you now have a Sharingan," says Naruto. "Wow. What was that thing?" asks Sosk staring at Naruto. "It's called a flying polyp. They are utterly alien creatures. They have a habit of experiencing momentary lapses in visibility and control winds to use as a weapon," says Naruto. Sosk collects himself as he tries to stop shaking. I could feel like my sanity was leaving me," says Sosk. "It happens, don't worry, it was completely safe, I was in total control," says Naruto. Sosk looks at the world around him through his Sharingan. "Thanks. I'll see you around," he says. Sosk walks off toward his house still visibly shaking. Naruto leaves him as he heads home. Naruto scratches his cheeks furiously, they itch like never before. He paces his house scratching and scratching. They itch so much he can barely think. Naruto walks in the bathroom. He looks at the scars on his face. He notes that they seem like perfect lines of scar. No jagged edges or curves. He reaches up to touch his whiskers and immediately wish he didn't. The scars open as he pulls his fingers away. They open not like scars, but like eyelids. Underneath each whisker-like scar is the eyes of Azathoth. Naruto screams. Naruto covered his mouth to stop his screaming. He knew the Anbu were outside. Luckily they didn't seem to hear him. Or care. Either way it was a good thing. Naruto bit his thumb. As he slammed it down a thick smoke clouded the bathroom. Zell stood looking down on Naruto. "Why do you summon me my lord?" asks Zell. "Something's happening to me," says Naruto. His whiskers open revealing the eyes underneath. "Ah, so it has begun," says Zell. Naruto backs away from Zell. "You knew this would happen." "Yes, you signed the contract. It was only a matter of time before your metamorphosis began," says Zell. "What metamorphosis?" Zell sits on the ground. He looks up at Naruto with his unblinking eyes focused on Naruto's face. "The Eldritch Beast contract is not like other summoning scrolls. You may have heard of Sage Mode, am I correct?" asks Zell. "Yeah, so what is this, some kind of perversion of Sage Mode?" asks Naruto. "In a way yes and no. Sage Mode is attained by using natural energy. This will not the case for you my lord," says Zell. Zell lifts his arm. Immediately Naruto floats upwards in the air. "Instead of natural energy you will use psionic energy," says Zell. Zell slowly lowers Naruto to the ground. The problem with psionic energy is the human mind and body cannot handle its power. So the energy will mutate your body to accept it. You will be unable to use chakra, for new chakra coils will grow within you, causing your chakra to behave erratically, says Zell. "You mean to tell me I will never be able to do any jutsu again?" asks Naruto frantically. "Once the metamorphosis is complete you will be able to return to normal, the eyes of Azathoth will contain the energy. You will not be able to show truth while in human form, but you can in Eldritch Mode. The thing to remember is between Sage Mode and Eldritch Mode, Sage Mode must be taught. Eldritch Mode must be forced," says Zell. "Okay, so why am I changing now?" asks Naruto. "You have been using your eyes and tactile telepathy, this kick-started the mutation," says Zell. "How do you know about me seeing Sasuke's thoughts?" asks Naruto. "It is a condition of Eldritch Mode that you must first perform a psionic ability, tactile telepathy is the first to develop. Slowly your body will mutate in ways that allow you to use your power. It is gradual, but to ever use it your body must be conditioned slowly to accept the power of psionics. That is why the metamorphosis happens. Once complete, if you survive the transformation you may turn at will," says Zell. "If I survive. Make no mistakes my lord, the process will be both painful and deadly. It will take 1 month before you are done with the process," says Zell. "How could this happen, why didn't you tell me about this?" asks Naruto. You did not honestly believe I would refer to a simple human as Lord, did you? You are gaining powers of our gods. That is why I called you Lord. If the metamorphosis did not happen, I would kill you, says Zell. Naruto sits on the ground breathing heavy. Kill me, repeats Naruto. If you did not transform, all your summons would turn on you. Power has a price, my lord, remember that. I told you once before, I am not your friend. No summon is your friend, we are servants for those greater than us, and only now is that coming true, says Zell. Naruto shakes his head. The month, huh? Naruto asks, sounding dead. Yes, I do not know what all the mutations will be, but I do know one. Show me your wrists, says Zell. Not even looking up, Naruto raises his hands to Zell. He takes his claws and slits each one. What the hell, screams Naruto. Look, says Zell. Naruto looks at his wrists. No blood comes out. Instead, 2-foot-long tentacles emerge from each of his wrists. They are tipped with sharp bone. What is it, asks Naruto. They are the blood drinker tendrils. Your body is not as strong as a great old one, it never will be, but your body is attempting to do, so it will fail, but you will benefit from it. These tendrils drink blood. They give you power by doing so. Once the transformation is complete, I do not recommend you using Eldritch mode for a while, your body will still get used to it, using it too early will undoubtedly kill you. After a while you may train to use it at will, says Zell. So I have to go through this, and not even be able to use it. How long will it take before I can use it at will, asks Naruto. At least 5 years, says Zell. The tendrils retract back into Naruto's wrist. Okay Zell, thanks. If I survive this. Remind me to kick your ass, says Naruto as he stares at the floor. I will be done, my lord, says Zell as he disappears. Naruto closes the eyes on his cheeks. He stands up and goes to bed. On his way there he hears a knock at the door. Naruto walks up to it and sees the last person he expected. Hi Sakura, says Naruto. Sakura's glares hateful eyes at Naruto. What did you do to Sasuke-kun? She asks as calm as she can. I'm sorry, says Naruto surprised. I was watching you talk to him, he left shaking like he seen a ghost, says Sakura. Naruto raises an eyebrow. Where were you when you saw this? I didn't see anyone hiding, says Naruto. That's not important, says Sakura. I think it is, says Naruto. Sakura suddenly blushes. I may have seen something while looking through my binoculars, says Sakura. Okay, so Stalker got it alright, I helped Sasuke activate his Sharingan, says Naruto. Sakura flinched at the Stalker comment before she hears the rest of the sentence. Wait, that's all you? Wait, how, asks Sakura. Naruto sighs. I knew Sasuke wouldn't say anything, but I guess, if you saw, that you might as well come in, it may take a while to explain, says Naruto. Sakura hesitates, but her curiosity gets the best of her. She walks inside the small apartment. She looks around for a moment before sitting at a table. Would you like something to drink, asks Naruto. No thank you, says Sakura. Naruto nods before sitting at the table. Okay, I recently learned of another thing my eyes can do. If you promise not to tell anyone I will share it with you, says Naruto. Okay, fine I promise, says Sakura. You already know the eyes of Azathoth basically let me see truth, right, says Naruto. Sakura nods. It turns out they can show people things, horrible things. They range from things that cause fear to insanity. Sasuke was not in the best of spirits, so I thought I would help him out. I told him the dangers, but he agreed. I showed him something meant to inspire fear, real fear. That fear triggered his Sharingan. He will be a bit jumpy for a while, but he'll be fine, says Naruto. What did you show him, asks Sakura. I can't say, it was something that for a lesser mind would have left someone irreversibly insane. I would show you, but I don't think your mind could handle it. Sasuke had a lot happen to him enough that I had faith it would work the way I intended, says Naruto. Okay, if you say so. I'm sorry for barging in, says Sakura. Not at all, I seldom get visitors, says Naruto. Sakura gets up to leave as she does, her eyes focus on a picture on the wall. Sakura takes a step closer to the picture. Her face turns to shock. She turns to Naruto, then back to the picture. Then back to Naruto. Naruto looks up before going wide-eyed. You're the son of the, she gets as far as that before Naruto jumps up and covers her mouth. SHHHH. Crap, I forgot I left that up, says Naruto. He looks back to Sakura. Okay, listen to me, I'm going to take my hand away from your face. Do not scream the rest of that sentence, says Naruto. Sakura nods. Naruto slowly takes his hand away from her. Her face an emotionless mask. Sakura, are you okay, asks Naruto. She says nothing. Naruto waves his hand in front of her face. Sakura, hello, anyone there, asks Naruto. She falls to the ground. Naruto looks at her as she lays there. I do not need this right now. Any other time when I wasn't mutating into some weird Sisuke monster, but right now. The universe hates me. Plain and simple, it hates my guts, says Naruto to himself. He goes to his cupboards. Reaching in, he pulls out a small thin packet. He opens it. He places the packet under Sakura's nose. Her eyes shoot open. What just happened? Asks Sakura. You fainted. I grabbed some smelling salts to wake you up, says Naruto. Sakura clenches her head. She looked up at Naruto. So you now know one of my secrets. Only a handful of people know who my parents are. The Hokage clan heads, a few Anbu, and the council. Now, you can add that to the list of things not to tell anyone ever, got it, says Naruto. But, you're the son of the fourth Hokage, the man who saved the village from the nine-tailed fox, why would you hide that? I didn't even know he had a son, asks Sakura. Well, first of all, I didn't find out until I was 7. Second, my father was not exactly popular in some of the other countries. Some people are going to want revenge, and with him dead I'm the next best thing, says Naruto. Sakura gulped. Okay, I won't tell anyone, I promise, says Sakura. Good, now I think you should get off the floor, says Naruto. Sakura looks down before quickly jumping up. Okay, now you were never here, got it, says Naruto. Sakura nods. Good, now you should get home, says Naruto. Yeah. Right. Home, says Sakura. She walks to the door. She turns around. Sorry again for. Sorry, says Sakura. Naruto waves her off. Don't worry about it. Look, I got some stuff to do, just act normal at the academy and we will call it even, got it, asks Naruto. Sure, got it, says Sakura. She gives him a bow before walking off. Naruto shuts the door. Well great, she bows now. I swear if she calls me Naruto-sama I'm going to drop a Shoggoth on her house, says Naruto as he walks to his bed. As Naruto lays in his bed. He goes through more pain than any of Anko's or Guy's training. The feeling of dipping, he had been dipped in acid. His shoulders begin to contort uncomfortably as his body grows new appendages. His screams of pains are muted by a swelling throat. He cannot move, only feel as his bones stretch, twist, and break under their own accord. As the pain slowly fades, he notes the pain in his neck is gone. He puts his hand to his neck. He feels slits. He walks to the bathroom. On his neck several parallel thin red lines on both sides of his neck. His skin is sickly gray. His other eyes open. He looks as the stains of the black tears trail from each of his 8 eyes. He turns away from the reflection before going back to his bed. The next day at the academy passes. Using his physical transformation, Naruto is able to hide his appearance. He notes that Sakura and Ino fight over who sits next to Sasuke. Naruto lets out a calming breath, thankful Sakura is not acting any differently. Naruto periodically leaves the class to turn back to normal and regain his chakra. It was looking to be a long and hectic month. Pain. Right now that was the only thing on Naruto's mind. The red lines on his neck tore open. They were gills. Opening and closing in tune with Naruto's breathing. His muscles tore and rearranged themselves over and over again. It had been a week and still the pain never faltered. It would fade, but never leave. Sharp teeth filed to a point grew from his gums. They interlocked with one another after closing. After a while the pain looked like it would let up. Naruto sat on the ground of his apartment. Scratching his bed with claws. Pain rippled through his body, focused on his upper back. Finally the pain stopped once more. As the sun rose the pain left. It was as if the pain was intelligent, only coming at night and leaving at dawn. The physical transformation was hard to maintain. Day by day Naruto found chakra harder and harder to mold. Thankfully the jutsu from the Necronomicon were easier to cast than any others. The control exercise massaging the joints allowed Naruto to have the pain fade quicker, but they too were becoming harder to use. It would not be long until the physical transformation would be useless. Once that happened then going anywhere would be difficult. So Naruto waited for the dreaded day. The casting it was impossible. It was coming slowly. Summoning was completely unaffected. Why, I do not know. Zell was a godsend. He may have known and planned for this and kept it secret like a bastard, but even he knew of the benefits of secrecy. He was able to muffle the screams that escaped Naruto as the changes happened using rituals taken from copies of the Necronomicon. During the night he would sneak off to a nearby hospital and grab several dozen doses of morphine to help keep Naruto's mind from faltering from pain. It was surprising that a deep one could sneak past ninja disguised as a fisherman. Oh, the irony. The next night Naruto's arms went limp. The confused with pain, and in that pain Naruto let out an agonizing sequel. His arms were violently ripped in two. From between the middle and ring finger to the shoulder. Looking on as the two pieces healed into thin arms. The pain still did not end. 9 tumors grew from Naruto's back, 4 on the left side of his back, 4 on the right and 1 in the center. During the day they would move, as if something was inside them waiting to come out. The sun rose. Naruto inspected his forearms. They were unnaturally long and thin, though the hands seemed normal. It was as if the hands were too big for the arms attached, but only by a little. They split from the socket, emerging slightly under the armpit. How much longer? Asks Naruto as he stares at his new set of arms. 2 weeks, says Zell. Naruto lays on the bed too tired and broken to move. I think I'll just get some sleep, says Naruto weakly. It had been 2 weeks. You have class today, says Zell. Naruto turns his eyes to Zell, in too much pain to move his head. I can barely move, says Naruto. What will you do? Asks Zell. I have just enough chakra to make one shadow clone. I promised I'd only use it after graduation or during an emergency. I think this qualifies as an emergency, says Naruto. Naruto uses all his remaining strength to bring his hands into the seal. Shadow clone jutsu, says Naruto weakly. Naruto looks at the clone. It looks normal. However, something was missing. He needs the eyes of Azathoth, says Naruto. The clone transforms his blue eyes into the black and yellow eyes of Azathoth. The clone will not last long enough, my lord, maybe 2 days at the most, says Zell. It will buy me time to come up with a plan, says Naruto. Zell nods. Lifting a syringe in his webbed hands, he injects morphine into Naruto. The pain would leave if only for a moment, but it was never enough for Naruto to fall asleep. There is something you can do, says Zell. Naruto coughs, blood spilling from his mouth and gills. What? Speed up the process, says Zell. Naruto looks at Zell. How? Asks Naruto. It will not be easy, but I can help, says Zell. Zell puts his hand on Naruto's head. A sharp pain explodes in the back of Naruto's mind and the world goes black. Naruto awakens in a massive library surrounded by books and strange symbols. So this is your mindscape. I have to say, my lord, the library design suits you, says a familiar voice behind Naruto. Zell, how did you get here? Asks Naruto. Tactile telepathy, says Zell. Okay, why didn't we do this sooner if it shortens the transformation? Asks Naruto. I had to wait until your psionic powers grew strong enough, and I did not want to get your hopes up should you have perished, my lord, says Zell. Naruto nods. He notes he only has 2 arms and is in no pain. Why do I look human in here? Asks Naruto. That will be answered later, for now let us explore. Take me to the fox, says Zell. Naruto nods. He leads Zell through the library to the large spiraling staircase. They enter the arena. Walking to the cage, they look, his eyes open. Naruto, I see you have returned. Tell me, who is your friend? Asks Kurama. This is Zell, he is one of my summons. He's a deep one, says Naruto. Kurama's eyes focus on Zell. Deep one? Never heard of such a thing, but I will take your word on it. Tell me, Zell, why are you here? Asks Kurama. It is a pleasure to meet with you, Fox. I am here for a simple reason. My lord and your vessel is dying, says Zell. What a shame. There goes my entertainment, says Kurama. Thanks, Kurama, I feel much better with that, says Naruto. Mortals die, Naruto, though rarely so young. Oh well, since death is upon you, why not letting me out? I could use a stretch, says Kurama. Funny, Kurama, really funny, says Naruto. Kurama snorts. Worth a shot, don't worry, I've died before. It's not that bad, says Kurama. As entertaining as this conversation is, that is not why we are here, says Zell. Entertaining? But I hate you both so much right now, says Naruto. Anyway, Fox, I have studied the seal extensively. If Naruto dies, so do you, permanently, says Zell. The fox stares at Zell wide-eyed for a moment. What? Says the fox with slight fear in its voice. It seems as if the seal is essentially a lifeline. As Naruto ages, you two will become one. It will take many decades, but it will happen. Already you are both close enough that as Naruto dies. So do you, says Zell. Kurama looks at Naruto, then back to Zell. Save the child now, screams Kurama. Oh, now it's serious when it's your life on the line. Great, just great, says Naruto. In any event, we need your help. Well, during the metamorphosis Naruto cannot use chakra, he will still heal. That is the only reason he still lives. It also appears as if your presence is altering the process, says Zell. Metamorphosis, what the hell has he been doing out there? Asks Kurama. Long story short, Book of the Gods, summoning contract from hell, turning into a monster painfully if I may add, and everyone is an asshole in the face of my death, says Naruto. That actually explains a lot, says Kurama. But now we are all on the same page, so Zell says he can speed up the process. I want to know how, asks Naruto. Zell looks to Naruto. Did you wonder why you appear human in your mind? It is because the powers you are getting is not yours. They belong to something else. It is a physical representation of your growing powers. It lives here, in your mindscape. If we can find it and gain an audience with it, we can ask it to speed the process, says Zell. There's another demon in here, it's starting to get crowded in your head, Naruto, says Kurama. Demon may not be the right word. It is essentially a physical representation of Naruto's growing powers. An avatar of sorts, may be the right word, says Zell. Okay, so why do we need Kurama, asks Naruto. Kurama is in many ways a part of you, he is going to be part of this as well, says Zell. I'm stuck in a cage, how do you expect me to help, asks Kurama. That is why I am here. I am not a part of this. I will allow your mind to use my form in this mindscape, if the talks go nowhere, you may need to fight the Avatar, but I doubt it. It will simply request that you do it a task. If you accept the process will be not well I would prefer if you were at full power, but releasing the seal now at this stage will only do more harm than good, says Zell. You mean I get to walk from this cage once more? As a fish, screams Kurama. It is our only choice, says Zell. Kurama shakes his head. Very well, let's get this over with, says Kurama. Zell falls to the ground. He begins to glow a bright red color as he gets back up. He turns to Naruto. If you say anything about this, I swear on my life you will not live to see Genin, says Kurama in Zell's body. Kurama, I would not dream of such a thing, says Naruto smiling. Okay, now where is this Avatar, asks Kurama. I do not know, says Naruto. You know Naruto, I think I hate you, says Kurama. Right now the feeling's mutual, says Naruto. They ascend the spiral staircase to the library. The library, how very boring, says Kurama. Better than the sewer, says Naruto. Well, of course your mind would go right to the gutter, says Kurama. Not funny Kurama, not funny, says Naruto. They inspect the library searching the seemingly infinite shelves. What is it we are even looking for, asks Kurama. I think it would be something out of place, says Naruto. Do you know anything at all that is remotely useful to our current situation, asks Kurama. I'm sorry that the thoughts of a painful agonizing death has clouded my mind Kurama, what about you, you actually live here, says Naruto. I'm stuck in a cage. I didn't even know of the library until just now, says Kurama. Naruto looks at Kurama for a moment. And now you do, see isn't it fun walking around again fish face, says Naruto with a smile. Call me that again and see if I don't rip out your still beating heart and feed it to you, says Kurama. Feisty, says Naruto. Stop acting foolish, it does not suit you, says Kurama. I know, just trying to pass the time. I still don't know what we are looking for. I still got to kick Zell's ass for all this, says Naruto. Hey Naruto, says Kurama. Yes. There was no answer. Naruto looks back to Kurama Zell who holds out a finger. Following it, Naruto sees a massive floating metal polygon cage. Many smaller connecting spheres of varying color come from the cage-like polygon. They move around as tendrils with the spheres fusing and splitting at random. What is that, asks Kurama. Well, it's a 20-sided polygon, so that makes it an icosahedron. One of the 5 platonic solids, the fused spheres seem to behave similar to tentacles. I think that's what we are looking for, says Naruto. How long have you had to deal with this stuff that you say it so casually, asks Kurama. Too long, says Naruto. The cage lowers itself revealing it to be the body of the creature. My host, and the other, speaks the strange figure. Hi, I'm Naruto, this is Kurama. We were wondering if you could speed up the metamorphosis so I can get back to my life, asks Naruto. I just want to get this over with and go back to my cage where things made sense, says Kurama. The fox wears the form of the children of Dagon, a child whose mind is strong. A request must be had, one that will forever change the world, says the figure. What is your request, asks Naruto. One of the tendrils shoots forth. It envelops one of the bookcases covered in chains. Violently it rips the chains. Naruto falls to the ground, memories once forgotten flood into his mind. We have done nothing to your body, all we have done is transfer your mind through time and space into this body. Well, its original mind resides in yours for the time being. The foes pour through. We only wish to talk Naruto, we wish to understand, and warn you. The memories of another time, in another body. The warning. Your activities with the book are most interesting, especially considering you have read such words with your sanity intact. We still do not know why, which is what my colleague is doing in your body. We will not change anything, we merely will attempt to understand why you seem immune. The familiar cone-shaped slugs with 4 appendages emerging from he point, the Yithians. The gaze of the outer gods and the great old ones has shifted to you. They stole me, tested my mind. Just one more question, I have wondered something for quite some time, there was this note in the book, one side of it just had the words look to the stars written over and over, what does that mean? Those are my words. Look to the stars. I am afraid it means nothing good, the answer is within the Necronomicon itself, you may want to read more on the beings who now watch you, be wary, but if you do this, you will understand. The talks with the race of Yith. How could I forget? The answer. What is the answer? The thoughts stop. Naruto stands up breathing heavily. That is my request. Look to the stars. Do this and the metamorphosis will hasten, says the figure. Once the Anbu stop tailing me, consider it done, says Naruto. The city will rise, and all nations shall fall, says the figure. The world disappears in a bright light. Naruto is back to the cage with the fox. Zell's body is nowhere to be seen. What does look to the stars even mean, asks Kurama. I don't know yet. But I will find out, says Naruto. Whatever it is, it sounds important. I suggest you make haste, Naruto. There's something going on out there. And I do not like it, says Kurama. I know. On the bright side, things have gone back to normal. Now, I got to get out of here. I'm going to see what I look like now, says Naruto. See you around, Naruto. Just don't forget this time, says Kurama. Naruto nods. He closes his eyes and wakes. Hovering above him is the form of Zell. I see that the transformation was successful. Come, my lord, and gaze at your form, says Zell. Naruto gets out of his bed. His feet now only 3 long toes. Purple energy emanates from his body, allowing him to hover off the ground. On his back, from where the tumors once were, 9 long tentacles covered in the eyes of Azathoth swung freely. Naruto holds out his forearms, a sickly purple aura of energy swirls around each hand. Naruto floats over to the bathroom. He looks in the mirror, his form, thin and emaciated. His hair a sickly gray color stood in spikes. His ears pointed with bits of fur emerging from their tip. His teeth like a shark's teeth with multiple rows. The eyes on his cheeks now could be moved in sync with Naruto's other eyes. Thin bone-like whiskers emerges from Naruto's jaw. He touched one and breaks it off. Immediately it regrows. Like a senbon, he threw it into his wall where it embeds itself, melting a small portion of the wall-like acid. I could get used to this, says Naruto as he creates a swirling psionic energy in his hand. Not now, my lord, you must recall the transformation. Once in your human body, your chakra coils will be back to normal. It will take years before you can use this form willingly, says Zell. Naruto nods. Closing his eyes, his body shrinks back down to normal as he stands looking at his form. His eyes of Azathoth still remain. Why don't my eyes change too, asks Naruto. You had them before signing the scroll. You cannot show truth so easily, but the other effects remain, says Zell. Naruto nods his head. I still can't look in the Necronomicon, but I have to ask something, Zell. What does look to the stars mean, asks Naruto. If Zell had eyelids, they would be open wide now. It means that the time of man is coming to its end, says Zell. What do you mean, asks Naruto. Rely will rise, says Zell. Rely, questions Naruto. Yes, was look to the stars the request the Avatar gave you, asks Zell. Naruto nods. Then it is afraid, as should you be. Rely is the home of Cthulhu, where he waits in his death-like slumber. I told you before that the Great Old Ones exist in all universes simultaneously. Cthulhu is a Great Old One. Well, I doubt that Rely is going to rise now, it will rise soon, says Zell. Cthulhu is going to awaken. We have to stop him. How do we kill him, asks Naruto. Zell laughs. It is a low cackling laugh. You cannot kill Cthulhu, he is a god. Even if you were to use every bit of the Necronomicon power, you would not even reach a small percentage of his power, says Zell. There has to be a way to stop him. How long do we have, asks Naruto. Rely rises every 50,000 years. I do not know when it was last raised here. If you let me read from the Necronomicon to see what the formation of stars will be at the time, I can guess, says Zell. Naruto walks to his window. He can see no colors of sound emerge from the trees indicating the Anbu. No doubt following his clone. It's still too dangerous to use it now, the Anbu will take it. At least if they barge in, I can just dispel you. I cannot do that with the book, but they are gone now. If I don't see anything after a while, then we take out the book, says Naruto. Then let us hope that after we have the time to spare, says Zell. Okay, fine, but is there a way to stop Cthulhu, asks Naruto. In a way. Rely will rise when the stars are right. Once they are no longer right, the city will sink. Should Cthulhu be within the city, he will fall back into his slumber. Even if you succeed, you only break even. Water blocks the telepathic powers of Cthulhu. Once that is no more, all his dreams will seep into the minds of mortals. Many will die, more will go insane, and Cthulhu will be known to your world. Cults will spring up that worship Cthulhu and forbidden knowledge will be revealed. Make no mistake, my lord, the best you can do is break even. This is not a fight you can truly win, and one day Cthulhu will rise. One day he will succeed. He only has to win once, says Zell. Maybe, but if I fail then we are doomed. If I succeed, at least the human race will still live, says Naruto. You speak like it will be simple. The city will rise, and the moment it does the world will forever change. This will be true no matter the result. In the end your world will come out of it for the worst, says Zell. Naruto takes a deep breath. Then I will become a great ninja, I will master the Necronomicon, I will get every ally I can. I will do all I could, and if it is not enough, I will make sure the human race goes down fighting, says Naruto. Why, I have seen how they treat you. You owe them nothing, if not for you this village you hold dear would perish under the power of 9 tails. You are far removed from humanity anyway. You cannot even be called human, says Zell. That may be so, says Naruto as he turns to the picture of his parents on the wall. But I will not let them fade into oblivion, not without trying. I only need time, says Naruto. Time may be something you do not have. Regardless, the summons are at your command. None of us can match Cthulhu, but we do have one thing that will help you, says Zell. And what would that be, asks Naruto. Zell smiles. Tell me, my lord. Have you ever wondered what the boss summons are for your contract, asks Zell. Naruto allows that information to sink in before he smiles. I'm listening, says Naruto. It is my father and mother, says Zell. Naruto falls to the ground as he begins to laugh. I can summon Dagon and Hydra, says Naruto through his laughs. Indeed, the son and daughter of Cthulhu, oldest of the deep ones. Infinity weaker, and yet they know more on him than any other creature alive. Excluding the outer gods, of course, says Zell. Well, it's not much of they are infinitely weaker, but it's a start. Okay, now then let's see how much time we got, says Naruto. He walks over to the floorboards. Lifting it to see the familiar book he had not read from in years. Reaching in, he removes the book and brushes the dust and grime from its cover. He hands it to Zell. In all my long life I never, though I would hold this book. An infinite number of pages of forbidden lore and power. To fall into your hands, it has never really sunk in until now, says Zell. He opens the book carefully. Flipping through the pages, he stops midway. He begins to read from it silently. After a few minutes he closes the book. The stars are close, but we do have time. At the moment it seems as if we have 10 years. It is more time than I had ever expected, but what's done is done. This will give us the time for you to master your Eldritch mode. We should be done with that when you reach the age of 16. That leaves us 6 more years to prepare. It will be close, but it might just be enough to slow down Cthulhu, says Zell. 10 years is more than enough time. Graduation is soon, and I think we can pull this off. Let's just hope that everything works out, says Naruto. You have been lucky up to now. You still have your sanity, the village is none the wiser to your abilities, and we have the Necronomicon. I hope your luck does not run out, says Zell. Naruto nods. Alright, now let's see what we can get from the book before my clone has to come back, says Naruto. Zell hands Naruto the book. He reads from it, going through pages as fast as he can. Zell reads it with him. You are going to need every advantage you can get. The reagent is a good place to start. Also, there are schematics for Yithian weaponry we can use. Building the power source will be time consuming, but it will be worth it, says Zell. We need some place to work on all this. Somewhere better than my home, says Naruto. Leave that to me. I can swim through the lakes and rivers to find something. A good sized cave maybe. Either way, once you graduate you can use your clones to speed the process. You can do your ninja training while creating and experimenting. I recommend that once you become a ninja, keep an eye out for missions to Wave. We need the divine flower to stabilize the reagent, says Zell. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, go see what you can find as far as bases go. I'm going to hide the Necronomicon, says Naruto. It is day, my lord. How do you propose I do that, asks Zell. Remember when I said I was going to kick your ass, Zell, asks Naruto. Zell looks at Naruto confused. Yes I do, lord. I fail to see how that is relevant, says Zell. I changed my mind, I have a better idea. You can leave Konoha through the sewer, says Naruto. Zell backs away from Naruto. The sewer with the filth, asks Zell. Yep, says Naruto. Zell looks to the window for a moment before looking back at Naruto, almost angry. As you wish, my lord, says Zell as he quickly leaps outside. Quickly he picks up a manhole and jumps into the sewer, replacing it as he does. Naruto leans back and laughs as he begins to imagine what it must look like down there. Hours pass when Naruto's clone arrives home. So how did the transformation go, asks the clone. Well enough, dispel and let's see what we did today, asks Naruto. The clone immediately dispels. Images of the class and students flow through Naruto's mind. It appeared as if no one was aware of the clone. Then there was a low knock at the door. Appearances can be deceiving. Naruto opens the door to find Hinata. Hello Hinata, how may I help you, asks Naruto. Well. I was, Hinata blushes, too nervous to say anything more. Naruto sighs. Come in, says Naruto. As she does, Naruto walks over to the wall, taking the picture of his parents down. What is that, Naruto-kun, asks Hinata. Nothing, says Naruto as he puts the picture in a nearby drawer. Naruto motions for Hinata to follow him. Would you like some tea, asks Naruto. Hinata nods her head. Naruto begins to set up the tea kettle. As he does, Hinata silently activates her Byakugan. She focuses on the drawer Naruto was just at. As she notices the picture she lets out a tiny shriek. Naruto turns around and sees the veins in her temples bulge. Couldn't resist, could you, says Naruto. I'm so SSSORRI, says Hinata, stuttering more than usual. Figures, even when I hide it someone has to see it. Well now you know, I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. Now listen to me Hinata, this is a secret, okay? No one, and I mean no one, can know about this. The only ones who are me, the Hokage, the clan heads, and a few Anbu. Also Sakura, but that was by accident. You cannot tell anyone, got it, says Naruto. Hinata nods again. Good, now I doubt you came over here to spy on me. So what is it you want, asks Naruto. Hinata blushes again. I was just. Hinata stops and takes a deep breath. I was wondering why you had so little chakra today in class. I realized that was a C clone. It is not like you to miss class, says Hinata. I see, Byakugan. Well, I was feeling ill, so I used a clone so I would not miss the academy. I must have used a little chakra if you could tell it was just a clone, says Naruto. I was impressed that you know the Shadow Sea clone, says Hinata before blushing at her words. Well, with the eyes of Azathoth I can't see illusions, so I can't see normal clones. The Hokage showed me how to do the shadow clone, so I could pass. It was a risk, but it worked out fine, said Naruto. The tea kettle whistles. Naruto walks back to it and begins to prepare the drink. He pours 2 cups, handing one to Hinata. Thank you, she says as she begins to drink. Don't worry about it. Now tell me, is there any other reason you came, asks Naruto. Noting the deepening blush on Hinata's face as she shakes her head, he shrugs and drinks from his own cup. Okay then, anything else you want to talk about? My parents or something? I'm sure you have a lot of questions, asks Naruto. Hey, are you okay? If you are still feeling sick says Hinata before Naruto cuts her off. No, I am fine, I just needed some rest, says Naruto. He finds it strange, that was her first question. Taking another drink of tea, Naruto puts down his cup. You know, you never did answer my question before. When you were following me, I asked you what it was you wanted to ask me. I said you didn't have to answer me now, but I still find myself curious as to what it is. If you are feeling brave to it, you can ask now, says Naruto. Hinata promptly faints. Naruto raises an eyebrow at this. That is the second time a girl has fainted in my house. I might be able to go for a record at this rate, says Naruto as he walks to his cupboard to grab another packet of smelling salts. Placing the open packet under her nose, Hinata immediately awakens. I love, whatever else was to be said, was stopped when Hinata looked up at Naruto. Blushing some more and nearly fainting again, she looks as he analyzes her sentence before a look of realization hits. Seeing as she is looking down, Naruto pretends not to have heard her. Oh, well. You know, you should probably get home. I'm sure they miss you and. You know what, I think I should get back to bed. I think I still need some rest, and I wasn't you to get sick, you're already fainting, and that can't be good, says Naruto nervously. Hinata looks up and nods. As Naruto carries her to the door, noticing her current inability to stand straight, he waits next to her nervously as she steadies herself. See you around, Hinata. I'm going to get a bit of rest, you should do the same, says Naruto. Hinata smiles a bit as she walks off, blushing as she does. Naruto closes the door. Okay, now then. Let's look at this differently. My life is going to hell. I have to slow down an alien god, and there is a girl who is with a crush on me, who happens to be the next heir of the most powerful clan in Konoha. Analyzing that altogether, the only conclusion I get is I'm going to die of stress before I hit 20. Alright, good, now that that's settled, I'm going to take a nap, says Naruto as he faints. The day of graduation was drawing here. It was the final day of the academy and so far everything was going well. The first part was a simple spar. Naruto's opponent was a civilian who did not take ninja training seriously, an easy win and quick one. The sparring was par for the course for Sasuke. It seemed as if he was smart enough to keep his Sharingan secret. Well, they don't call him genius for nothing. Sakura and Hinata never told anyone about Naruto's parentage, so all was good. Then again, Hinata was too shy to really speak to anyone, and Naruto found it a little uncomfortable being around her. Emotions was one thing Naruto was no genius at. The next part of the test came, the transformation. As the names were called, Naruto patiently waited for his to come up. This would be simple, everyone knew of Naruto's physical transformation. Testing him at this point was merely a formality. Naruto Uzumaki, says Iruka. Naruto walks up to the 2 teachers. Giving a nod to both Iruka and Mizuki, he transforms into Iruka. Then Mizuki. Then the Hokage. Then back to normal. In those years he had perfected the seamless use of his transformation and could switch on the fly. Good job, Naruto, perfect score. Then again, you do have an advantage, says Iruka. Ninja do need every advantage they can get, says Naruto. Good to know you are taking this seriously, please take your seat, says Mizuki. Naruto walks back towards his seat next to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, siding up for a change, looks at Naruto. Was showing off necessary? You only needed to turn into Iruka, says Shikamaru. What? I have a gift. Share it with the world, I say. Besides, no harm no foul, says Naruto. Troublesome, says Shikamaru. Of course it is. Everything is troublesome for you, says Naruto. Shikamaru shakes his head before laying it on the table for a nap. The next test is the body replacement jutsu. They call the names once again as Naruto patiently waits for his. His mind thinks back to the idea of having to fight a literal god in 10 years' time. Thinking it over, he knew his chances were slim. Every single S-rank ninja who ever lived united in fighting Cthulhu would be as effective as trying to crumble a mountain with a leaf. Not an encouraging thought, but this was their only chance. Thinking back to Zell's comment that even should Naruto master everything the Necronomicon teaches and still being considered little more than an annoyance was not helping matters. Naruto pushed those thoughts from his mind. Lucky for him, he only needed to slow Cthulhu. Compared to killing him, it was a much better prospect. Not easy, but better. Naruto realized his main problem was how to warn people in a way that this would be taken seriously without giving himself away and ending up interrogated and imprisoned for the rest of his natural life. Even using an agent or clone, even a transformed clone, would do little. The chances of discovery were too great. Summons could help, but who would take the word of a deep one to heart, and if anyone found out they were summoned by Naruto, then the whole thing went to hell. "Naruto Uzumaki, you're up," says Mizuki. Naruto walks back down to the front of the class. He replaces himself with a nearby log brought in for the test. After marking down his score, Naruto goes back to his seat to think some more, waiting for the clone test. Thinking back to his summons, he realizes he still does not know all of what they are. He knows of the deep ones, Byakuya, Shagas, and apparently Dagon and Hydra, but little else. Maybe it would be best if after the first mission to reveal them and act as if he found them there. It was highly unlikely but plausible. A never-before-seen summoning contract could be played up as a never-before-discovered summoning contract. Reveal the truth slowly. After all, Naruto was never big on lies. He despised them, in fact. Also, lying to ninja was very hard to do. Naruto's mind began to wander again. He wondered how Zell was doing with finding a base of operations. Then Naruto hears his name called. He walks up to the front of the class again. "Okay Naruto, just make a successful clone, and you're golden," says Iruka. Naruto nods. He places his hand in the seal. Noting the confused looks on both Iruka and Mizuki's face, he concentrates harder. "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto says. Standing there in the class are 10 Narutos. "So how did we do?" they all ask in unison. "Naruto, was it the shadow clone?" asks Iruka. The Naruto nod. "Well, I'm sold. I say that counts as a pass." "Congratulations Naruto," says Iruka. "That's rather impressive Naruto. I can't wait to see what you will do once you hit Jonin," says Mizuki. Iruka hands him his forehead protector. Tying it around his forehead, Naruto goes back to his seat smiling. After a moment, Iruka begins a long lecture on the strength of shinobi, the importance, and other such stuff Naruto already knew. He told them to be there tomorrow for team placements. As class departed, Naruto headed home. As he opened the door, he was greeted by Zell. "My lord, I found the perfect place, let us be quick," says Zell. Naruto nods. He grabs a pack and puts the Necronomicon and notes in it. Making sure no Anbu are around, he heads out the door. Zell walks out the door to a nearby manhole. Removing it, he motions for Naruto to follow him. "You want me to follow you in the sewer?" asks Naruto. "It will be worth it, my lord," says Zell. Naruto climbs down the hole, putting the manhole lid back. Going down, he notes the sewers are rather large. "Wow, big sewer," says Naruto. "Indeed, the sewer system is built into a subterranean cave just under Konoha," says Zell. Naruto follows Zell down the sewers, covering his nose to block the smell. After a while, they turn down a small hallway that seems to go to a gate. Zell opens it and walks through. It is a small room that seems to have never had anyone enter. Even the scratches where the door opened looked old. It must have been years since anyone came here. "What's above us?" asks Naruto. "The forest. The sewers of Konoha go deep within the forest to dispose of the waste," says Zell. "Zell, this is way too small," says Naruto. Zell lifts a false tile, revealing a button. Intrigued, Naruto presses it. A large door disguised in the walls opens. Excitedly, Naruto walks through. Hidden behind the door is a massive room with a dozen other rooms. "How did you find this place?" asks Naruto. "It was a happy coincidence," says Zell. Naruto explores the rooms. All of them contain old medical equipment and notes. As Naruto goes through the notes, his eyes widened. "This place is one of Orochimaru's old labs," says Naruto. "It has been abandoned for years now. The odor of men and experiments has long faded. It seems as if he left never to return. Judging from the state of the door when I first found it, he attempted to destroy it. He burned most of his papers, but after sealing the door, the fire must have been put out without him noticing. He more than likely left in haste," says Zell. Naruto nods. "This will be perfect. It's relatively far away from Konoha, but close enough that I can disappear for hours and make it back in no time. Its entrance is a manhole, meaning I can go from any point in the city. And to top it all off, no ninja will come down here. It's perfect, Zell." We even have some of Orochimaru's old notes and equipment. Who knows what we could learn, says Naruto. Okay, let's get this place cleaned up, says Naruto as he creates hundreds of clones. Now all of you, clean this place out. Any notes you find is to be organized into piles on that old desk, no matter the subject or how insignificant they seem. Salvage any usable equipment you can. I want this place spotless before we leave, says Naruto. The clones immediately begin their duties. At this rate we should have this place up and running in a few hours. We can use the extra rooms for a variety of experiments separated for safety reasons. Some defenses should also be built, says Naruto. I recommend Yithian plasma turrets, they are capable of automated defense. Using the medical equipment we can set it up to scan biometrics programmed into them. It will take years to build, but with your clones we can have it done in half the time, says Zell. What about a power source, asked Naruto. The lights and door still works. This lab is probably wired right into Konoha's power grid. A few modifications we can set up whatever we want undetected, says Zell. I'll get to work on mapping the grid. Might be best to create a clone and transform it to work for the company that supplies power. The extra money will come in handy as well, says Naruto. Zell nods. He looks around the room until he finds a console. My lord, come and see this, says Zell. Naruto walks over to the device. Looking it over he opens a panel. Simple design, I can probably have it working in seconds. All that's wrong is a few loose wires, says Naruto. After a moment the console activates. Naruto looks at the buttons. He begins to type on a few, watching the screen. It seems as if Orochimaru tried to wipe the database before he left, but he could not destroy the black box built within. From the looks of it, it's results from his experiments, says Naruto. He begins working his way through the data. After a moment he stops. Well, I know where to hide the Necronomicon, says Naruto. Where? asks Zell. Naruto types a few more keys. Immediately a metal unseen hatch 6 feet thick on the floor slides opens and a long rectangular platform raises from below. Naruto walks up to it and reveals the top as a door to a hollow inside. Apparently Orochimaru built this platform to be indestructible. It is a containment module, says Naruto. He looks inside the platform. Seeing an object at the bottom, Naruto reaches for it and pulls out a small metal cylinder. Naruto examines the cylinder as a smile grows across his face. I can't believe Orochimaru forgot this, says Naruto, smiling his widest smile. What is it, my lord, asks Zell. It's a vial of blood, but not just any blood, says Naruto. Naruto shows Zell the cylinder. Written on the cylinder is the words Mokuton sample. Luck is still on our side, my lord, says Zell. Indeed, maybe I should go to a casino, says Naruto. Naruto puts the cylinder back, he also places the Necronomicon with it. What if Orochimaru comes for it, asks Zell. Already thought of that. I am going to put the console on a biometric scammer that is tuned only to me. Until I get it operational, the console will be broken in such a way only I can fix it. It should not be hard, just remove the most important and hardest to obtain piece and put it back when I want to use it. He can always dig it out, but it will take him months to dig through 6 feet of solid steel, says Naruto, smiling. Your genius knows no bounds, my lord, says Zell. Naruto lets the platform lower back into the ground. The man was a genius. I wonder why he made so many mistakes, asks Naruto, mostly to himself. Perhaps this was at the time he was discovered, says Zell. That does sound most likely, but better safe than sorry. I'm leaving the clones here to begin construction of the biometric scanners. I'll add your template to the scanners we put on the door. I'm getting rid of that button, says Naruto. Understood, sir. I will return to my realm. I have much to discuss with my kin, says Zell. Naruto nods as Zell dispels. After a few hours the lab looks like an actual lab, the sterile white walls visible. Though much of the salvage material is mostly bits and pieces, Naruto is pleased. Okay, those of you not busy cleaning, use the medical equipment to begin construction of biometric scanners. Our main focus is the console and door, build a few extra just in case, says Naruto. As expected, the clones obey. Naruto leaves the hidden base and returns home. As Naruto enters his house he leaves his lights off and feels really good about his chances in the future. He could not have asked for a better start. Naruto begins to get ready for sleep. While the water is boiling, Naruto hears his door open and violently close. He hears heavy panting. Naruto walks up to the door to see a winded Mizuki. Mizuki, what are you doing here, asks Naruto. Mizuki opens his eyes and looks at Naruto. As he does he silently curses himself. I thought this place was empty. Listen Naruto, I'm being followed, I need a place to hide, says Mizuki. Naruto looks at the bundle on Mizuki's back. As he does he turns back to him. What do you have there, asks Naruto. Mizuki flinches. It's none of your concern, says Mizuki. Naruto slowly walks toward Mizuki to get a better view of the object on his back. As Naruto stares at it his eyes open wide. Is that what I think it is? Asks Naruto looking at the scroll on Mizuki's back. The scroll of sealing. Mizuki clenches his teeth. He glares at Naruto. Listen, either you stay out of my way or I will kill you, got it, says Mizuki. As Mizuki watches Naruto, he becomes confused as Naruto begins to laugh. Oh, I see what's going on here, you stole it, says Naruto while he laughs. Mizuki clenches his teeth harder until his eyes move to the side. His gaze turned to one of surprise. Naruto follows his eyes to the familiar picture on the wall. Oh, come on, you have got to be kidding me. Every time someone comes here they see the picture. Then again Mizuki did barge in, says Naruto to himself. Mizuki goes wide-eyed. You're the son of the fourth, says Mizuki in shock. Well, now you know, so now what? Actually, you wanna know something? I'm tired of this, says Naruto. He whips his hand outward. His tentacle whip jutsu ensnares Mizuki. What the hell is this? Screams Mizuki. Just a little jutsu I developed, says Naruto. Naruto summons another tentacle and grabs the scroll. He creates a clone and passes it to him. The clone takes the scroll away as Naruto looks back at Mizuki. So, how do you want to end this? Asks Naruto. You wouldn't dare, says Mizuki glaring at Naruto. Naruto tightens his grip. Try me, says Naruto. Mizuki tries to breathe in, but the tentacle's grip is too strong. After Naruto loosens the grip, Mizuki smirks at Naruto. Naruto, tell me, have you ever wondered why everyone hates you? Asks Mizuki with a smile. Naruto smiles back. Because the nine-tailed fox is sealed within me. I know, the third Hokage already told me, says Naruto. Mizuki stares at Naruto as he finishes his words. The look of fear in his eyes. Let me go now, demon, says Mizuki. Naruto tightened his grip tighter and tighter until Mizuki passes out. The clone runs back into the room with the scroll. Naruto takes it away from him before turning back to his clone. Did you copy everything on the scroll? Whispers Naruto. The clone nods. Everything, says the clone. But now, bring the copy to the lab. I'll study it later. For now let's get this trash to the Anbu, scroll 2, says Naruto. Naruto dispels his tentacle as he ties up Mizuki. He steps outside as Iruka and several Anbu jump from the shadows. They see Mizuki tied up and the scroll on Naruto's back. I take it this trash goes with you, says Naruto pointing at Mizuki. The Anbu nods before taking both Mizuki and the scroll. Naruto, are you okay? Asks Iruka as he leans into Naruto's face inspecting him. No worries, Iruka, Mizuki didn't even see me coming, I held him down and used a few shadow clones. He never stood a chance. In fact, he was kind of a pushover, says Naruto. Iruka smiles. Well, at least you didn't get hurt. Glad to see you were in that headband. What were you doing before he came? Asks Iruka. I was just about to go to sleep, now I'm too aped up for sleep. Maybe I'll make some ramen, says Naruto. You like ramen, huh? Asks Iruka. It's my favorite food, says Naruto. Iruka smiles. Come on, I know this ramen stand that has the best ramen you will ever taste, says Iruka. Naruto smiles as he follows Iruka to a ramen stand that Naruto will by the end of the day forever refer to the home of the gods of ramen. Looking around the now cleaned lab Naruto got to work with, he immediately began the construction of the biometric scanners. Tuning it to scan the veins in the body which were more different from others than even fingerprints, he smiled. We should have the scanners ready in about 3 months at this rate, says a clone. Good, what about the team working on the turrets? Asks Naruto. That will take at least a year and a half, not counting a reliable power source, says the clone. Naruto nods. Alright. Leave the turrets alone for now. Get a team to collect the ingredients for the reagent. I plan on turning the back room into a greenhouse and grow as much as we can. If we can get divine flower seeds, we will effectively mass produce the reagent. I want to beat death before we fight Cthulhu. Also, if possible, try and capture test subjects for the Mokuton project. No humans will try with mice, says Naruto. The clone nods before going off. What information have we copied from the scroll? Asks Zell. We copied the wild thing. A lot of the jutsu are deadly to use. But all of it is useful. I hesitate to begin studying it now until we know the dangers. Several of the jutsu are last resort type moves. The ones that are not require so much training, it might as well be suicide. I'm put the copy in the containment module with the Necronomicon and Mokuton blood sample, says Naruto. I see. Well, we are off to a good start. I have sent some CF extra clones outside into the forest as a way to map the area for possible training grounds. I hear that they have found many discarded items and weapons that could be useful. This lab is quite large, but I recommend enlarging it. You do not even need to use clones. The Shoggoth were originally created by the Elder Things to act as tools. Summon only one and we can expand the lab to half the size of Konoha in 6 months. We can effectively turn it into a combination of research and development, armory, foundry, and engendering base. Essentially, you will have your own secret army, says Zell. Sounds good, like an advanced technological version of Anbu, says Naruto. Naruto walks to the back wall. He bites his thumb, slamming it on the ground. After a moment he looks at the giant black amoeba-like creature looking like living tar. Eyes floated on its surface. Naruto smiled at the creature that he had wanted to summon since he learned of the summoning contract. Hello, I'm Naruto. Naruto reaches out with his hand. All of the eyes on the Shoggoth focus on it. After understanding what Naruto was doing, a tentacle forms on the blob and grabs Naruto's hand, shaking it. An unusual greeting, my lord, says Zell. Naruto ignores Zell, looking at the Shoggoth. I have to say, I have read the history of your race. I find you and the other Shoggoth amazing creatures. I am glad you were able to shake off the bonds of slavery and an honor to have you as a summon, says Naruto. The creature pulsates and ripples its answer. He says it is an honor for him as well, says Zell. Naruto nods. Well, now that the pleasantries are out of the way, I have a task for you. We plan on stopping Cthulhu, says Naruto. The Shoggoth ripples violently. Immediately Naruto understands the action. It was laughing. We don't plan on killing him. Such a task would be impossible. We plan on slowing him until he sinks back below the ocean. We have 10 years until Rely rises. We plan on being ready. This area is our base of operations. While it is large enough for now, we need to expand. I was hoping you could help in expanding the base. You can use materials buried to help with construction, says Naruto. The creature bubbles its answer. He says he will help, all you had to do was ask, says Zell. Naruto smiles as the Shoggoth begging, forming tentacles from its body, shape-shifting them into tools to tear down the wall. As it digs, Naruto thanks the creature. You have an interesting view of the Shoggoth, my lord, says Zell. I find them an inspiration, says Naruto. Naruto walks back to the area where the clones were building the labs for research using the remains of the equipment. We should find a way to get better materials other than scrap. I'll send some clones out and see what they can do. If we are lucky, Orochimaru may have more labs down here. I still cannot believe some of this equipment. I'm pretty sure Orochimaru invented half of this stuff. I knew the man was a genius, but most of this stuff is beyond anything I have ever read. If I didn't know half of what I do, I would never have a chance to get this place in working order. Either way, Zell, how goes mapping the power grid, asks Naruto. It goes well, but it seems as if we are only getting minimal power from Konoha, most likely a way for Orochimaru to stay further hidden. To satisfy our power needs, I suggest we build our own generators. There may be some information in the Necronomicon that will help. I believe that the Yithians, Elder Things, and Migo all had their own sources of power that could last for centuries. The schematics may be within the book, but building them will take far too long. Several years, I say. We have to find a better and quicker solution, says Zell. I'll draw up some notes to see what we can do. For now, CDA is progressing smoothly, says Naruto. CDA? Asks Zell. Cosmic Defense Agency. We needed a name, and we can use it to prepare the ninja world. They won't believe any one person. But they might believe an organization, says Naruto. I see. This project of yours is ambitious to say the least, but in any event, I can handle the work here. I believe today is when you will become acquainted with your new team, says Zell. I know, I have half an hour, but might as well get there early. Make sure everything runs smoothly, Zell, says Naruto. Naruto exits the sewer, breathing in fresh air. Putting the manhole cover back on, Naruto leaves toward the academy. Smiling at the progress of his ambitious project, as Zell called it, he was happy that Zell had found the place. Making Zell use the sewers to get around was the best thing that could possibly happen to Naruto. As Naruto walked into the academy, he pulled out a book on mechanical engineering. Lately he had been reading new books, creating a clone and then dispelling it so the clones at the lab would get the information and work better. Shikamaru slept next to Naruto and Choji quietly ate chips as they waited. The class was more than half empty. Most of the students who dropped out were at home. After a while, Iruka walked into the room. He smiled at his class as he began to repeat the words from yesterday about the harsh realities of ninja life. Judging from the faces of the graduates, the message was not taken to heart by many. After the conversation, Iruka began to reveal the teams. Naruto ignored the teams of 1 through 6 as no one put on those teams were anyone Naruto knew. Team 7 will be Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha, says Iruka. Naruto lowers his book as he looks at his two teammates. Sakura seems happy with the placement, judging by the eyes she kept throwing at Sasuke. Sasuke seemed nervous, but it was hard to read his emotions. Naruto listened to the other team placements. As expected, Ino Shikacho was recreated, much to Ino's disappointment. Hinata was put on teams with Kiba and Shino. Hinata seemed disappointed, and Naruto knew why. He nervously put his eyes back in his book as he continued to read. Slowly the class became empty until only Team 7 remained. After 10 minutes of being alone, Sasuke walked down the steps, ignoring Sakura, to sit next to Naruto. Naruto raised his eyebrow. Something you need, Sasuke, asks Naruto. Sasuke looks at Naruto for a moment before he shakes his head lightly. There is something I have meant to ask you when you helped activate my Sharingan, that creature that you showed me. Is it real? Asks Sasuke. Naruto looks at Sasuke. He closes his book. Do you really want to know the answer to that question, Sasuke? Asks Naruto. Yes, says Sasuke quickly. Naruto nods. Well then, yes, they are real. Why do you ask? Sasuke closes his eyes for a moment. Well, after seeing it I felt strange for a while. I felt weak, weaker than I ever felt in my life. I do not say those words lightly. I thought that if such a creature were real, then no matter what I did, nothing mattered. I did not and still do not know why I think that. I felt small. Insignificant. Like there were thing out there that could obliterate anything without even trying. Ever since that day I convinced myself that such a creature couldn't be real, it was too alien, says Sasuke. Sorry Sasuke, if I would have known it would affect you like this, I would not have even tried it, says Naruto. Don't apologize. I appreciate it. I don't know, says Sasuke. Naruto nods. I see. Listen Sasuke, and take these words to heart. Compared to what else is out there, the flying polyp is as frightening as a puppy, says Naruto. Sasuke noticeably pales at that. Naruto, you sold, stop freaking out Sasuke, says Sakura with a concerned look on her face. Listen Sakura, I don't say these things lightly, and I never lie. I know you feel like a real ninja now, but the fact of the matter is there are things in this world more powerful than the greatest ninja. Our world is as fragile as a leaf, and right now a storm is coming, says Naruto. They drop the subject. Sasuke and Sakura think over the conversation to themselves. Naruto reads his book. After about 3 hours the door opens. A man with silver hair that stands straight up in defiance of gravity walks in. Most of his face is covered. Only one eye is visible. He looks at his students. Noting the slight fear showing on 2 of their faces and the blank inquisitive look on the other. My first thoughts on you 3. You're a little depressing, says the man. Their faces falter after that. I'm your Jonin sensei, meet me on the roof and we'll get started. Then the man disappears in a puff of smoke and leaves. Well, he seems nice, says Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura look at him for a moment before leaving the room. Several moments later they sit on the ground as they watch Kakashi look them over. Alright, why don't you introduce yourselves? Just the usual stuff. Things you like, things you hate, dreams for the future, hobbies. Things like that, says Kakashi. Why don't you go first, says Naruto. Me? I'm Kakashi Haddock. Things I like and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you that. Dreams for the future. Never really though about it. As for hobbies. I have lots of hobbies, says Kakashi. That's it? All we got is your name, says Sakura imitated. Not necessarily, he also revealed he is secretive, says Naruto. Sakura shrugs agreeing. Yes, well, anyway, why don't you start off Blondie, says Kakashi. Alright, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like talking and listening to people with varying ideas on a number of subjects and philosophies. I also like ramen and science. General term I know, but there is no particular field I am interested in. I hate willful ignorance, liars. My dreams for the future are to become one of the foremost authorities on scientific advancement and be known as a great scholar and ninja. My hobbies include research, experimentation, and training, says Naruto. Interesting goals, but from what I heard about you, not entirely impossible. Okay Pinky, you're next, says Kakashi. Sakura, still slightly off after Naruto's words earlier, takes a moment to answer. Well, I'm Sakura Haruno. I like. She begins to blush as she looks over at Sasuke, but she shakes her head. Truth be told, Naruto's words were getting to her. I like syrup-coated anko dumplings. I don't really dislike anything. My dreams. I never really thought about it beyond. Well. Sakura shoots Sasuke another glance and softly giggles to herself. My hobbies are playing trivia games and shopping, says Sakura. Okay, good to hear Sakura, says Kakashi lazily. Kakashi turns his eyes to Sasuke. You're last, says Kakashi. Sasuke looks up for a moment. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I don't have many likes. I dislike things that should not even exist that do. My dreams, well, I don't really have a dream, more like an ambition. I'm going to kill a certain man, says Sasuke. Kakashi looks at Sasuke cold-faced over his dislike, but chooses to ignore it for now. Okay, well then, with that out of the way, meet me at the training ground 3 tomorrow morning, says Kakashi. What are we going to do there? I thought now that we are ninja we get to do real missions, says Sakura. Kakashi lets out a light laugh. Not just yet. In fact, right now you are not even genin, says Kakashi. But that information, the 3 look at Kakashi with worry. What do you mean, we passed, why are we not genin yet, asks Naruto. The academy is just to see who has a chance to become genin. After that the Jonin sensei assigned to the hopefuls tests to see if they have potential. Out of the 27 students who passed, only 9 will become genin. And the test failure rate is 66%, says Kakashi. The three look at each other for a moment. Fine, we'll take your test and pass it easy, says Naruto. Good, like I said, meet me at the third training ground before the sun comes up. Oh, and if I were you, I wouldn't eat breakfast, you'll only throw it up, says Kakashi. But that he disappears once again in a cloud of smoke and leaves. Well, great, says Naruto. What do you mean great, asks Sakura, sounding irritated. Look, on the bright side, we still have a chance. Each of us are some of the smartest students from the academy. We'll figure this out. Until then, I'm going to read some on this, Kakashi, try to learn as much as I can. They recommended we not eat breakfast, which is not really an order, but just in case I'm going to at least eat a big dinner tonight, says Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke nod in agreement. Just let us know what you find, says Sasuke. No worries, you two take care, I gotta go, says Naruto. As Naruto walks away, Sasuke and Sakura stay behind. You know, Naruto is right, we should have a big dinner. Why don't we go out and eat at a restaurant or something, just you and me? Asks Sakura. Pass, says Sasuke. They each leave Sasuke contemplating the day, while Sakura goes home slightly depressed about Sasuke rejecting her date proposal. Meanwhile, after sending several clones to research Kakashi, Naruto is back at the lab. He and Zell talk with each other. So there will only be 9 genin this year. I plan on introducing them all to the CDA, but I will first see who passes. I can't do this alone and I need help. If I can explain the situation to them, we could have some help to get the message out there. What do you think? Asks Zell. I doubt that it will go so well and the risks are great, says Zell. That is why I have a plan. I have looked over all the teams, only 2 others will pass if my team does. I need their help. I will wait for a while, but I am confident enough in my guess of who will graduate fully to begin the newest project. I have compassed a list of all known summoning contracts and their last known location. Right now I am going to send out clone teams of 10 to find the scrolls, says Naruto. You can only sign 1 contract, my lord. Why collect them all? Asks Zell. When I invite the other teams, I will need a peace offering. I thought these gifts will be good for them. The other scrolls will be held in the module until we find someone trusting to give them to, says Naruto. I see, but my lord, if any of the other 8 tell Konoha of this place, then the village will undoubtedly use your technology and knowledge against their fellow man, says Zell. I know, that will be counterproductive for when Cthulhu rises. That is why I will make them understand the circumstances and the need for secrecy. Officially we will still be soldiers of the Leaf. Unofficially we will be CDA agents researching and training to be as strong as possible for when Cthulhu raises. If they do not agree or let it slip, well then we use your psionic powers to wipe their mind of it, says Naruto. That sounds manipulative, says Zell. I will let them all know of everything. Even the possibility of the mind wipe. I am not manipulative, Zell, I am careful, says Naruto angrily. I understand, my lord, still I recommend you wait. We can use transformed clones to keep tabs on them. I trust that is suitable, asks Zell. Already 1 step ahead of you, Zell. I have kept tabs on all the graduates the moment they met their sensei. This is why I am so confident I know which of the other teams will become genin, says Naruto. Zell nods. Good to hear, nevertheless I have some news. Lord Dagon and Mother Hydra wish to meet you. The Shoggoth has already excavated a large cave big enough to summon them both. Shall we? Asks Zell. Naruto smiles. Yes, it will be good to see the son and daughter of Cthulhu, says Naruto. Naruto looked at the huge cave before him. It was massive. He looked to see the Shoggoth using numerous tentacles to dig at the walls. Already strange architecture could be seen carved into the cave, creating an unusual support structure. The Shoggoth dragged the excess dirt and stone into itself before stretching a long tentacle depositing dirt into the giant sewer. Looking around, Naruto was awed at the creature's work. He works fast, says Naruto. Yes, they were built as tools, my lord. He has created an opening to the sewer to dispose of unneeded materials. He can rebuild the wall just as quickly as he can demolish it, says Zell. Impressive, says Naruto. Zell nods. In any event, there is an area over here that is large enough to hold both Father Dagon and Mother Hydra, says Zell. Zell leads Naruto over to a massive cavern. Looking around, Naruto nods to himself. It is a large area with a ceiling over 100 feet above. So are you ready, Zell? Asks Naruto. Yes, my lord, says Zell. Naruto takes out a kunai and slices his palm. Concentrating, he holds his palm outward for a moment before slamming his hand to the ground. A huge cloud of mist appears. Naruto shivers. It feels as though the temperature of the cave was forcibly sucked out. After a moment, Naruto notes he can see his own breath. The mist condenses on the floor, creating a shallow pool of water that fills the entire cave. 2 massive creatures emerge from the pool as if it were as deep as the ocean. Naruto examines the 2 creatures before him. One who appears more masculine looks like a giant deep one, but with many long tentacles instead of legs. Smaller tentacles emerge from his face in a strange beard with whiskers much like a catfish. Long fins on his back curve outward resembling wings, but look like they would have more use for swimming. His body is covered in barnacles and algae. The other creature appears also as a giant deep one, just as large as the other but more slender in appearance. Moving tentacles in place of hair. It has a single long tail, no legs. Appearing like a giant horrible parody of a mermaid. It has a disturbingly human-like face but covered in scales, only when its mouth is open does the maw of a deep one appear. And so the child who braved a book has summoned the eldest of deep ones, says the many-tentacled creature. Ush Dagon, I wish to hear the child speak, says the mermaid-like creature. Naruto stares at the massive creatures before him. I have heard much about you, it is an honor to meet Lord Dagon and Lady Hydra, says Naruto with a bow. If reading has taught Naruto anything, it is not to piss off gods. It never ended well. Yes, it is an honor. There have been whispers that you plan to stop our father from awakening. Tell me mortal, is this foolishness true, asks Dagon. My goal is to slow Cthulhu until the stars are no longer right, says Naruto. A difficult task. Father is much more powerful than both me and my mate combined. I don't think you quite understand the danger you suggest, says Hydra. Dagon nods. I believe it best if we show him, says Dagon. How, asks Naruto. Your eyes cannot see illusions, but they can see truth. We can both peer into the veil of time to see the future. I can implant the vision of father's attack directly in your mind. Maybe then you will understand what you are truly up against, says Dagon. Dagon look at Naruto as his eyes begin to glow. After a moment Naruto finds himself in the rubble of Konoha. The skies are red and the world is burning. Surrounded by the screams of pain and watching as the remaining populace kill themselves and each other. Strange creatures roam the land destroying everything in sight. Watching as men and women rip out their own eyes and slit their own throat with rusty knives or their own fingernails. To look away from the horrible images Naruto turns away. He stares up to see a massive beast whose head pierces the clouds. It is a monstrous caricature of octopus, man, and dragon. With a single hand it clutches the Hokage monument ripping it from the ground before throwing it far beyond the horizon. The creature whose wings flap causing storms and hurricanes. Its many tentacles which extend where its face should be lash out in some blasphemous form of laughter as it is attacked by ninja, but they do little to slow the beast. Its arms stretch and move as if its body were made of mud. Attacks that do hit the beast cause it to rain green slime, which moves back to the giant mass of madness and horror-made flesh. The village and surrounding forest burns as animals who run from the fire only stop as they look at the chaos before them and begin to tear off chunks of flesh with their own teeth and eat themselves, going mad just like the men and women of the village. Blood and gore flow from above the ground like a river. The ninja fighting the creatures do not last long and go mad from the massive beast's form. They fling themselves into crowds of the deranged to be torn to pieces or leap into the fires surrounding the village to end their torment. Buildings crumble as the massive beast flaps its wings, giving out a low roar that causes those still unlucky enough to be sane to violently mutilate themselves with whatever is near. The bodies of the young and old, the weak and strong, and the rich and poor litter the streets, and like a masochistic nightmare the still living cut and tear off their own skin and rip out their organs, not seeming to die or feel pain as they begin to resemble corpses. During the chaos several men bow before the creature chanting praises in alien tongues. Ngluim glunaf Cthulhu rely Wugunigulftan. Ngluim glunaf Cthulhu rely Wugunigulftan. Ngluim glunaf Cthulhu rely Wugunigulftan. They praise and chant to the monster as they are slaughtered slow. They are impaled on tentacles and devoured by the creatures that destroy all. Naruto tries to run, but he cannot move. He takes one last look at the massive creature. Cthulhu looks down at the world before walking away uncaring. The cultists stop. Then a meek voice can be heard. Naruto looks to the side where an eyeless Hinata whispers praise to Cthulhu. This language is understandable. In his house at Rely, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming, she chants. She turns her head to Naruto as if she knows he was there and she smiles. That is not dead which can eternal lie. And with strange eons even death may die, she says as she listens to the sounds of destruction and laugh. Naruto runs. He trips over the body of Shikamaru whose skin is slowly melting off. Senbon needles shoved into his eyes. Self-inflicted. As Naruto backs away from the body that he just noticed is still breathing, he turns to see as Kiba rips dogs to pieces, shoving their flesh into his mouth. The hole in his stomach from putting too much for it to hold, and yet he still lives on. Looking around he sees the destruction continue. Choji feasts on his own discarded flesh. Ino rips her eyelids and lips from her face and getting rid of what she keeps calling loose skin. Shino commands his insects to feast on both the living and the dead while they also eat at his own flesh. Sasuke in vain tries shoving a kunai into his chest over and over in his attempts to end his own life. Sakura carves into her face with her bare hands, carving a smile as tears of blood flow from her eyes. She grasps the corners of the smile and tears her own face from her skull. Iruka slaughters children with a smile while scratching at his own face, leaving deep gashes. No one is safe as Cthulhu walks away from the village, gives one final blood-curdling roar, louder than any sound ever heard by human ears. Naruto watches as his classmates and friends' heads pulsate sickeningly and explode around him, giving way to a crimson shower. The visions end and Naruto finds himself back in the cave. He breathes heavy before grabbing his head in pain. Naruto falls on his knees and vomits. He coughs and gags as black tears fall from his eyes. Sobbing to himself, Dagon and Hydra merely watch. After nearly half an hour, Naruto composes himself. The black tears still streaming. Naruto does not say anything for a moment. Then he takes a deep breath and shivers. "I never thought it would be that bad," says Naruto. "That was just a vision of things to come. Should father escape, the real thing will be much, much worse." Father is an uncaring entity. He does what he does not out of spite or for entertainment, but because it is what he is. He is proof of the bleak existence mortals have, that the universe is truly uncaring for your kind. Many other worlds in the multiverse, where humans lived, found themselves being eradicated simply because other creatures wanted their planet, and the life of those planets were in the way for their plans. Do not treat father like an enemy that can be defeated, treat him as a natural disaster given flesh, says Dagon. "I don't know how," says Naruto weakly. "Of course you don't. As much as you have changed, you are still only human. You can never reach our level of power, much less father's level," says Dagon. "Even with the Necronomicon, your chances of slowing father is so small it may as well be irrelevant," says Hydra. Naruto looks at the son and daughter of Cthulhu. "That does not mean I won't try," says Naruto. "Do as you wish, child, but do not expect to win. It would be best if you spent your remaining days in harmony." "But I won't stop you," says Dagon. "Neither shall I. We will help however you wish, for you are keeper of the forbidden book in the eyes of Azathoth. However, we know full well we cannot do anything against father. Should it come down to it, we will flee. Father is one of the few beings that can permanently destroy us," says Hydra. "Well, I thank you for your help. I hope we meet again soon," says Naruto. The two nod before their bodies melt into water before Naruto's very eyes. The shallow pool sinks into the earth with no signs it had even been there. Naruto turns to Zell. "Come on, Zell, I think I could use something to eat. I already got clones out looking for information of Kakashi, and the clone teams are searching the entire elemental nations for the lost summoning contracts. We don't really have anything else to do right now," says Naruto. "As you wish, my lord," says Zell with a bow. Naruto slept very little that night. The images shown by Dagon bored forever in his mind. He did eventually sleep, though the nightmares made him restless once more. Naruto woke several hours before the sun would rise. The memories of the clone sent to research Kakashi entered his mind. He smiled at some good news. Naruto decided to eat today, but very little. He walked to training ground 3. He met Sasuke and Sakura only moments later as they arrived, each coming from different directions. "Well, what did you find out, Naruto?" asks Sakura. Sasuke looks to Naruto. Naruto pushes the thoughts of Cthulhu from his mind before remembering the memories of the clones. A lot surprisingly. Kakashi, also known as Copycat Kakashi or the Copy Nin, has an interesting history. He is rumored to have copied over 1,000 jutsus. "Here is something you might find interesting, Sasuke. Kakashi has the Sharingan," says Naruto. Sasuke's eyes widen. As if reading Sasuke's mind, Naruto answers the unanswered question. "No, he is not an Uchiha. Apparently he received his eye through a transplant. Probably from his teammate Obito Uchiha, who died during a mission. What is really interesting was his sensei, the fourth Hokage," says Naruto. Sakura looks at Naruto and opens her mouth before quickly shutting it. Naruto smiles at her before continuing. "His other teammate was a girl named Rin Nahara. She is also dead, but I couldn't find out how she died. His father was disgraced and killed himself as well. According to what I read in my deduction, the guy is an emotional mess. I got some clones to follow him. He spends a lot of time at the memorial stone for Kia Ninja not far from here," says Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura absorb the words Naruto said. They begin to think it over. "A lot of that stuff is personal, Naruto. I don't think it was such a good idea to do all that," says Sakura. "What do you mean?" asks Naruto. Sakura looks at Naruto confused. "What do you mean? What do I mean?" asks Sakura. "I did a lot of research for this. I thought information on his past would allow us to learn his behavior and pass his test," says Naruto. "That's not the point, it's just personal stuff we have no business knowing," says Sakura. "I suppose everyone is entitled to their privacy, but this was just a consequence of the research done," says Naruto. Sakura shakes her head, trying to figure out a better way to explain it. She didn't want to have to hit the son of the fourth Hokage after all. "Are you stupid or something?" asks Sakura sarcastically. No, I have been called a genius. Though there was this one man did once describe me as emotionally retarded. I think that may be why there is a disconnect in this conversation, says Naruto. Naruto, let me ask you something. What if I told everyone your secret, asks Sakura. Naruto thinks on that for a moment. Well, when you put it like that. Yeah, I can see the problem. I guess I was too caught up with my work to think like that. I have been under a lot of stress lately, says Naruto. What secret, asks Sasuke. Naruto turns his head to Sasuke. Then he turns it back to Sakura. Seeing the look of surprise on her face, Naruto sighs. He was beginning to see why the Hokage did not trust him with the information on his family until he was older. Naruto looks at Sakura before nodding. Sakura looks back at him with a look saying, "Are you sure?" To which Naruto only nods again. Well, since you are my teammate Sasuke, I guess trust is an important thing to have, so a secret of mine would be good to know. Sakura found out by accident, so why not you too, says Naruto. Sasuke looks confused at Sakura. She slowly approaches Sasuke. Leaning down to whisper the secret in his ear and generally be close to him, she whispers the secret in his ear. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, whispers Sakura. Sasuke looks at Naruto waiting for a confirmation. Naruto only nods. After a moment they notice Sasuke has not yet moved. Naruto waves his hand in front of his face. Hello, Sasuke, anyone there, asks Naruto. There was no response. Naruto snaps his fingers in front of Sasuke's face. Naruto places his hand on his chin as he begins to think. Then he smiles. He turns his head to Sakura. Hey Sakura, why don't you kiss him to see if he wakes up, says Naruto. Sakura only blushes and smiles. I'm up, I'm fine, says Sasuke quickly. Sakura turns her head down in a slightly depressing manner. Naruto begins to laugh. After laughing he wipes the black tear from his eye with a single finger. Okay, so yeah, what she said is true, says Naruto. Sasuke inspects Naruto for a moment. You know, I never really noticed, but you do look a lot like him, says Sasuke. The genes, says Naruto. Sasuke smirks. Shaking his head slowly. So any other secrets you are keeping from us, asks Sasuke. Maybe, but all good things come to those who wait, says Naruto. Sakura shrugs and Sasuke grunts. So what kind of test do you think Kakashi will give us, asks Sakura. Given his history, it will probably be something related to teamwork and not individual strength. For a man who lost all his teammates, teamwork would be important to him as a person. Also, teamwork has always been important to the village, says Naruto. Makes sense, says Sasuke. Naruto nods. Well, I think we might be here for a while. I think him being late is a common occurrence, says Naruto. I hope not, says Sakura. Sasuke gets up and begins practicing his taijutsu. Naruto looks at the sky while the sun was out. Faint lights of the stars could be seen. The stars were on Naruto's mind quite a lot lately. 10 years, that was all he had. After that, who knows? Even seeing Cthulhu in Dagon's vision made it seem as if Cthulhu was unstoppable. In many ways he was. Naruto's eyes were capable of seeing truth, but that truth was not something he wanted to see. Before, Naruto did not take Cthulhu seriously enough. Now he did. He was going to have to get more powerful to even think about attempting to slow Cthulhu. He was going to have to master his eldritch form. Zell said he would train him with it so Naruto could activate it at will. However, that does raise the question, if Naruto could not activate it at will, how would he activate it to train with it, or was the training itself how to activate it? He would have to ask Zell on that information later. Now he had to pass. If all went well and Naruto was correct in his guess of team 8 and 10 passing, then everything else would fall into place so long as those teams would accept Naruto's proposal. He would have to watch them for a long time before he even implemented his plan into action. Hey Naruto. Naruto turns his head. Sasuke was standing next to him. Since our sensei is taking so long, why don't we spar, asks Sasuke. Why not, says Naruto. Naruto stands up cracking his knuckles. Getting his mind off Cthulhu could do him good, and a spar was a good way to do that. I should warn you, I have trained with psychos, says Naruto. Sasuke raises an eyebrow at that but ignores it. Each of them gets in a fighting stance. Hand to hand only, says Naruto. Sasuke nods. Sasuke is the first to attack. Like before, Naruto bends around his attacks but does it much more fluidly. Watching Sasuke come forward, Naruto spins around. Dislocating his own shoulder, Naruto hits Sasuke's head with the back of his lame arm before using momentum to spin the opposite direction, popping it back into place and bringing the once dislocated arm into Sasuke's chest. Sasuke jumps back taking minimal damage but stares at Naruto confused. Sorry, my fighting style uses psychological tactics to cause discomfort for my enemy. It may look like it hurts, but really. My fast healing and flexibility make it really effective, it doesn't even feel weird, says Naruto. That is so gross, says Sakura, still off put by the sickening popping sound of the arm going back into its socket. Well, it works, says Sasuke looking at Sakura for a moment before turning back to Naruto. He jumps forward. Naruto again bends and twists around Sasuke's attacks, but a fist catches Naruto off guard and hits Naruto in the shoulder that was dislocated. Doesn't even hurt, says Naruto as he uses Sasuke's belief that the punch hurt more than it really to catch him off guard and kick him in his chest in the same spot he once punched. Sasuke ignores the pain as he begins sending a flurry of punches and kicks at Naruto. Naruto jumps in the air, twisting his body unnaturally like a snake before bringing his foot down on Sasuke's shoulder. However, Sasuke grabs the foot and slams Naruto into the ground. Not bad, but not good enough, says Sasuke as he brings down his foot onto the back of Naruto's shoulder while holds his arm. Naruto dislocates it again and squirms out from Sasuke's foot before getting on his feet. The sickening pop of the shoulder going back and causes Sakura to turn green. Sasuke jumps up in the air before landing behind Naruto. He grabs both of his arms and pulls them behind Naruto. Sasuke puts his foot on Naruto's back, punching away with his foot while pulling back Naruto's arms. Naruto only smiled as he dislocates both shoulders, flipping behind Sasuke, who lets go of the arms. Popping them back, and while in mid-air Naruto lands before dropping prone to the ground. Naruto grabs Sasuke's feet with his legs and twists his body to send Sasuke face first into the ground. Naruto gets back to his feet and hops back as Sasuke gets back on his as well. Sasuke jumps forward to deliver a right hook to Naruto's stomach, but Naruto bends backwards, kicking the fist up, dropping prone again, and then slips between Sasuke's legs. Once behind Sasuke, Naruto quickly squirms to his feet and attempts to kick Sasuke in the back, but Sasuke jumps away, making the kick miss him. Sasuke quickly turns back around, watching as Naruto uses both flexibility and agility to close the gap. Sasuke dodges and blocks Naruto's attacks, but his arms and legs bend at odd angles, making predicting his attacks difficult. "Why don't you use your Sharingan? You are going to need it," says Naruto, smiling. While Naruto tried to distract Sasuke with a quip, Sasuke instead used the moment it took to say it to land a good hard punch right into Naruto's face. "Don't need it to beat you," says Sasuke. Naruto quickly gets up. Each one takes punch after punch, kick after kick, and attack after attack. After a while, Sasuke begins to feel winded. He notices Naruto is not even breathing heavy. Attempting to end the fight quickly, Sasuke blocks all of Naruto's attacks, waiting for an opening. Then it happens. Naruto dislocates his shoulder yet again to swing around and backhand him with the dead arm in Sasuke's head. Sasuke ducks, and as soon as Sasuke sees Naruto is about to pop a joint back into place, Sasuke quickly grabs hold of the arm, attempting to keep it out of its socket. However, Naruto smiles. Shifting his weight, Naruto pops the joint back in and uses his free hand to send a powerful punch right in Sasuke's face. Sasuke does not let go of Naruto's arm in time as he flies back. Sasuke breathes heavily for a moment before standing up. Like I said, the style is meant to convey discomfort to the enemy, but it is also meant to trick the opponent. Do the same move more than once, and your opponent expects it and tries to counter, but at the same time I know they will try and counter it. All I have to do is alter the move to essentially counter a counter, says Naruto. Not bad, and you aren't even winded, says Sasuke. I got good stamina, says Naruto, shrugging. Sasuke nods. They both sit down to gain back some of their stamina. After almost an hour, Kakashi finally shows up. "Yo," says Kakashi casually. "You're late," says Sakura, sounding irritated. "Well, there was this black cat that crossed my path, and I had to take the long way around to get here," says Kakashi. Naruto sighs, shaking his head. "So sensei, what's the test?" asks Naruto. Kakashi takes out an alarm clock and sits it on a nearby stump. Then he takes out 2 silver bells. Holding them up for the 3 to see. "All you have to do is get these bells from me, do that and you will officially become Genin," says Kakashi. Sensei, there are only 2 bells," says Sakura. "I know, that's because whoever doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy. They will also get tied to that post over there," says Kakashi, pointing to 3 nearby posts. "And watch the ones who did get a bell eat lunch in front of them," says Kakashi. Kakashi notes that Sakura's and Sasuke's face show obvious duress, but Naruto merely takes on a thinking pose for a moment. "I see," says Naruto to himself. Kakashi waits a moment. He could almost see the gears in Naruto's head turning. "Okay, the alarm clock is set for noon, you have until then to get a bell. The test starts when I say go," says Kakashi. Kakashi waits for a moment. Examining his students. "Go," says Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura were hiding. Sasuke in a tree, while Sakura was under a bush. Naruto was within the nearby forest. Quickly creating shadow clones, he commands them to take up various points of the field. Some transform into copies of Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto moves as quickly and quietly through the forest. He watches as Kakashi looks at each of them, not moving from his starting spot. Naruto thinks over the possibilities for the test. Thinking it over, he wonders if the bells are even important. Really, their existence solely was meant to drive them apart and create conflict, but he could not be sure. Naruto crept slowly around the field. He waited for his chance. He turned his gaze to a shadow clone, making its way to Sasuke, then to one making its way to Sakura. Then Naruto looked at Kakashi. He was not really moving, just looking around. Naruto waited for the other shadow clones to circle around the forest. Satisfied, he created one more shadow clone and dispelled it for the other clones to get his data on his slowly forming plan. Sasuke watched as Naruto's clones hid all around the edge of the forest. Sasuke merely waited for his moment to strike. After a moment, a clone transformed to look like Sasuke sneaks around. Sasuke looks at the clone for a moment. Use me for a replacement if it comes down to it, but Naruto has a message. The test is, says the Sasuke clone before it is dispelled by a kunai. Looking around, Sasuke sees that Kakashi is gone. He puts his back against a tree trying to find out where Kakashi is. Naruto thinks over his plan carefully as the memories of the Sasuke clone come to him. He saw Kakashi throw the kunai almost too quick for his eye to see. While Naruto sorted through the memories, he realized Kakashi was gone. He hoped he could at least get the message to Sakura. Sakura was under some bushes when a clone of her grabbed her ankle. Giving a soft shriek, she turns to see it's hers. The clone's face. Message from Naruto, the test is a farce, says the clone quickly. Sakura looks at the clone for a moment when a kunai dispels it. Sakura looks around trying to see where it came from but is unsuccessful. She crawls from the bushes to find a better spot to hide. As she carefully looks around, she sees Naruto. Hey, she says. Got the message, good. We need to warn Sasuke. Sensei dispelled him before I could tell him, says Naruto. What's the plan? Asks Sakura. War of attrition. I'm going to send Shadow Clone after him to tire him out. I'll have a few transform to look like you and Sasuke to confuse him, says Naruto. Sakura nods. I'll get the message to Sasuke-kun, we'll try and sneak behind him, says Sakura. Good, now we just have to get him out in the open. So far I can't find him, says Naruto. Then Naruto dispels. Sakura stares at the spot. He was just as surprised it was a clone. Then she sees the kunai used to dispel him. Naruto feels the memories from the most recent clone to dispel. He looks around trying to find the colors of sound from Kakashi to find his location, but the ambient noise makes it difficult. He curses the fact that the clone's eyes of Azathoth are merely transformations to look like his. Naruto watches as Sakura attempt to sneak over to Sasuke. Naruto then sees a flash of color for only a moment. He realized it is headed for Sakura. Naruto runs straight towards her. Sasuke holds shuriken and kunai in his hand, preparing to wait for Kakashi to come into view. He notices Naruto running towards Sakura. Sasuke looks at Sakura to see if Kakashi was near her. He sees a flash of silver hair before it quickly disappears into the trees. Sasuke watches intently for the moment to strike. As Sakura makes her way to him slowly, she stops for a moment to look around. Kakashi stands right behind her, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Sakura doesn't even notice. Sasuke readies his weapons. He waits for Sakura to move. Sakura looks around her for a moment. She tries to locate Kakashi or Sasuke to tell him the plan. Where could he be? Asks Sakura to herself. Behind you, whispers Kakashi's voice. Sakura quickly turns around. Sakura, get down, screams Sasuke. Sakura obeys the command and ducks as kunai and shrunken fly over her head. They embed themselves into Kakashi. As Sakura processes this, Kakashi turns into a log in a puff of smoke. Sakura, no longer moving slow, runs towards Sasuke. After a moment they meet each other. Thanks Sasuke-kun, says Sakura, breathing heavy. Sakura takes one more deep breath. Naruto says the test is a farce, he's going to try and tire out Kakashi with clones. We sneak around and grab the bells, says Sakura. I already figured the test was a fake. Okay, where is Naruto? Asks Sasuke. After looking around, Naruto jumps down and lands not far from the two. Right here, says Naruto. Sasuke nods. Okay, I got clones all over the place. They've been commanded to dispel the moment they see Kakashi. Then the others make their way there. They already attacked him, but most were dispelled, says Naruto. How do you want to get the bells? Asks Sakura. Naruto smiles. I do have a way to keep him still. Sasuke, if you distract Kakashi while he's pinned, Sakura can sneak in and grab the bells, says Naruto. Where is he? Asks Sasuke. I lost him, but I do know he is not using Jinjutsu to hide because I have a hard time finding him, says Naruto. Okay, that's good to know. You say you can hold him down, right? Asks Sasuke. Naruto nods. Keep him still for as long as possible. I have a move that might help as well, just get out of the way as soon as I call out the jutsu's name. The hand sign alone will distract him long enough for Sakura to get the balls, says Sasuke. Got it, says Naruto and Sakura. Naruto's eyes widen for a moment. Okay, one of my clones just found him. He was reading. I think he is waiting for us to go to him, says Naruto. Good, let's go, says Sasuke. Kakashi holds a small orange book in his hand. His senses allow him to keep track of the other three. He had already realized they saw through his test, this pleasantly surprised him, and he was eager to see what they had come up with. After a moment more droves of clones run toward Kakashi. Without even letting his eye leave the book he dispels them easily. He notices Naruto, probably the real one, sneaking behind him. He does not move to see what happens. Then he sees Sasuke cone at him from in front. His eye sees Sakura coming from the side. He puts away his book to concentrate when suddenly he is wrapped by a long green tentacle. He turns his head to see the tentacle coming from Naruto's head. He is shocked by this jutsu but turns his attention towards Sasuke, who was doing hand signs. High eyes widen slightly as he looks at the signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, says Sasuke. As Kakashi is engulfed by the flames, they wait patiently. As the flames disappear, they only see the smoldering remains of a log. Then Kakashi jumps from the forest. Not bad, but not good enough, says Kakashi. But he hears giggling. Kakashi raises an eyebrow as he looks at Sakura, who has both bells in her hand. Looks like we pass, says Sakura as she tosses a bell to each Naruto and Sasuke. You spent so much time looking at us you completely forgot about Sakura, says Naruto. He watches Kakashi slowly walks up to his new students. Not bad, so which of you goes back to the academy, asks Kakashi. The three look around for a moment. You, if you think we are stupid enough to fall for that. Don't forget Kakashi, we three are some of the smartest students from the academy, says Naruto. Kakashi shakes his head. Now then, can anyone tell me the purpose of the test, asks Kakashi. Teamwork, says Sakura. Yes, but why, asks Kakashi. Kakashi motions for the two students to follow him. After a moment they stand before the memorial stone. This memorial holds the names of ninja who have died in the line of duty to protect this village. The names of my best friends are on here. As are the names of fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, sons, and daughters. It is a reminder of their sacrifice to this village, says Kakashi. He turns to his students. Individual strength would only get you so far, you will one day fight a superior opponent, and teamwork would be needed to defeat that opponent. Every mission we go on can end in your death. If you don't work together to protect one another, then your name will end up on this monument as well, says Kakashi. He takes a deep breath as his eyes go back to the monument once more. Those who abandon their mission are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash, says Kakashi. Kakashi looks to his students as they all absorb the words. You three are the first to ever pass my test, says Kakashi. He smiles as he looks at their faces. Naruto smiles to himself. Sakura cheers. Sasuke smirks. We'll meet tomorrow at the Hokage Tower for our first mission and see if we can get some training in there. For now, who's up for lunch, asks Kakashi. Hearing the stomachs of the team collectively growl at the same time, he gets his answer. After eating then sending them home, Kakashi asks Naruto to wait behind. Something you need, sensei, asks Naruto. That jutsu you used, what was it, asks Kakashi. Oh, it's the tentacle whip jutsu. I made it myself. It is not a difficult move. Almost the same principle as the shadow clone. Create a physical construct out of chakra. However, unlike the shadow clone, there is no reason to split your chakra, just mold it. Best part is since it is still attached to me, I get some of the chakra back, says Naruto. Kakashi looks disbelievingly at Naruto. So made it yourself, huh, asks Kakashi. Naruto nods. Well, it works really well. Are there any more surprises I should be on the lookout for, Naruto, asks Kakashi. Only that my taijutsu is really disturbing to watch, says Naruto. Why's that, asks Kakashi. Banko helped train me when I was still in the academy, says Naruto. Ah, I see, says Kakashi. Actually, trained isn't the right word, it was more like torture. To torture me further she made me do one of Might Guy's morning warm-up, says Naruto. Kakashi nods. Well, sorry to hear that, Naruto, says Kakashi as he pats Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto laughs a bit. Anyway, is there anything else you need, asks Naruto. No, that will be all, says Kakashi. Naruto walks off towards his house. Kakashi waits for a moment before taking out his book and walking away. He would have to keep his eye on Naruto for a while. Later that day, after eating, Naruto returns to his lab. He walks through as the clones around him begin to prepare the equipment. Naruto enters the massive cave the Shoggoth was making. Already the creature created the foundation and pillars for the new area. Several clones were in a completed area building a foundry to mass-produce weaponry once they began prototyping them, but that was far off. Still, the short amount of time things were progressing was turning out rather well. After a moment, Naruto finds Zell, who is watching the clones work. We are ahead of schedule, my lord, you work quickly, says Zell. We can't really afford to be slow, can we, says Naruto. Zell turns his head to Naruto. No, I suppose we cannot. Tell me, is there something you need of me, asks Zell. How do I train to use the Eldritch form, asks Naruto. Zell remains quiet. He turns back to the clones. You cannot train yet. Our body is slowly adapting to your powers, says Zell. How long until I can start training, asks Naruto. Not long, the fox has allowed the process to speed. With your body already used to adapting to alien forces such as the fox, I believe you will be able to use the Eldritch form quite soon. I can forcibly activate it, but without giving your body time to adapt, it would cause untold damage. More than likely you would die, says Zell. Alright, I can wait. We are ahead of schedule. I'm going to experiment with what I can summon, says Naruto. Zell nods. Naruto walks deeper into the cave. He bites his finger and slams his hand to the ground. As the black smoke clears, Naruto stares at the creature before him. It is a demonic creature with oil-colored skin and inward-facing horns. It had long wings and a long tail. Its most disturbing feature is the lack of a face. A night gaunt, quite useful for spies. No matter how they move, they make no sound. They use their tail to tickle others into submission, then drag them to its realm, the Dreamlands, says Zell. Naruto looks as the creature moves. What Naruto finds creepy is no colors of sound emanate from its form even as it moves. It is as if it were incapable of making sound, and Naruto had long ago grown used to seeing sound. Not seeing it was disturbing. Then Naruto raises an eyebrow. He turns to Zell. Tickle, asks Naruto. Zell only nods. Naruto looks back to the creature that could only be described as a demon shadow come to life. While it was unsettling, the idea that it tickled others was comical, the idea that it dragged those it tickles to its world was not. The creature was almost invisible in the dark cave. It flew forward, landing before Naruto, not making a single sound. Well, I could use it for training. I have grown used to using sound to find my enemies. If I can catch this thing in the dark, I doubt anything could hide from me, says Naruto. As the words leave his lips, the creature disappears in the shadow. Naruto looks around trying to find the creature, but doesn't even catch a glimpse. Then it emerges from the shadows and tickles Naruto with his tail. Naruto laughs with his eyes closed. When he opens them, the creature is gone. He looks around for a while. He sees no signs. He turns around only to come face to no face with the creature. Naruto gives out a light scream and shock and falls to the ground. They are very stealthy, my lord, says Zell. Can they attack instead of tickle, asks Naruto. If you command it to do so, I see no reason it would not, says Zell. Naruto looks at the creature. He creates a clone. Okay, Night Gaunt, to eviscerate that clone without it knowing, says Naruto. What? Screams the clone. The creature disappears. The clone looks around frantically. Then suddenly it dispels. The Night Gaunt standing where the clone once was. They may not be as fast flyers as the Byakuya, my lord, but they more than make up for it with stealth, says Zell. No kidding, says Naruto. The Night Gaunt dispels. Naruto walks toward the containment module. Reaching in, he removes the Necronomicon. He walks back to Zell as he begins to read. He flips through pages until he finds one that catches his eye. Zell, what is this, asks Naruto. Zell looks at the picture on the book. It moves of its own accord. It is a giant mushroom cloud growing, while massive eyes peer through the cloud. It is a nuclear explosion, says Zell. Why do it have eyes, asks Naruto. Those are the eyes of Azathoth, not like your eyes. The picture is meant to show the relationship between Azathoth and nuclear radiation. Azathoth is also known as the nuclear chaos. He is known as that for two reasons. 1. He is at the center of the multiverse, like a nucleus. 2. Azathoth is nuclear radiation. Azathoth sleeps, as he always has. The drums and flutes that lull him to sleep keep him in sleep. The moment he awakens, the multiverse ends. All of it, everywhere, every time, every entity, every sentient being, every place, every non-place, everything down to the smallest atom and to the largest of all realities end. No, not end, never existed. We are but a dream of Azathoth. It is the ultimate entropic force. The reason I say this is every nuclear reaction bring Azathoth closer to awakening, says Zell. Naruto listens to the words. He looks back at the picture. Does life mean anything, asks Naruto. No. Naruto turns to the voice. Standing near the doorway is Konohamaru, the grandchild of the Hokage. Naruto's eyes widen as he walks forward. Life means nothing, but we live it all the same. So we finally meet face to face. It has been a while, says Konohamaru. What are you doing here, asks Naruto, the fear of being discovered present in his face. You spoke to my colleague once. We are acquainted. I once wore your body, says Konohamaru. Naruto leaps to his feet. What? No, you don't mean. Yes, I was the Yithian who took control of your body. I am here to observe you, says Konohamaru as he smiles. We will get to know each other quite well for these next 10 years, says Konohamaru. Naruto stared at the child before him. Konohamaru stood back straight, arms behind his back. Konohamaru walked forward, examining the lab around him. Much has changed since our tests on you, young Naruto, says Konohamaru. "Where is Konohamaru?" asks Naruto slightly angry. "Konohamaru is in my body much like you were. He will be given freedom to read our knowledge in the library of Yith. As with you his mind will be erased upon returning to his body," says Konohamaru. "You just said you will get to know me for 10 years. You plan on returning him to his body when Cthulhu rises. He is young. With Cthulhu on the horizon, Konohamaru should not have a 10-year gap in his memories, followed by waking up in the middle of an agonizing death," says Naruto. "Please, there are more important matters to attend to other than your young friend. I have taken over this body to study you further. It seems not long after you awakened our memories your future changed. We have come to observe your changes. Originally I was to keep to the shadows. However, with you staying here for so much of your time, it became necessary that I reveal myself. Seeing as you would discover me down here anyway, I simply came forward. All I can do is observe you. I am not permitted to act in any way. Nor can I reveal your future," says Konohamaru. "Fine, but if you are doing this, you have to do something," says Naruto. "I am listening," says Konohamaru. "You will go to the academy, train to be a ninja, and find some way for Konohamaru to get those memories. He is going to need them. Do that and I won't have to telepathically rip your mind from Konohamaru's body," says Naruto. "I am no fool, young Naruto. I know full well you have yet to master your psionic powers. However, I will do as you say. It would be counterproductive should I be brought under suspicion for behaving differently. It was difficult enough avoiding those who followed me," says Konohamaru. "Of course they were following you, you're the grandson of the Hokage. You are a target for Konoha's enemies," says Naruto. "Even in this form I am more than capable of taking care of myself. Though the child's brain is human. My mind is Yithian," says Konohamaru. Naruto raises an eyebrow. "Are you saying you can use psionics in that body?" asks Naruto. "Yes, my mind is alien enough to put off a mutation into an eldritch form. Konohamaru, as you call him, will remain untouched physically by the mutations that you have recently went through. I have learned long ago through trial and error to do this, you have nothing to fear," says Konohamaru. "Trial and error?" asks Naruto. "We were not always aware of the effects of psionic power on humans. Some became misshapen creatures before death took them. To my knowledge you are the first to survive the metamorphosis," says Konohamaru. Naruto though on that for a moment before turning to Zell. He noticed Zell was looking angry. "You okay, Zell?" asks Naruto. "I was hoping to never have the displeasure of meeting a Yithian again, even in mind," says Zell. Konohamaru glares at Zell. "Ah, a deep one. The feeling is mutual. I had hoped never to see your vile species ever again," says Konohamaru. "What are you two talking about?" asks Naruto. "You see, my lord, in another reality on a young world that would eventually house the human race, there were many races that fought control of the world. The deep ones and our once allies, the star spawn of Cthulhu against the elder things, Mi-Go, and the great race of Yith," says Zell, speaking with venom on the word great. "Ours is an ancient feud that lasted for millions of years, until the flying polyps came. We were in a constant struggle to claim the world," says Konohamaru. "We are ancient enemies, but I see little harm in letting this filth walk around. The Yithians are a race obsessed with attaining knowledge. They will not interfere with your plans, my lord. They are too single-minded. Had it not been for the elder things and Mi-Go, we would have easily exterminated them," says Zell reluctantly. Naruto shakes his head. "Just don't kill each other, we have enough problems without setbacks," says Naruto. "As I said, I am here merely to observe," says Konohamaru. "Let the filth watch, he is weak anyway," says Zell. Naruto shakes his head again. This was going to be interesting. Naruto returned to the surface with Konohamaru. It was an unexpected event, but Naruto could adapt. Perhaps even use help in the construction of Yithian weaponry. While Zell did not admit it in front of Konohamaru alone, he did say the Yithians were masters of weapon crafting. Naruto led Konohamaru to the park in an attempt to help him act like a child. It was an interesting sight to watch a Yithian try and behave like a child. At first it was awkward when he played in a park with a face that screamed, "I really do not want to do this," but he had appearances to keep up. Though he did not seem to care playing with other children. Though whatever it was Konohamaru was doing, it was not playing. That would imply he was enjoying it. Naruto did not sleep well that night. Tomorrow was to be his first mission. While he knew it would not be a grand mission, he did hope it would be at least a distraction of the recent events that have happened. Having a Yithian in the body of someone he considered a friend was not something Naruto was enjoying. As annoying as he found Konohamaru during the few times Naruto met him, he was just a child. It was to be expected. Now though a time-traveling body snatcher was wearing him like a suit, and the though of whatever the real Konohamaru was going through made Naruto worry. Naruto now remembered his short time in the Yithian body. It was not pleasant waking up in a strange place not knowing how to use the slug-like cone-shaped body. Had it not been so short, and had Naruto's memories not have been erased, it would have been taxing on his mind. Speaking on that, at least Naruto could later ask the Yithian why he was immune to insanity. As long as it would not affect the future he would answer, unless forbidden to do so. It really depended on what the answer was. As Naruto got dressed and headed for the Hokage Tower he was thinking on how events were changing drastically. Konohamaru was mentally replaced by an alien, Naruto had to find a way to prepare the world to hold back a literal god, and there was still no word on how the clones sent out were doing in their attempts to find the other summoning contracts. It hadn't been long, but he hoped news of something would reach his mind eventually. Though the fact that he gained no memories meant they were all still alive. Naruto stopped his thoughts as he entered the tower. Sakura and Sasuke were already waiting. Kakashi was nowhere in sight. So he's not here. Maybe we should get him a watch, said Naruto. I don't think it would help. I almost think he does it, just to mess with us, says Sakura. Naruto rubbed his chin. Maybe he does, it would explain a lot, says Naruto. As the minutes passed the three began their usual rituals while waiting for Kakashi. Naruto read, Sakura pestered Sasuke for a date and Sasuke ignored her. As time went by another team came into view. It was Team 8. They were heading right to the tower. Hello Kurenai, been a while, said Naruto. Kurenai smiled. Hello Naruto, so you passed Kakashi's test. That's a first, says Kurenai. You two know each other, asks Sakura. I was one of the people who helped find out what Naruto's eyes could do, said Kurenai. Kurenai is one of the best ninjutsu experts in Konoha, said Naruto. Didn't help, nothing I did had any effect on you, said Kurenai. Well good thing we're on the same side, says Naruto. Kurenai laughs. Naruto turns his eyes to a blushing Hinata. He quickly puts his eyes back into his book. It was still a bit strange being around her. So where is Kakashi, asks Kurenai. Late, as usual, says Sakura irritated. Yeah sounds like Kakashi, says Kurenai while shaking her head. Naruto looked up from his book. So he is known for this behavior, asks Naruto. Kurenai nods. Pretty much, he has been late to so many meetings we usually just tell him the wrong time by a few hours, just so he will show up on time, says Kurenai. Does it work, asks Sakura. At first, he still somehow manages to show up late though, says Kurenai. Naruto smiles. Good to know, maybe we should use Kakashi time when he asks us to be somewhere, says Naruto. He'd probably still be late, says Sakura. They all laugh. Naruto looks at Shino noting he was almost invisible until he looked at him. Hey Shino, how's life? Anything interesting happened recently, asks Naruto. I became a genin, was placed on Team 8, have practiced with my clan, and have catalogued 3 subspecies of mantis, says Shino. Sounds like fun. Let me know if you need any help. I could always use the distraction, says Naruto. Distraction, from what? It's not like you do anything other than read boring books, says Kiba. Contrary to what you believe Kiba, I do have a social life. Antisocial it may be but social nonetheless. Even I have a bad day every now and then, says Naruto. Kida looks at Naruto for a moment. Akamaru pants on his head giving out a small bark. It's alright Akamaru, we'll get our mission soon. And it's going to be 100 times better than theirs, says Kiba. Somehow I highly doubt that will be the case given the circumstances, says Naruto. What do you mean, asks Kiba. Well have you ever noticed that genin sometimes do manual labor, at first I thought it was for extra money. Then when I noticed that they were always in the same teams. I thought about it some more and realized that even though we're ninja our experience level is much too low to really do anything dangerous just yet, says Naruto. Kiba quickly turns his head to Kurenai. Is that true, asks Kiba frantically. Kiba, this is our first mission. I expect you to treat it as such regardless of its contents, says Kurenai. Kiba slumps his shoulders. Wait, so our first mission is going to be chores, asks Sasuke speaking for the first time today. In a way, these missions probably have some meaning behind them. More than likely teamwork exercises, says Naruto. Sasuke puts his head in his palm, Sakura tries to comfort him but has little success. It isn't that bad, says Hinata. Kiba turns to her with his eyebrow raised. She's right Kiba, remember all good things come to those who wait, says Naruto. It does not escape Naruto that Hinata blushes deepen after that. He turns his eyes back into his book not knowing how to react. Yeah whatever, well let's go get our chore, says Kiba with his shoulders still slumped. Team 8 head inside together. Naruto and company wait for their sensei to arrive. It isn't too long after Team 8 leaves that Team 10 approaches the tower. He idly notes Ino and Sakura glaring at the less Naruto smiles as they do. Hey Shikamaru, hey Choji. It's been a while, glad you passed. Not that there was any doubt I'm just saying, says Naruto. Shikamaru grumbles his greeting looking like he just woke up. Considering who it was most likely. Yeah first mission, troublesome, says Shikamaru to no one in particular. So Naruto why are you out here, asks Choji. Oh you know, catching up on some reading, waiting on the latest man in the multiverse, the usual, says Naruto. Multiverse, questions Choji. Sorry Choji, it would take forever to explain. The short version is that there are an infinite number of universes, and everything that can or can't happen has happened in one of them. It's theoretical right now, but the possibility is there, says Naruto. Sounds interesting, maybe later you can explain how it works, says Asuma their sensei. You two would have to read books on theoretical physics to understand anything he would tell you, says Shikamaru lazily. Asuma raises an eyebrow for a moment, shifting the cigarette in his mouth. On second though, maybe I could live without knowing, says Asuma. Naruto shrugs. Suit yourself, says Naruto. He turns his head to look at Ino, who was practically hanging on to Sasuke while Sakura was attempting pushing her away. Laughing to himself over their antics, he continues to read as Asuma motions for them to go inside. So how long has it been, asks Sakura. Naruto looks at the sky, then his shadow. 2 hours, he says. Ugh, moans Sakura in annoyance. As the day winds down, Naruto finishes his book. He puts it away and idly examines the people around him. He turns to his teammates. So how everyone been doing with their training, asks Naruto in an attempt to pass the time. Good, nothing much has changed. Still practicing with the Sharingan, says Sasuke. Naruto nods. What about you Sakura, asks Naruto. Sakura shifts uncomfortably. I haven't really trained much, says Sakura. Why not, asks Naruto. Not enough time in the day, says Sakura. Sakura, you do realize the dangers of being a ninja. And the other dangers of being a kunoichi, asks Naruto. Sakura shifts again, realizing what he was saying, but she didn't speak. Sakura, you should be aware that the death rate for genin is very high, mostly due to overestimation of one's own abilities. The death rate of female genin is even higher. It really only evens out for chunin and jonin. It is theorized that not enough female ninja take the job seriously or become a ninja for the wrong reasons. Remember, we are a team, we count on you just as much as you count on us, says Naruto. I know, Look, I'd rather not talk about it. It's not like we have anything dangerous to do right now, says Sakura. No, I suppose you are right, but tell me something Sakura, what kind of ninja do you plan on being, asks Naruto. Sakura thinks it over for a moment. Well, I have been told I have a bit of skill in Jinjutsu, maybe I could be like Kurenai, says Sakura. Not bad, Jinjutsu takes a good amount of chakra control. Why not expand on that, says Naruto. What do you mean, asks Sakura. Well, looking at our team formation, we appear to focus on assault tactics. Between my clones and Sasuke's fire jutsu, it really is best applied there. You could try to fit into that mindset, but perhaps it would be better if you came up with something to make us adaptable, says Naruto. Sakura began thinking to herself. Well, I still think I will train in Jinjutsu, but I could always branch out to something else. Maybe I could become a medic nin, that could work, says Sakura. Not a bad idea, you do have the control for it. Tell you what, if you want to do that, I have some books on human anatomy you can borrow, says Naruto. Sakura smiles. Thanks. I'd like that, says Sakura. Naruto waves his hand to dismiss her. No worries, it's just me helping a teammate, says Naruto. After the conversation, Naruto thinks back to it. He silently curses himself. Zell was right, he was being manipulative, he realized that. He was already preparing his team to combat Cthulhu when he still did not know if they even would. He didn't like manipulating people, even accidentally, but what's done as day continues. Luckily, it is not long after Naruto's talk with Sakura that Kakashi shows up. You're late again, says Sakura. Yeah, sorry, my alarm clock broke and I overslept, says Kakashi. By 3 hours, says Naruto, adding rather pointless information now that he know about it. Yes, well, let's go get our first mission, says Kakashi. After retrieving their mission scroll to find and capture a cat of all things, they set out. Kakashi had given them each a headset to communicate with each other. Naruto would idly examine the headset, looking for ways to build such a device or even improve it. Nevertheless, they set out. They split up around the field the cat was most often seen at. Apparently, this Tora was quite infamous for escaping capture and torturing genin. Either way, they searched the field. I have just found some cat droppings, looks fresh, the feline can't be far off, says Naruto through his headset. Naruto, that is gross, says Sakura. Which way is it headed, asks Sasuke. Naruto looks at the ground. It's headed straight to you, Sasuke, looks like it is going toward the stream. She might be thirsty, said Naruto. Got it, says Sasuke. Naruto followed the trail left by the cat. It wasn't long until he found the stream. Following it, he turned his head up to a tree, where he saw the cat resting. I found the cat, she's sleeping in a tree. Looks like she might be stuck. I'm going to see if I can get her down, says Naruto. Good luck with that, says Kakashi with a hint of humor in his voice. Naruto turns off his headset. He climbs the tree with minor difficulty. After a moment, Naruto makes it to the branch. He seats himself next to the sleeping feline. A pink bow tied around it. Naruto turns his headset back on. It has the pink bow, this is the cat, says Naruto. As Naruto speaks, the cat wakes up. It looks at Naruto for a moment. Naruto raises an eyebrow as he sees the cat was glaring at him. Thinking nothing of it, he reaches toward the cat and scratches behind its ear. The cat seems to enjoy itself. I don't see why everyone says you are so bad, says Naruto. The cat purrs. Naruto pets the cat some more before attempting to pick her up. Apparently the cat did not like this as she quickly clawed at Naruto's hand as he reached under her. And with a speed unusual to cats, it jumps for Naruto's face. It doesn't get far. The cat hovers griped by a green tentacle attached to Naruto's arm. Apparently I was wrong, you are quite violent, says Naruto. He leaps down the tree as the cat thrashed to escape the tentacle. It is not long until Sakura and Sasuke reach Naruto. Sakura shrieks lightly at the sight. Naruto, how could you treat a poor cat like that, asks Sakura. It attempted to attack me. So I grabbed it with the tentacle whip. Don't worry, I'm only holding her tight enough to keep her still, says Naruto. Sakura shakes her head. She looks at the cat as it trashes around angrily. Maybe you could carry it normally, says Sakura. I would prefer not to, she can be quite vicious, says Naruto as he shows Sakura the scratches on his free hand. Just let me hold her, says Sakura. I do not think that would be a good idea, Sakura, says Naruto. She glares at him for a moment. Fine, but whatever happens is not my fault, says Naruto. He hands her the cat, dispelling the tendril as soon as she grabs hold of the feline. Immediately the cat scratches her arm. As a reflex she drops the cat only for Naruto to grab it in the tentacle before she hits the ground. Told you, says Naruto. Sakura glares at the cat, then to Naruto. Let's just get this over with, says Sakura as she walks off. After returning the cat to its violently affectionate owner, Sasuke looks at Naruto's hand. The scars are gone, says Sasuke. They look at his hand. There was not even a hint he had been scratched. He looks at his hand for a moment. I heal fast, says Naruto. The fast, says Sasuke. Naruto puts his hands in his pocket. It's nothing, Sasuke, I've always healed quickly, says Naruto. Sasuke, realizing he was not getting any more information, drops the subject for now. Sakura on the other hand begins thinking it over. Naruto did tell them he had many secrets, the only one she knew was who his father was, and that was a big one. Was his healing another one? It seemed small in comparison, but perhaps it was only part of the secret. Sasuke was thinking much on the same lines. As they walk away, Naruto looks at Kakashi, his eyes in his book. Something on your mind, Naruto, asks Kakashi, eyes never leaving his book. Not much, just wondering if we were going to train today, asks Naruto. Kakashi looks from his book for a moment. As a matter of fact we are, but not today. First there is something I need to ask you three, says Kakashi. They stop for a moment as Kakashi puts away his book. Nothing major, just tell me what you want to specialize in so I can help you there, asks Kakashi. Well, I want to be a combination Genjutsu user and medic nin, says Sakura. Kakashi was slightly surprised by this, he knew the girl had good control, but he did not know she wanted to become proficient in two skills. She rarely showed any real desire to become a ninja. Though both classes were mostly non-combative, he knew enough of both to know that they could be quite powerful. Sounds good, Sakura, I'm not much of a medic, but I could teach you the basics, same for Genjutsu, but I do have a few advanced skills that could help you once you get the basics, says Kakashi. Sakura smiles. What about you, Sasuke, asks Kakashi. I want to be a Sharingan master, proficient in all my clan styles and jutsu. With a few extra moves thrown in to mix it up, says Sasuke. Kakashi thinks for a moment. Well, I can help you there. I'll see what you are best at and help you there. Later I could do something to help you with your fire styles, but we'll wait a while before using elemental jutsu, says Kakashi. He turns to Naruto. And you, Naruto, asks Kakashi. Naruto thinks for a moment. Truly he was mostly using the skills shown in the Necronomicon, though he had yet to use anything other than the tentacle whip and the flexibility exercise. Putting that together with the copied scroll of seals, he could easily become a powerhouse. It would take a while before he could do that, so it would be best to branch out to prepare for the future when Cthulhu awakens. Right now, in terms of being a ninja, I am not really sure. I do like the idea of being adaptable though. Maybe a jack of all trades, master of none thing until can't figure out what to focus on. Though I won't ever really be able to be any good with ninjutsu since I can't see them, so I can throw that out right now, says Naruto. Kakashi puts his hand to his chin. Alright, I suppose that could come up with something to help you there, says Kakashi. Kakashi takes out his familiar book. Alright, you three go home. I'm going to try and think up some training exercises to help you in those fields. So rest up and meet me at 7 at the Hokage Tower. After our mission we will get started, says Kakashi. He disappears in a puff of smoke and leaves. Maybe we should ask him how he does that, looks useful, says Naruto. Sasuke nods slightly in agreement. I guess we go home now. It's kind of early though. It's only 4, says Sakura. What do you suggest, asks Naruto. Well, why not hang out? As a team I mean, says Sakura as she looks to Sasuke to see his reaction. I wouldn't mind. I could use a break, says Naruto. Sasuke looks at the two before giving out a sigh. He was probably going to hate this, but there was a few things he wanted to ask Naruto, such as his fast healing. Fine, says Sasuke. Sakura does a small cheer when Sasuke turns his back. So where do you want to go, asks Sakura. Naruto thinks for a moment. Well, I do know this place that serves the best ramen I've ever tasted, says Naruto. I was thinking of something a little more interesting, says Sakura. Naruto shrugs. Why don't we go to the top of the Hokage monument then? The view of the village is good, says Naruto. Sakura smiles. That's not a bad idea, Naruto, says Sakura. Naruto smiles. They make their way to the top of the monument. Sitting on a nearby bench, the three look over the village. While it was a beautiful view, Naruto's mind wandered back to the vision Dagon showed him. It was hard to imagine how much would change when Cthulhu awoke from his slumber. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Sasuke. So Naruto, mind talking a bit on why you heal so fast? Do you have 2 bloodlines, asks Sasuke. Naruto turned his eyes to him for a moment before giving out a sigh. They were probably going to figure it out sooner or later, and the secret wasn't much compared to stopping Cthulhu. If he was lucky, the answer would satisfy her curiosity on him. And both were smart enough to both understand and keep the secret. How they felt about it was none of Naruto's concern. Well, not really. Tell me, have any of you noticed that people glare at me when we walk together with Sensei, asks Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke look at each other for a moment. While they had noticed that the villagers would glare at Naruto, they didn't know why. It was another thing Sasuke wanted to ask him. Okay, now do you know what my birthday is, asks Naruto. They look at Naruto confused. October 10th, says Naruto. They widen their eyes a bit at that. You were born on the day your dad defeated the nun-tailed fox, asks Sakura. Naruto only nods. Now, you both know I heal fast and I have a lot of stamina. What you don't know is I have chakra levels that are near the same as a cage. It is why I have such difficulty performing low-level jutsu that use so little chakra and can perform the shadow clone with ease, says Naruto. What does that have to do with anything, asks Sakura. Take all you know about me and put it together, then tell me what your conclusion is, says Naruto looking over the village. They both think it over for a moment. Naruto smiles as he watches the gears in their head turn. So what are you saying, that the village thinks you're the fox, because that's stupid, says Sakura. Or maybe he is saying he is in some way related to the fox, says Sasuke. You are both close, might as well tell you the answer, otherwise you might come to the wrong conclusion, says Naruto. Naruto stands up. He pumps chakra into his stomach. Well, he could see the seal, he knew they could not. They both watched as the seal formed on his stomach. You can't kill a tailed beast, they just come back after a while. So to stop the monster, he sealed it in me. He is trapped inside of me and cannot get out. Normally seal like this free the beast if I should die. This one is different. If I die, the fox dies, permanently. Its chakra is slowly pumped and filtered into me, this means that we are both connected, says Naruto. He lowers his shirt as he looks at both Sakura and Sasuke for their reaction. Sasuke only crosses his arms and smirks. Sakura follows suit. That explains a lot actually, especially the whiskers, says Sasuke. Just a little side effect, says Naruto. So your dad sealed it in his own son. Why would he do that, asks Sakura. From what the Hokage has told me, his wish was for me to be viewed as a hero. The problem was not many seen it like that. To be honest, I don't see myself as a hero, all I did was be born. Besides, what other person could he ask to hold a demon? More importantly, who would agree with it, says Naruto. Point taken, says Sakura. You should both know that, like who my father is, this is an S-rank secret. Revealing it to anyone is calls for your execution, says Naruto. He looks at them as they pale a bit. See why I'm not big on talking about it. But you were curious and deserved to know. Especially if we have to work together, says Naruto. Sasuke stands up. Not exactly what I expected, but I always figured there was something off with you, no offense, says Sasuke. None taken. Besides, you two are both geniuses in your own right. You would have figured it out anyway, or come to the conclusion that I was the fox. I thought as best you know the truth, says Naruto. Whatever, I'm going home. See you tomorrow, says Sasuke. He walked off. I'm going. Oh hell, I don't feel like lying, I'm going to follow Sasuke, says Sakura as she chased after him. Naruto laughed lightly to himself. He walked toward his home, where he immediately turned to head to the sewer. He climbed down the ladder and headed to the lab. He could hear yelling coming from the lab. I'm telling you that it won't work, the energy source to build one is too great for the power we have, says the voice of Konohamaru. Well, maybe if you actually helped us build the damn generator we could actually use your plasma turrets, says Zell. And I said I cannot interfere, but I would not appreciate you using faulty equipment that would literally blow up in your face and probably take me and a tenth of the village with it, screams Konohamaru. The Lord need to have the defenses up to protect his lab should the snake human return. You are a Yithian, do something useful, screams Zell. Naruto walks in. Still arguing over the plasma turrets I see, I'm impressed I have never heard someone argue on the same subject for 10 hours, says Naruto. I am merely ensuring time remains normal and making sure my observation does not end with my death, which your deep one seems hard-pressed to cause. They are a destructive race, why you keep him summoned is beyond me, says Konohamaru. How dare you speak to the Lord like that, if he had not asked me to calm myself, I would rip your eyes out and feed them to you, says Zell. Please, like a lowly deep one could harm me, you would have lost long ago had you not allied with the star spawn, says Konohamaru. And we would have brung your race to extinction had we not been distracted by the others. Even the Migo was more of a threat to us than your race, says Zell as he smashes his fist into a nearby table breaking it. Naruto sighed. Yep, it's going to be a long decade, he says to himself. It had been a month since the Yithian Konohamaru revealed himself. So far there were many who found his behavior odd, though no one confronted him about this change in personality. The Hokage himself believed that Naruto was having an effect on his grandson, so there was not much suspicion. The main difficulty was that Anbu would follow Konohamaru to protect him, thus making it to the sewer quite difficult. Though he found a way around that. A rather painful looking way of erasing memories that looked like the Anbu were having a seizure. It was disturbing to watch as a child looks at the sight with a look of detached apathy. While Naruto was aware it was not truly Konohamaru, it was still quite unsettling to see. So to the lab then, asks Konohamaru. Yeah, you know that can't be good for them, says Naruto pointing at the passed out Anbu. They will be fine, the false memories are implanted. Let us leave, says Konohamaru. They make their way to the sewers to head toward the lab. So can I ask you something, asks Naruto. You may, though whether I answer or not is dependent on the question, says Konohamaru. I was wondering, why don't I go insane from everything going on around me, asks Naruto. Konohamaru puts his hand to his chin. Well, that is not really important information compared to my mission, I suppose I could reveal it, says Konohamaru. They open the lab door, walk in passing the clones, and sit at a nearby table. The simple way of explaining it is that your mind is different from others, we noticed this quite quickly. While we are not aware how this happened, we do know it was deliberate and that it happened very early in your life. Possibly when you first read from the Necronomicon. Despite the oddities of the book, it does not have a will of its own, not like life does anyway. It is aware but also apathetic. We believe that there is another force at work that has caused this, says Konohamaru. Naruto crosses his arms thinking on that for a moment. I suppose that makes sense, I remember when I first found the book I fainted. When I woke up I was able to read. So logically who or whatever caused that is the force that caused this. Any ideas, asks Naruto. I'm sorry but we cannot disclose that information, I will say that we have several theories on what it might be. All of them are bad for you, says Konohamaru. Well, at least I know something about what is going on with me, though I have to wonder why whatever did this would do it. It doesn't get easier, does it? First Cthulhu, now this. I'm basically an experiment for it, says Naruto. Or a pawn, many beings and entities out there are quite adept at manipulating events to further their plans, says Konohamaru. Comforting. Well, thanks for sharing that bit of information, says Naruto. That was an old plan, with the changes to TH future happening, there was no reason not to tell you other than spite, which as a Yithian I do not have, says Konohamaru. Why argue with Zell, asks Naruto. I do not argue with him, I disagree on an academic level. As intelligent as the Deep One is, he is still a child compared to the most foolish Yithian to exist, he is also violent and impatient. A hazardous combination, says Konohamaru. I didn't know Yithians were so arrogant, says Naruto. We are not arrogant, we are merely self-aware, says Konohamaru. Naruto nods. Right, tell me, is any race as intelligent as yours, asks Naruto. Only the great old ones and outer gods who can actually think and are not mindless beasts can be called such, though they are omniscient, so it is hardly a fair comparison, says Konohamaru. I see, so how is that not arrogance, asks Naruto. If you do not see it then I will not explain it, believe what you want, but in the end our race has compiled knowledge far beyond your understanding, says Konohamaru. You forget the difference between knowledge and intelligence, says Naruto with a smile. Konohamaru glares at Naruto. This discussion is over, says Konohamaru. Naruto softly laughs to himself. Naruto watches as Zell laughs as well, causing Konohamaru to glare at him as well. As entertaining it is watching the filth squirm. I have news, says Zell. Naruto turns his head to him. What is it, asks Naruto. There is talks of an old man from Wave in Konoha requesting a C-rank mission for Konoha ninja to escort him back to Wave. This could be our chance to get the divine flower for the reagent, says Zell. How did you find this out, asks Naruto. You would be surprised what people say while you listen below them, says Zell. He trudges around a sewer spying on the populace, and he calls me filth, says Konohamaru. Zell growls at Konohamaru before Naruto begins speaking. I'm not sure Kakashi will believe us ready for a mission, but I think I can try and get it. I am going to need some information on the mission. What are the details, asks Naruto. Not much, all I know is he paid the bare minimum for such a mission. Taking that into account, it is possible a genin team will be chosen, says Zell. Naruto nods. Well, looks like we have a chance, I hope that we just get that one. Kakashi has been training us long enough and Sakura is taking her training seriously. Hopefully we can convince him to get us a C rank, says Naruto. So you are going to manipulate them again, asks Konohamaru. I am not manipulating them. I'm just leading the conversation to help us get the mission, says Naruto. So manipulation then, says a nearby clone, which promptly dispels as Naruto throws a kunai at it. I am not manipulative, says Naruto angrily. The lady doth protest too much, methinks, says another clone. Naruto shakes his head. I'm going home, I'll drop the hints to Kakashi on getting us a better mission, says Naruto. On his way out he hears one clone speaking to him. Good luck with your manipulations, says the clone. Naruto only groans. That night Naruto lays down for a moment to think on what he knows on the divine flower. Well, he knows what it looks like thanks to Hinata. He knows very little on where it grows other than at wave. Should he search areas more dry or wet? He decided he would just leave those thoughts for another time. At least the thing glows. How hard could it be to find? Naruto walks toward the Hokage Tower. His teammates already are waiting there. Hey, says Naruto. Hi Naruto, says Sakura. Sasuke only nods. So another mission, huh? You think we should try and get one that actually poses a challenge, asks Naruto. I don't think Kakashi-sensei thinks we're ready, says Sakura. Come on Sakura, we have been training all month, each of us are some of the most intelligent students among our peers, and our teammate is the rookie of the year. I think we should at least try, says Naruto. And hurt, says Sasuke. Apparently that was all the motivation Sakura needed. Alright, we can at least try, says Sakura with vigor. Naruto smiles as she literally leapt into the air. Then his smile faltered. No, this was not manipulation, they have to be as bored from our missions as me. Thought Naruto to himself. They waited for about 30 minutes for Kakashi to arrive. They had all taken to arriving several hours after whenever he would say. Though he still arrives at least half an hour late. Naruto was beginning to wonder if he did it on purpose. Yo, says Kakashi. Hey Kakashi-sensei, says Sakura. So ready for your mission for today, asks Kakashi. Actually I was wondering, do you think we can get a mission a little more challenging? Something that will actually feel like we are doing some good for some reason other than chores and busy work, asks Naruto. We have only been a team for little over a month Naruto, do you really think you are ready for something more advanced, asks Kakashi. Do you really have to ask if I am sure on anything I think about, asks Naruto. Good point, says Kakashi. Come on sensei, it's not like we aren't good ninja, says Sakura. She's right sensei, we got Sasuke, a genius ninja, rookie of the year to boot, who has some of the best taijutsu and ninjutsu I have ever seen for a genin, and he had that as an academy student. Sakura, who knows everything academic about ninja life and would know what to do in an emergency situation better than the guy who wrote the book. And me, I know more about almost every single field of science than anyone in this village and could probably identify every single toxin and poison just by looking, says Naruto. Also these D rank missions are tedious and annoying, says Sasuke. That too, says Naruto agreeing. Kakashi thought about it for a moment. Most C rank missions would be dangerous to genin, but the worst they would have to look forward to was bandits, and even that was a low chance. Even if they did run into something worse, Kakashi was more than capable of handling it. Alright, you convinced me. We'll try for our first C ranked mission, says Kakashi. They head to the Hokage's office watching as the old man does paperwork looking like he would rather be anywhere else. He looked up at Team 7 and smiled. Ah, Kakashi, I see you have come for your mission, so what will it be? I hear that Cat Tora escaped again, says the Hokage. Actually I think my team is ready for their first C-ranked mission, says Kakashi. The Hokage looks at him for a moment then to the team. Are you sure of this Kakashi? They have only been your pupils for a month, says the Hokage. Actually 1 month, 2 weeks, and 6 days. And in that time we have learned quite a lot, says Naruto. The Hokage smiles at Naruto. He reaches into his desk and pulls out a simple scroll. As luck would have it, we do have a mission that should suit your talents, it's an escort mission to Wave, says the Hokage. Naruto only smiles. After a moment the door opens revealing an old man with a bottle of sake in his hand. He looks at the three, before stopping at Naruto. What the hell is wrong with your eyes, asks the man. Naruto sighs. Well, at least he was going to Wave. This is Tazuna, he is a bridge builder from Wave, he is here for an escort back to his home, so he may complete his bridge, says the Hokage. Immediately Naruto was suspicious, he thought for a moment. Why would the guy leave Wave unguarded but want to go back guarded, why leave at all? There were better places than Konoha to collect materials for building. Closer areas too. There was the possibility he was attacked by bandits on the way here and wanted some form of protection. Though Tazuna did not appear to have been attacked in such a manner. However, Naruto did not voice his thoughts. He was going to go where he needed, and putting suspicion on the man would probably get them a different mission. This was his chance to get the divine flower, and he was not going to let it pass him by. After the meeting, Kakashi informed them they would leave the next day. This gave Naruto time to prepare. Sneaking into the sewer to get to the old lab. Once there he found Konohamaru and Zell arguing about the plasma turrets once again. It was remarkable how long they could argue on a single topic. Then again, as they were both immortals, they would most likely care little for time. They stopped their argument as Naruto walked in. "Did you get the mission, my lord?" asked Zell. "I did. We leave to Wave tomorrow. I came here to get some supplies. I brought several storage scrolls to hold the chemistry equipment. It's for analysis of the flower, but I can always pass it off as a way to make some low-level medicine should they find it odd I brought it. Also Zell, I want you to dispel tomorrow. If I am in Wave I may need your help," says Naruto. "Good, it will be refreshing to be rid of the Deep One," says Konohamaru. Zell glares at him for a moment before turning to Naruto. "I understand, my lord. I will help you however I can," says Zell. "Good, how goes the Shaga's work?" asks Naruto. "The lab has been expanded to the size requested and he is almost finished making it a worthy laboratory. The old room no longer looks like a cave. Though the architecture is too elder thing for my tastes," says Zell. "That race at least had a culture and art worth appreciating, unlike the foul places you called home," says Konohamaru. "Be silent, Yithian, I tire of your voice. Perhaps I should rip your vocal cords out," says Zell. "Behave, you two. That's another reason I need you to come with me, Zell. Who knows what would happen if you two were both here alone," says Naruto. Konohamaru crosses his arms. "Believe what you wish, though I could control myself quite easily. Unlike the Deep Ones. Either way I shall depart to my home. I need to bathe the stink of the Deep One from me," says Konohamaru. Zell growls again. "Zell, be nice. He is just a little cranky. Let him get to his nap," says Naruto. Konohamaru glares at Naruto before leaving with his nose in the air. "You have more patience than I, my lord. In any event I shall fetch your equipment. Once in Wave. If we are lucky we can begin training you to use your eldritch form. Your body has already adapted quite well with the help of the fox. We shall see if it is enough," says Zell. Naruto nods as Zell leaves to gather the equipment. "Is there any other news, Zell?" asks Naruto. "There is some news, the biometric scanner for the door and containment module are almost complete. It seems as if your clones have sped up the process considerably. They tell me it will be complete soon, then only those you wish can enter that door," says Zell. "That's great news. I'll add yours, Konohamaru's, and my biometrics to the machine," says Naruto. "Or just yours and mine, my lord," says Zell. Zell Konohamaru can still help, while he can't tell us things to come, he is more than willing to reveal useful information that can help us, says Naruto. "Information that is more than likely in the Necronomicon," says Zell. "Even if that is true, the Necronomicon has an infinite number of pages. I flipped through it yesterday and got to the 100,000th page. I wasn't even reading it, I just hoped that the pages would end. It would take years to find out important information that Konohamaru probably already knows," says Naruto. "Very well, my lord," says Zell reluctantly. "Besides, with there being another player at work other than Cthulhu and no one knowing who or what it is, we need all the help we can get," says Naruto. "I understand, my lord, I just cannot stand that pathetic great race. To this day I wish for their extinction. If only the flying polyps could have finished their job," says Zell. Naruto only shakes his head. The next morning as they prepared for their departure, Naruto was reading books on botany, hoping some information on the divine flower could be found. They waited for a good 30 minutes before Kakashi and Tazuna came into view. "So are you ready to head out?" asks Kakashi. "Yes we are," says Naruto looking at his team. Then they head out the gates to head for Wave. Team 7 and Tazuna headed down the road. Naruto was reading his botany book most of the way, but was mindful of his surroundings. Kakashi was reading from his orange book as well. Naruto stood in front of Tazuna with Sakura to his left and Sasuke to his right. Kakashi stood in the back. As they made their way down the road, Naruto's mind began to fly. He couldn't help it. If he found the flower he was searching for, he would have the reagent. A formula to bring the dead to life. It was the first thing he read in the Necronomicon and it held much promise. The ability to flawlessly revive the dead no matter how long they had been possibilities. If he chose so he could effectively revive every single ninja that had ever lived. Though that would be grotesque. Apparently the reagent was quite unpredictable according to Zell. Use too little and you either end up with a mindless shambling corpse or nothing happens. Use too much and the individual organs of a body mutate into their own living creatures. The idea of some guy's mutant organs moving around was not a present thought. The problem was while the Necronomicon showed how to make the reagent it did not show the dosage. It was understandable after all the dosage would differ between species and the book was not written by human hands, so why would it show the dosage for them? Testing it was probably going to be messy. Naruto skimmed through his book. Flipping through the pages he found little he did not already know. Thus his mind wandered further. He began to think on the possible identity of what this other force at work was. Thulhu was hard enough, but now there was some unseen puppet master pulling his strings waiting for his opportunity to strike. What or whoever it is was anyone's guess. Zell said that it could be anything from some psionic force to an outer god. Naruto hoped it was not an outer god. The outer gods were much more powerful than Cthulhu, they were as powerful to Cthulhu as Cthulhu was to humans. The gods of gods. Attracting their attention was not good to anyone involved. Luckily most outer gods rarely, if ever interact to such a degree with humans, if lucky chances were it was some weak psionic entity that could be easily disabled by Zell. So far luck was on their side, but eventually that luck would run out. On the bright side, if Naruto had time during this mission he could finally start practicing his eldritch form. It would still take years before he could switch form at will, but just being able to use it for now was a plus. Though Zell was unusually quiet on exactly how Naruto was going to activate it. Naruto pushed away those thoughts and returned to his book. He turned the page as they passed two puddles. It was only after thinking on it that Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. He looked up to the sky. There was no sign it had rained for days. He looked at the puddle cautiously. Idly he glanced at the others in his group. He noticed that Sakura and Sasuke ignored it, but Kakashi seemed to focus on it slightly. It was only a hint, but Naruto could tell Kakashi was wary of the puddles. It was only after they passed it when two figures leaped out. They wore bladed gauntlets where shuriken chains between them flew forward raping Kakashi. Well that takes care of the difficult one, says one of the ninja. The chains constricted and tore him to pieces. In an adrenaline-filled moment Naruto lashed out at the two ninja. His tentacle whip slashing leaving deep cuts. Though the two ninja were quite good at evading the appendage. What is this brother, a child with star eyes, says one of the ninja. His forehead protector had a single horn on it and the symbol for the hidden mist village. Forget the child, get the old man, says the other ninja, this one with two horns. Naruto continued to lash out with his tentacle, it was only after a moment that Sasuke jumped in. Going through hand signs. He placed his hand to his mouth. Fire style. Giant fireball jutsu, said Sasuke as a huge ball of flames flew from his mouth. Reacting quickly the two ninja dodged. Only for a kunai to be thrown at them. It slashed the two-horned ninja's shoulder. Naruto looked at Sakura who was preparing another kunai. Thinking quickly he created a clone. Sasuke was continuing to fight the ninja using taijutsu to keep the one-horned one busy while avoiding the claws on the gauntlet. As one of Naruto's clones came out, they each began slashing at the ninja with their tentacle whips. Between the constant onslaught of kunai tentacles and the occasional fireball the two ninja were on the defensive. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to watch the two and not get hit by Naruto's tentacles. It was only after a moment that Kakashi jumped from the bushes to take the ninja out leaving them out cold. The fighting stopped he turned to his students. I'm impressed, those two had to be Chunin, and you held them off quite easily, says Kakashi. You're alive, says Naruto and Sakura disbelieving. Kakashi points to where his body once lay. It was a pile of splintered wood. I wanted to see who their target was and how you would handle the situation, you exceeded my expectations, says Kakashi. Kakashi turns to Sasuke. And I see you activated your Sharingan. Congratulations, we can train on that later, says Kakashi. Sasuke smirks. I'm glad you all were able to keep your head on in danger, says Kakashi. They weren't that strong, says Naruto. He's right. That was a textbook tactic. Naruto and Sasuke kept them busy, I give support while guarding the client, says Sakura. You know the textbook inside and out, asks Naruto. Maybe, says Sakura with a small smile and a shrug. Kakashi shakes his head smiling under his mask. Also I've seen worse, says Sasuke. Sasuke looks at Naruto as he says that. Naruto raises an eyebrow for a moment before realizing he was talking about the flying polyp Naruto showed him. Either way you three put my fears to rest now tie up these two, I'll send one of my summons to inform the village. Now Tazuna I'd like to have a word with you, says Kakashi. Noticing him sweat a bit Tazuna follows Kakashi into the forest. Naruto begging tying the two knocked out Chunin he looks at their gauntlets and gas masks. I'll be taking these, says Naruto as he removes their equipment. What are you going to do with that stuff, asks Sakura. Naruto shrugs. I'm going to see how these work and replicate them. Might even add a few improvements here and there, says Naruto. So who are these guys, other than Miss Nins I mean, asks Sakura. Don't know, but they got some interesting stuff. Looks like they are carrying a few vials, probably poison. Looks like the gauntlet's claws were covered in the stuff, says Naruto as he takes out a storage scroll. He seals the gauntlets, poisons, and gas masks. Well, that should keep me busy when we get back home, says Naruto. Naruto puts away the scroll and patiently waits for Kakashi. It wasn't a long wait for once. Kakashi walks back to them with Tazuna looking to the ground. So what's the story, asks Sasuke. Apparently Tazuna is building a bridge to connect Wave to the mainland. The problem is that a shipping magnate named Gato has a stranglehold on the country and does not want the bridge built, otherwise he loses his hold over the country. He uses his company as a front for smuggling illegal goods and drug dealing, and the bridge would ruin that, so he has hired missing Nins to kill Tazuna, says Kakashi. Really? Well, this is going to be easy, says Naruto. Everyone looks at him. There was no sarcasm in his voice. It was serious. Oh come on, this Gato guy is an idiot. He doesn't want a bridge built, that's fine, but why hire missing Nins when you could just blow up the bridge with Tazuna on it, none the wiser. Explosives are cheaper, that missing Nins anyway, so yeah idiot, says Naruto. Thanks kid, I felt much better, says Tazuna sarcastically. Naruto does have a point, for a guy who is so rich a few explosives would be more reliable and cost-effective if he is that greedy, says Kakashi. Yeah, he's so much of an idiot that it overwhelms his greed, says Sakura. That's some powerful stupid, says Sasuke. So this mission just became B rank, maybe A if there are stronger missing Nins ahead. We should head back home, says Kakashi. Naruto flinched. This was his chance to get the divine flower, and now it might slip through his fingers. Lucky Tazuna started giving them a sob story about his daughter and fatherless grandchild. Looking at the others' faces, it had the desired effect. Come on Kakashi, you saw what we did, we can take anything the idiot throws at us, says Naruto. And if we do run into anything too much for us to handle, you can take care of that, says Sakura. Kakashi thinks for a moment. You saw how well we handled Chunin, says Sasuke. Kakashi looks at his students for a moment, then turns to Tazuna. Okay, we are going to complete this mission, but once it's done I am going to have to talk to the Hokage about you misranked a mission that could have gotten my students killed. We'll work something out. Got it, says Kakashi. Yes, thank you, you don't know how much this means to Wave, says Tazuna bowing. Naruto smiles. They were back on track. What was the worst that Gato could throw at them? Good, now because of the situation we now find ourselves in, you three will do what I say. I say run you run, says Kakashi. The three nod. Good, let's get going, says Kakashi. They once again head down the road. As the day winds down, the sun begins to set. Kakashi decides to set up camp and leave early in the morning. Once camp had been set, they sat around a campfire to warm up. Sitting around it, Naruto was awestruck by the combination of the fire's light and the colors of sound coming from it. Staring at a fire like that can't be good for your eyes, said Kakashi. Sorry, it's just the colors coming off the fire are amazing. I could show you, says Naruto. What are you talking about, asks Tazuna. Naruto's eyes let him see sound. They have some other effects as well. Such as complete immunity to illusions and allow him to read any written language. Also, he can instinctively know when he is being lied to. Speaking of which, Naruto, did you know that Tazuna had misranked his mission, asks Kakashi. I had my suspicions but decided not to voice them, say Naruto. Naruto, if something like that ever happens again, at the very least let me know of your suspicions, asks Kakashi. Okay, sorry, I'm still not used to discerning lies all that well, says Naruto. Kakashi nods. That's some useful abilities those eyes got, says Tazuna. The eyes of Azathoth can be quite useful if you know how to use them, says Naruto. What's an Azathoth? Asks Tazuna. Everyone's eyes fall on Naruto. I'm not entirely sure, says Naruto. It was true, no one knew much of anything about Azathoth. Not even the great old ones or other outer gods knew much about him. Either way, I got them now, so might as well use them, says Naruto. Well, they sound useful, but they creep me out, says Tazuna. Duly noted, says Naruto. Back in Konoha at an insane asylum, the family or bandaged figure of Danzo walked through the halls. He walked to the final room. Open the door, says Danzo. The doctor opened the door for him. Be careful, he is passive now, and it took a long time to get his mind as lucid as it is now, but his mind can snap at any minute, says the doctor. Danzo looked at the man in a straitjacket strapped to the bed. His eyes bandaged. The scars visible under the bandages showed the self-inflicted marks where he clawed them out. Tomi, I have a few questions I wish to ask you, says Danzo. The man begins to laugh. Questions, answers, ask away, now a stranger comes to play. Danzo glares at the man, sings to himself. What did you see when the Uzumaki boy looked into your eyes, asks Danzo. Can you hear them, the flutes and drums playing? I can, do you hear them? They keep him asleep. Chaos. I seen chaos. What chaos, asks Danzo. Not a chaos or some chaos, the chaos. Eyes and ears, limbs and teeth. All of us are simply beneath. Big and strong, lulled to sleep by the drums and flutes that beat. What did you see, Tomi, asks Danzo sternly. Tomi only laughs. I saw the center of it all. I saw that which the kami worship. I saw God's God, says Tomi as he laughs. Danzo left the room. If he says anything that may lead us to determine what he saw, let me know, asks Danzo. The doctor nods. Danzo left the asylum. He was no fool. Despite what the Hokage believed Danzo knew, the Tomi lost his mind because of the Uzumaki child. Hirizen's emotions would not let him see the truth. Danzo would not make that mistake. He wanted to know what the boy did and how he did it. People just don't spontaneously go insane. Nor do they just wake up with an unknown bloodline. Something changed with the child. At first Danzo thought he could find out something, anything. His route would follow the child with Hirizen's Anbu, but it became clear to Danzo that somehow the child knew he was being watched. How was not yet known, but Danzo suspected the child's eyes. Even if it took Danzo years, he was going to find out exactly what Naruto Uzumaki is. He knew very little, but he did know whatever it was had nothing to do with the fox, and Danzo did not like that fact. He was going to find out what Naruto was, one way or another. For the good of Konoha, he had to act. Naruto snuck off while the others slept. Leaving a few clones behind, he could always say that he was making sure the camp was safe. He walked out to the woods. There he checked his surroundings. Seeing no colors of sound, he quickly summoned Zell. My lord, I see you have finally summoned me. Listen, I have formulated a plan to allow you to use your summons more freely, says Zell. What do you mean, Zell, asks Naruto. It was a plan I formulated, I will explain the details later. First, why have you summoned me, my lord, asks Zell. I was wondering when I could start training with the Eldritch form, asks Naruto. Your body is nearing a point where you can safely use the form with help. We will practice with it once we find a spot far away from prying eyes. This spot will not do, says Zell. Fine, what is this plan of yours to let me use my summons in front of everyone, asks Naruto. Zell smiled as he explained his plan. It was ambitious and had to go perfectly to work. Though Naruto hated the plan. It required him to actually manipulate his teammates, but it would be necessary. Naruto headed back to camp dispelling the clones. He started to pack as the others awoke. After a few minutes they headed out. Naruto looked at the waves and the colors they made as the boat rocked. The whole fact that Wave was an island was the main reason he could not send clones here like he had with the possible locations of the summoning contracts. Looking out into the mist as the driver cut the motor. He began to row the boat. It made sense when Gato had the entire country under his thumb. Being careful was important for your continued existence. At least it was true for civilians. The mist began to clear a bit. The bridge came into view. This caused Naruto to chuckle to himself. The bridge was more than halfway finished. You know, for a guy who is so focused on making sure this bridge is not completed, he didn't even destroy what was already built. And there is a lot of it built already. Like I said before, Gato is an idiot, says Naruto. The look of confused realization on the rower's face was priceless as he thought about it, but it quickly returned to his paranoid face he wore before. I take back the powerful stupid comment, this is full-blown brain damaged, says Sasuke. I know, right, says Naruto. How the hell did Gato get so rich anyway if he won't even attempt to destroy the one thing that will make his hold on the country practically non-existent, asks Sakura to no one in particular. Kakashi shrugs. Maybe he inherited it, says Kakashi. Then he's running his company into the ground. He is this inept, says Naruto. Gato is a vile excuse for a human being, still I never thought of it like that, says Tazuna. Still he may be an idiot, but if he is hiring missing nins he is dangerous, says Kakashi. Stupidity has always been dangerous, says Naruto. The boat comes to rest at the bank of the island. Well, this is our stop, enjoy stopping the moron, says the rower. He rows away. Is it just me, or has no one seemed to have realized Gato's stupidity, asks Naruto. To be fair, the guy has probably destroyed their hope long before the bridge was even thought of, says Sakura. Well, at least they have an excuse. What's Gato's, asks Naruto. Dropped on his head as an infant, says Sakura. Naruto laughed a bit at that. No, that would be an improvement, says Naruto. Okay, enough joking around, we have a job to do. Everyone take point around Tazuna, says Kakashi. As they got back on track with the mission, Naruto begins to wonder what was happening back home. How far along were the clones with the projects? Was Konohamaru still going to the lab? How many Anbu had their memories forcibly extracted and altered by Konohamaru? How long until that caused brain damage? When Naruto thought about his progress, he began to wonder how long until the clones collected the first of the lost summoning contracts. A few dispelled every now and again, but Naruto knew they were on track. Investigating rumors and the like to find the first batch. If Naruto was going to invite any of his peers into the group, he would need at least 8 contracts before he would even attempt to invite them. Either way, at least he knew that things were going according to plan. The contracts may be a bit behind, but progress was progress. He had yet to begin building anything other than the labs and foundry to begin with creation. On the bright side, he had a few items to study and improve courtesy of the Demon Brothers. He was already thinking on ways to improve the gauntlets. One of the problems was the chain connected to the other gauntlets. It was an interesting idea, but should anyone using one side of the gauntlet be incapacitated, it basically made the gauntlet a liability. Though there was a mechanism to detach one end from the other, it would mess with the point of hooking the two gauntlets together, meaning new strategies had to be used due to the new way to use the weapon. Other than that, there were ways to improve the weapon. For one thing, electrified chain. As he was thinking about this, Naruto began to think over Zell's plan, where he would no longer have to hide his summons from everyone. He did not want to have to explain it should he ever need to summon one. He did not like the plan. It was manipulative, but it had to be done. He only had to wait for either them to make it to Tezuna's, then wait for a moment, or wait for them to be attacked by whoever Gato sent. As Naruto thought on this, he was distracted by a flash of color to his side. Reaching for his side, he quickly pulled out a kunai and threw it at the sound. A small shriek of some animal followed by a thump of the kunai embedding in the tree could be heard. Naruto's teammates were shocked. Looking to where he threw the kunai. It was embedded in a white rabbit. "Naruto, what did you do that for?" "You killed the poor thing," says Sakura. "It's only a rabbit, but why is it white?" "It's the middle of spring," says Naruto. "Get down," screams Kakashi. As they dive down, a massive sword flies overhead like a boomerang and embeds itself in a tree. Within a moment, a man stands on the blade's handle. "Well, Kakashi the copy nin. No wonder the Demon Brothers lost," says the man. "Zabuza Mamachi, ex-leader of the Hidden Mist Assassination Unit," says Kakashi. Naruto looks at Zabuza. "As entertaining as it would be to fight you, I'm only here for the old man," says Zabuza. "Protect the bridge builder and stay out of the way. This guy is leagues above the other ninja," says Kakashi. As Naruto quickly makes his way to Tezuna with his team, he looks around for a moment. Trying to think of something to do. He creates several shadow clones, several transform into Sakura and Sasuke to further surround Tezuna. "Shadow clones jutsu, not bad for a kid," says Zabuza. Kakashi reaches slowly for his headband. Lifting it up, he looks at Zabuza. "I'm ready." Zabuza turns his head to Kakashi. Faster than any could see, Zabuza grabs his sword and removes it from the tree. They look around to see where he went. As they do, a thick mist appears seemingly from nowhere. It gets thicker and thicker until they cannot even see Kakashi. "Be careful, Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique," says Kakashi. After a moment, Zabuza could be heard. 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. "Now which will be my kill point?" says Zabuza. Naruto idly thought of several other points in the human body that Zabuza failed to mention, but he shook those thoughts from his head. Best not to think of other ways someone can kill you. As this was happening, Naruto thought on the concept of a killing technique that was silent and got an idea. He quickly cut his finger on the kunai he was holding, making sure no one could see him. He put a small bit of blood on one of his clone's hands. It left quickly to perform the summon necessary. There was no sound as the clone disappeared. Naruto watched as for only a moment a black shadow quickly flew through the trees. There was no one more silent than a night gaunt. After a moment, Naruto saw the faintest color of sound coming from behind him, passing the corner of his eyes. It was so small Naruto almost ignored it, almost. Turning around slowly, he looked at a humanoid shape of water standing behind him holding a sword made of water. The figure looked right in Naruto's eye. Then as Naruto blinked, suddenly another humanoid shape of water was there with a kunai into the other water clone side. Another water clone appears behind the figure of water that stabbed the first. "Die!" screams the clone in Zabuza's voice as he slashes at the water clone. It falls into a puddle of water. Naruto is confused as this happens. He has a hard time telling which clone belongs to who. Kakashi appears behind the figure of water holding a kunai to where its throat would be. "Sensei, it's a clone too," says Naruto. Kakashi cuts the clone as the real Zabuza slashes with his sword. Kakashi ducks underneath the sword, but Zabuza kicks him. Zabuza glares at Naruto for a moment, he charges for Kakashi. Then Zabuza silently is tackled to the side as a shadow tackles him into a nearby forest. No sound other than a grunt from Zabuza is heard. Kakashi jumps forward looking at where Zabuza once was. "Did anyone see what took him out?" asks Kakashi. Before they can answer they hear the sound of Zabuza laughing. Ha, no, ha, stop tickle ha, stop tickling me you ha you, then the laughing stops. What the hell are you, screams Zabuza, no longer laughing. He leaps from the tree, sword in hand. His full attention on the spot where he jumped from, he has an almost scared look in his eyes. Then Kakashi appears behind him. You should never drop your guard, says Kakashi. Zabuza swings his arm behind him. Kakashi quickly jumps backwards as he does. What Kakashi finds interesting is Zabuza would keep shifting his eyes to the spot he once was. What was that thing, asks Zabuza as he points his sword to Kakashi. Then as the words leave his lips a creature stands behind Zabuza. Kakashi's eye widens as he stares at the faceless demonic being that made no sound. Zabuza notices the look in Kakashi's eyes and jumps away. The creature's tail swings where Zabuza once stood. The shadow creature silently flies upward, going right for the trees to hide. Kakashi turns his attention back to Zabuza, who turns back to Kakashi. I think we have a problem, says Zabuza. Sasuke and Sakura stand still as they try and process what they just seen. Then Naruto slowly shifts his eyes to a clone. Passing it a few drops of blood from a freshly cut wound, the clone disappears while everyone does not even notice. Naruto smiles as it goes off to summon Zell far off. Naruto watches as Zabuza and Kakashi try to find the creature. Then suddenly it appears before Naruto. Tazuna jumps back and falls to the ground as it does. Sakura and Sasuke ready themselves as the creature stands before them. In its hands a large scroll. It slowly hands the scroll to Naruto. Naruto pretends to look confused as he reaches for the scroll. Naruto, stay back, says Kakashi. Naruto does not even flinch. As if in a trance they watch as Naruto open the scroll. With no one seeing, Naruto bites his thumb. He traces over his name with a not bloodied finger and watches as the wound he made disappears with a single drop of blood hitting the page. Naruto shakes his head as if awakened from his trance as the creature disappears with the scroll in hand. He looks to the side slowly and carefully as he sees the night gaunt and the scroll to Zell, who nods and dispels himself. What just happened, asks Naruto. Everyone stares at him confused. Naruto inwardly frowns. There were no excuses here, he could not lie to himself and claim this was not him manipulating his team, but at least he would be able to summon freely. He just hoped he could put this memory behind him. Naruto, says Sakura with a tinge of fear in her voice. What just happened, asks Naruto, trying to sound frantic. They look around for a moment. Hey, where did Zabuza go, asks Naruto. Everyone turns, true to Naruto's words, Zabuza is gone. Forget him, let's get Tazuna home. I'll explain everything later, Naruto, says Kakashi. Naruto frowns a bit. He did not like manipulating people, but this was necessary, it was Zell's plan anyway, and it would allow him to freely summon. They continued on their way. Naruto kept his head to the ground. This was going to be the last time he would ever listen to Zell. Zabuza quickly jumped from tree to tree. It was not long until a masked ninja jumped alongside him. What do we do now, Zabuza-sama, asks the masked ninja. That kid with the eyes, I'm not sure, but I think that was a summoning contract the demon gave him. I was hired to kill an old man, not demons and the copy nin. We go to Gato and we ask for more money, or we leave. Simple as that. If the kid can summon that thing, I want to know was much about the summons as possible, says Zabuza. Do you want me to watch the boy, asks the masked ninja. Zabuza only nods. It did not take long for them to reach Tazuna's house. No one spoke the whole way. Though it did not escape Kakashi that Naruto had his head down. He supposed that the boy was confused about what had happened, it certainly looked like it. Either way, the events with the faceless demon was an interesting one, to say the least. Kakashi had never heard of summons searching for a summoner, though so little was known about summons, even by the summons themselves it was certainly possible. The boy appeared to be in a trance as he signed the contract, and immediately as soon as the demon disappeared he snapped out of it. It was strange, why give someone a contract if they would not know they had it? Or did these summons act differently? There was something off about the situation, though Kakashi would not know until he could speak to one of the summons, but these summons were different. Who knew what they could do or why they chose Naruto? There would be an interesting conversation later. Once they finally made it to the house, the silence was broken by Tazuna's daughter Tsunami. She was happy to see her father alive and greeted each of the team. Though she seemed wary of Naruto, possibly his eyes. They were off-putting at times. Once inside, Kakashi told Naruto what had happened. Naruto seemed genuinely confused by what was said. Though only Naruto knew it was an act, he could not tell what Kakashi thought of the situation. So, I have a summoning contract? Asks Naruto. It appears that way, though why they chose you and put you in a trance is beyond me, says Kakashi. So, what do I do, asks Naruto. Kakashi thinks for a moment. Well, tomorrow I want you to try and summon something, if they sought you out then I doubt they will harm you. But just in case I will be there to hopefully I can talk to one of the summons to figure out what happened, said Kakashi. Naruto nodded. What was that thing anyway? It looked like a demon, said Sasuke. I'm not sure, but it did not make any sounds, no matter how it moved. It was unsettling, says Kakashi. Okay, what I want to know is why it tickled Zabuza, asks Sakura. That is a good question, said Kakashi. Anyway, we should head in and get some sleep. Zabuza is still out there, and I want you all training to get to a suitable level. He is going to be waiting for a while. He will more than likely be watching us from afar. The fact that Naruto has summons was not good for him. He will probably see what they can do first, says Kakashi. The others nodded. As they slept, Naruto woke in the middle of the night. He did not rise from his spot. Tomorrow he could begin his search for the divine flower to complete the reagent. He laid there staring to the ceiling. When the next day came, they all met in a simple field filled with ample trees dotting the landscape. Okay, Sasuke, Sakura, you two are going to do some chakra control exercises. This is also a practical exercise. You will be climbing trees, said Kakashi. Climbing trees, repeated Sakura confused. Yep, and you will do it without hands, said Kakashi as he walked to the tree. He placed a foot on the tree and walked up it in defiance of gravity. Okay, I have got to learn that, said Naruto. You will, but first I want to speak to one of your summons. Now Sakura, Sasuke. When climbing, do not use too much or too little chakra, you need the perfect amount. Do this long enough and it will become second nature to you, said Kakashi. He reached into his kunai pouch and tossed each one a kunai. Use those to mark your progress, said Kakashi. As they picked up the kunai, Kakashi started to leave when he heard cheering. He turned around. Sakura was already to the top of the tree. Well, that didn't take long, said Kakashi. Sakura jumped down. That was fun, said Sakura. Okay, you keep doing that for a while. See how long you can go before I return. Once I'm done with Naruto, I will show you a low-level genjutsu you can use, said Kakashi. Sakura nodded as she headed to the tree. Naruto followed Kakashi deeper into the forest. Okay Naruto, see if you can summon something. I'm not sure what hand signs are needed, so try it without them. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something out, said Kakashi. Naruto nodded. He bit his thumb and slammed his hand on the ground. A puff of smoke could be seen. Standing where the smoke once was a large fish frog-like creature. Who summons Zell, keeper of the scroll, says the creature. Kakashi stared at the creature before him, confused. This was nothing like the faceless demon from before. Zell turns to Naruto and bows. What is thy bidding, my lord, asks Zell. Answer his questions, said Naruto while pointing at Kakashi. Zell turns to Kakashi. Very well, speak brief mortal, says Zell. Kakashi narrows his eye at the brief mortal comment, but says nothing of it. Yes, well, I was wondering why are you different from that faceless creature from before, asks Kakashi. The Eldritch Beast contract holds many creatures who mortal minds cannot comprehend. The faceless creature you refer to is a Nightgaunt, a beast who cannot make sound. They tickle their prey with their tails, then drag them to their realm, the Dreamlands, said Zell. Okay, well, what are you then, asks Kakashi. I am a deep one, we are the children of Father Dagon and Mother Hydra, said Zell. Kakashi nods. What else can Naruto summon, asks Kakashi. He can summon Dagon and Hydra, the Nightgaunts, Deep Ones, Shoggoths, the formless black ooze who can change their shape to become tools, the Byakuya flying creatures who can move fast as light, and many other creatures that you have undoubtedly never heard of, says Zell. Okay, why did you choose Naruto, asks Kakashi. He has the eyes, said Zell. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at that. What does his eyes have to do with anything, asks Kakashi. We have waited for many eons for the one who bears the eyes to awaken. Those eyes are the eyes of the god Azathoth, says Zell. Okay, why put Naruto in a trance, asks Kakashi. It is a side effect of the eyes, they long for us as we long for them. With my young lord now in possession of the contract, it will not happen again, said Zell. Okay, last question, what is Azathoth, asks Kakashi. Zell smiles. Azathoth is a false name for the first being to ever exist, its true name has a power far greater and more terrible than anything you can possibly imagine. He is a sleeping god who resides at the center of infinity. Lesser gods dance around him to the sounds of drums and flutes that keep him asleep, says Zell. Okay, well, that answers nothing, but that's all I wanted to know, thanks, says Kakashi. Zell turns to Naruto. Do you require anything else, my lord, asks Zell. No, I'm good, enjoy your day, Zell, said Naruto. Zell bows before dispelling. So what do you think I should do, Kakashi-sensei, asks Naruto. Well, if your summons are attracted to you for your eyes, then I have to say, don't lose those eyes. Other than that, just be careful when you summon something. I had no idea of any of the creatures he said you can summon. Only use them if the situation calls for it, said Kakashi. Naruto nods. Don't worry, sensei, I'm always careful, says Naruto. They head back to the others. After a moment Kakashi lets Naruto train in tree walking as he takes Sakura away to teach her the Genjutsu. So what happened? Asks Sasuke as he runs up the tree. Apparently I can summon some creatures Kakashi has never heard of, they came to me, because of my eyes, said Naruto. Sasuke shrugs. You can't summon that thing you showed me, can you? Asks Sasuke. You know what, I don't know, said Naruto, genuinely curious if he could do such a thing. He watches Sasuke pale as Naruto ignores him to concentrate of tree walking. Naruto creates dozens of shadow clones and instructs them to search for the divine flower. He continues with the exercise. Sasuke was already 15 steps up the tree. Naruto was only 9. After Sasuke left feeling he was making good progress, Naruto decided to summon Zell. He waited until night when he was the only one up. Yes my lord, asks Zell. I think I am ready to begin practice with my eldritch form, says Naruto. Very well, first you must know that should you transform now you would most likely be torn apart. It is not uncommon. That is why I am here. Your body is not yet ready to deal with the strain of the transformation, however I can use a kind of psionic tether. I will mentally become one with your subconscious and make sure the transformation is seamless from within your own mind. I will watch for irregularities and correct them with my psionic powers. The disadvantage of this is that I must remain in constant contact with your mind, otherwise the tether will be broken and you will be forcibly returned to human form, that will be painful, says Zell. Naruto nods. Okay let's go, says Naruto. Zell concentrated, his body glows a soft purple light. A tendril of this light extends from Zell hitting Naruto in the chest. Then Naruto's body begins to change. The 9 eye-covered tentacles emerge from his back. His whisker opens like eyes, his arms split in two and his skin changes color. Finally the bone-like whiskers emerge from his jaw. Naruto notices a few things in this form he did not before. The eyes that cover his tentacles are functional, and he can see through them, though not by much. The world was blurry through these eyes. Naruto floats upwards flying with psionic energy. Wow, I feel strong. Really strong, says Naruto. And this is but a taste of the power you will one day have, says Zell inside Naruto's head. How strong will I get, asks Naruto. With enough practice your psionic powers can rip the bonds that hold atoms together apart, says Zell. So I will literally be able to disintegrate matter with my mind, asks Naruto. Indeed, but that is a long way off, first practice telekinesis, says Zell. Naruto looks around. Seeing a small tree he wills it to move. Slowly the tree floats upwards, tearing its roots from the ground. With a flick of his wrist the tree shoots into the forest like an arrow. Impressive my lord, says Zell. Thank you Zell, now what else can I do, asks Naruto. Your powers are constantly evolving my lord, however you can control this evolution with the blood drinker tendrils on your wrist, they will give you power by feasting on blood, says Zell. Naruto looks to his hands. From his 4 wrists a long narrow tendril emerges from each. The tendril is tipped with a small hole at the tip to suck blood. How do the blood drinker tendrils work, asks Naruto. Pierce the flesh with their tip, they will extract blood and give it to you, you will incorporate certain traits into yourself by doing this, says Zell. So let's say I use them to drink the Mokuton sample at the lab. What happens, asks Naruto. I am not sure, but you will gain some traits from it. The trait you gain is dependent on how much blood is sucked and what you are gaining, says Zell. Can I use these traits as a human, asks Naruto. The traits you gain is always a weaker version of the original, really it depends on what you are getting in the first place, the traits may not always be the same. For example say you drink the blood of someone who can exhale fire at will, well you might get a weaker version of that, or your skin may become fireproof, or it could be as simple as having a higher body temperature than normal. The traits may not always be useful, but they can lead to some interesting results, says Zell. Well at least it will help against Cthulhu, says Naruto. Indeed. Now let me see what you can do my lord, says Zell. Naruto lifts his upper left arm in his palm, a chaotic ball of energy swirls, it lets off purple waves of energy. Naruto throws the ball into a nearby tree. Slowly the tree seems to be forced inward toward the ball. When the ball dissipates the tree is bent inward as if it was being sucked into the ball. That is the Rift Sphere, it is a condensed orb of psionic energy, it has a strong gravitational pull. Objects bend slightly into the orb, with enough training it becomes a miniature black hole capable of unimaginable powers of destruction. It is a simple power, Cthulhu himself can do something similar. As a being with complete self-molecular manipulation Cthulhu can transform himself into a black hole then turn back, says Zell. Naruto's many eyes open wide. What? Naruto asked with his voice devoid of emotion. Indeed, you continue to underestimate Cthulhu, he is much more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Becoming a black hole is but a simple task for him, says Zell. Zell, how can I slow that down, asks Naruto angrily. Why do you think many have so little faith you will succeed, asks Zell. Naruto lets out a breath. I can still try, says Naruto. And I will stand by your side, for now we train, says Zell. As Naruto trains, he is unaware of the tall shadowed man whose whispers have led Naruto since he first discovered the book. He watches Naruto from afar speaking in whispers. Merely a decade. Its form shifts through that which cannot be described in mortal tongue as it fades from view, watching the child as it returns to its house of chaos. Naruto was sitting at the table as Tsunami prepared the food. While that was happening, he was thinking to himself, so far he had little luck finding the divine flower. His clone searched far and wide, though they could not find it. As Tsunami prepared the table, a young child came to the table. His demeanor was that of a child who had little to no emotions. He reminded Naruto of Konohamaru after the Yithian took over his body. The boy glared at them. Tazuna introduced the child as his grandson Inari. Inari said nothing to anyone while he ate. However, it did not escape Naruto that Inari would look at him. Naruto looked at Inari. "Yes, can I help you?" asks Naruto. "What's wrong with your eyes?" asks Inari. "Inari, don't be rude," says Tsunami. "No, it's fine. My eyes are not like yours. They have special attributes that are unique to me," says Naruto. Inari narrows his eyes. "Like what?" asks Inari. "Well, I can't see illusions for one, I can read any language, and I can see sound. Right now I can see your heart beating as small waves of different colors. I can see a trail of small sounds coming from that fly buzzing behind you, I can see the howl of the wind just outside the window, all at the same time," says Naruto. "Sounds weird," says Inari. Inari pushes his food away. Without saying a word, he walks away upstairs. "Is he okay?" asks Sakura. "He just has gone through a lot for one so young," says Tazuna. "What happened to him?" asks Naruto. Tazuna told a story of Inari's father figure, who was killed by Gato's men. It was an interesting story, told as if the death was the last axe to stomp out hope for Wave Country. "Poor kid," says Sakura. Naruto thinks over the story. He still thought Gato was a fool of a man, though he was very dangerous. Whatever the reason, he wanted to rule a country in some passion. As if he could handle the responsibility or work necessary to do so. There was no other reason to put this country under his thumb. Though his methods were atrocious, the ends were pitiful. His work may have led him to become quite rich, but eventually his grip on Wave would kill everyone here, and he would be a leader without followers, other than those who he had to pay to do so. Taking this theory into account, it became clear Gato was ambitious, though he was no more fit to rule a country as a fish was to swim in ammonia, the results could only hurt him. Naruto pushed those thoughts from his mind. He had more pressing matters to deal with. Finding the divine flower, preparing for Zabuza, and protecting Tazuna. The only saving grace was Naruto could literally be in many places at once. He finished the last of his food. "I'm going to go out and train some more," says Naruto. "Just watch out, don't forget Zabuza is still out there," says Kakashi. "Don't forget sensei, I'm always careful," says Naruto. Naruto walks out the door. Walking back to the field, he bites his thumb. Slamming it to the ground, a Byakuya appears. Naruto walks up to the creature and pets its head. "What is that?" Naruto turns to see Sakura staring at the Byakuya. Naruto sighs. "This is a Byakuya, a flying creature that can fly through space fast as light," says Naruto. Sakura looks at the winged horse-like creature. "Be careful, they are predators," says Naruto. Sakura backs off for a moment. "You have some weird summons," says Sakura. "You should see the Shoggoth," says Naruto. Sakura raises an eyebrow at that. "Yeah, not going to ask," says Sakura. "So why did you come here?" asks Naruto. Sakura shifts her feet for a moment. "Nothing," says Sakura. Naruto sighs. He bites his thumbs. He summons another Byakuya. "If it's privacy you want for this conversation, there is nowhere more private than the sky," says Naruto. Sakura looks at the winged creature before her. Reluctant at first, she walks up to it. She pets its head. "Looks like a dragon mixed with a bug," says Sakura. "I suppose, still it is fun to fly," says Naruto. Sakura gets on the second Byakuya. Naruto walks to his and climbs its back. "Hold on tight," says Naruto. The two Byakuya flies into the sky. Smiling a bit as Sakura screams, Naruto makes her Byakuya follow his. Fling above the clouds, the two Byakuya hovers off the ground. Naruto turns to see Sakura holding around her Byakuya's neck with her eyes closed. "It's okay to open your eyes," says Naruto. Reluctantly, Sakura opens her eyes. Looking around, she begins to calm. "See, you can't get much more private than several thousand feet above the ground, so what's wrong?" asks Naruto. Sakura loosens her grip around her Byakuya but still holds on tight. Taking in a deep breath, she looks at Naruto. "It's just, well, it's Sasuke," says Sakura. "I see, what about him?" asks Naruto. "Well, he rarely talks to me no matter what I do, but he talks a lot to you." "Do you know what he thinks about me?" asks Sakura. Naruto shakes his head. "The main reason Sasuke tolerates me is because I helped him unlock his Sharingan. He's antisocial to a fault." "Sakura, you do know what happened to his family," says Naruto. Yeah, but she doesn't get any further. Sakura, why ask me? I'm socially retarded, remember, hell I don't even know what to do about the girl that likes me, says Naruto. Sakura looks at Naruto smiling. Oh, what's this, does someone have a crush on little Naruto, asks Sakura teasing. You know I could tell that by a key to let you drop, says Naruto. Yeah right, that'll happen, so tell me who is it, asks Sakura. Naruto looks at her. Hinata, says Naruto. Instantly he regrets telling her as she lets out a high-pitched squeak. Please do that again, I think I can still hear correctly, says Naruto. I'm sorry but that is so adorable, your crush is shy little Hinata. So what are you doing about it, dates, holding hands, kissing maybe, asks Sakura mischievously. Sakura, look down, says Naruto. Confusingly she does. After a moment she realizes just how high up she is. She grabs tighter to her byakuya. Now that we got that out of your system, I haven't done anything. She doesn't even know that I know she likes me, says Naruto. Why don't you ask her out, asks Sakura. I'm the jailer for a demon fox, have the social instinct of a sloth, and have never had anyone who liked me in such a way. Forgive me if I am inept in this field, says Naruto. That's your problem Naruto, you are always so serious. Loosen up a little, you're going to have a heart attack if you don't, says Sakura. Enough with me, why don't we continue with your Sasuke problem, says Naruto. Sakura pets her byakuya as she thinks of what to say. Well, I was wondering what I could do to get him to notice me. You are at least a friend with him. I thought you could help, says Sakura. Well, in some psychology books I've read I have learned a bit on how people act. Given Sasuke's attitude suggests a superiority complex, paradoxically he also seems to show symptoms of an inferiority complex when it comes to people he believes stronger than himself. This is obvious when he looks at Kakashi. I think I am exempt from this because he thinks I care more for studying and research than I do for ninja work, which is not entirely true. I give each equal attention, but that is what I think he thinks. My best jutsu other than shadow clones is a tentacle that others may find grotesque, so I am not surprised by this. It's my opinion that if you want Sasuke to be your boyfriend as you call it would be best to have an evolving relationship, says Naruto. What do you mean, asks Sakura. You can stop chasing him like he's some prize and view him as a teammate, then a friend. Whatever happens after that is just the progression of that relationship. Relationships can evolve in a myriad of ways. Right now you are young, you may not really want Sasuke as a boyfriend later in your life, then again maybe you do, I don't know. The important thing to remember is the foundation of that relationship, how it evolves is up to both of you and how you interact with each other, says Naruto. Sakura smiles and chuckles a bit. Emotionally retarded huh? Says Sakura jokingly. To be honest, all of that was from one of those psychology books, I have yet to apply it to how I deal with people. Hopefully you will fare better, says Naruto. Sakura laughs. Okay, well let's get down, I'm a little lightheaded up here, says Sakura. The byakuya flies quickly in a nosedive. Naruto notices Sakura smiles as they fly down. The byakuya slows its descent and lands softly on the ground. That was fun, says Sakura. I like riding them, it's a good way to calm down and get your mind off things, says Naruto. Sakura nods. Anyway, thanks for the talk Naruto, I'm going to practice that ninjutsu on Kakashi, I'd ask you, but it wouldn't work, says Sakura as she walks off. Naruto waves as one of the byakuya dispels. He gets back on his. Alright let's go see if we can find that flower, says Naruto as the byakuya takes off. The feminine figure watches Naruto as he takes off. Those things are fast, says the feminine figure as it follows Naruto. Naruto lands in of flowers. He dispels his byakuya. He begins going throughout the flowers looking for any that glow. As he searches he becomes aware of a faint color of sound coming from the trees. You can come out now, says Naruto. As soon as he says that a feminine figure walks out of the forest. Wearing an elaborate kimono and carrying a basket. Sorry, I saw you coming on that animal, I was curious. Naruto looks at the figure. Examining it for a moment he believes the figure to be a girl, but as it approaches he can see an Adam's apple. The boy walks forward. It's fine, says Naruto. The boy smiles. I'm Naruto, who are you? My name is Haku. Naruto nods. So what are you doing here, asks Naruto. Looking at the boy and his style of dress, Naruto can tell that Haku is not from the village, for one the elaborate clothing, and the smile showed that this boy was not down in spirits like the other villagers. I was just picking flowers to make some medicine, you never know when you need some, says Haku. Naruto looks at the basket. He analyzes the plants. So, you are a ninja I presume, asks Naruto. Why do you say that, asks Haku. Naruto points to the basket. Diffilatifolia, the common cattail, can be used for wounds and burns. Aloe vera, usually used in burns, also useful in wounds. Equisetum arvens, the horsetail, used to stop bleeding. Lavandula angustifolia, or lavender, used as an antiseptic. And calendula official, or marigold, used for treating wounds and soothing skin. All of your plants are used more for wounds than for illness, and only ninja get wounded enough to justify all those plants. In fact, judging from the amount of plants collected, you are preparing for something big, says Naruto. Honestly, you lost me at the weird names you call the plants, says Haku. Not my fault, I just read a lot, says Naruto. So you are a ninja as well, asks Haku looking at Naruto's headband. I am, though I see myself as a scholar as well, says Naruto. Haku smiles. I can see that, says Haku. So can I ask you something, Naruto? Naruto looks up. Sure, go ahead. What are you looking for, asks Haku. Divine flower, you'd think a bioluminescent flower would stick out, says Naruto. Haku smiles. He reaches into his basket. He pulls out a glowing flower. This what you are looking for, asks Haku. Naruto runs over to him. Yes, where did you find it, asks Naruto. Haku points toward a nearby pond. Over there, but this was the only one I found, says Haku. Naruto nods. Well, at least I know the habitat they grow in, says Naruto. Haku hands Naruto the flower. Here, I don't mind, I only use it to prevent infection, and there are better plants to use for that, says Haku. Naruto carefully takes the flower. Thank you so much, you have no idea how important this flower is, says Naruto. Haku shrugs. So Naruto, tell me, why do you need that flower, asks Haku. It is not well known that the divine flower can prevent necrosis and has beneficial effects on the mind even after death. Let me just leave it at that. I am working on a powerful medicine. With this plant, hopefully I can grow more. It does seem as if a few small seeds on this flower, that will be useful. Thank you again, Haku. I don't know how I can repay you, says Naruto. Think nothing of it, Naruto, says Haku. Naruto smiles. So what village do you belong to, asks Naruto. I don't have a village, I only follow one man who is precious to me, says Haku. I see, so you are a missing nin, says Naruto. Technically I have never had official ninja training, says Haku. Implying you had unofficial ninja training. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me, says Naruto. Haku smiles and nods. So who is this man who is precious to you? He must be great for you to refer to him as such, asks Naruto. I'd love to tell you, but he is very secretive and I would never betray his trust, says Haku. I understand, says Naruto. Haku nods. So Naruto, do you have anyone precious to you, asks Haku. Naruto thinks for a moment. Strictly speaking, I have never got along with many people, it may be my eyes, I don't know. However, I do have a friend, at least I consider her a friend. As for my other friends, well, they are a bit crazy, not to mention they hate each other, and one is a fish. Why do you ask, says Naruto. Haku raises an eyebrow at the fish line, but smiles nonetheless. I believe that people are strongest when they protect someone precious to them, says Haku. Naruto nods. I like that, and considering what I know about people, it is true. When someone you love is in danger, you will do all you can to help them, says Naruto. They continue to talk to each other. As the day slowly becomes night, Haku leaves. As he does, Naruto takes out the divine flower. Smiling, he takes out a scroll, unsealing his chemistry equipment. Placing the flower in a sealed container to keep it safe, here he seals the equipment. Finally, after this he could work on the reagent. The power to bring the dead to life would be his. Naruto was bored, plain and simple. He desperately wanted to start creating the reagent, however all the other ingredients were back at his lab. He had so little to do that he was starting to wish he brought the Necronomicon with him. Sitting in the forest, he summoned Zell to talk to. Why have you summoned me, my lord, asks Zell. I have the divine flower, now it seems as if I have more time on my hands. You have a copy of some of the Necronomicon, right? Asks Naruto. Yes, I do, however the copy text is merely rituals and knowledge, says Zell. Naruto sighs. The bad, I was hoping I could train in some jutsu in the book, says Naruto. What of the ones you have not yet practiced enough with, asks Zell. No progress there, the jutsu sap my stamina like crazy, it's powerful, but I can only use it so much in one day, it makes training difficult with a limitation like that, says Naruto. Why not show me, perhaps I can be of some help, says Zell. Zell, you have practically raised me for the past 5 years. In retrospect, being practically raised by a deep one cannot be good for me, but I digress. What I have learned in that time is your knowledge of jutsu is limited, how could you help, asks Naruto. Zell sits down. Humor me, says Zell. Naruto shrugs. He cracks his knuckles. He does different one-handed signs with each hand before grabbing his right forearm with his left hand, pointing his palm at a tree. The Galanak scream jutsu, screams Naruto. As the words leave his lips, his hand violently rips, causing a fanged mouth to appear on his right palm. The mouth screams a sound whose colors make Naruto sick. The tree begins to shatter from the sonic attack. Naruto lets go of his forearm and the mouth disappears from his palm. He breathes heavy as he sits down to catch his breath. Impressive, though I would prefer Galanak's bite jutsu, much more quiet, says Zell. Zell, to use a Golanax bite, I have touched them for the mouth to bite them, plus it creates a wound that can never heal and will bleed forever, not a pleasant thought, says Naruto. Perhaps, but since when has anything in the Necronomicon been pleasant? In any event, it will be difficult to do either of the moves without the hand seals. I recommend using clones. You will need to create many, the stamina sap will instantly dispel them, but at least it will be some progress, says Zell. Both moves as they are now are a last resort type move. I lose too much stamina to train with it constantly. For now I have no other jutsu to practice. Maybe some more training in Eldritch form, says Naruto. It is much too early for that, the chances of being spotted are too great, perhaps you can simply practice your normal moves rather than those shown by the book, says Zell. I'm well enough in those jutsu, I literally have nothing to train with. Kakashi is still teaching Sakura the Jinjutsu, Sasuke is still training with tree walking and his fire jutsu, and I'm bored out of my mind, says Naruto. Naruto slumps his head. It's my own damn fault, I asked for less training to practice with my summons, but really I just needed time to find the flower which I now have, I didn't think I would have it by now, says Naruto. Zell nods. Then Naruto flinched. The memories of his clones hit him. Naruto smiles. Looks like a few of the summoning contracts have been found, says Naruto. Good, how many, asks Zell. 7, the teams have converged into a single group of 70 clones all transformed to look like a caravan and are on their way back to get the scrolls back to Konoha, says Naruto. Good, but how do you know? They should not have dispelled until they made it back, they need the protection should someone attack, says Zell. Naruto looks at Zell nervously. Well, one dispelled after he tripped over a brick, apparently they are very tired, says Naruto. Zell looks up at Naruto. Maw open. The brick, you tripped over a brick and died, said Zell disbelieving what he heard. Hey, it was a clone who was exhausted, at least they weren't attacked, said Naruto. Well yes but a brick, says Zell putting emphasis on the last word. Naruto shakes his head. Yes Zell, a brick, says Naruto. Maybe you should practice your agility and balance, it's not jutsu you should worry about if you die tripping over bricks, says Zell. Zell shut up, said Naruto. Zell shakes his head. Fine, I will be silent, but should you ever die in such a humiliating fashion, I will personally resurrect you and kill you myself, says Zell. Duly noted Zell, says Naruto eyes narrowed. Naruto lays on the forest floor, completely bored. Hours pass as his boredom increases. What's the point of my intelligence if I can't think of anything to do, says Naruto. You know when on a mission you should not let your guard down. Naruto looks up to see Kakashi. I know, but that's the problem with those with large intelligence. We need a lot of mental stimulation, says Naruto. Well if that's the what you think maybe I can help, says Kakashi. I thought you were helping Sakura, says Naruto. I am, you are not the only one who can use shadow clones, says Kakashi. Why didn't you do it earlier, asks Naruto. You wanted to get better acquainted with your summons, how's that going, asks Kakashi. Naruto looks to Zell catching fish in the ocean. Zell got hungry, he's just hunting now, says Naruto. Kakashi nods. What about your other summons, asks Kakashi. They are some of the strangest creatures I have ever seen and don't talk hard to get to know them, says Naruto. Kakashi nods. Mind showing me, asks Kakashi. Naruto gets up. Biting his thumb he slams it to the ground. Within the smoke stands a tall figure with 4 arms that split at the elbow. That's new, said Naruto. It is a huge beast covered in black fur. It had 4 arms each with long talons on each of its paws. It had a vertical mouth filled with yellow fangs. On either side of its mouth were 2 pink eyes. It was twice as tall as Kakashi. Zell comes to shore. The Gug, useful in large battles, quite adept at taking down enemies quickly, while at the same time they are very difficult to take down, though they have difficulties against large crowds, says Zell. The Gug walks forward. Kakashi looks at the strange creature. Naruto, please tell me this is as weird as your summons get, asks Kakashi. No sensei, they get much stranger. You should see a Shoggoth, says Naruto. The Gug roars before it dispels. I think I can wait before you show me whatever that is, says Kakashi. I understand completely, says Naruto. Kakashi nods. So what have you been teaching Sakura, asks Naruto. Just a Jinjutsu called demonic illusion. Hell viewing jutsu, said Kakashi. Naruto turns to Kakashi. What the hell kind of name is that, asks Naruto. It's a simple D rank supplementary jutsu, has a short range but can be quite useful, says Kakashi. Really because it sounds like something a demon would use, says Naruto. Kakashi chuckles. So, you want to be a jack of all trades type ninja right, asks Kakashi. Yeah, why what are you gonna teach me, asks Naruto. Well, after thinking it over I decides to get you trained in some supplementary jutsu before anything offensive, said Kakashi. Seems good, what were you thinking, asks Naruto. Well at first I was hard pressed on what to give you, so I thought what would be useful. I wanted to keep it simple with a D-rank jutsu, so I though why not something that is close to what your father and my sensei did, says Kakashi. Naruto looks up at Kakashi and smiles. Kakashi smiles back. If you are as smart as your old man. Which you are, maybe even smarter when you reach his age. I have no doubt you will one day figure out how he did his famous flying thunder god jutsu. I have no idea how he did it, but I do know something that is pretty close to it to let you play around with. Said Kakashi. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke and leaves. It's not really like his technique, it is just moving faster than the eye can see, while using something like smoke to act as a distraction. I use leaves as well to show my pride in my village. It's not a space-time jutsu, but it's the closest thing I know to it and I wanted to teach it to you. It's called body flicker, said Kakashi. When can we start, asks Naruto. Kakashi smiles. Meanwhile back in Konoha. Konohamaru was working in the lab with several dozen shadow clones. Listen, we can put up the scanners when Naruto returns, for now we should begin the Yithian power source, says a clone. I can have it up and running before Naruto returns. I don't trust you not to get me blown up, says Konohamaru. Fine, but what about the plasma turrets, asks the clones. But the stable power source you can build it safely, but that's your problem, says Konohamaru. The clone nods. Alright, next order of business, what to do about the summoning contracts, who gets what contract, asks the clone. That's easy. The panther goes to Sasuke, the horse to Sakura, the rabbits to Ino, the boar to Choji, the owl to Shikamaru, the scorpion to Shino and the wolf to Kiba, so that leaves Hinata, who should get the as of yet undiscovered dove contract. The summons fit their personalities and attributes, so what's the next order of business, asks another clone. We need to decide when we introduce the others into CDA, I hear that the Chunin exams are coming soon. If all are entered it will be a good time to see if they can be introduced to CDA or not, says a clone standing at the wall. I have no objections to that, says a clone wearing a lab coat. Well, with that settled we need to begin with more pressing matters. Some of our transformed clones gathering supplies has told us of an underground building used by the supposed disbanded route. The base is located closer to the center of the village. Available information suggests they have become suspicious of Naruto. We have to be much more careful. Right now our only defense is the Shoggoth that is helping put the equipment together. I think we should take them out, says a clone next to Konohamaru. Konohamaru smiles. I have a better idea, says Konohamaru. Let's hear it then. It's simple, we find their leader, kill or kidnap him, and use transformed clones to effectively take root for ourselves. Clones can only get us so far with an army on par with the Anbu. Imagine what can be done, says Konohamaru. I thought you were not going to get involved, says a clone. I'm not, but I can voice my opinion. Simply watching events is not good mental stimulation for me, so I may voice my thoughts from time to time, says Konohamaru. The clones nod. We will run this information to Naruto when he gets back, for now we need as many men as we can. Our goal is to complete the labs before Naruto returns. How far along are we, asks the clone. The greenhouse is completed and the plants for the reagent are beginning to grow, the foundry is finished, as is the medical labs and computer room for holding all our collected information. The labs for analyzing equipment and training room is nearing its final stages. So far the only things we need to concentrate on is the armory, generator room, workshop for coming up with new inventions, and testing room. Once all those are done we will move on to necessities such as sleeping quarters and mess hall, says a clone. We are still behind our projections, but not by much. In the meantime let us get more information en route, says another clone. The clones all nod as they go to their respective jobs. The body flicker was one of the greatest things that could have happened to Naruto. The technique was simple, use chakra to boost speeds beyond what the eye can see. What made it so useful was that Naruto specifically could use it in many different ways other than what it was normally used for. With access to inhuman levels of chakra thanks to Kurama, Naruto was able to use it quite often. Not one for doing anything fancy. Naruto simply used smoke when using the body flicker. Then he started to experiment with the move. Using the same principles as the body flicker, he realized that instead of moving at blinding speeds to get from point A to point B, why not use it to increase the reflexes? That was what he was doing now with Sasuke's help. I'm sorry, I think I have something stupid caught in my ear, if I heard you right. You want me? Me who has had the best accuracy at the academy to hurl kunai at you with the intent to kill you, asked Sasuke. I think I have this down. If I'm right I can use the technique to dodge each and every one of the attacks. But to do that I need a simulated situation that keeps my mind sharp, so yes I am asking you to try and kill me, says Naruto. No, just checking if you were still sane. Okay, I'll do it, but if you die I'm not going to take the blame for it, says Sasuke. Duly noted, now let's begin, says Naruto. Sasuke throws a kunai at Naruto aiming right for his heart. As soon as the kunai is merely inches away, Naruto disappears and reappears slightly to the left of where he was standing, leaning away from the kunai. Then Sasuke throws more kunai. As Naruto seems to teleport only inches away from the blades, it looks almost as if a blur of Naruto is dancing faster than can be seen around the blades. While seemingly teleport, Naruto also bends unnaturally around the kunai as they become harder and harder to dodge. After several minutes, Sasuke runs out of kunai and stares at Naruto. "Success!" screams Naruto happily. Naruto creates dozens of clones who pick up and return the blades to Sasuke. No need for smoke, just a boost of reflexes to move very short distances to avoid projectiles, while combining it with my ability to bend around the blades. Combine that with my ability to see sound, which always travels faster than the kunai, and I can tell where they are going. In reality, I am not dodging the kunai, but the sound waves that are projected in front of them as they move, says Naruto. "So you are dodging sound?" asks Sasuke. Essentially, that is a good way of putting it. With the trail of sound it leaves behind, it is much easier to tell the kunai's trajectory and buys me microsecond it would take to figure it out without being able to see sound. It may not seem like a lot of time, but those microsecond can be the difference between life and death. And with no smoke to obscure my vision, it's even better. Moving such short distances without using the chakra to create the smoke also wastes less chakra than it normally would, says Naruto. "Alright, makes sense, so what are you going to do now?" asks Sasuke. Naruto's smile fell. "Well, back to having nothing to do," says Naruto as he falls to the ground. "Why not teach it to me?" asks Sasuke. Naruto looks up. "Well, okay, but only the normal body flicker. I'm still going to mess around with the dodging thing later, what you do with it is up to you," says Naruto. Meanwhile, at a certain hideout, Zabuza carefully inspects his sword. Haku sits quietly next to him while the door opens, revealing a short, stout man. "How long is this going to take? It's been over a week and you still haven't gone to take out the bridge builder." "What am I paying you for?" says the man. "Listen here, Gato, I don't go into battle without knowing what my enemy is fully capable of, and until I can figure out more about those summons the kid has, we are going to bide our time," says Zabuza. Gato glares at Zabuza. "You have until tomorrow. Once the time comes you will complete your contract or I will find someone who can," says Gato. Zabuza walks up to Gato with his sword pointed at Gato's neck. As Gato sweats, Zabuza swings the sword behind his back, fixing it in place. The two bodyguards standing behind Gato hold carefully to their own swords. "Fine, tomorrow we strike, but I expect more money. I ain't running a charity here and I don't like dealing with unknowns," says Zabuza. "Why should I give you more money?" asks Gato. "Simple, if I'm going to stick my neck out, I better damn well have the incentive to do it," says Zabuza. "We'll negotiate later, for now just do your damn job," says Gato. Gato leaves the room. "What an asshole," says Zabuza. "So tomorrow?" asks Haku. Zabuza looks at Haku, noting the hesitance in his eyes. "I'll take care of Kakashi, you get the runts, don't play around with him. If the kid summons anything you take him out quickly," says Zabuza. Reluctantly Haku nods. Outside the door several rooms away, Gato complains on the situation. "Who the hell does he think he is?" says Gato. His bodyguards say nothing. "Okay, you two, tomorrow you go and kidnap one of the old man's family. See if a little incentive will get him to back down," says Gato. "But if Zabuza is going to take out the bridge builder anyway, why send us to do anything that could harm that?" asks one of the bodyguards. "Because I am hoping all the ninja kill each other, I'm going to get as many men as I can and show up on the bridge. If anyone is still alive they can take them out," says Gato. "Well yeah, but I thought you wanted the builder out of the picture, why care about the ninja?" asks the other bodyguard. "Don't question me, just do it," says Gato. The two bodyguards nods. They turn around to leave the room when Gato speaks up again. "I will be there personally to watch Zabuza die. I also want to see the builder dead before me," says Gato. His henchmen turn around. "But we can just bring their bodies here for you to see. Don't you think it's dangerous for you to show up there? I mean, it's not like you will know how the fight went or whether it is just starting or already ended. If they see you, you could get killed," says one of the bodyguards. "I know what I'm doing, just do as you are told," says Gato. The henchmen leave his office. "What an idiot," says one. "Hey, as long as he's paying he can be as stupid as he wants," says the other. Inari watches from his roof as the fish frog creature talks to the blonde boy with the strange eyes. Truthfully, he wanted to tell them they stood no chance at defeating Gato and was angry they talked about the man like he was a joke. Gato had killed the man who practically raised him as a son, how could such a man be a joke? He wanted to tell them to give up, but the blonde boy's eyes had frightened him and the creatures he could call on did not help matters. He stayed quiet, truthfully looking at what ninja could do as they trained. He almost held out hope that they would succeed, but his experiences made that hope die out like a candle that had been snuffed out. Looking on as Naruto trained, he was caught by surprise when Naruto looked at him, then disappeared in a cloud of gray smoke. It's not polite to stare at people, says the boy. Inari turns around to see Naruto standing behind him. Inari looks back and only sees the fish frog looking at the environment as a small wisp of gray smoke begins to disappear. It's called body flicker, I moved too fast for you to see, says Naruto. Inari closes his eyes trying his best to look unimpressed. There is something bothering you, you have been trying to tell me something, but seem too timid to do so, why? Asks Naruto. Your eyes are scary, says Inari. Naruto nods. Before a small sound can be heard. Inari looks back as Naruto's eyes have been changed into normal blue eyes. Is this better? Asks Naruto. How did you do that? Asks Inari. Transformation, I am unique when it comes to the technique, so without that distraction tell me what's on your mind, asks Naruto. You know Gato's going to kill you alright, says Inari. Gato is a fool, a dangerous fool, but a fool nonetheless. He couldn't kill me if he tried. He has people to do that for him, and they are ineffective against ninja. The only thing we have to worry about is ninja he hires, says Naruto. Inari glares at Naruto. What do you know? Naruto raises an eyebrow as he sits next to Inari. Quite a lot actually. Either way it's not important. You may believe me unable to defeat Gato, but do you think Gato can handle the creatures I can summon at will, asks Naruto. Inari looks back at the fish frog sitting down. They don't look that tough, says Inari. Really? Says Naruto smirking. He stands up to bit his thumb. He slams it on the roof. Suddenly a massive multi-eyed black blob appears on the roof. Well would you look at that, a Shoggoth on the roof, says Naruto smiling. Inari recoils and backs away from the massive beast as it moves unnaturally around. Its many eyes shifting around. Naruto snaps his fingers causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. Still think that they aren't so tough, asks Naruto. Inari slowly backs away from Naruto. Mindful of what to say but no words come out his mouth. Don't be scared, he's gone now. And the only thing I plan on using it against is whoever plans on killing your grandfather. They are quite resilient. It is difficult to kill an amorphous creature, says Naruto. Inari put on a brave face as he turns to Naruto, the hesitation obvious in his eyes. Okay maybe you can stop Gato, says Inari. And I can summon creatures much more powerful than that. Even if I didn't use them, I have many tricks that no one will see coming, said Naruto. Inari looks back up at Naruto not believing him based on his features. And that's not counting the things my teammates and sensei can do, you can believe me when I say you are in good hands, says Naruto. And with that Naruto disappears in a cloud of smoke reappearing next to the fish frog. Inari waits for a moment before heading inside, still scared of the creature he saw, but feeling like even Gato could not do anything about it, and for the first time in a long time Inari smiled. The next day was much different. A thick mist formed all around the island, and the mood was somber. There was little doubt that Zabuza would show his face today. Naruto looked out the window as the others were eating Tsunami's breakfast. Seems like the atmosphere is perfect for when things start to go to hell, says Naruto. Azuna pales at this. Kakashi notices. Don't worry, we are here to protect you. You have nothing to fear, says Kakashi. Azuna does calm a bit. I think we should all go out to the bridge today, something is strange with this mist. It's different from the ones Zabuza used, says Naruto. What do you mean Naruto, asks Sakura. There is something about this mist I don't like. I feel like something is watching me through it, but not Zabuza, says Naruto. Kakashi looks up. Don't worry Naruto, just protect Azuna and leave everything to me when Zabuza comes, but there is something off about this mist. I just don't know what it is, says Kakashi. Naruto nods. Meanwhile out in the mist a shadowed man watches on as the team prepares itself. Don't disappoint me, my puppet, speaks an inhuman voice as the shadowed man fades into the mist. As Team 7 heads to the bridge they become mindful of their surroundings. They watch Azuna carefully as he begins his work. After only moments Naruto begins to feel uneasy. Then they hear the familiar sound of a blade cutting air. They all duck with Kakashi grabbing Tazuna as the massive sword flies overhead. It is then caught in the hand of Zabuza while a masked figure stands next to him. Take out the brats, don't hold back. I'll deal with Kakashi, says Zabuza. The masked figure nods as it jumps to the bridge. Zabuza charges Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke run forward with Sakura readying her kunai. The masked figure throws kunai at the two, with each dodging them easily. Naruto seems to move unnaturally as he does making Haku feel slightly uneasy, but Haku wastes no time. As soon as they are close enough he begins making hand signs. Then they are surrounded by what appears to be a dome of mirrors. Naruto and Sasuke get back to back as they each look at the mirrors before them. Then the masked figure walks into one of the mirrors. The figure appears in all the reflections of each mirror as he walks into it. Surrender now and hand over the bridge builder. I do not want to hurt you, says the masked figure. Naruto looks around at the mirrors in the dome. Well I can see it so it's no Jinjutsu, says Naruto. Well, it's ice, let's see how it deals with fire, says Sasuke as he goes through hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. The ball of fire hits one of the mirrors. After it dissipates, they look at the mirror of ice that appears to have suffered no damage. Shit, says Sasuke. The mirrors are indestructible, you cannot win, give up now, says the figure. Each one look around the mirror as they weigh their chances. Well, I got nothing, you, asks Naruto. It's ice that won't melt. I already tried, says Sasuke. Well then, let's look for a weak point or something, says Naruto. He sends a tentacle whip slashing at the mirrors as Sasuke throws kunai. Then senbon needles begin to fly at them as Haku moves between mirrors faster than they can see. Naruto dashes around the senbon needles as they hit the ground. You're fast, says Haku. Naruto creates several clones and sends them at the mirrors with their tentacle whips lashing out, but they are easily dispelled by senbon coming from various mirrors as Haku moves around the mirrors as fast as he can. Needles begin to flow from everywhere as Naruto and Sasuke try to dodge them. Sasuke using his Sharingan to keep track of them and Haku. While Naruto flickers around, but the limited room proves to be a major problem. Naruto bends around the needles in such a way he cannot see the needles coming from behind him. Sasuke pushes Naruto out of the way and gets hit by several of them. He falls to the ground seemingly dead. The needles stop flying at that moment. Naruto's eyes widen as he checks Sasuke's pulse. Still alive, but barely, he says to himself relieved Sasuke still lived. He looks at the mirrors. Trying to find the real masked figure. Then the mist grows thick. It is at this time that parts of the world seem to slow down. Then the mist freezes Naruto to the bone. Naruto looks around cold and confused. And so the puppet master pulls his string, says an inhuman whisper. Naruto finds he cannot move. Too scared to face the voice. Then he hears a sound coming from behind him and his arms and legs are held in place by tentacles. This snaps him out of his daze and he tries to turn his head only for a tentacle to keep it held in place. Fearfully Naruto begins to speak. What are you? Asks Naruto. The soft laugh of amusement can be heard from deep within the mist but seems to resonate all around it. I was the one who was there when you first opened the book, says the whispers. Naruto looks as the tentacles sink into his flesh and fuses to him. The tentacles work him like a puppet. Then his body begins to grow a soft purple light. Haku looks at Naruto confused. He asked what are you, not who are you. That and he seems to be frozen in place by some unseen force that only Naruto seems to see. Confused he just watches the event play out. Naruto moved as if against his will. Then his skin gave off a purple glow. Haku watched in confusion as he glowed brighter, then in revulsion as his arms split into two. Haku watched as Naruto now seemed to have 4 arms, but he was too shocked to move. Eldritch form. Whatever this creature holding Naruto was, it was forcing him into his eldritch form. Though several of its tentacles sunk into Naruto's back preventing his own eye-covered tentacles from emerging. It became clear that the creature did not want Naruto to see it. What are you doing? Why won't you let me see you? Asks Naruto, his full attention on the wipers. It is not the business of the puppet to know what the one who pulls the strings wishes, he merely does as his master commands, said the whispers. More of the creature's tentacles then reaches into one of the ice mirrors. Haku was afraid, something he could not see was pulling him out of his mirrors against his will. The mist was too thick to see Zabuza. So thick it was impossible to see anything outside the dome of mirrors. Haku tried to scream, but some unseen thing was clamped over his mouth. He looked down at Naruto as tendrils emerged from each of his wrists. They plunged into his shoulders and chest. Haku could feel as they drank his blood. Naruto felt sick as he watched the creature's tentacles held the masked figure in place. The blood drinker tendrils moved against Naruto's will, drinking blood of his enemy. What Naruto found sick was he could taste the blood as it flowed through the tendril. The creature tentacles dropped the masked figure, causing the mask to fall off. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked into Haku's face. Then the blood drinker tendrils made their way to the unconscious Sasuke. He tried to fight it, but he was not in control of his body. As he tasted Sasuke's blood through the tendrils, Naruto felt like throwing up. Then the mist began to move normally but was just as thick. Do not disappoint me, child, says the whispers. Naruto drops to the ground. He watches as his claws turn black in color. The skin around him fells as if they were frozen solid. Then the skin on his fingertips turns black as if they had frostbite. The pain ebbs away, but then the eyes on Naruto's cheeks begin to burn like they had been lit on fire. The pain is too much, and Naruto screams. He can see Haku as he tries to get up and escape into his mirrors. Naruto reaches forward to grab him and stop him. To ask why, but he grabs too hard. His claws sink into Haku's leg. The skin around the wound too appears to get frostbite. If Haku felt it, he hit it well. Naruto let go. Naruto watched as Haku crawl to the ice mirrors, but they melt before they are touched by him. He was confused that to one pair of eyes on his cheek, Haku appeared to move slower. Laying in a pool of blood and water, Haku lays down. He watches Zabuza fight Kakashi, as if they did not see what had happened, and truthfully Haku saw nothing that could have grabbed him. It was as if some unseen force did the impossible and dragged him out the demonic ice mirrors. Haku watches as several dogs were holding Zabuza down. Haku's eyes widen as Kakashi runs towards Zabuza with a hand covered in lightning. With what strength he can muster, he gets up and runs toward the attack. The last thing Haku sees is the face of a shocked Kakashi with his hand piercing his chest. Naruto crawled back to Sasuke. He checks his pulse again, relieves that although faint it was still there. He closes his eyes and falls unconscious, slowly turning back to normal. Sakura saw both Naruto and Sasuke laying on the ground. Desperately she wanted to run up to help them, but she did not leave Tazuna's side. She looks on as Haku falls to the ground. It was then that she heard a sound coming up the road. Turning around, she sees two men holding Tsunami. Tazuna begins breathing heavy as they approach. "Bridge builder, we got your bitch of a daughter. If you want her to live you should come with us," says the man holding Tsunami. Tazuna looks back at the bridge only for a second, then turns to Sakura. Sakura looks up to the bridge builder, nodding before turning her eyes back to the two men. Then she does hand seals hidden by the mist. "Tsunami, close your eyes," says Sakura. Tsunami closes her eyes as she hears Sakura speak. "Demonic illusion. Hell viewing jutsu," says Sakura as she looks at the men. They let go of Tsunami and begin to look around them as fear. Tsunami breaks from their grasp and runs to Sakura, who throws a kunai at each man, hitting one in their knee, causing him to fall down screaming. The other is hit in his side and falls down. Copious amounts of blood gushing from his wound. It only bothered Sakura a small amount as he bled to death. After being subjected to the hell viewing jutsu by Kakashi to learn how to use it, she had already seen worse. That was when she turned back as Naruto groaned. "Naruto!" screams Sakura. Naruto awakens just in time to see Sakura take down two men in what should be a psychologically scarring way for Sakura. He groaned as he got to his feet. When he heard Sakura call his name, he lifted his arm to show her he was alright. "I'm fine," says Naruto. He uses what chakra he has as he uses some blood from a wound made when the tentacles dropped him to summon something. When the smoke clears, a Shoggoth appears as it oozed around the bridge. It grabs Sasuke with a black tentacle and moves him next to Sakura. Then its gelatinous form oozes as the tentacles head towards Zabuza. Zabuza broke away from the dogs after Haku saved his life. His arms were numb, but the creature set him in a state of fear that he was able to wield his sword, though his movements were sluggish. He was back to attacking Kakashi in a rage when he saw the black tentacles move toward him. He slices at them, only for the pieces to move back to the main mass. He backs away, trying his best to keep both the creature and Kakashi at bay. The creature then swiped the sword from Zabuza's hand. It was at this time he heard the sounds of small murmurs coming from behind him. He turned his head to see beyond the mist were several men holding various weaponry standing around Geto. Zabuza turns back around and sees that the Shoggoth was gone. Kakashi was looking at the men as well. "Well, look what we have here. You couldn't even kill a simple bridge builder. Consider your contract terminated," says Geto. It was at this point that Naruto walked up. "Hey, are you Geto?" asks Naruto weakly. Geto looks at the blonde boy as he limps out the mist. "What's it to you, Brad?" says Geto. "I'll take that as a yes. I wanted to say this to you since I heard about you," says Naruto as he limps next to Kakashi. "You're a fucking dumbass. More so if you actually came here," says Naruto weakly. Geto glares at the child. "Kill them all, make it slow for the boy," says Geto as he crosses his arms. He didn't notice the black tentacles coming from the mist behind him. Zabuza was pissed, he was beyond pissed. Haku was dead, he was tired as shit, and now he wasn't even going to get paid for his trouble. "Looks like my contract is over, Kakashi, our fight is over," says Zabuza as he lifts his sword. Zabuza in a rage rushed toward Geto. The men threw weapon after weapon at Zabuza, but he ignored the pain. He was in a tunnel vision state as he rushed Geto. He could see the black creature behind Geto, but he didn't care. He was going to be the one to kill the bastard if it was the last thing he did. He lifted his sword limply as he sliced Geto's arm off. Black tentacles reached for the arm, pulling it into the main mass. Geto screamed in pain as he stumbled backwards. He realized too late that he could not move. He was stuck in a black mass that pulled him into itself. Zabuza walks forward looking at Geto in his eyes. "I want to look at you in the eyes as that thing kills you," says Zabuza weakly. Geto tries to scream, but his mouth is enveloped by black tendrils. He looks as multiple eyes on the tendril look into his eyes. Then he turns back to Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes were the last thing he saw before he so slowly slid his sword into Geto's stomach, just enough for him to still be alive as he was digested. Zabuza took out his sword when Geto was completely enveloped. He breathed heavy as he collapsed to the ground. With what strength he had, he crawled toward Haku as Geto's men were impaled by black tentacles. They ran and screamed trying to kill the beast, but it had no effect on the eldritch monstrosity. Black tendrils whipped around, slicing the men in half before drawing their corpses into its mass and maws to devour them. Several were still alive as the creature digested them in moments. Living in a pain for which no man could live through for mere moments before suffocating or succumbing to the digestive acids. Zabuza tried hard to drag himself next to Haku, but he was fading too fast. He ignored Naruto as he limped next to Zabuza. Naruto offered Zabuza a hand. Zabuza, with too much blood loss, did not think as to why, he only took the hand. Naruto dragged Zabuza down the bridge next to Haku. Zabuza looked at Haku. "I'm sorry, Haku," said Zabuza. "Thank you," said Zabuza without looking away from Haku. It was his last words as his eyes shut for the last time. Kakashi walked next to Naruto, weakly putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. They ignored the carnage the Shoggoth was making before it killed the last of the men. Then the Shoggoth, now tinted a slight red from the gallons of blood it was absorbing, dispelled. Sakura and Tazuna walked up to them. Tsunami had already left to go to her son. Tazuna held in semi-conscious Sasuke in his arms, too tired to move. "Did we win?" asked Sasuke weakly. Kakashi looked at the carnage on the bridge. Yeah, we won," said Kakashi solemnly. "Good, I think I'll rest now," said Sasuke as he went back into unconsciousness. The following days of recovery were simple compared to the bridge battle. Naruto healed fast as usual. He was reluctant to speak with anyone after the events on the bridge, more so the creature that made him a puppet. Naruto looked at the graves of Haku and Zabuza before leaving. After reaching his destination, Naruto sat in the small meadow he had first met Haku. He bit his thumb, slamming his hand on the ground to summon Zell. Then he begins to tell Zell what happened at the bridge, leaving no detail unsaid. "So what do you think?" asks Naruto. Zell brings a clawed hand up to his chin in contemplation. "Whatever it was powerful. With both this and Cthulhu we have our hands full. The creature claimed that it was there when you first opened the book. I don't know what it is, but it is no simple creature with psionic power. It is defiantly either a great old one or an outer god. Both are not good to take on, and it is not mindless like Cthulhu, that makes it infinitely more dangerous," says Zell. Naruto nods solemnly before a small sad smile graces his face. "Well, at least we can start with the reagent," says Naruto. "Indeed, but we do not return home for a few days." "What to do until then?" asks Zell. "Well, I do owe someone for giving me the flower," says Naruto. Naruto stands up as Zell slides back, giving Naruto some room. Then he creates a dozen clones. "Alright, I want you to wait here. Once we leave I want you to dig out both Haku's and Zabuza's bodies, then seal them as a scroll," says Naruto. The clones leave into the forest, but are stopped when Naruto says one last thing. "Oh, and don't forget the sword," says Naruto. During those last days Naruto went over every great old one and outer god he knew. He was able to throw out a few possibilities, but the majority still stayed. There were many of the eldritch deities that Naruto knew of, but he did not know which were mindless or which were not. That was his main clue to finding out the identity of whatever was manipulating his life for its own ends. There wasn't much he could do no matter what it was. He could not hope to stop a great old one, let alone an outer god. Either way Naruto figured it was best to put off the thoughts. Whatever it was, it had plans for him, so it wasn't an immediate threat, at least not one Naruto could handle. It was during the trip back that Naruto began to realize just how little humanity meant in the grand scheme of things, really the dawning realization that should humanity go extinct and the universe would not care in the slightest should have been obvious. But the human mind rarely thought on those terms. It was easy to believe that humanity was in some way special, whether it was because of what we as a species has accomplished, whether for good or ill. In reality humanity was nothing more than another thing floating around the uncaring and dangerous universe. Either way there was little Naruto could do about that, so best not to dwell on it. As uncaring as the universe was, it was in just as much trouble when Azathoth awakens. Naruto did not know why, but he found that thought comforting in a small way. The thoughts did not last long when Naruto and company made it back to Konoha. The trip back was just as calm as the days following the fight at the bridge. However, they were back and Naruto had some work to do. All he had to do was get debriefed and all would be well. The debriefing process went as well as one would expect, with a retelling of the events with the occasional question asked by the Hokage. Though there were a lot of questions asked around the time they revealed that Naruto acquired a summoning contract. The Hokage was surprised to hear such news. When they finished the tale and they were dismissed, the Hokage asked Naruto to stay behind to ask further questions. Not Naruto, instead they asked to speak to the summons directly. So Naruto summoned Zell. All the questions asked to Zell were much the same ones Kakashi asked when he first spoke to Zell. Though there were a few extra questions. The Hokage was much more thorough than Kakashi when it came to how the questions were asked and listening to the answers. Either way Naruto, well, he did not show it, was only concentrating to get to the lad and begin the reagent. In the middle of questioning he felt the memories of the clones who had Haku's and Zabuza's body make it to the labs with their corpses sealed. He went over their memories for a second before continuing with the questioning. Naruto was not good at reading people, he knew when they were lying thanks to his eyes, but only knew subconsciously. Despite this, he could tell that the Hokage seemed happy that a new summoning contract was found. One that he had never heard of, with creatures he could not imagine in his wildest dreams or his most terrible nightmares. When he dismissed Naruto, he was smiling at the way Zell spoke to Naruto, as if he were royalty. It was an interesting sight considering the boy's history. He went back to his paperwork as Naruto left. Naruto quickly became aware that he was being followed by Anbu, though there was something slightly different in the way these ones behaved. They were much more quiet than the others. Naruto had tried to find a way to lose them, and it was a simple endeavor. One that he did often when younger. He simply walked through large crowds with his hood up. Naruto always wore simple clothing, no use in wasting brainpower on what to wear when there was more important thing to worry about. As such, combined with Naruto's short stature, it was easy to lose others in the crowds of others who wore just as simple clothing. He performed a body flicker without smoke as soon as he was surrounded by a fairly large crowd. It did not matter how good you were, there were limitations humans had, and one was how the mind worked. Even the strange Anbu following Naruto was no problem. Moving faster than the human eye could follow, Naruto made it to a nearby manhole and quickly made his way down. Replacing the lid, he headed off to his lab, confident he escaped the strange Anbu that were following him. He finally made his way to the lab. He nodded to Konohamaru as he entered. Naruto was surprised by the size of his new lab. The expansions were amazing. In roughly a month and a few weeks, the one small lab was increased to triple its original size. The Shoggoth was now putting equipment together while a multitude of clones were studying the gauntlets of the demon brothers. Naruto made his way to the medic room. Laying on the tables were the bodies of Haku and Zabuza, with Zabuza's blade leaning against a wall. Several clones were looking over the two, checking everything they could. "What is the state of them?" asks Naruto. The clone wearing a lab coat walked up to Haku. Interestingly, Haku appears to be the most intact, despite the fist-sized hole in his chest. "We have found a few strange things in his anatomy. For one, while still a corpse, he is much colder than a corpse should be. What remains of his blood has essentially turned to red snow, though no signs of frostbite with the exception of claw marks on his leg. What is strange is that according to some of our studies, Haku should theoretically be immune to the cold temperature. How he got frostbite on his leg is beyond me," said the clone. The clone moved to Zabuza. "Zabuza is much worse off, the amount of damage done to him is staggering. Several organs are going to be useless if he is brought back." "That could be a problem, or so we thought," said the clone. "What do you mean, or so you thought?" asked Naruto. "Well, we have been studying the reagent after we gained memories that you got the needed flower. What we found is that it does not work how we thought it did. It turns out that it does not bring the dead back to life, rather it bring the dead back to a state resembling life. Technically they would still be dead. Without the divine flower they would not regain their memories and would decompose naturally. What I mean is that while we can bring them back, they would still be dead, as such they would be unable to regenerate wounds or age," says the clone. Naruto sat in a chair. "So even if we bring them back they would still look like this, great. Well, we will have to try something to simulate regeneration. I will work on a few things. Until then, keep their bodies in the pods to prevent decomposition before we have a chance to try," says Naruto. The clones nod. Naruto goes to the greenhouse where several clones were already planting the seeds of the divine flower. "Won't be long now. Get the plant itself ready, we are going to create the reagent as soon as we can," says Naruto. The clones nod as they plant the last seed. Then another clone walks up to Naruto. "I thought you might want to know we have our own power source now, as well as have the biometric scanners built. We merely need to add yours and Konohamaru's template to it, and then no one other than who you want can come through that door. The same is true for the module where the Necronomicon lays. The clones have also arrived yesterday with the summoning contracts, and they have been added to the module. We have started analyzing the Mokuton sample and have read through the copy of the Forbidden Scroll. We have not trained with it yet, but there are over 100 techniques with several that can be called safe to learn, at least safe for us. We also have some more to discuss in the meeting room on events that have occurred while you were away," says a clone. Naruto nods as he leaves toward the room. There he meets several clones talking to one another. After a moment they inform Naruto on the plans to wait until after the Chunin exams to tell the others and see if they can be trusted as well, and the information en route and their sudden interest in him. And reveal Konohamaru's idea to take them over by replacing their leader. Naruto thinks on it for a minute. "We can try that, however I don't want to rush it. With the Chunin exams coming up I want everything to be in order before we do anything rash. We'll bide our time for now. However, I do want as many clones to figure out what are Root's activities and the identity of their leader," said Naruto. The other clones nod. When the meeting ends, Naruto tells Konohamaru the information on the creature that had stopped their fight against Haku and other information, such as its identity as a great old one or outer god. It's my opinion that whatever it is isn't worth compromising your plans, you can't stop them. Hell, you only have a small chance against Cthulhu, and that is because you are only trying to slow him down. The fully awake outer god or great old one is not something we can do anything about, at least not without summoning one ourselves, and that would only do more harm than good, says Konohamaru. I'm well aware of that, I just wanted you to know the situation, says Naruto. Well, it is interesting, but my knowledge of the future did say that there was something else at work, I assume that this was that something. In any event, I don't know its identity and would not tell you even if I did, says Konohamaru. Noted, anyway I have some work to do. Thanks by the way for getting us our own power, says Naruto. Konohamaru dismissed Naruto. Naruto walks to the chemistry room where over a dozen clones were already preparing the reagent. One walked up to Naruto. But you are here, I have news. The reagent will be finished by tomorrow at the rate we are going, most of THT time is letting certain ingredients ferment, it won't be long now, how do you want to proceed once it is finished, asked the clone. Test it on mice, inject it to both living and dead ones. Then kill the ones still alive and see if they come back. Make sure you take everything into account, we need to know the dosage for when we use it on Haku's abuser, says Naruto. The clone walks away. Now was time to learn more on exactly what happened when Naruto drank Haku's and Sasuke's blood. With a bite of his finger he summons Zell. After explaining the situation, Zell forms the psionic tether to send Naruto into his eldritch form. Naruto looks at his blackened claws. So what do you think, asked Naruto. Obviously related to cold in some way, scratch one of my fins, see what happens. Do not worry, I have had worse, says Zell in Naruto's mind. Naruto floats over to Zell. With a single finger he scratches his palm. Immediately Naruto scratches a fin on Zell's arm. It turns black around the wound. It seems as if you did not get the Ice Boy's abilities, instead you created your own. Whatever you scratch while in eldritch form gets immediate frostbite around the wound. Painful and deadly, says Zell. Naruto goes over to a nearby glass window on a door. He looks at the eyes on his whiskers. Looking at the middle pair he finds it unusual that they are slightly red in color. Looking around he feels strange as for those eyes the world seems to move slower while it moves normally for his other eyes. It takes some getting used to, but eventually he does. Not enough of the blood was taken from your teammate. Things move slower and you can better understand the way things move, but you will find it hard pressed to copy them perfectly. Without chakra in your eldritch form quite yet, its uses are limited for now, though after you become able to change at your own power, you will be able to use them much like he can, though you would need more of his blood, says Zell. I don't think Sasuke would appreciate me stealing his powers, Zell, says Naruto. And why care, is that not what his eyes do, says Zell. Good point, but I think they are good for now. Okay Zell, let's go back to normal, says Naruto. Zell releases the psionic tether and his mind returns to his body. Naruto begins to shift back to normal. Well, that was fun, maybe after some Mo tests I'll drink a bit of the Mokuton sample, says Naruto. Interesting decision my lord, I look forward to seeing what you gain afterwards, says Zell. Naruto shrugs. It can wait, though I will do it before the Chunin exams, but I want that stuff fully analyzed before I do in case I accidentally drink it all or something, says Naruto. Zell nods. Alright, things are progressing smoothly, we still have some trouble out there, but for now at least we should be good. I'm going to add my template to the biometric scanners, look over a few things, then return home, says Naruto. Meanwhile, not far away, the root agent sent to follow Naruto go back to Danzo. They all bow before him as they give their report. Danzo-sama, we lost the child. It seems as if he disappeared in the crowds with the use of a smokeless body flicker, says an agent. Danzo leans back in his chair as he thinks over the information. So he knew he was being followed, impressive for a genin, says Danzo. He gets out of his chair. Keep an eye on the boy, I want to know what he does, where he goes, and who he associates with, says Danzo. The agents all nods before leaving Danzo's office. Danzo looks at a file before him. Opening it he begins to read. So the boy has summons now, impressive, says Danzo as he reads through the file. Naruto looks at the gauntlets the demon brothers had. Looking for ways to improve it in any way. He detaches the chain from one of the gauntlets. He looks at a clone wearing a lab coat and goggles. Okay, I'm thinking electrify the chain, make it where the chain can retract and shoot out. I like the idea of creating a tether between two people, but instead of that I have a better idea. Begin making schematics on a small drone to place on the end of the chain. Make sure it can fly. It will replace the other person. Make sure the drone is remote controlled in some way to direct it. We might have to run a cable through the chain. Keep the detaching mechanism, never know when the chain will be rendered inert and become a liability, though the chances are low, I still don't want to take any chances, says Naruto. The clone looks at the gauntlets for a moment. I can do that, in fact I can do better. I was looking over the material used in Zabuza's sword. What is amazing is the sword can regenerate by cutting others and using the iron in the blood to fix itself. Give me a few months and I can have the gauntlet doing the same, said the clone. You got it, 6 months good, asks Naruto. I'll have it ready in 4, says the clone smiling. Naruto nods. Good, make it so. Create a few out of normal materials and mass produce them in the foundry, the regenerating ones will be kept safe. I'd like one of those, says Naruto. I can have a normal one in 6 weeks and begin mass producing them in 8, says the clone. Naruto smiles. Good, that's what I like to hear. What about the gas masks, asks Naruto. They are well made, nothing much can be changed to make it better. However I did have an idea. Though why not make a full-face gas mask with a nozzle at the side of it that can expel a poisonous gas. You'll have to wear a canister on your back to use it, but it will be light. Other than that, anything else would only be additions, says the clone. Clone, I like the way you think. From now on, I'm calling you Brainiac, says Naruto. Brainiac gives off an evil maniacal laugh. Yes, Brainiac, perfect. My enemies will run in terror from the name as they fall to my scientific genius, muhahahaha, says Brainiac laughing maniacally. Naruto slowly backs away from Brainiac. Yeah, you do that. Just don't blow the place up, says Naruto. Brainiac stops laughing and looks at Naruto. You're no fun, says Brainiac. Right, you know what I'm going to go. Please don't do anything rash, says Naruto. Brainiac nods. Naruto leaves the labs with Konohamaru in tow. So, now your clones are insane, says Konohamaru. Naruto narrows his eyes looking at Konohamaru. No, not insane, just enthusiastic, says Naruto. Whatever you say. Brainiac cackled as he took the syringe of green glowing fluid to the vein. He slowly injected the reagent into the subject, stepping back as the thunder rumbled. Yes, yes. Rise. Rise, says Brainiac cackling madly. There was a small twitch from the subject causing Brainiac to laugh as the thunder bellowed. It's alive, screamed Brainiac. Then Naruto turned off a stereo playing the sounds of thunder for ominous effect. While Zell only looked on with curiosity. Calm down Brainiac, it's just a mouse, said Naruto. What's the point of using mad science if you won't let me have my fun, asks Brainiac as he adjusts his goggles. They look at the mouse as they put its convulsing body back in its cage. So which experiment is this, asks Naruto. This mouse was intentionally overdosed on the reagent while dead. With this we should see the full effects and dangers of overdosing, says Brainiac. They looked as the mouse began moving around its cage. There was another mouse not moving as the subject walked around. Looks fine to me, says Naruto. SHHH, this is the best part, says Brainiac. Suddenly the reanimated mouse's body began to convulse unnaturally. The skin on its stomach violently ripped open as its intestines slithered to the other mouse, grabbing it around the neck. Brainiac laughed as this happened. Yes, feed my pet, feed, said Brainiac. The intestines dragged the struggling mouse back to the reanimated one. Once it was close, the reanimated rat began chewing on the still living mouse. Brainiac laughed happily. Naruto slowly backed away and turned to Zell. I pray to every outer god and great old one I know that he never dispels. I do not want his memories in my head, says Naruto. I like him, says Zell. Naruto's eyes narrow as he turns back to the mouse. Its guts squirm out of its belly, behaving as worms. Then his other organs began doing the same. Even its skin is ripped from its bones and begins crawling around the cage. Brainiac stops laughing and presses a button next to the cage. Flames shoot from the bottom of the cage, incinerating the living organs. Well, another successful test, says Brainiac. How is that successful, asks Naruto. Well, now we know that overdosing is very bad. Can you imagine what that would do to a human? Speaking of which of the corpses you collected do you like least? I have been thinking on creating an army of living human skin that envelop others to become a living disguise, says Brainiac. Brainiac, we can transform. Why would we need that, asks Naruto. Scientific curiosity, says Brainiac shrugging. Brainiac, if you keep this up, I'm moving you to a janitorial job, says Naruto. You're no fun, says Brainiac. Naruto rubs the bridge of his nose. Please stop saying that, says Naruto annoyed. Brainiac crosses his arms. Fine, anyway I have finished the gas masks you requested. The gauntlets will take some time, but I expect that I will have a prototype in a week. Though the drone will take considerably longer. Also the reagent has been tested to the best of my abilities. I have a list of the dosage to use based on weight, height, and other such stuff. We are preparing the newest batch of reagent. There is enough of the divine flower to make a little over half a gallon of reagent, says Brainiac. Naruto nods. Good. We will revive the two as soon as the autopsy is done. What else have you found out, asks Naruto. Brainiac smiles. Haku, as you call him, was fun to examine. After a blood sample from the red snow was taken, we learned that his bloodline effectively makes him immune to being frozen, so long as he is alive. When dead he is nearly frozen solid. There is no way to heal the fist-sized hole in the chest. To fix what we could, we used a glass porthole to cover the hole over his heart. The glass is very hard to even scratch, so it won't be a problem, says Brainiac. Why not just cover it completely? Why use a glass porthole? Asks Naruto. Brainiac smiles. Because I look forward to getting to see his heartbeat when he is resurrected. Also, as I am the world's greatest scientist, I have to go with a rule of cool, and visible hearts are cool, says Brainiac. Naruto's palm smacks his own face. I really like this one, my lord, says Zell. Naruto glances at Zell curiously before turning back to Brainiac, hand not leaving his face. At least tell me that the glass won't break, asks Naruto through his hand. As I said, it is difficult to even smash the glass. Nothing short of an exploding tag could shatter it, says Brainiac. Naruto's hand falls to his side. Well, that's something. Anything else? Asks Naruto. Well, some of the clones studying both the Necronomicon and the copy of the Scroll of Seals has been working on a seal that is inked into my skin, says Brainiac as he lifts his shirt to reveal a complex seal on his chest. It almost looked like the design seen on a computer's motherboard. This seal was designed to allow me to absorb chakra around me, as you know everything, except your summons has chakra, so there is no short supply. Effectively I cannot be dispelled, no matter how hard I'm hit. I am now a real person. Mostly, said Brainiac. Naruto looks at the complex seal on Brainiac's chest. Also, while no clone can inherit your eldritch powers, we do get the transformation abilities you have thanks to the fox. So I have decided to change how I look to suit my job, says Brainiac as he transformed. Brainiac transformation is not much of a change. In fact, the only difference was his hair was jet black and hung messily from his head, and his skin unnaturally pale yet was slightly green. He had blue eyes but with black bags under them. Not much of a change, says Naruto. Yes, but I like it. I already asked the clones to create a seal to make this how I will really look from now on, says Brainiac. Okay, why are you green? Asked Naruto. Because green is cool, says Brainiac smiling. Naruto's eyes narrow. Of course it is, says Naruto, not really feeling like arguing. Naruto shakes his head. Well, with that seal we can create an army of clones quite easily. Having an army of clones that cannot be dispelled will come in use, says Naruto. Unfortunately no, with too many seals like this in one area there would be no chakra to spare and we go back to normal clones. Right now I am the only one with the seal, and that was because you named me, said Brainiac. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Strange reason, but so long as you cannot ever dispel I'm good with it, says Naruto. Who says I can't dispel? I may be human in a way, but I can still die, just not as easy as before. And I am still a clone, so when I do die, I will dispel. Also, if you die I will also die, says Brainiac. Well, just be careful. You are the head of the R&D department, so I expect you to be around to examine and reverse engineer any equipment I recover, says Naruto. I understand. Do not worry. With the power of science at my side I can become effectively immortal. In fact, I was thinking about doing a few experiments on myself to become a cyborg. I will become the world's first cyborg mad scientist, then those fools who laughed at me and called me insane will pay for their treachery. Oh yes. All shall fear the name Brainiac. Who laughed at you or called you insane? Asked Naruto confused. Brainiac looks up for a moment with a hand on his chin. I don't know, but I'm going to show them, says Brainiac. There was a short pause. I'm going to go now, Brainiac, don't destroy anything, says Naruto. Oh, but I wanted to test the reagent on a rabbit. I wanted to see both ears crawl around like snakes, whined Brainiac. No using the reagent, we have a limited amount until the flowers grow, and I want there to be enough for when we resurrect Haku and Zabuza after testing is done, said Naruto. Brainiac nods. Fine, I'll start work on the gauntlets. Be sure to watch the test on the mask. It's in the testing room for now, being used by a clone, but I am going to begin mass producing them later for the armory, said Brainiac. Naruto nods as he leaves the room with Zell. See that you do, says Naruto. While leaving, Naruto turns to Zell. Remind me to be careful about who I pick for research. One Brainiac is more than enough, said Naruto. I disagree, he is clever. And at least he didn't die by tripping over a brick, said Zell. Naruto glared at Zell. Are you still on about that? Asked Naruto rhetorically. Zell said nothing more. Naruto looks at the labs around him. He steps up to the long glass to watch as the clone uses the gas mask. It was full face unlike before, and in true mad scientist fashion was rather intimidating to see. On both sides of the mask where the mouth was were tubes connected to a canister strapped to the back. Then the clone pressed a small button was on the side of the mask. A spray of green gas shot out nearly 30 feet before clouding around the clone wearing the mask. It was invisible in the poisonous mist. Impressive, said Naruto. Indeed, though it may be hard to see with the poisonous cloud, said Zell. I'm sure Brainiacs already thought of that, said Naruto. It was then that the mask's eyes glowed red. Thermal vision, now that is interesting way around it, says Naruto. Naruto turns to Zell. That will come in handy later. Combined with the gauntlet we will have quite the equipment for when Cthulhu rises, says Naruto. Zell looks down at Naruto. You expect us to stop Cthulhu, asks Zell. Naruto shakes his head. No, but I saw the vision, those smaller creatures, the star spawn. With this equipment we can hold them back while heavy hitters deal with Cthulhu, says Naruto. Zell nods. Perhaps, though I do not expect such weaponry to be effective against them, said Zell. We will need every advantage we can get. Besides, this is just our first creation other than the reagent. We will create better weaponry, says Naruto. Zell looks on as the green cloud disappears. Well, it's a step, a small one, but a step nonetheless, says Zell. Let me worry about that. How's Konohamaru, asks Naruto. If I had my way he would be dead. He was simply walking around the lab to see our progress. He was not impressed but did not voice it, says Zell. Naruto nods. Let him be, Zell. We will do all we can. I don't plan on letting any advantage slip through my fingers, says Naruto. Good, in the meantime I am off. I will keep in the sewers listening to the conversations above for anything interesting, said Zell. Naruto waves as Zell walks off. He turns around and heads off to see what the other clones were doing. Hopefully they would be more sane than Brainiac. After the events in the lab, Naruto and Konohamaru were walking above ground speaking to each other. They were talking to each other about a violent cult that had been discovered while being careful not to let others hear what they were saying. So if outer gods and great old ones go by many names, why can't Jashin be one, asks Naruto. I never said Jashin was not one, I merely said that they are too violent to even attempt to figure out. Though there are a few that come to mind based off Jashin's worshippers, says Konohamaru. Naruto nods. Could Jashin be the entity ruling my life, asks Naruto. Anything is possible, though there is no way to actually test that theory just yet. Even if it is, it won't help us, we may identify the entity, but there is no real reason to believe we will find out what its plans are. I say that we ignore them until they become a nuisance. If it turns out they worship nothing, then we put ourselves in great risk for nothing, says Konohamaru. Naruto thinks on that for a moment. He looks up to see Sakura walking towards them. Hey Sakura, says Naruto. Sakura waves as she walks forward. Hey Naruto, who's your friend, asks Sakura. Sakura, this is Konohamaru. Konohamaru, this is Sakura, says Naruto. Konohamaru looks up. Pleasure to meet you, says Konohamaru. Likewise, says Sakura smiling. She looks to Naruto. So what are you talking about, asks Sakura. Nothing much, just a few current events, says Naruto. Mostly in relation to the Jashinist cult discovered a while back, says Konohamaru. Sakura looks at Konohamaru. Aren't you a bit young to be thinking about those psychos, asks Sakura. Konohamaru waves off her words. Not at all, it is a reality to our world we must learn to accept. Sometimes there are madmen lurking out there. It's not like ignoring them makes them go away, says Konohamaru. Sakura lifts an eyebrow. Oh god, it's in miniature Naruto, says Sakura to herself. Not necessarily, says Konohamaru. Indeed, Konohamaru here is indeed intelligent, but at the same time he is not one to go outside of the box, like I am. Though he has a better understanding of certain subjects than I do, says Naruto. Sakura shakes her head. Would you like to come for a walk with us, asks Naruto. Sakura looks around for a moment. Well, sure, why not, says Sakura. They walk for a while before heading into an alley. While having their conversation, Konohamaru accidentally bumps into a mysterious person. Excuse me, says Konohamaru before he is hoisted into the air by a boy clad in black wearing face paint with a wrapped up bundle on his back. Before the boy could say anything, Konohamaru spoke. Great, a mental Neanderthal, resorting to violence almost immediately, says Konohamaru. That caused the boy to freeze while a girl with blonde hair and what appeared to be a huge fan on her back laughed at Konohamaru's remark. What did you call me, asks the boy. The mental Neanderthal. I'm not surprised you do not know of the evolutionary history of humanity, says Konohamaru. The boy growls and lifts Konohamaru higher. As much as it would make you probably feel better, hitting a child, the grandson of the Hokage no less, would not be good for your reputation. Also, he did say excuse me, said Naruto. The boy turned to Naruto to protest, but said nothing as soon as he saw his eyes. Konohamaru fell from his grip as he stared at them. Please do not do that, it is rude, says Naruto. The boy collects himself. Whatever, freak, says the boy as he looks at Naruto's eyes. That's something coming from a man wearing makeup, says Naruto. The boy growls at that. As entertaining as this is, can you please not growl, you are only giving Konohamaru's statement of your mentality credence, says Naruto. The blonde girl with the fan laughs again. "Who the hell are you anyway?" asks the boy. "Naruto Uzumaki. Ninja, scholar, scientist, and general intellectual at your service. May I ask your name?" The boy looks at Naruto for a moment. "Kankuro," says the boy. Naruto nods. "I see, well welcome to Konoha Kankuro and," Naruto asks as he lets out his hand asking the blonde girl her name. "Temari," says the girl. "Well, I welcome you," says Naruto as he sniffs the wind for a moment. He narrows his eyes in confusion when he smells the odor of blood, old blood. "What reeks of blood?" asks Naruto to himself. He does note that Kankuro and Temari seem hesitant. Naruto raises his eyebrows at Bo dressed oddly with a large gourd on his back and a blood-red symbol on his forehead, saying love back walked up. Naruto looked over this new boy for a moment when he noticed he saw something about this boy. Instantly he went over his knowledge he collected over his life. He remembered the information of the tailed beasts for some reason as he walked up to the boy, ignoring the stares of fear coming from both Kankuro and Temari. He watched as the eyes of the boy narrowed. Naruto examined the boy talking to himself. Your skin is covered in sand. Bloodline maybe. No, not a bloodline, something is off. Smell of blood. Sand, why does that sound familiar? Wait a minute, said Naruto as his face lit up. What happened next was confusing to everyone around, but frightening for Kankuro and Temari. Naruto stuck his hand out as if asking the boy to shake it. He only stared at the hand confused. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I never thought I'd get to meet someone like me, says Naruto. The boy just stares at him for a moment. Seeing as nothing was happening, Naruto lowered his hand. He lets out a sigh. He let his excitement on meeting a fellow Jinchuriki get to him, and he immediately realized that in his zeal, he had let loose a secret that no one was meant to know. Then again, compared to his other secrets, the fox was a relatively minor, it wouldn't be too bad to elaborate. After all, a conversation with this boy could be enlightening for Naruto and would have been stimulating. Unfortunately, he did not think on how this boy would act as he spoke. Well, to further elaborate, I, like you, have a certain creature sealed within me, says Naruto smiling. At that, Kankuro and Temari slowly backed off as the boy just stared at Naruto. I'm Gaara, says the boy. Naruto nods. Well, it's nice to meet you, Gaara, says Naruto. The next words were unexpected. I look forward to killing you and validating my existence, says Gaara with no humor or sarcasm in his voice, it sounded serious. Naruto stops talking and just stares at Gaara. Okay, this conversation went much differently than I believed it would, says Naruto. It was at that point that a cloud of smoke appeared and cleared to reveal Sasuke standing next to Naruto. Who's this guy, asks Sasuke. Some guy who wants to kill me. So yeah, there is that, says Naruto. Well, that sucks, says Sasuke. If I may, says Konohamaru. Everyone turns to see him walking away from Sakura, who stood frozen. You should be more cautious to who you reveal certain information to, Naruto. I understand your curiosity to others, especially others who are as unique as you. But do remember that we have plans for the future, and your death would put a rather large damper on those plans, says Konohamaru. I know, I was just overzealous, says Naruto. He turns back to the others who were looking at Naruto and Kankuro confused. Gaara simply stood staring at Naruto and Sasuke with what could only be called bloodlust in his eyes. You two will confirm I exist, says Gaara. Existence doesn't work like that, you either do or you don't exist. And if you don't exist, then you can't do anything because you don't exist, says Konohamaru. Naruto mentally sighed. Expect a Yithian to always think logically, never understanding allegory or metaphors. Gaara only glared at Konohamaru. Konohamaru, we have to talk later, says Naruto. Konohamaru nods. Gaara walks past them all. Let's go, he says as a skittish Kankuro and Temari follow. They seem nice, said Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke just look at Naruto. Naruto looks to Sasuke. You know, you need to ease up on the flicker entrance, says Naruto. I consider it practice, says Sasuke. Naruto shrugs. I'd hate to interrupt, but how can you two be so calm? Someone just said they were going to kill Naruto, said Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke looked to each other. I've seen worse, and I've shown Sasuke worse to help him unlock his eyes. He's not that bad comparatively, said Naruto. Sasuke nodded. And I'm pretty sure we don't have to worry, they wouldn't risk a diplomatic incident, says Naruto. Why are Sand Ninja here anyway, asks Sasuke. Oh, you didn't hear. The Chunin exams are being held in Konoha this year, said Naruto. Sasuke looks at Naruto for a moment. Really? Wonder if we'll participate, says Sakura. Maybe, hard to say. Though at our age we would need our Jonin sensei's permission, says Naruto. Well, let's go get it, says Sasuke as he walks off. Naruto and Sakura follow. Konohamaru simply leaves, confused as to exactly what had happened. Either way, he didn't have anything to do for now. His observations were interesting, but human behavior still eluded him. As it turned out, Kakashi had already entered them in the exams. After the meeting, Naruto walked back into his lab. He looked at the corpses of Haku and Zabuza as they floated in the glass containers filled with liquid. True to Brainiac's word, a metal and glass pothole was on his chest, with Haku's heart visible behind the glass. Zabuza on the other hand was only covered in scars held together by stitches. Brainiac walked up to the glass container holding 2 screws in his hand. He pressed a button on it, causing a fluid to drain from the container. It pops open. Brainiac grabbed Zabuza's body and hefted him over to a table. Once laid down, he positioned the screws to the side of Zabuza's neck and seemed ready to put them into his neck. "What are you doing?" asks Naruto. "What, they go with a look," said Brainiac pointing at Zabuza. Just get Haku," said Naruto as his palm smacked his face. Brainiac scowled as he dropped the screws. Pressing the button, the fluid drained from Haku's container. He brings the corpse over to another table. Then Brainiac grabs 2 syringes of glowing green fluid. He holds one with slightly less liquid in it and hands it to Naruto. "That one is for Haku," said Brainiac. Naruto nods. "Okay, be sure to inject it slightly above the uppermost vertebrae in the cervical curve. The brain needs to revive first," said Brainiac. Naruto lifts Haku's head while Brainiac does the same to Zabuza. Slowly they inject the green fluid into them. Once the fluid is fully injected, they lay the bodies down and wait. As soon as the reagent was injected, the needles were disposed and Haku and Zabuza were bound to the table. Naruto watched patiently for something to happen. Brainiac watched the time as it passed. The corpses do not move or show any signs of movement. 15 seconds, says Brainiac. They continue to wait. Though nothing seems to happen. "Are you sure the dosage was right?" Brainiac asks Naruto. "Positive, there was no way it could have been wrong." 1 minute, 45 seconds. "Besides, if the dosage was wrong, then we'd only have to worry about them eating our brains," says Brainiac. "What?" screamed Naruto. Then they look as Zabuza's fingers begin to twitch. His eyes slowly open. Then he convulses like having a heart attack. Naruto and Brainiac hold him down as he attempts to make sure he does not cause further damage to himself against the bonds, though he cuts his wrists on the bonds. He screams as time goes on. After fighting with him for nearly 5 minutes, Zabuza stops moving and just looks around. Several stitches had come undone and were leaking blood to the ground. "Where the hell am I? What happened?" asks Zabuza, none too happy. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Zabuza," says Brainiac. "Brainiac, watch Haku," says Naruto. "You're no fun," says Brainiac. "Stop saying that," says Naruto. Brainiac turns around to check up on Haku. Naruto looks at Zabuza for a while. You are that kid with a weird summons." "Where am I?" asks Zabuza. Naruto takes a deep breath. "Zabuza, I don't know how to tell you this, but," said Naruto before being interrupted. "You died and we brought you back to life. Congratulations, you are a zombie," says Brainiac. "Shut up, sorry about him." "But you did die and I did bring you back," says Naruto. Zabuza looked at Naruto with eyes wide. "What, brought back to?" "I'm a zombie," screams Zabuza. Before Naruto could say anything, he was interrupted. "Naruto, we seem to have a small problem with Haku," says Brainiac. Naruto quickly moved over to Brainiac. Looking down, he saw that Haku's heart was beating uselessly. Though he did not move. His eyes were open and scanning the room. "What's wrong with Haku?" asks Zabuza. Brainiac inspects Haku for a moment while Haku's eyes look at Naruto and widen. It became increasingly clear that Haku was incapable of movement in any way except for his eyes, which looked around the room frantically. The reagent has had an adverse effect on his bloodline. The reagent worked like Zabuza's did, but Haku is still a corpse. The problem is that his lower body temperature combined with being dead effectively makes him frozen, but alive. "Well, undead really, but who's keeping track?" says Brainiac. Naruto looks fearfully at Haku, then turns to Brainiac. "Can we do something?" "Anything?" asks Naruto. Brainiac nods. "Well, we could use him as a decoration to liven up the place, maybe as a coat rack," says Brainiac. "This is not the time for jokes, Brainiac, help Haku now," demanded Naruto, sounding quite angry at Brainiac. "Fine, just give me a moment. I mean, alien god science isn't an exact science. Or is it the other way around? After all, I'd think that alien gods would know more about the universe than us mere mortals with our limited lives and our weak minds. And oh no, we see the alien gods that live beyond the veil of time and space that's made of tentacles and snot, and now we go crazy," says Brainiac mostly to himself. Brainiac begins testing Haku further while his visible heart beats faster. "What the hell is going on? And don't lie to me, boy," asks Zabuza. Naruto looks at Zabuza. He begins fixing his stitches as he explains. "I have a lot to explain and little time to explain it, so listen here. You both died at the bridge. I sent clones to collect your corpses to bring you both back to a state resembling life. Though only your brain, nervous system, and muscles work as they once did. Though your feeling to pain has been muted. Your cardiovascular and digestive system are functional, though completely useless for your continued survival. Everything else is effectively dead. You cannot regenerate, but for all intents and purposes you both are alive. We fixed you up as best we could, but Haku is having complications due to his bloodline. My clone Brainiac is currently looking into helping Haku. We are in my secret lab underneath Konoha. Our mission is to stop Cthulhu, a great old one whose power is so alien and horrible that no mere man can even so much as look at him without going insane. We are also in possession of a book filled with arcane knowledge called the Necronomicon, which is a book that was written by the outer gods, strange creatures whose power is as great to Cthulhu as Cthulhu's is to ours. We are trying to save the world from a most horrifying death, says Naruto. Zabuza only looks confused at Naruto as he processes that information. He then looks at his body as Naruto fixes the stitches. They're good as new, says Naruto. Naruto turns to Haku, whose eyes were fixed on Zabuza. Naruto's eyes go soft as he looks at the immobile Haku. I'm so sorry, I will do everything in my power to help you move again, says Naruto. Brainiac completes his tests. Well, I can fix Haku, though I need time to research. Until then, as long as we keep the room at temperatures of at least 98 degrees, then Haku should be able to move, albeit with some difficulty, though room temperature is not good for him, says Brainiac. Increase the temperature in the room as hot as it goes, says Naruto. Sure, whatever. By the way, if someone spontaneously combusts, please let me know so I can watch, says Brainiac as he goes to a console and increases room temperature. After a few minutes, Haku moves around sluggishly. He looks at Naruto. What happened on the bridge? Asks Haku. Naruto looks around the room, fearfully reluctant to speak, but after a moment he does. Something attacked me and forced me into. Well, we call it my eldritch form. I'm not human, not anymore anyway. Whatever attacked me forced me to use my powers against you. Well, it dragged you out of your mirrors. Did you see it? What did it look like? Asked Naruto. Haku looks at the porthole on his chest and stares as his heart beats before him. Whatever it was, I could not see it, though I could feel it once it dragged me out of the mirrors, said Haku. Maybe only I could see it with my eyes. I'm sorry, Haku, I never meant for any of that to happen. Whatever it is, it has been messing with my life since I was 3, said Naruto. At that, Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Why can I see my heart? Asks Haku. Brainiac's idea, he thought it would look cool, says Naruto. Oh, says Haku, not looking away from the porthole. He'd tell me everything, says Zabuza. Naruto sits as he explains everything in his life. From the discovery of the Necronomicon, how he had the summoning contract far longer than they though, about Cthulhu, about the fox, even his parentage. The conversation took over an hour. Then he simply looked at them. Well, quite a story. So I take it you want my help against the giant squid-headed monster, asks Zabuza. You could say that, though truly I did have some other ideas. I did a little research on you, Zabuza. I heard about your attempted coup against the Mizukage. I had an idea, a proposition I'd like you to hear, said Naruto. Fine, I'm listening, says Zabuza. I will help you overthrow Kurigakure, give you access to some of my technology we are developing by improving the tech we get from our missions. So far we have a unique mask built from improving and weaponizing the mask, the Demon Brothers mask, and are working on improving their gauntlet. Once you take over, you make a treaty with Konoha. When Cthulhu comes, I want as many alliances as possible. Also, I want you to personally give me some of the unique equipment of Kurigakure to alter and improve in my labs. I also request you not let the Hokage or anyone else know of this place. This is secret for now, and I don't want my technology to be used against our fellow man. This will be an exception, a calculated risk, says Naruto. Zabuza looks at Naruto for a while. Deal, says Zabuza. Naruto smiles as he walks next to Zabuza. Good, says Naruto as he undoes Zabuza's binds. Once freed, Zabuza rubs his wrists. He then turns to Haku. Will he be alright? Asks Zabuza, fearful. That was when Brainiac walked in. He'll be fine, he won't be able to move normally. I have found a procedure detailed in the Necronomicon that should help. The process might have side effects, it is evasive, and Haku will not be able to sleep through it because dead and all that jazz. Either way, it should not take long, though I ask you leave the room, says Brainiac. Naruto nods. What do you need? Asks Naruto. Brainiac smiles. Standard medical equipment, samples of the reagent, the Necronomicon, access to Orochimaru's documents, and a team of clones, says Brainiac as he adjusts his goggles. Naruto nods. You got it, now how long will it take? Asks Naruto. Brainiac smiles. Only a few hours, says Brainiac. Naruto shows Zabuza around the labs while Brainiac works on Haku. Occasional screams do not help with Zabuza's mood. Nor do the occasional sounds of maniacal laughter. What's with that guy? Asks Zabuza. I don't know, either way he may be a little off, but he is still a clone of me, says Naruto. Zabuza looks down at Naruto for a moment. That says all kinds of things about you I don't want or need to know, says Zabuza. Brainiac is a result of being a clone used to research equipment for way too long. And apparently my clones do not have my insanity immunity, and well you see the results. I just hope I don't become insane whenever he dispels. Luckily he is working on it himself, says Naruto. Then the door opens. Brainiac walks out of the room covered in red snow and blood. So how did it go? Asks Naruto. Brainiac smiles. It was a complete success. There have been some alterations to Haku's appearance, but he will be able to handle room temperature and below without becoming a popsicle, says Brainiac. Zabuza stands up. Take me to him, he demanded. Brainiac walks back into the room motioning for them to follow. When they walk in they see Haku. His skin was covered in frost making him appear very pale, though as he moved the ice-cracked and healed eyes were glowing an unearthly blue color. His heart was still visible through the porthole, though it glowed red as if on fire. Haku's fingers were the most interesting. They were long claws that looked like icicles that clacked together when Haku moved his hand. Wow, says Naruto. I feel a bit different, but not much, says Haku with his breath visible as he spoke. He looked at his ice-clawed hands and clacked them together. That's to be expected, after all you are dead, and because the procedure should have killed you, but being already dead, made it easy to throw away the humane parts of the procedure, and save time. After all you can't be inhumane to a corpse, said Brainiac. Haku stared wide-eyed at Brainiac. Anyway you should know that your body will naturally absorb heat around you so you will not freeze. Your core temperature is actually very hot. Hotter than a normal human, but because there is no heat around you as it is being absorbed quickly, it will be forever cold outside your body. Their bloodline remains. Heat will also have no effect on you as you absorb it much too quick. In cold weather your body uses stored heat to keep you moving, so even though you are effectively an ice person, the cold is more dangerous to you than the heat. Though it will never kill you, just make you a statue. Though I do not recommend staying in cold environments longer than necessary, unless the prospect of being a still living statue appeals to you. Your stored heat can only last so long, says Brainiac. That's all a bit weird, says Haku. Brainiac smiles. Of course it's weird, I'm a mad scientist. We use science in ways no scientist would ever think of, we take science behind the shed and beat the crap out of it until it does what we say. We live outside the box my dear. And the Necronomicon was created outside that box, it is every mad scientist's dream come true, says Brainiac. The Necronomicon is weird, says Haku. Yes it is. Beautiful and strange. If I could marry a book it would be that one. Unfortunately there are laws against that kind of thing. Bah, they will never understand our love, says Brainiac as he pets the Necronomicon. Behave Brainiac, or you are not going to get to use the book for a while, said Naruto. What? How could you say such things in front of my love, says Brainiac while hugging the book. Fine forget it, just get back to work, says Naruto. Brainiac nods. My love, we have delicious, beautiful, magical science to do, says Brainiac as he leaves. Please don't let him near me again, says Haku. I can't promise that, but I will do my best, says Naruto. Zabuza coughs. So I get that I'm dead and all. When do I have to start worrying about falling apart, asks Zabuza. You don't, the divine flower not only helps in memory reconstruction, but prevents decomposition as well. The only problem is you will not heal any wound ever. But a few stitches should patch you up, just don't lose anything too big, says Naruto. Good, I think. Okay now down to business. Where is my sword, asks Zabuza. Naruto smiles as he leads Zabuza over to the armory. Zabuza inspects his blade before putting it on his back. Good, so Naruto right, asks Zabuza. Naruto nods. Alright, Naruto. When can I get back in business, asks Zabuza. Soon, we are outside of Konoha right under a forest, and an emergency escape hatch does exist, but the eject function is not yet installed, so you will have to climb out. Memorize the landscape, we will use it as a way to communicate back and forth until we get a more reliable communication system up. I will use disguised clone caravans to send you some equipment I approve you using, and we will agree on a drop-off point on a later date. Also remember to keep yourselves hidden, you both are technically dead, says Naruto. Not bad, alright show us the exit, asks Zabuza. Naruto leads them to a large room with a closed door. When the door is open Zabuza sees that it goes straight up. The shaft is over 100 feet high, it leads to a hollowed-out tree. Be sure to cover up the hatch when you get out, says Naruto. Zabuza nods. Well, see you kid, and thanks, says Zabuza. He looks to Haku. Ready? Asks Zabuza. Haku looks back at Naruto for a moment before giving him a smile. Thank you Naruto for everything you've done, and while I will still have to get used to my new appearance, I will always think of you as a friend and someone precious to me, says Haku. Naruto nods. Haku follows behind Zabuza as they climb the shaft. Naruto closes the door and walks back to the labs. So you bring them to life, make one into a creature of ice, and then let them go. After all that hard work to create Popsicle, bah. Why are you the leader again, asks Brainiac. We have allies now, ones we can trust and ones who I trust as well, says Naruto. Yes, trust a ninja that betrayed his own village, smart move boss, says Brainiac. I know what I'm doing Brainiac, says Naruto. Brainiac simply waves him off. Fine, ninja zombies roaming the countryside. Already our world is a little stranger because of you. Wait, why am I complaining, there are zombies in the world. Oh happy day, says Brainiac. Naruto shakes his head. Anyway I'm out, just make sure you update Zell when he gets back, says Naruto. Yeah, tell the fish man spying in the sewers that zombies are real and I made a super zombie, says Brainiac. Naruto only shakes his head as he leaves. Naruto sat in his lab as the clones worked around him, he was reading the Necronomicon. He read the pages trying to identify the being that stalks him. So far no such luck. There were literally hundreds of possibilities on its identity and Naruto had so little information on it. Whatever it was not afraid to interfere in Naruto's life when that suited its purpose. Whatever that purpose was, Naruto felt as if he would never truly find out its plans until it had been identified. Whatever it was either equal or greater to Cthulhu in power and that scared Naruto. He knew the Chunin exams would start tomorrow, but he had to figure something out. Looking over the information of the Great Old Ones and Outer Gods he could find nothing. Naruto was able to throw out a few, the ones who slept like Cthulhu were out, as were the apathetic beings they cared little for schemes against mortals, and anything humanity perceived as bad was usually our fault of an accidental reaction of whatever it was doing at the time. While reading Naruto came to a most unusual passage on Azathoth, one that was shocking to say the least. While Naruto knew that when Azathoth awakened all would end, what was shocking is just how much would end. Every single Outer God and Great Old One would end as well, no matter how powerful. That was disturbing news. A god so powerful that other gods would never have even existed when it does something as simple as waking up. Azathoth was powerful indeed, and the Outer Gods had many reasons to keep it sleeping, though when humans would attempt to summon Azathoth the Outer Gods or Great Old Ones never stopped them. Were they so apathetic they did not even care for their own existence? Either way that was not important. Azathoth was sleeping in a death-like slumber, he was not a problem. At least not yet. Though there was the idea of never existing. It was one thing to end, it was another to never have existed. What was the point of it all if existence was so fragile and meaningless? Naruto did not pretend to know the answers, might as well enjoy what you have now before it slips away into oblivion. What are you thinking of my lord, asks Zell. Naruto looks up as Zell crawls toward him. Just thinking about Azathoth waking, says Naruto. You should not fear death my lord, says Zell. That's easy for you to say, you are immortal. Besides I am not afraid of death. I was dead before I was born, for trillions of years. It's nothing new. Death does not make you shiver in fear, but never existing does, says Naruto. Zell nods as he sits next to Naruto. I see, it is a concept hard to understand even for the spawn of Azathoth, says Zell. Well what hope do I have if gods can't even understand the concept, says Naruto. Azathoth will awaken one day, it is inevitable. It would be best not to think on those lines, it could drive even the Outer Gods mad, says Zell. I suppose so, though this whole thing is confusing, what's the point of it all Zell, I mean I get it, I really do. We are born we live then we die, but we still live. Why exist in the first place if it was not only temporary, but would never happen, asks Naruto. Perhaps existence itself was some cosmic accident. Not necessary life but existence itself, that's not the point my lord. Right now you live so enjoy it while you can, says Zell. Cosmic accident, well could be worse, says Naruto. Zell nods. Either way tomorrow you begin the exams, I suggest you rest, says Zell. Yeah, I suppose you are right. Thanks Zell, talk to you later, says Naruto as he closes the book and heads out. It was not long after he made it to the door that he was stopped by Konohamaru. Well, seems we have a new problem, says Konohamaru. Naruto raises an eyebrow. I'm listening, says Naruto. Well, it seems as if the entire reason I chose this body is failing, says Konohamaru. What do you mean, asks Naruto. I chose Konohamaru for several reasons. 1. He knew you and thus me being around you would not appear strange. 2. Konohamaru is an important historical figure, thus I believed that using him would deter the hounds of Tindalos, who have a habit of hunting down time travelers. It seems as if I may have been wrong, says Konohamaru. Why are the hounds coming for you, asks Naruto fearfully. The hounds were not creatures to be messed with. Unlike most life the hounds descended from the angles of time, rather than the curves like humans or other life had. They hunted time travelers and destroyed them. Capable of emerging from any sharp angle such as the corner of a room. I am not sure, but there have been a few dimensional anomalies as of late. It may be the hounds, which means they could be after me. It may be something else completely unrelated, but I cannot be sure. Whatever it is in our sewer, says Konohamaru. Naruto looked down at Konohamaru nodding. Then he called his clones to him. Once several clones emerged, Naruto began to explain the situation. It seems as if we have visitors. I want everyone outfitted with whatever weaponry we have. We are going to search for whatever is causing the dimensional disturbance. We suspect the hounds of Tindalos, but we can't be sure. I want a squad to protect Konohamaru in a room with no corners. The meeting room has circular curves for corners, rather than sharp ones. Hide him there, says Naruto. The clones do as he says. Naruto goes to the armory where he grabs special kunai that had gone through a chemical bath to repair them with blood like Zabuza's sword and a gas mask. He puts the kunai in his hidden pouch and gas mask on his face, while fastening the canister of poison on his back before heading out. When all the clones were outfitted, Naruto looked at them one last time. Okay, split up in teams of 5, if you run into trouble make some clones or call for help. There is a built-in radio in the mask, use it, says Naruto. The clones all nod as they leave the lab. They explore the sewers for several minutes. So far nothing was out of the ordinary. Then they heard the sound of shuffling. Slowly they approach the sound. As they near it, Naruto begins to see the colors of sound. I can see the sound, whatever it is, it looks humanoid, says Naruto. Well, it's not a hound then, says a clone. It just makes it an unknown, keep your guard up, says Naruto. Then the figure disappears. Shit, it's gone, says a clone. See what you can find, says Naruto. They begin to search the area for a moment. Then they hear the shuffling again from behind them. Several clones turn on the thermal vision on their masks, while other clones begin searching the ground for clues. Then one clone calls Naruto. I found something, says the clone. What is it, asks Naruto. Hair, but it's not from anyone here, says the clone. Naruto looks at the small pile of hair on the ground. It was black with what appeared to be dirt on it. The shuffling sound then comes from another direction. Here's more than one, says a clone. Why are they here, asks Naruto to himself. They wait with kunai in hand, surrounding the area as best they can. Naruto puts his hand to his mask, pressing the radio button. This is Alpha Squad, we have encountered some evidence of the creature, not a hound, repeat, not a hound. Subject is humanoid capable of possible teleportation, more than one. They are heading for us, get here ASAP. Be cautious, we don't know what we are dealing with. Over, says Naruto. He waits for a moment for the other teams to respond. This is Delta Squad, we read you loud and clear. Heading to your location. Eta 2. This is Beta Squad, we have run into one of the creatures. Poison gas was used. Had no effect. Whatever it was, it looked like a gorilla. Target disappeared after a few seconds, heading to Alpha Squad, Eta 5 minutes. Emma Squad, heading to Alpha's location, Eta 3 minutes. Naruto nodded. Roger that, be cautious, anyone sees one use kunai, try to identify them, says Naruto. The shuffling sound gets closer and closer still. There are at least 5, maybe more, says a clone. Then they heard screaming. Memories flooded through Naruto's mind as he got a look at the creature from the last memories at the clone. He reaches to his helmet to activate the radio. This is Alpha Squad, we are dealing with dimensional shamblers, says Naruto. Then the creatures move from the darkness. Covered in black dirty on their fur. They shamble towards the team. Kunai was thrown but had no effect on the creatures. As they are attacked, the claws of the beasts kill clone after clone. Shit, okay, stand back, says Naruto. Naruto slashes his thumb on his kunai. Then he slams his hand on the ground. Smoke billows from the ground. Standing in the middle of the sewers towering above Naruto was the Gug. Its vertical mouth opens, giving out a scream. It claws and bites the shamblers. Several disappear, the rest step forward to fight. Retreat, let the Gug handle this, says Naruto. The clones run back to the labs. Naruto stays behind as the Gug rips and tears. It soon becomes apparent that there were just too many shamblers for the Gug to last. Naruto breathes in heavily. Then he reaches to his radio. I'm going to try something, make sure there is a team nearby to pick me up in case I go down, says Naruto. Several shamblers manage to crawl up the Gug and begin to claw and bite into its flesh. Naruto does several one-handed seals. Different for each hand. Then he grabs his forearm. His palm painfully rips open, revealing a fanged mouth on his palm. The Gug dispels. The Galanak scream, says Naruto. The fanged mouth on his hand lets loose a powerful scream whose colors makes Naruto sick. The shamblers use the claws on their feet to stay on the ground, while the ones on the Gug are violently thrown back. Naruto can feel his stamina getting lower as the mouth on his palm screams colors, so sick Naruto could swear he was rotting inside just by viewing it. The shamblers begin to disappear one by one. Those who remain become emaciated and thin, as if the scream was sucking the very life from their body. But the sewer walls, there was no way for the shamblers to get out of the watt from the attack. It was not long before the last of the shamblers disappeared from the universe to enter another. Naruto fell to his knees. He vomited black ooze as his palm closed once more. His vision blurry. He could hear the muffled screams of his clones as they made their way toward him. Then the world went black. Further in the sewer, a tall man hidden in shadows watched as Naruto was dragged off. His face, well covered in shadows, could not contain his smile. When the clones walked off with Naruto, the shadowed man walked forward. He moved to the black ooze. He looked down at it and smiled once more. "You are a worthy puppet," speaks the whispers as they leave his lips. As he speaks, the shadows on the walls seem to come alive and lean towards the shadowed man as he walked as if they were children trying to return to their master. After only a moment, he turned back, disappearing from sight to return to his palace of chaos. The shadows returned to normal. Naruto awoke on a slab with Brainiac hovering over him. "Oh, you are alive. Oh well, I'll make you an undead cyborg later," says Brainiac. Naruto groans as he sits up. "What happened?" asks Naruto. "Oh, the pan-dimensional gorilla bears attacked you. Then you summoned the bigger gorilla bear with a sideways mouth that is not pan-dimensional. That didn't work, so you used the scream of the god of perversion and depravity to eliminate the pan-dimensional gorilla bears." "So yeah, that happened," said Brainiac as he grabs a hammer. "What? Never mind. Where is everyone?" asks Naruto. "Oh, they all left to do their own thing and left you here. I was about to do a few experiments on you, but then you woke up. So I'm just going to hit you with this hammer to knock you out and do those experiments. Is that good with you?" asks Brainiac. Naruto sighs. "No, Brainiac, that is not good with me," says Naruto. "You're no fun," says Brainiac. "Stop saying that," says Naruto. Brainiac shrugs. "Whatever, anyway, everyone is fine and dandy," says Brainiac. "How long was I out?" asks Naruto. "About 3 hours," says Brainiac. "Okay, that's good. Anyway, I'm out. I need to be rested for when the testing takes place tomorrow," says Naruto. Brainiac nods. "Yeah, you do that. I'm going to study some of the Shambler's fur and that black stuff you puked out," says Brainiac. "Black stuff?" questioned Naruto. "I'll let you know when the tests are done," says Brainiac. Naruto nods. "Good, I'm out," says Naruto. "Okay, don't talk to any strange pan-dimensional gorilla bears, just kill them and give me their remains," says Brainiac. Naruto shakes his head as he leaves. Meanwhile in Konoha, the streets were empty, or at least they appeared to be. A cloaked figure walked the streets. "Ah, it's been so long, hasn't it?" says the figure as he stares at the Hokage monument. He walked towards the monument for a moment before stopping. He hears the faint sound of metal dragging on rock. Slowly he looks around the corner. He sees a boy emerge from the sewers. "An urchin?" "No, a ninja." "Well, what was he doing down there?" says the figure. He looks at the child with silted yellow eyes. For a moment he waits. Once the child is gone, he walks to the sewers. Looking down, he smiles as he remembers his old days. He looks back to the child and decides to follow him. Naruto was walking home. He was tired and it was late. It was only halfway until he saw the colors indicating he was being followed. Naruto stops walking and turns around. He sees nothing there. Deciding to pass it off as the Anbu, he shrugs and continues walking home. The cloaked figure walks from the nearby tree. Impressive for one so young to realize he was being followed. "I'll have to keep an eye on this one," says the cloaked figure. A small snake exits his sleeve. It looks to his master. The cloaked figure pets the snake with his pale hand. "Watch the boy, he appears most interesting," says the figure. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," speaks the snake as it hisses. Naruto stood at the gates of the village. Walking around, he saw that it was completely empty. Broken glass riddled the street while rust and decay took the still crumbling buildings. Exploring building after building, he finds himself alone. Then it becomes dark. Decayed human arms rose from the ground as their fingers became branches and took the look of dead trees. Looking up, he sees a black mass creeping across the sky, blocking out the sun and sky. Naruto runs to the top of the Hokage monument, whose faces were eroded into featureless blank faces. He looks over the village as a thick putrid mist forms over the village. The buildings rot quickly and fall to the ground as the forest of arms and black trees take its place. Naruto looks as a figure walks through the mist and trees. A man hidden in shadows. Naruto runs down the remains of the monument, heading towards the shadowed man. He freezes. The man is hidden in the mist and darkness. Naruto sees the smile on the shadowed man's face. Then he disappears, fading into the fog as if he and the fog were the same. Turns around to the monument, its faces now appear as different multi-eyed eldritch beasts, vaguely humanoid. Then a large mass emerges from behind the monument. The horrific visage of Cthulhu towers over the monument, staring down at the earth, while facial tentacles move unnaturally around its head. Tendrils lash out, causing the Hokage monument to crumble, leaving only a flattened mountain. Above Cthulhu, almost flying, was the shadowed man. Bread made of decayed flesh that dripped blood came from the fingers on his left hand. Connecting to Cthulhu as if the massive beast were but a puppet. More threads came from his right hand and wrapped around Naruto, as if he were also a puppet. Before Naruto could see anything on the man's face, Cthulhu's tentacles lash at Naruto, who was unable to move due to the strings of flesh and blood. Naruto closed his eyes waiting for the end to come, but it never did. When Naruto opened his eyes he saw he was standing in a black void surrounded by nothing but mist. Whispers could be heard all around him, almost masking the sounds of slow deliberate footsteps. The shadowed man walked toward Naruto. His face still hidden. "You will fail," spoke the whispers. A smile graced the shadowed man's face, the only part of his face that was visible. "Who are you?" asked Naruto. His smile fell as he just stared at Naruto for minutes. Then the man walked away. Naruto ran to the man, but no matter how fast he ran, his feet never left the same spot. The shadowed man disappeared from sight into the putrid mist. Naruto stopped running. Tendrils of shadows enveloped him as Naruto screamed, though no sound came from his mouth. Then the black tendrils wrapped his head and squeezed, the sounds of laughter could be heard. It was not the laugh of madness but of glee. Naruto realized the laugh sounded like his voice, but it did not come from his own lips. The last thing that was heard was the sound of crunching bone, ripping skin, and overjoyed laughter. Naruto wakes up in his bed. Breathing heavy, he takes a moment to calm himself. He stares at his alarm clock. He woke up earlier than usual. Once his breath was back to normal he quickly got dressed. While dressing he looked at the clock. The head was bathed in warm sunlight, which calmed Naruto after his dream. Walking down the street he met up with Sasuke and Sakura as they headed off to the Chunin exams. Naruto ran to catch up with them. When he ran up to them they nodded as he slowed to match their pace. "So the Chunin exams, this should be interesting," says Naruto. "Yeah, I guess," says Sakura looking to the ground. "You okay, Sakura, you seem reserved," asks Naruto. She only nods. "Are you sure? We're going to need you at your best," says Sasuke. "Yeah, just a little nervous," says Sakura. "Hey, don't worry about it. Between the three of us, we have a good chance at least," says Naruto. Sakura smiles. "Thanks Naruto," says Sakura. They didn't notice the pale snake that was following them slithering away. They walk inside the building as the snake slithers away. Opening the door they are greeted by Kakashi. "Yo," says Kakashi. "Hey Kakashi-sensei," says Naruto. "Just seeing how my students are doing, glad you all could make it," says Kakashi. "Wouldn't miss it," says Sakura. Kakashi smiles beneath his mask. "Well, I just wanted to say good luck, you are going to need it," says Kakashi. The three nods as they walk into the building. Naruto and Sakura turn while walking to thank Kakashi. Once inside they were greeted by the sounds of arguing students. Naruto recognized Rock Lee arguing with two Chunin at the door. What confused Naruto was why so many were standing around the wrong door. Naruto continues walking toward the stairs. "Naruto, where are you going?" asks Sakura. "To the exams, it's on the next floor," says Naruto. "No it's not, it's right there," says Sakura. Naruto raises an eyebrow. He looks back at the door. Sasuke walks up to the two. "In jutsu, Naruto can't see it," says Sasuke. The look of realization crossed Sakura's face. "Oh," says Sakura. "Well we better go upstairs, let them figure it out on their own," says Naruto. As they made their way upstairs several others noticed them leaving and decided to follow, though not all did. The ones that did were careful not to get seen leaving the crowd. Naruto waited in a room where fewer people were standing and waiting than those downstairs. It was a few moments when they leaned against a wall. "So, the thing hasn't even started and we are already being tested. Well this should be fun," says Naruto. "Yeah, not the word I would choose, but still," says Sakura. Sasuke shrugs. After a few minutes the room piles with different people. After a while the other rookies from Naruto's academy days walk in. The first was Team 10. It took about a second before Ino was quite literally hanging off Sasuke, much to his annoyance. "Hey Naruto," says Shikamaru lazily. "Hi Shika, so you made it. Here I though you'd just be sleeping before it even started," says Naruto. "It would have been more troublesome not to come, Ino would never have shut up," says Shikamaru. Ino glares at Shikamaru, but was too busy hanging off Sasuke while Sakura tried to ignore it, but was failing. She tried to remember what Naruto had told her when flying on the Byakuya, but when she looked for another moment her eyes narrowed. "Get off of him Ino pig." Sakura yelled, shaking her fist at the blonde girl. Ino sticks out her tongue. Naruto chuckles at the looks on both his teammates' faces. After he composes himself he turns to Shikamaru. "So how's life?" asked Naruto. "Troublesome." "Of course it is," says Naruto with a small smile. After a brief exchange of words teammate walks in. Naruto was still quiet around Hinata, still not sure how to handle the situation. Luckily he did not have to. The talking of the others caused another Chunin hopeful to walk up. "You know, you should be quiet, you're making the others nervous," says the boy. Naruto raises an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" asks Sakura. "Well, the 9 of you aren't particularly liked, being rookies and all. Take a look for yourselves," he said, gesturing behind him. They all look at the other ninja in the room. All were glaring at them. Naruto looked back to the silver-haired boy ignoring the glares. "And who are you?" asks Naruto. "Just call me Kabuto." Naruto shrugs and ignores the situation. He closes his eyes as he relays the dream Ha had last night over and over in his head, continuing to think on what the shadowed man could have been. After a moment he opened his eyes when his ears caught the words ninja info cards. He looks at Kabuto holding a deck of cards to the others. Naruto reaches out. "Can I see those?" asks Naruto. "I can show you, but only my chakra will reveal the information," says Kabuto as he holds out what to everyone else seemed like a blank card. Though Naruto saw a map of the shinobi nations on it. "If you say so, but I can see the map on that card," says Naruto. Kabuto seems to smirk as he raises an eyebrow. "I have heard that your eyes had interesting abilities," says Kabuto as he pushes up his glasses. "If you say so, mind if I at least see my card?" asks Naruto. Kabuto shuffles the cards a bit. "I don't see why not," says Kabuto. He plucks a single card. Reaching out, Naruto grabs it while he shows the others different cards in his deck. Naruto reads over the card. It was surprisingly accurate. It didn't have everything, but it did show he had a summoning contract. Naruto flipped the card between his fingers for a moment. He then looks at Kabuto. Naruto hands the card back to Kabuto. "You are very thorough," says Naruto. "I do my best, I have taken the exams quite a few times," says Kabuto as he takes the card back. "How many?" asks Ino. "Well, I'm a bit embarrassed to say it, but this is my 7th time," says Kabuto. "Wow, 7. You must suck," says Kiba while he laughs. Kabuto chuckles a bit as he puts the cards away. Naruto silently walks up to Kabuto and creates a tentacle whip. The tentacle reaches into his pocket and carefully takes the deck of cards out of his pocket while Naruto walks in front of Kabuto. The tentacle recedes and Naruto palms the deck. He puts both hands in his pocket as he stands next to Choji. 7 huh, well good luck this time, says Naruto. Thanks, says Kabuto. Naruto walks over to Sakura and Sasuke. He stands next to them while taking his hands out his pocket leaving the deck within. Then he crosses his arms. Naruto smiles. He almost felt bad for Kabuto, but if he wanted to keep his cards, he shouldn't have revealed them to potential enemies. Besides, Naruto kept feeling a bit strange as Kabuto spoke. After a moment Naruto spaces out again. He continues to think on the dream. The words of the shadowed man continue to play in his mind. He opens them when he hears the faintest unusual sound. He looks as a boy wrapped in bandages swings his arm at Kabuto who dodges it, but Naruto looks at the colors of sound that escape from a metal gauntlet on the boy's hand. Kabuto does not seem to realize what happened as he fell over and began to vomit. Naruto smiles a bit. If he would ever get the chance, that gauntlet was going right to Brainiac. Sonic technology could come in handy. He was already thinking on ways to improve it. It wasn't long until the doors opened. "Alright, quiet down," screamed a man whose face was covered in scars. He pointed to the sound ninja. "You three, any more fighting and you will be disqualified," said the man. As the sound ninja backed off he looked at the others in the room before smirking. "I am Ibiki Marino, the proctor of the first exam of the Chunin exams. Now please enter this room, your names have been put on the seats, so just find it, sit down, and be quiet." He motioned to a door behind him. They all stepped into the room searching for their seat. After Naruto found his seat he relaxed. The Hinata sat next to him. Immediately he began to feel nervous. He looked to Hinata. Good luck Hinata, said Naruto. Hinata blushed as he spoke. "You too, Naruto-kun," she says weakly. Naruto's eyes slowly looked to the front of the class. He realized he could not think of anything to say. He looked as Ibiki stood to the front of the room. "Look on your desk, there should be a sheet of paper." "The fist test is a written one," says Ibiki as several of the ninja groan causing Ibiki to smirk. "Now before we begin I will go over the rules. Do not get caught cheating, you begin with 10 points, for every wrong answer you lose a point. If you are caught cheating 3 times you and your NT team will be disqualified, got it?" asks Ibiki. He looks as several of the Chunin hopefuls nods. "Good, now there are 10 questions, but the final question will be revealed 45 minutes after the written portion," says Ibiki. Ibiki stood in front of his desk scanning the room around him. "You may begin," he says. Naruto flipped his test over. Reading down he smiles. The questions would be difficult, but Naruto found he didn't even need to think on it as he systematically answered question after question. It took less than 5 minutes before he flipped his test back over. "That was easy," says Naruto quietly to himself. It wasn't difficult to figure out that cheating was necessary to pass the test for those not capable of answering the test. In fact, the boy next to Naruto was finished but did not flip his test, obviously a plant. He idly looked around the room as inconspicuously as possible. He saw several obvious attempts at cheating from several others. It was almost comical as kunai hit their table and they would leave with 2 others who were quite pissed. It was almost like a game for Ibiki. Keeping himself occupied, the 45 minutes passed quickly. Pencils down, time for the final question, says Ibiki. The clacking of pencils can be heard. Naruto sits arms crossed. Now, before I reveal the third question there are a few new rules I need to lay down, says Ibiki. Now anyone can leave if you don't want to take the final question, you can just try again next time, says Ibiki. And why would we do that, asks the familiar voice of Tamari. Well, you see it's because if you decide to stay and get the question wrong, then you and your team not only fail, but you will be banned from taking the Chunin exams ever again, he says. Ibiki smiles as the complaining emanates from the room. Naruto only surveys the room as he thinks over that tidbit of information. He doubted there was any truth to it. After all, convincing Konoha to go through with such a request would be difficult, but convincing any other village would be downright impossible. He looks at his own teammates who seem to have worried expressions on their faces. Sakura looks to Sasuke then to Naruto. She was surprised that Naruto was looking at her. He only smiles and shakes his head. When he sees her nod he turns back around. The room began to empty relatively quickly as teams left fearful of the possibility of losing. This is your last chance to leave, anyone else want to go, asks Ibiki. Naruto looks next to him. He sees Hinata with her head down and hand shaking, as if she was about to raise it. Naruto began to think over what to do. In the end it was obvious. He's lying, Naruto whispers to Hinata. She turns to look at Naruto, a slight blush on her face. Naruto looked at her at the corner of his eye. Then he slowly turned them to her. Trust me, says Naruto. Hinata's blush darkens as she smiles and gives a small nod. Naruto smiles back before looking back to Ibiki. He surveys the room. It was now nearly half empty. Anyone else, he asks. After a moment he sees no one else was leaving. He nods sharply. Congratulations, you all pass, says Ibiki. What, we pass? What about the final question, asks Tamari. There is no final question, this test was meant to try and find out two things. One, your information gathering skills. If your skills were subpar then you could get your teammate killed, which is why if you were caught too many times both you and your team failed, said Ibiki. And the other thing, asks Tamari. Ibiki begins to slowly remove the wrappings around his head. The reason for the 10th question was simple, as shinobi you will be asked to be put into life or death situations, you cannot just give up and turn around. Which is why if you decided to give up for a simple question regardless of its consequences, you were not yet ready to become a Chunin where the stakes would be much higher. As a shinobi you may be asked to gather intel from enemies without getting caught, says Ibiki. He removed his bandana to reveal the top of his head was covered in scars, burns, and cuts, no doubt from severe torture. Failure is not an option, says Ibiki as he begins to wrap the scars back up. That was when the windows exploded. Naruto raised his arms to protect himself from the blast. A humanoid figure jumps through the broken window as a banner suddenly reveals itself. Alright rats, listen up. It's time for the second exam to begin, speaks a familiar voice. Naruto's eyes open wide. He slowly turns to the voice, then he sees her, he shivers a bit. Oh god no, says Naruto as he looks ahead with fear. The name's Anko, I'll be the proctor for the second stage of the exam, she says with a smile. Everyone followed Anko as she led them to the area where the next exam would be taken. Some place called the Forest of Death. Either way Naruto's main concern was for Anko not to see him. He could still remember her so-called training sessions. Though they did help Naruto in the long run, it was at the cost of near constant pain and humiliation. It was not exactly something Naruto wanted to do again or even remember. She stopped in front of a huge forest where the sounds of various animals could be heard just in the distance. Anko began to explain the rules for the next part of the exam. Every team would get a scroll, either a heaven or an earth scroll. You had 5 days to find the other scroll on another team and get to the center tower. The pass, you could not look in the scroll, and the entire team had to make it to the tower. Anything was allowed. At that mention several murmurs of the other Chunin hopefuls expressing the idea of outright murdering the competition could be heard. As the rules were being said Naruto noticed Konohamaru and 2 other children his age coming into view. What is he doing here, asked Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke looked as the 3 young ones walked up to Naruto. Hey Konohamaru, why are you here, asked Naruto. Konohamaru shrugged. Well we are here for an interview for an article, but there was something important I need to tell you, said Konohamaru. Konohamaru motioned for Naruto to follow him. Naruto looked back to Sakura and Sasuke. I'll be right back, I'm going to go see what Konohamaru wants, says Naruto. Sasuke nodded. Just don't be too long, says Sakura. This will only take a second, says Naruto. Naruto turns back around and follows Konohamaru a good distance out. Okay so what is it, asks Naruto. Konohamaru looks at Naruto inquisitively for a moment before relaxing his posture. Do you remember that black material you vomited up, asked Konohamaru. Yeah, did Brainiac finish his analysis, asked Naruto. Konohamaru nodded. What was it, asked Naruto. Konohamaru was silent as he tried to think of the right words to say. He looked back to Naruto and took a small breath. It was you or parts of you. The analysis shown that you literally vomited human flesh, your own flesh, said Konohamaru. Naruto stared at Konohamaru silent for a moment. No words came out for almost a minute. The look on Naruto's face was one of confusion, and Naruto shook his head. What, flesh? What's going on? Asked Naruto. Well, the Deep One seems to believe that since you are no fully longer human, you are expelling the parts of you that is human, or once was human. We aren't too sure. The scientist believes differently, though I doubt his beliefs are anything more than insanity, said Konohamaru. What do you mean? Asks Naruto. Well, you see he seems to believe that you have committed auto-cannibalism on yourself and using your regeneration to survive it while you eat pieces of yourself. He also says if that is true he has never felt closer to you, said Konohamaru. Naruto actually turned a little green at that. There's something wrong with Brainiac, tell him I have not done anything of the sort. That is disgusting. Anyway, what do you believe? Asked Naruto. Konohamaru crosses his arms as he leans against a tree. As much as I hate to admit it, I have to agree with the Deep One. The fact that you threw up after using a technique from the Necronomicon makes it possible. We believe that when you do something, you will adapt faster than normal, but you will expel the human parts faster rather than burn them off your body. Either way, just something to look out for in the future, says Konohamaru. Naruto nods. Other than that, the summoning contracts are near. By tomorrow they will drop the scrolls down the escape hatch. So far the Dove scroll has not been found, we believe it to be lost, says Konohamaru. Great, that was meant to be Hinata's scroll. Either way, at least we have the others. Once the exams are over we will know who to invite into the CDA, says Naruto. If you say so, anyway I have some work to finish after this. Be careful, well time has changed a bit, I do remember something bad happening in that forest in your history. All I know is it involved one of your teammates. Though that was an old timeline, the danger could still happen, says Konohamaru. Alright, good to know, thanks. Anyway I should be getting back to the others, says Naruto. Yeah, I still have to interview someone, this should be uneventful, says Konohamaru without so much as a hint of emotion. Naruto smiled as he went back to his team. Sorry about that, says Naruto. What was that about? Asks Sakura. Naruto shrugged. A few questions for the interview, nothing much, says Naruto. Sakura shrugs. They wait for a while as Konohamaru and the other two children interview several people. Naruto sat on the ground and went over what Konohamaru told him. He did not know whether it was good news or bad news. He did not get a chance to think for long when a kunai flew towards Naruto, slicing a small cut on his cheek. He rubbed the cheek, then his eyes widened when he saw who threw it. Hi Enko, says Naruto. Enko smirked as she grabbed Naruto by his neck under her arm. Where have you been? I have wanted to test out your new moves for forever now, said Enko. While choking, Naruto answers her. I've been busy. Please stop choking me, says Naruto. He doesn't, if anything she squeezes harder. Sakura looks at the scene giggling a bit. You know Naruto? Asks Sakura. Inoko looks up to Sakura while still holding a now blue Naruto. Yep, trained him myself before he graduated, said Enko. That wasn't training. That was torture, said Naruto now purple as he struggled to free himself. Enko released her grasp and Naruto fell to the ground sucking in as much air as he could. He looked to his teammates. Sakura was suppressing a giggle while Sasuke only smirked. Naruto coughed for a few moments. Enko helped me in my taijutsu style, most of it involved breaking my bones in different places. You broke my arm 23 times, never in the same spot, said Naruto. Crybaby, you heal fast anyway, said Enko smirking. You broke my arm repeatedly, in the exact same spots, for 3 hours straight. Then you chased me down with a kunai, said Naruto. Hey, it worked didn't it? Asked Enko. Naruto only sighed. Enko smirked. That's what I thought, said Enko. Enko patted Naruto on the back, a little hard and left back to the front of the gates. Sakura walked up to Naruto smiling. Naruto didn't like that smile, he really didn't like that smile. So she trained you huh? Asked Sakura. Say anything, and I will end you, says Naruto. Sakura laughed. I'm not going to say anything, says Sakura as she walks off smiling. That was when Sasuke walked up. So she was the one who taught you that weird style huh? Asked Sasuke. Yeah, that she did. I still feel sore sometimes. I swear she was going to kill me, says Naruto. Sasuke nods. I see, says Sasuke as he looks back at Enko. Sasuke, trust me, don't. You will die. If it wasn't for a certain multi-tailed fox I'd still be in the hospital, says Naruto. Sasuke shrugged while Sakura giggled. After a while everyone was handed a consent form to sign. Naruto took a look at the fearful look on Sakura as she stared at the paper. What's wrong, afraid of a little dismemberment, said Naruto through a smirk. Sakura glared at Naruto. That's not funny, says Sakura. Neither is Anko's training, says Naruto. Sakura's glare intensified as she signed the paper quickly. She smirked at Naruto as she handed it in. They waited patiently as the others gave in their forms. That was when teammate walked up. "So ready to get your ass handed to you?" asked Kiba. "I sincerely doubt that's going to happen," said Naruto. He took a brief glance at Hinata before turning nervously back to Kiba. It didn't escape him. He smirked and narrowed his eyes. "What was that?" asked Kiba. "What was what?" asked Naruto. Kiba only laughed. Hinata was blushing slightly. That was when Naruto felt an elbow in his side. Sakura leaned in. "Talk to her," she whispered. Naruto leaned in slightly. "Now is not a good time," whispers Naruto back. "Come on, you can do it," says Sakura. "We can hear you, you know," says Kiba. The air was silent for a few seconds. Naruto began to sweat as he looked at the shadows on the ground, suddenly finding them very interesting. "Well," said Kiba. Naruto's eyes did not move. "How much do you weigh, Shadow?" says Naruto as he stares at the ground in an attempt to confuse Kiba into leaving. Apparently it had worked as Kiba's face turned confused. He shakes his head. "Whatever," says Kiba as he walks off with the rest of teammate following, though Hinata did stay still for a second before walking off head down. Naruto chose that moment to look up. He turned to Sakura, who was looking at him with narrowed eyes that said idiot. "What?" says Naruto. Sakura only shakes her head. "Idiot," she says. "What? Listen, I have too much on my plate to care for romantic relationships at this stage of my life. And let's not forget that she is the heir to the most powerful clan in the village, and I am an ostracized orphan," says Naruto. Sakura only looks to the sky with a mock romantic expression on her face. "Just like the fairy tales," she says, overly dramatic. "Laugh it up, Sakura, laugh it up," says Naruto. "Come on, Naruto, it won't hurt. As long as I known you have never shown any interest in girls, your hormones are going to explode. Hell, back at the academy some of us girls thought you were gay until we noticed you never really looked at anything other than books," says Sakura through a smirk. The reaction was one not expected. Naruto was actually thinking it over, and that caused Sakura to pause. Her mind was actually going blank. Apparently she believed he was thinking over his sexuality. "No, I don't think I care for either gender in such a way and am uncomfortable with the subject. Obviously it's something to be looked into, after all I don't have a problem speaking to girls. As you are attractive and I speak to you, and I was fine talking to Hinata just fine until I discovered her feelings," said Naruto. He turned his head to see Sakura blushing. "Do you think I'm attractive?" she said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "You didn't hear anything I said, did you?" he asked with only irritation in his voice. "No, I heard what you said, it's just I never expected you of all people to call anyone attractive. Anyway, you have some problems with romanticism, Naruto. Maybe I can help you with that," she said. Naruto only raised an eyebrow. "As I said, I find the concept of anything like that an alien concept. Strictly speaking, I consider myself asexual," says Naruto. Sakura only slapped her forehead. "You're hopeless." Naruto only shrugged. "Well, as someone who can create thousands of exact copies of himself, does it surprise you that I am asexual?" said Naruto, grinning. "You're not a germ, Naruto," says Sakura, irritated. It was only a few seconds when Sasuke came walking back. "I got the scroll, let's get to our gate," he says. Sasuke raises an eyebrow when he sees Sakura's face. "Something wrong?" he asks. "Apparently, Naruto is asexual," says Sakura. Sasuke only glances at Naruto for a second before turning back to Sakura. "Really? Huh. Well, I'm not surprised. Anyway, we have a heaven scroll," said Sasuke. "Well then we'll keep our eyes peeled for an earth scroll," says Naruto as he got up. Sakura let out a sigh. "My teammates are morons in the romance department," says Sakura to herself as she gets up. They head off to their gate. Waiting for the buzzer to go off. Naruto turns to his teammates. "Oh yeah, I got something," he says as he fiddles in his pockets. He pulls out a deck of cards. Sakura looks at it in confusion. "Is that Kabuto's deck?" asks Sakura. "Indeed, we now have information on everyone here. He shouldn't have revealed them, he may be from our village, but information is quite useful. I couldn't let him have it all for himself," said Naruto. "Not bad, looks like we got a good start," says Sasuke. "Yep, only I can see them, but we have 5 days. I'll go over the information with you both later," said Naruto as he put the deck back in his pocket. "Well, at least we can know what we are going to be dealing with," says Sakura. They patiently wait. After only a few seconds the door opens and the buzzer goes off. They jump and leap from tree to tree, but Naruto stops them after only a minute. "What is it?" asks Sakura. "Now that we are alone, I have something for you both," says Naruto. He reaches in his pocket and pulls out 2 kunai. "These are special kunai I have been working on," says Naruto. "They don't look special," says Sasuke. Naruto walks up to a tree and after a bit of struggling breaks the blade. He walks back to them. They look at him with confusion as he cuts himself on the blade. He drips his blood on it. After only a second the kunai repairs itself until it looks brand new. They both stare at the blade eyes wide. These kunai can use the iron in human blood to fix themselves, says Naruto. They each take the blade and put it in their kunai pouch. Wow, how did you come up with something like this, asks Sakura. Well, I was doing some research on Zabuza, apparently his sword does the same thing, after some trial and error, I found a way to copy it. Now these are not meant to be thrown, they are to be used as melee weapons. Blood will heal even small scratches so they can never be damaged, says Naruto. Have I told you lately you are a genius, asked Sakura as she examined the blade. Naruto smiled. You don't say it enough, says Naruto. These will come in handy later. Not bad Naruto, says Sasuke. Naruto nods. Alright, so I say before we continue we find a nice secluded spot and go through the cards. They will let us know who are pushovers or who to avoid. Needless to say we should stay away from the sand ninja. I really don't want to fight a psychotic Jinchuriki who probably has better control over his tailed beast than I do, says Naruto. They walk for a while until they find a small area to hide while they look over the cards. Unfortunately, since only Naruto was capable of seeing their information, he had to relay it to them verbally. Some of the cards were useless, such as those who failed the first test, though they were still kept. Never know when the information would be useful. The process took a while. Before they got a chance to finish, a low howl came from the forest. Then a great wind. Naruto created a tentacle with each hand to wrap around Sakura and Sasuke so they would not be separated. Though Sakura was obviously repulsed by it, she did not voice her concerns. Then the wind suddenly stopped. Naruto dispelled the tentacles. Each got ready in a battle stance. Back to back they all looked at their surroundings. There was a low rumbling. Naruto creates a dozen clones who go out to explore the surrounding area. Keep your eyes peeled. I got a bad feeling, says Naruto. What have we here? Cornered prey that meets its predator, speaks a creepy feminine voice. Then Naruto is flooded with memories. All of his clones were taken out at the same time. Going through his memories, Naruto did not even see who killed them. Whoever this is just took out my clones at the same time and I didn't even see their face, said Naruto. Great, alright, just watch for anything, says Sasuke. That was when, ever so calmly, a female ninja walked from the forest. The headband showed she was a grass ninja. Who are you? Asked Naruto. The long tongue came from the ninja's mouth as she grinned. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Something about that was, for lack of a better term, familiar. She looked up smiling with a smile that could creep out even Naruto to a minuscule degree. It was creepy, but it was no Cthulhu. Brave aren't we, says the girl. Naruto looked to Sasuke for a second and nodded. Sasuke nodded back. He turned to Sakura. He gave her a nod as well, which she returned. They turned back to the grass ninja. She reached behind her back and pulled out an earth scroll. They wasted no time. Now, said Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke both disappeared in a puff of smoke, while Sakura jumped into the forest running from tree to tree, throwing kunai at the grass ninja who effortlessly dodged them. Naruto had emerged from a puff of smoke next to the ninja, first lashing out with a tentacle. The grass ninja dodged by bending in a way much like Naruto did. Sasuke appeared on the other side of the ninja attempting to grab the earth scroll. Then suddenly the ninja turned into a mound of human-shaped mud. It continued moving with only Naruto aware of the change. She replaced herself with an earth clone, said Naruto. As the words left his lips, the clone melted. Interesting, your eyes even let you see when something is an elemental clone. I'm impressed, said the voice. Sakura leaped back to her teammates. They all went back to back again to see the forest around them. There's something about this ninja that is really familiar, says Naruto. We can discuss that later, right now concentrate on finding her, said Sasuke. There was not even a hint that the ninja was ever there. They waited for a while for a hint of her existence when a low hissing sound could be heard. They looked to the source of the sound as their eyes all went wide. Slithering toward them was a massive snake. That is one big ass snake, says Sasuke. Biggest damn snake I ever seen in my life, kill it, screams Sakura as she launches all manner of weapons at the beast. Obviously she was no fan of snakes judging by the hysterics in her voice. Sasuke disappeared in a puff of smoke before immediately appearing next to it. Using a kunai he stabs the snake in the eye before disappearing again. When he appeared next to Naruto and Sakura he was breathing heavy. I should lay off on that move, said Sasuke. Burn the damn thing Sasuke, said Sakura. You really hate snakes don't you, asked Naruto. It's 50 fucking feet long, screamed Sakura. Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. He stabbed the snake in its other eye, blinding it. He appeared by Sasuke. As soon as he did, Sasuke ran up to the blinded serpent. It thrashed around. Sasuke did several hand signs before bringing his hand to his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu, said Sasuke. The largest ball of fire flew from Sasuke's mouth as it burned the snake to a crisp. He jumped back to the others. Well, that's one problem, where's the grass ninja, asked Sasuke. "I think she is still hiding," said Naruto. Then the flames around the charred snake died. A small bump appeared on the creature. The grass ninja slowly emerged from its corpse. Sakura turned green. "That is just wrong," she said as the ninja crawled out of the serpent. "So that was a summon. That settles it. You are Orochimaru," said Naruto. The ninja began to laugh. "Well, you figured it out," said the ninja as the voice turned more masculine, though it still had a level of creepiness to it, more so than even the voice before. The ninja pried off his own face, revealing a man whose face was as pale as a corpse and hair as black as shadows. He walked up to them slowly. "So you were just as smart as I have heard. You impress me, Naruto. Though right now I have more pressing matters to attend to," said Orochimaru. In a flash Orochimaru disappeared in a blur. Running so fast that he left after images he ran toward Naruto. The next thing Naruto knew Orochimaru's knee was slammed into his stomach. Naruto fell to the ground out of breath. Sasuke attacked Orochimaru with Taijutsu, but Orochimaru only blocked the attacks with ease. "You also impress." "Yes, you will make a fine body," said Orochimaru. Hearing that Sasuke actually froze for a second. In the blink of an eye Sasuke found himself flying toward a large tree. Sakura attempted to cast a genjutsu on Orochimaru, though he merely ignored it. Sakura then seen her own death play before her very eyes. She was frozen in fear. Naruto was the first to get up. He sent clones A for clone at Orochimaru who took them out without even looking at them. Naruto was getting frustrated. He lashed out with a tentacle which was grabbed by Orochimaru. He yanked on it before Naruto had time to dispel the tentacle. He flew right into Orochimaru's outreached fist. "If this is the best you can do I am not impressed, perhaps you were not as interesting as I believed," said Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned to Sasuke who just sent a ball of flame right toward Orochimaru. It hit him dead on. When the attack ended Orochimaru stood smiling. There was not even a hint he was just engulfed in fire. He slowly walked towards Sasuke as he cast the same genjutsu on him that he casted on Sakura. Naruto got up. He ran up to Orochimaru creating different hand seal with each hand. "The Galanak bite," said Naruto. The fanged mouth appears on Naruto's hand much to Orochimaru's surprise. Naruto grabbed Orochimaru's arm. He could feel the teeth on Naruto's palm sinking into his flesh. The bite burned. Orochimaru flung Naruto into a tree as he breathed heavily. Orochimaru calmly looked at the chunk of flesh taken out of his forearm. It bled constantly. He concentrated a simple jutsu in an attempt to heal the wound, but he froze solid. No matter what he did the wound would not heal. The blood did not even dry, it just continued to bleed. The small snake came from his clothing and wrapped around the wound. He turned toward Naruto. He walked up to him. "What was that, boy?" asked Orochimaru with venom in his voice. Naruto began to laugh. "The Galanak's bite. It takes a lot out of me. It creates a wound that can never heal. It will bleed until you are out of blood," said Naruto. The snake wrapping the wound gripped tighter. Orochimaru lifted Naruto by his collar. "Is that so? Well, I think I should show you what happens when the prey attacks its predator," said Orochimaru as he lifted Naruto with one arm. To his continued confusion Naruto only laughed. "Do you like snakes, huh?" asked Naruto. Orochimaru said nothing. "You know you just lost, right?" said Naruto. Orochimaru just smiled. "And why is that?" asked Orochimaru. Naruto lifted his head to look right into Orochimaru's eyes. "Because you just looked in my eyes," said Naruto. As soon as Naruto said those words Orochimaru felt himself being sucked into Naruto's eyes. When Orochimaru opened his eyes he found himself in the middle of what appeared to be a jungle and a large temple. He could see various snakes of all shapes and sizes slithering around the temple. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at these snakes. He knew much about snakes, but he could not identify a single one of the snakes that slithered around. He walked toward the temple. Once inside the number of snakes began to grow as did their size. He could see snakes over 30 feet long as they slithered around the ground. After walking through the temple of snakes, Orochimaru came to stand in a massive room with only a huge well in the center of the floor. He walked up to the well. There was only darkness in the well and the sound of hissing. As he leaned in closer the hissing got louder and louder until he saw massive yellow eyes staring at him. Orochimaru jumped back as a huge snake with arms crawled out of the well. Orochimaru was in awe of its eyes. It was bigger than any summon he had bar none. The creature had a mane much like a lion, but instead of hair it was made of small individual snakes. The massive beast reached out with fingers like serpents. Orochimaru jumped back as the massive creature began to attack. Everything Orochimaru did only resulted in the massive creature to get a small wound that would bleed snakes. These snakes would only slither back into the wounds and heal it from within. The massive beast hissed. This caused every snake in the temple to slither toward it. They would slither into open wounds on the massive beast, increasing its already impressive size. It crawled out of the well to stand on very human-like legs covered in scales. It walked toward Orochimaru hissing at him. When it attempted to attack again Orochimaru threw everything he had at the creature. Though the snakes it bled would always return. For the first time in his life Orochimaru found himself fighting a creature he could not possibly win against. He closed his eyes. Naruto threw up more of the black vomit as his eyes burned from using his power on Orochimaru. He felt in pain again. He could not move an inch without feeling like he was on fire. His only solace was that Orochimaru was still trapped within the truth Naruto decided to show him. Though it did not last long. Orochimaru snapped out of it and only stared at Naruto. The anger in his eyes were obvious. Naruto was beginning to question whether the truth he chose was a good idea. "What was that creature?" asked Orochimaru. Naruto was shocked, it seemed as if it had no effect on Orochimaru. Needless to say Naruto decided to remain quiet. He walked over to unconscious Sakura. "Tell me its name or I kill her in front of your eyes," said Orochimaru. Naruto sighed in defeat. He weakly looked up to Orochimaru. "Yig, the father of serpents," said Naruto. Orochimaru dropped Sakura unceremoniously causing her to wake up, she crawled away from Orochimaru. There was a serene smile on his face and a far-off look in his eye. It was the look of a man who was truly at peace. Yes, a fitting name for such a noble creature, no not creature. God, it was the face of God itself, said Orochimaru. Naruto's eyes widened. There was an effect on Orochimaru. He was literally going to worship the creature. Naruto had no idea how to take that. What happened next was unusual. Orochimaru, with the same serene smile on his face turned around and walked away. Naruto could swear he heard him say a prayer. His eyes widened as he watched a snake wrapped around Orochimaru's arm, healing the bite wound by fusing with his flesh. Orochimaru turned around to face a now conscious Sasuke while Sakura was looking over him. He looked down at them before doing a few simple hand seals. His neck extended and his head shot off towards Sasuke. "No!" screamed Sakura. She leaped in front of the head. Orochimaru's teeth sank into her flesh. Sasuke tried to get up to help her, but as she fell he found Orochimaru's fangs sink into his neck. Naruto was in too much pain to even move. Both of his teammates were screaming in pain. Orochimaru turned back around. "I am a disciple of Yig, the father of serpents. I shall spread his teachings to the faithful. With the body of the Uchiha I shall live forever. Praise the father of serpents," said Orochimaru as he left seemingly ignorant to also infecting Sakura. Naruto with what energy he had left limped over to his teammates. Both were out cold. Sasuke had an unusual seal on his neck. Sakura had a similar seal on hers. Naruto sat down next to them. Slicing his thumb he summoned a Shoggoth to protect them. He then meditated to enter his mind. If he was going to do anything he first needed to be energized in the event someone came upon them. Hopefully the fox was feeling generous. Naruto entered his mindscape. No longer was his body in pain and for that he was thankful. He looked around the library for a few minutes before turning his head to the ceiling. He saw the icosahedron figure. Its metal cage-like form and sphere-like tendrils. Though it looked different. Several of the spheres looked frozen like ice with a visible cold white smoke coming from them, while others looked like eyes, the eyes of the Sharingan. He realized he was seeing the bloodlines he drank when in wave. He looked at the being, the physical representation of his eldritch powers given sentience. Several of the Sharingan eyes turned to look at Naruto, but the being never spoke, it just continued to watch the world around it. Naruto shrugged as he turned his head to the back of the library. Naruto walked through the library heading toward the spiral staircase. He headed to Kurama's cage. Once there Kurama looked up at Naruto for a moment before yawning. "What do you want?" asked Kurama. "I was wondering if I can have a little chakra. I'm nearly out and my teammates are in trouble," said Naruto. Kurama looked at Naruto for a moment thinking of what to say. Then it smiled. "Very well, I will let you have some, but only under one condition," said Kurama. "I'm willing to consider it if the request is manageable, but I will not open the seal," said Naruto. Kurama growled at Naruto. "I have no interest in such a move at this time. As the Deep One said, we are linked. I have no way of knowing whether such an event would kill me or not. My request is simple. Let me out, not out of the seal. No, I only ask that in your next battle I be allowed to have some form of freedom," said Kurama. Naruto put his hand to his chin with his eyes focused on the floor as he thought over the request. After only moments he turned them back to Kurama. "Can you promise me you won't harm anyone other than my enemies?" asked Naruto. Kurama smiled to the grin at Naruto. "I will not harm your allies, though if they get in the way I will not be held responsible for my actions," said Kurama. "Very well, should I be in a battle I will allow you some freedom, but do not betray my trust," said Naruto. "Whatever, now then do you know how to access my chakra?" asked Kurama. Naruto nodded. "In theory I do, though most of that was through research on the hosts for tailed beasts and the beasts themselves. I understand the science behind it, but have been far too busy to train with it to a satisfactory level, which is the only reason I am asking you to give me chakra directly," said Naruto. Kurama scoffed. "It will have to do. Now releasing me is simple. Just draw even more of my chakra than you normally would," said Kurama. Simple enough, now then I need that chakra, said Naruto. The red glowing mist of chakra flowed through the bars before spiraling around Naruto. It was not much, but it was enough. Remember our deal, said Kurama. Naruto nodded as he exited his mindscape. He awoke looking at the struggling forms of both Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto felt more energized than normal. He watched as the Shoggoth protecting him sunk into the ground to hide. Several very small black stalks too small to be seen from more than a few feet away came from the ground. Each stalk had eyes on them to watch for anything coming. Naruto nodded to the Shoggoth as he reached into his pockets before pulling out a scroll. He opened it and unwrapped it. Pouring some chakra into the scroll, he unsealed a small ab-set. It was all he had at the moment, mostly for use in the event of discovering poisons, unique plant life, or minor medical problems, but there was just enough equipment to help his teammates. He set the equipment on a large stone that acted as a table. Naruto took out 2 syringes filled with a colorless liquid and injected it into both Sasuke and Sakura. After a moment they stopped struggling. He grabbed a small scalpel and a pair of glasses with a loupe attached to the lenses. It was the closest thing he had to a microscope. He adjusted its magnification before turning to Sasuke. He examined the outer skin of the seal before carefully taking the scalpel to it. He sliced open a small cut right on the seal. Looking inside the cut, he increased magnification to its highest level. He could actually see cells at this level. And from appearances, Sasuke's cells were mutating. It was currently concentrated on the nervous system, likely the reason for such pain. Naruto then went over to Sakura. The same mark was on her neck as well, though the opposite side when compared to Sasuke. The same effects were happening. Naruto took off his glasses before standing up to create a clone. Immediately the clone dispelled. The reason for this was so that the other clones at Naruto's lab would give a message to Zell asking him to dispel so that Naruto could summon him. After a minute he got a confirmation from them, as well as over a month of memories. He shook his head. He bit his thumb and in a cloud of smoke Zell stood. "What is the emergency, my lord?" asked Zell. Naruto pointed to his teammates. "That seal on their necks are causing an unusual mutation. It could prove fatal. They need serious attention which I cannot give them here," said Naruto. "But if you leave you will be disqualified," said Zell. "They do not have to know we left," said Naruto through a smile. "What is your plan?" asked Zell. "There are a few of my blood samples at the lab. You can dispel, then the clones can use that blood to summon you there. Once there you bring them to Brainiac to fix them up. Then once they are stable you dispel again while holding them and I summon you back here. No one will know," said Naruto. "That can work, very well. Anything else I should do?" asked Zell. "Make sure they do not wake up and defiantly make sure Brainiac does not break the laws of nature. Just stabilize them, provide proper medical attention, and remove the seal if possible," said Naruto. Zell nodded before dispelling. Naruto created another clone to send the ones at the lab his message. Sasuke still had the heaven scroll, so he did not need to worry about that. For now he was alone in the forest. He looked at the ground and snapped his fingers. The Shoggoth's eyes oozed from the ground, but it still stayed under. Naruto smiled. "Let's find us an earth scroll," said Naruto. Then Naruto jumped to a nearby tree. The Shoggoth following him underground as Naruto jumped through the forest. It wasn't long before he came upon a group. Looking down he saw what appeared to be ninja wearing yellow. Naruto smiled when he saw them wearing rebreathers. Their forehead protectors showed them to be from Omegakure, the rain village. Naruto just hoped that after he was done with them their masks would not be damaged. He jumped from a tree. Landing just in front of them they turned around. They did not have a chance to speak when Naruto sighed. "Sorry about this, but a deal is a deal," said Naruto. The cloak of red chakra began to flow around him. Naruto's eyes of Azathoth began to glow red as he took on a more feral visage. His fingers grew claws, his fangs became sharp, and his whiskers became more pronounced. He shot off toward one of the rain nin, throwing him into a tree. Naruto began to laugh, though it was not his own laugh. "Finally freedom, now who is next?" said Naruto as he turned to another ninja. Like a wild animal Naruto systematically beat and clawed each of the ninja. Occasionally they would attempt to Jinjutsu, but the eyes of Azathoth still could not see them. Clones of earth and water were destroyed as he concentrated on the ninja. Naruto watched his body move and too with the ninja against his will. Though the sight was not pleasant, he was a man of his word. Kurama tore through the genin with reckless abandon. Kurama was clawing, slashing, biting, hitting, and kicking the ninja, leaving them a literal mess. Though he left no mortal damage. He was toying with them, it wasn't even a real fight so much as physical and psychological torture. It was his first taste of freedom in 12 years and he was going to relish in it. To distract himself from the images before him Naruto's mind traveled to Orochimaru. His plan had backfired, horribly. Yug was a great old one, just as powerful and strange as Cthulhu. Orochimaru should have been left a gibbering madman who posed no real threat. Why Naruto chose Yug was simple. His truths that he showed were based off what he was thinking at the time. Fighting Orochimaru, obviously snakes would pop up, as such Yig was used. But the effect was not what was hoped. Unlike most other great old ones, Yig was not mindless and is just as easy to please as he is to anger. He listened to his prayers and protected snakes fiercely. Those who were kind to snakes were given gifts by Yig, those who harmed snakes in his presence were cursed. In short, there was no worse being for Orochimaru to worship. He would undoubtedly become very powerful. In many ways, Orochimaru himself was more snake than a man if some stories about him were true. Yig himself was a rather creative god. He commanded an army of snake-like minions. One of his more grotesque creations were a species of parasitic snakes. These snakes traveled in groups. When they would find a host, hundreds of them would bore into human flesh to work them like a puppet, and they were careful to keep the host alive through this. Luckily, Yig used that particular creation rarely. Only using them when someone did something very bad to a snake. If Yig took a liking to Orochimaru, which was possible, there would be no telling what gifts the father of serpents would give him. Yig could grant Orochimaru immortality, not the kind Orochimaru was looking for though. Yig's gift of immortality was more focused on Ouroboros. The gift of immortality he granted was infinite rebirth. Orochimaru would live his life from birth to death over and over again until Azathoth woke up. Either way, it would not affect Naruto. Orochimaru would simply be born in another universe where his choices and actions would change the history of that particular universe if the Necronomicon was correct, which it so far always was. The only good thing was that Orochimaru may have seen Yig, but he undoubtedly knew nothing about the snake god's history, so if luck was on his side, Yig would ignore Orochimaru's prayers. Yig was rather fickle when it came to that. Only time would tell. Naruto waited for Kurama to finish its fun. It was already night when the rain ninja laid on the ground. They were not dead, but their injuries would cripple them for life if not treated soon. The one who had both eyes covered was in a bad shape. His legs bent at odd angles, and his arms were twisted in such a way they would never properly heal. His yellow clothing was now brown and red. He was missing his left hand and 3 fingers on his right. Only his thumb and index finger remained. It looked like they were bitten off. The one with only one eye covered was on no better condition, but he was only missing his right leg just under the knee. His arms were bent just as bad though. The one with both eyes showing had all his limbs, but he was missing his left ear, and there was a huge gash in his cheek showing teeth underneath. His ribs were obviously broken but could still be healed. His arms had all manner of bones sticking out. He was never going to be able to use his arms again, not normally anyway. I enjoyed my freedom, I'll let you decide their fate. I had my fun, said Kurama. Naruto was in control of his body once more. He took their masks and searched for their scroll. After a few minutes he found it, and luckily it was an earth scroll. He looked down at the broken remains of the rain ninja on the ground. He felt bad for them, though the life of a ninja was a hard one. Their only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Naruto reached into his pack to get out some equipment. The least he could do was allow their bones to settle properly. Using some of the equipment the rain ninja brought with them and some nearby sticks, he was able to form a temporary splint until they could receive proper medical attention. If they were lucky, they would live through this with some ability to move normally, though their ninja cars were over. Once done, Naruto left to find an area to set up camp. He found a large hollow tree that would work. He could see the small eye stalks of his Shoggoth underground. He would be able to sleep with that protecting him, but he had to stay up when Sasuke and Sakura were fully healed. He sat in the hollow tree as he waited. It was late. Over 6 hours had passed since Sakura and Sasuke were taken by Zell. He was hoping that both their mutations would not kill them. As he sat there, he began to doze off. He fought against sleep as hard as he could. It was during this time that memories entered his mind. Naruto shot up. He bit his thumb and quickly summoned Zell. When the smoke cleared, Zell was standing holding both of his unconscious teammates. "So how did it go?" asked Naruto. The scientist did all he could, but the marks could not be removed. He studied them intently. The seals have an unusual effect on brain chemistry. A suggestive mind control. It is weak but tenacious. The mark promises power and a want to use that power. We were capable of removing this, but the other effects remain. Their mutation is incomplete, but they both will be more powerful. The scientist says he can complete their mutation artificially, but it would take longer than the time he had, said Zell as he lowered both onto the ground. "So what are the effects?" asked Naruto. "Secondary form of chakra that is quite potent, improvements to the human body, notably strength and speed. Essentially the mark makes them better, genetically speaking. However, the second stage appears to be an actual transformation if what we found is any hint. There was a new introduction of strands of DNA that are dormant, we can activate it, but not now. So far we were capable of removing the negative effects on the mind, but not the body. Overuse of the mark's power speeds up mutation gradually, though the physical mutations need some outside source to activate the dormant areas of the DNA. Being that DNA is changed to such a degree, sterility is a possibility, though we cannot know at this time. There was a period during the experiment where the seals seemed to grow into jagged spots on the skin, though we suppressed that for the operation, said Zell. Naruto nodded. Well, I guess this changes things. If we can get rid of the negative effects, we can activate further mutation for them if they choose. Once this is over, I guess we have to let them in on everything. Maybe I can show them my eldritch form. It might let them know that whatever they change into, I have been through something similar and can understand what they are going through. Either way, it's their choice, said Naruto. If that is what you wish, I will not stop you. In any event, Brainiac has compiled this information at the lab. He believes he can copy the changes of the seal for our own uses, said Zell. That's a plus, said Naruto. Indeed, I shall take my leave, my lord, said Zell as he dispelled. Naruto sat next to his teammates. He almost laughed when he though on the second form thing. With his eldritch form and whatever they could potentially become, they could be known as Team Monster. He shook his head. Yawning, Naruto closed his eyes and fell to sleep. They had both scrolls. They could head off to the tower when they all woke up. Naruto stood in a blackened forest. The sky was dark and the moon was gone from the sky. Yellow silk was tied around the trees and littered the ground. No piece of yellow silk was disconnected from the others. Naruto looked down. He was standing on the yellow silk. Behind him the black forest, in front of him miles and miles of yellow silk of the finest make and quality. The silk flowed in a wind that was not there. In truth, no matter what, the silk always seemed clean. Naruto walked through the silk. It was tied around trees or blanketed the forest floor. Hours seemed to pass, and still the silk showed no end. The blackened forest was out of Naruto's sight. Faint whispers could be heard, but these were not the whispers of the shadowed man. These whispers were not nearly as alien. They were still strange aliens' tongues, but for some reason Naruto nor any mortal could truly understand these whispers. To put in words mortal minds could understand, these whispers were weaker than the shadowed man's, but more ethereal. Walking through the yellow field of silk, days, weeks, months, years, even decades seemed to pass in an instant as the ground was blanketed by the yellow silk. There was no end to the eternal yellow. As days seemed to pass with the moon never moving nor the wind ever blowing, there was finally a glimpse of something. A massive ornate throne of beautiful stones and metals. Sitting on the throne was a seemingly humanoid being wearing the yellow cloak that stretched on for infinity. Though the figure itself stood no taller than a man. Under its hood was a face covered completely in a yellow veil. "And so we meet at last, child," said the figure. "Who are you?" asked Naruto. The figure dressed in yellow was still like a statue. Never moving nor breathing. "I have many names. In this form I am known as the King in Yellow." Naruto's eyes widened. He knew that name. Pastor, the Unspeakable One. Half-brother and eternal enemy to Cthulhu. Yellow silk wrapped around Naruto's neck, choking him. The air grew denser and the light dimmed. "Do not speak that name in my presence," said Hastur. Naruto only nodded as the yellow silk loosened and fell back to the ground. "Where are we?" asked Naruto while rubbing his neck. "We are in the Dreamlands," said Hastur. Naruto looked around. "So the Dreamlands, I take it I am asleep?" asked Naruto. "Your body rests, your mind is active. We stand to the south, far from the Isle of Oriab and its cities. I have claimed this land temporarily so that we may speak," said Hastur. "For a great old one to go so far just to speak with me, I would be honored to hear you out," said Naruto. The still form that was Hastur stood. While still as stone, he moved to Naruto without the use of legs or any similar appendages hidden beneath the yellow silk. "The gaze of my kin has been turned on you for quite some time, child, ever since you discovered the book. Many have stopped their observations, others continue to watch you. I have opted to speak with you. You merely must listen," said Hastur. Naruto nodded. "Your actions have created havoc for beings such as myself. My petulant half-sibling has begun to stir, and Yig has taken minor interest on a human from your world. Their business is none of my concern, however the order and our chaotic ways are changing. Soon we will be nothing but chaos with no order, or order with no chaos. Though order without chaos leaves no order left, just as the reverse is true. The fundamental aspects of existence itself for us is changing by no fault of your own, though you are a major player in these events," said Hastur. "So whose fault is it?" asked Naruto. "One more powerful than I or my half-sibling. You have already met him. You call him the Shadowed Man. Who or whatever he is sufficiently powerful enough to block its identity from me and the other great old ones," said Hastur. "So then that means?" Hastur nodded before Naruto could finish. "Correct, by default the Shadowed Man is an outer god. Though with the countless outer gods I cannot truly say anything else. He is using you for some grand scheme. One that will change our nature. This includes mine. There are many ways I can deal with this. One would be your destruction. A simple task, but I do not want to attract this being's attention. I am infinitely inferior to any outer god," said Hastur. "So what do you plan on doing?" asked Naruto. Truthfully, I do not wish my nature to change. Despite what others may believe, I am content with my place in the multiverse, though should this outer god succeed, I will have no choice. My only choice is obvious. I must cut the strings, though being as I cannot do that, so I shall do the next best thing and reveal them," said Hatsur. "Cut the strings?" questioned Naruto. "The metaphor, since finding the book your choices has been taken from you. You are the property of an unseen puppet master. One who knows how the story will end so long as the strings that bind you remain. This shadowed man holds all the cards. He has a plan for you, what that plan is I hazard to guess. Though considering the Necronomicon's involvement, then its plan is quite clear. To understand this I will have to tell you the true purpose of the Necronomicon," said Haster. "I'm listening," said Naruto. "Long ago when Azathoth first slept, the outer gods were born. From them spawned the great old ones. In our infancy, before we acquired enough power on our own, the Necronomicon was created by Nyarlathotep and given the essence of the other outer gods and great old ones. Every single one of us used the book, though not directly. The Necronomicon would pass from deity to deity, not to use ourselves, but for that deity to use the Necronomicon on others. The book would be left all over the multiverse, and we would wait for some being to find it. Once that being would use the book, it was only a matter of time before it or someone else use its eldritch science and magics to change themselves. That was when we would strike. We would assimilate their form into ourselves, and that creature's power and form would be added to our library of forms. This is how the outer gods and great old ones gained more forms to use as we so wished. Once we became sufficiently powerful enough, we could create our own forms from nothing. Eventually our children no longer needed the book to do this, as we changed to do it naturally. The Necronomicon is nothing more than a relic of a history and practice no longer used," said Haster. Naruto did not speak. He looked to Haster, who moved back to his throne and said, "What I am saying is that the Necronomicon, the true one that you possess, is no longer needed by us. However, one of the outer gods now has resurrected that ancient practice, why I do not know. Though I believe this shadowed man plans on assimilating you once you become sufficiently powerful," said Haster. "Why, I mean, if what you say is true, the Necronomicon no longer serves that purpose, why need it at all? Any outer god can do what I can do, why assimilate me?" asked Naruto. "And that is what I cannot grasp. This practice has long since died among my kind. Though it can still be preformed, we simply have chosen not to. We no longer need to," said Haster. "Okay, but why is Cthulhu?" That was as far as Naruto got when the yellow silk began to strangle him again. Sorry," he said weakly. The silk loosened. "Sorry, Haster, it was a slip of the tongue. I won't say his name again," said Naruto. "See that you don't," commanded Haster. "But why is he involved?" asked Naruto. "It is my belief that the shadowed man is using my half-sibling as some form of test against you," said Haster. Naruto's jaw dropped. "Test, a test. I am expected to halt a great old one as some form of test," screamed Naruto in anger. "This being is an outer god, my half-sibling is but an annoyance compared to himself, much the same way my half-sibling would be considered to a mortal," said Haster. "So everything in my life that has happened has been the work of some outer god?" asked Naruto. "Indeed, since finding the book you have no real free will," said Haster. "We'll see about that," said Naruto. "Remember, child, your luck so far in your life has been this being leading you to where he wants you," said Haster. Naruto crossed his arms. "You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink," said Naruto. "In this case, the water is the sunken city, and the drink is to face my half-sibling. To not drink would equal the destruction of your race," said Haster. Naruto turned to Haster before his eyes fell. "So I don't have any choice. Either I listen to the puppet master, or I damn my entire species," said Naruto. "He has made it where you have no choice but to drink," said Haster. "Well, I guess I lose," said Naruto. "You have lost against an outer god, there is no shame in it. You still can defeat a great old one," said Haster. Naruto sat down idly playing with the yellow silk. "So no matter what, in 10 years' time either I stop your half-brother and become just another form for some outer god to use. Or I ignore it and destroy my entire race in the process," said Naruto. "Life was never meant to win. The best it can do is break even. The universe is truly an uncaring place. And when Azathoth awakens, nothing will have ever mattered, for it never will have happened," said Haster. Naruto took a deep breath. "There is no point to life. But we live it all the same," said Naruto with a small smile on his face. Naruto stood up and bowed to Haster. "Thank you for telling me this, I understand you have your own reasons, but I cannot show my true gratitude. I may be a puppet, but I won't doom an entire species just because no matter what I will lose," said Naruto. Haster nodded. And Naruto stood straight. "Besides, who's to say I won't be the first mortal in existence to outsmart an outer god," said Naruto. "Stronger have tried and they all have failed," said Haster. "Like we mortals say, there is a first time for everything," said Naruto. Haster did not move this time. "Believe what you wish," said Haster. Then the world went black. Naruto awoke in the hollow tree. Sasuke and Sakura were still sleeping, and his Shoggoth's eye stalk still watched from below. Naruto stood to stretch. Yawning, he turned his head up. Rubbing his eyes, he stared at something tied around one of the branches. It was a strip of yellow silk. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the strip of yellow silk then flew away in a gust of wind that was not there. Then a sound caught his attention. The rustling of leaves and the colors of whispers could be heard. This were the voices of humans. Naruto got out of the hollow cavity in the tree. He saw the sound ninja trying to hide BT. No one was silent. The heartbeat, its colors of light red and orange visible through the trees. 3. There were 3 of them all set up preparing an ambush. Quite foolish considering what watches beneath Naruto's feet. Though Naruto did not hold it against them. They were only human after all. Naruto's eyes trailed around the field. He had watchers. Old classmates were not far. Naruto ignored them. He had more pressing matters. "You can come out now, I know you are there," said Naruto. 3 ninja came from the trees. The leader, covered in bandages, was the first to appear. "If you are here for our scrolls, I have to say fighting me would be a detriment to your continued existence, as well as sanity," said Naruto. "Oh, is that so, and what could a brat like you do to us?" asked the one whose face was covered in bandages. "Me, I wouldn't have to lift a finger. It's what you have yet to see that will be your downfall," said Naruto. The boy. The one with holes in his hands was the first to strike. He ran toward Naruto. The mad smile on his face betrayed his utter delight on the prospect of killing. He was the first to see that which light unseen. A black tentacle busted violently from the ground, wrapping around the boy. His screams of fear and terror echoed through the forest. The Shoggoth oozed from the ground, revealing its many eyes and mouths. The boy pointed his palm at the Shoggoth and blew compressed air at it. There was no effect. The girl, whose eyes were wide, was the first to attempt to help. She put up more of a fight. Though no mortal could do much to the amorphous Shoggoth. His black tendrils oozed around her and held her high. All that was left was the one with bandages. He was cautious. His eye looking over the black blob. A thinker, coming up with some possible plan to save his teammates from the Shoggoth. Though his exposed eye showed fear at the beast. Naruto looked to the bushes. This battle had spectators. They were the classmates from the academy as well as Rock Lee and his team. Naruto turned his head back to the boy in wraps. He had yet to move. Killing a Shoggoth is an impossible task. As an amorphous blob, physical attacks are useless and pass right through it. I suggest you leave. Otherwise your teammates would be devoured. Slowly, I might add, said Naruto. Then there was a burst of energy. Naruto turned around. A purple haze of chakra poured from the hollow tree. Sasuke was the first to step out. His body covered in jagged black marks. Sakura was next. Her marks were the same, though were on the opposite side. "Well, glad to see you are awake," said Naruto. "What happened to me?" asked Sasuke. "Orochimaru marked both of you. You were the original target, but Sakura jumped in the way to save you. She was marked, then he turned back to you. Once that was done he left," said Naruto. Sasuke looked at Sakura, who had the same purple aura and black marks on her. "I was able to alter the process. The effects on the mind are weakened. So you should have some level of control over this state, though my equipment was limited," said Naruto. There was a sound. The familiar sound. Naruto turned around to see the one in bandages use the device on his arm to cause the Shoggoth to ripple. His teammates fell. "Let's go," he said. They disappeared into the forest. "I guess a Shoggoth and 2 others with potent chakra were too much for them," said Naruto. He put his hands behind his back and walked over to Sasuke and Sakura. "How do you two feel?" asked Naruto. "Powerful," said Sasuke while he looked at his hand. "This state seems to be addictive. I believe it activates endorphins while in use. However, it is also a mutation. It will undoubtedly make you powerful, but overuse can result in sterility," said Naruto. Both of their eyes widened. "How do we turn it off?" asked Sakura. "I am not sure, I'll explain everything for now, try and stay calm," said Naruto. They both closed their eyes and took a deep breath. Slowly the black marks receded and the purple aura dissipated. Well, that worked. With what little information I could find on these marks, they seem to cause a gradual mutation that will lead into a secondary form. One that requires outside stimuli to activate. The mutation has several dormant abilities that activate when the stimuli is used and will cause spontaneous mutation. What this mutation will look like I do not know, said Naruto. Can we remove the marks? Asked Sakura. The damage has been done. Once a mutation is acquired, it cannot be deleted without your death. I'm afraid you are both stuck like this, said Naruto. So what do we do? Asked Sasuke. We will discuss that later, for now we should deal with our visitors, said Naruto. He turned to a spot in the bushes. You all can come out now, said Naruto. I am not coming out with that thing right there, screamed the voice of Ino. Naruto turned to his Shoggoth and nodded. It dispelled in a cloud of smoke. "He's gone," said Naruto. Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru stepped out of the bushes. Naruto turned to a tall tree. "You as well," said Naruto. Jumping from the tree was Lee, Neji, and Tenten. "Well, I take it you all saw everything?" asked Naruto. Team 10 all had their heads down, not willing to speak. It was Neji who broke the silence. "What was that creature? I have never seen anything like it," asked Neji, his face stoic. "A Shoggoth, a shape-shifting black amorphous being. It is one of my summons," said Naruto. "You have a summoning contract?" asked Shikamaru. Naruto nodded. "Naruto got it when we were in Wave, this faceless demon-looking thing gave it to him," said Sakura. "Why would they do that?" asked Neji. Naruto put his hands in his pockets. Looking to his teammates and then to Neji. "It is because of my eyes, apparently they have roamed the lands to find the one who had the eyes of Azathoth. Azathoth is a deity for them," said Naruto. "And what is Azathoth?" asked Shikamaru. "Azathoth is a deity of chaos, eternally sleeping. They say when he awakens the multiverse will end," said Naruto. "Sounds hard to believe," said Lee. Naruto nodded. "Do you expect gods to be understandable to us in any shape or form? Azathoth is described as a creature bigger than any universe whose form is so alien that to even learn too much about him would cause you to go insane," said Naruto. "I sincerely doubt such a creature could exist," said Neji. Naruto shrugged. "Believe what you want, but my summons believe he exists. They also speak on his progeny, the outer gods, and their progeny, the great old ones," said Naruto. "Why are you telling us this stuff anyway?" asked Tenten. "I have no reason not to. The only thing I am really revealing about myself is that I can summon, which you could have guessed by noticing the Shoggoth did not attack me," said Naruto. "Are you always this paranoid?" asked Ino. "No, just cautious. I also didn't want you to come up with strange theories about me and follow me around in an attempt to figure out what was going on. I am not a fan of being followed," said Naruto. "Whatever," said Ino. "If we can get back on track we still have a test to complete," said Sasuke. Naruto smiled. "Do you still have the Heaven Scroll?" asked Naruto. Sasuke pulled it out to show Naruto. Naruto reached in his pocket. "While you were out I came across a team. I got their Earth Scroll. We can just head to the tower and get you both looked at," said Naruto. "And what if we wanted those scrolls?" asked Neji. His teammates glared at him. "Then you can take them, after dealing with a Shoggoth or maybe a Gug, a giant four-armed hairy beast with a sideways mouth, maybe a Nightgaunt faceless demon-like creatures that can make no sound. Or would you prefer to meet a deep one? Half-fish beasts whose temper knows no limits," asked Naruto. "Fine, then be off. We have to find a scroll ourselves," said Neji. "Good, I suggest you all take your leave," said Naruto. It took only a minute before they were alone. "Not bad," said Sasuke. Naruto shrugged. "I try, now to the tower. I have just the thing to get there," said Naruto. He bit his thumb. Slamming his hand on the ground, a large cloud of smoke appeared. Hidden in the smoke were 3 Byakuya. Naruto smiled, as did Sakura. "We get to fly them again, this will be fun," said Sakura. "What are these things?" asked Sasuke. "Byakuya, they can fly quickly, even in the vacuum of space. Everyone get on. We are going to fly in style," said Naruto. "I call the green one with yellow spots," said Sakura as she ran to said Byakuya. Naruto chuckled. They each mounted their respective Byakuya and took off for the tower. Standing not far away watching them take off was the shadowed man with a strip of yellow silk in his hand. Team 7 made short time getting to the tower. Byakuya were unbelievably fast. Less than 5 minutes and they landed at the base of the tower. They dismounted their respective Byakuya. And they dispelled. "Man, those things are fast," said Sasuke. "Think that's fast? In space they can move the speed of light," said Naruto. Sasuke whistled, impressed. "That is impressive," said Sakura. "We should get inside, someone probably had the bright idea for an ambush," said Sasuke. They all nodded their heads before they walked into the tower. Orochimaru was ecstatic, happy even. Never before had he felt so full. It was as if his whole life there was a question of great beauty that he did not even know exist, and he was provided with both the question and the answer. Part of it anyway. He had so much to do and so little time. His plans had changed, was a new target. Naruto, he knew of Yig. God Naruto could show him God. Every day the boy who holds the fox could show him the glorious face of God. Orochimaru would not dare give him the curse mark. No, he was much too valuable to risk dying. He had the power to show him God. It was a thought that made Orochimaru shudder with glee. The peaceful smile remained on his face as he raised his arms. As he prayed, Orochimaru did not dare to move. He waited perfectly still. He whispered a small prayer to Yig once more when his chest began to burn. A faint yellow glow could be seen under his robes. He clutched his chest in pain, but the burning was also soothing. It was hard to describe. Then as quickly as it came it had left. Orochimaru examined his chest. It was the image of twin serpents facing each other that had been burned into his chest. The bro his hand up to touch it. As soon as his hand made contact, his mind was filled with images. Orochimaru took out a kunai and sliced a deep cut into his palm. He looked at his blood that now stained the ground. It began to change shape. From the pool of his blood emerged a single copper-colored snake. It slithered back up Orochimaru onto his arm and entered the gash on his hand. As soon as it did, he was healed as if the cut had never been laughed. This would be his first gift, the blood of Yig. Naruto sat down outside the medical wing. They were the third team to arrive at the tower. Gaara's team and teammate were already here. He waited as his two teammates were being checked on by all manner of doctors and seal masters. In truth, Naruto knew there was nothing that they could do. In fact, he hoped he would be able to use Orochimaru's seal for his own purposes. Find some way to safely allow them to use the powers without the effects. In either case, all he had left to do was wait. As he did, he was suddenly assaulted with memories of dozens and dozens of clones. Images flashed in his mind. Months of memories form almost 70 clones. He remembered searching for summoning contracts, finding them and coming back. He remembered seeing the land of the sky, a massive city that could fly. He remembered the land of snow, where men wore impressive armor and a massive machine stood frozen in the mountains. He remembered seeing a village built into a crater and a meteor that gave amazing powers. He remembered seeing men dressed in shining armor not unlike the tales of knights. Naruto absorbed these memories and smiled. This information was useful. The power and technology would be invaluable against Cthulhu. These areas must be explored. Plans grew in Naruto's mind. It was simple. Send clones who would transform and blend in. Sending back schematics, information, and such. Finding ways to replicate the technology. Create a weapon that could actually handle Cthulhu. Naruto quickly created a clone and dispelled it to send his thoughts to the others. If anyone could put this information to use, it was Brainiac. Naruto would not be surprised if Brainiac has already started to build a force to infiltrate these villages. Then Naruto got a reply. It was a message from Brainiac. The thought was simple. What? But I wanted to take over these countries with my power over science. Naruto sighed as he put his face into his palm. He created another clone and dispelled it to send Brainiac his message to infiltrate these villages. Brainiac responded quickly with a familiar message that annoyed him. You're no fun. Naruto nearly screamed through his palm. He was starting to hate Brainiac. Naruto decided to distract himself. He remembered he finally had the summoning contracts. Naruto smiled. The summoning contracts had finally been delivered safely and stored in the module. It was a shame the contract he wanted to give to Hinata could not be found. It appeared as if the Dove scroll was forever lost. Actually, since Hinata was here, he could talk to her. With everything going on at the moment, the thoughts of talking with a girl that had a crush on him was rather inconsequential. He really didn't have to wait in this lobby. He already knew Sasuke and Sakura would be okay. He had made sure of that. This day was beginning to be rather interesting. Not only had he gained an advantage thanks to Orochimaru. His clones that were sent out came across a goldmine of opportunities for Naruto to create weapons of mass destruction, which were possibly the only things that could halt Cthulhu. Be it momentarily. Naruto shifted to his memories gained. The implications were staggering. Then he froze. Something stuck in his mind. That meteor. Something about it was familiar. It was hidden in Ashigakure, the hidden star village. A lesser-known country. But the meteor itself was the most interesting thing. There was something about it that was oddly familiar, but what was? Naruto's eyes shot open. No. No, it couldn't be. Could it? Said Naruto to himself. His eyes remained wide. Could it be related in some way? A subspecies, a corpse, he said. He racked his memory as he thought it over. Could the meteor be related to the color? Said Naruto lowly. Obviously this meteor was not exactly the same as the color, but it was hauntingly familiar. The color was the only name for the creature more alien than any other being in existence, excluding great old ones and outer gods. The color did not fall into the range of the visible spectrum, and the only way to really see it was through colors no man had ever seen. The meteorite in Ashigakure could not grow plants. The color was known for its unusual effects on plants. Could that meteorite at the village be a color from space? It was too familiar not to consider. It could be a dead color or a subspecies. Naruto's mind was flowing as he recalled everything about the color that he could remember. The strange properties of the meteor, its effects on life. In the end he came to only one conclusion. The Ashigakure houses a color from out of space, and they don't even know it, said Naruto. This was either very good or very bad. The color's actions were not one that humans could understand, they were alien. More so than any other extraterrestrial being, and that was saying something considering what lived beyond the stars. Naruto's choice was clear. He had to know for sure, if it was indeed a color, he had to capture it, consequences be damned. This was not something anyone without some level of knowledge of the color could handle. Who knows what it has been doing since it became the village's secret. Killing it was an option, but a live specimen, if it was alive, was preferable. Naruto created a clone for the last time and sent the message and tried as hard as he could to make it obvious this was urgent. This was it. Proof, physical proof that humanity was not alone in the universe. Not a summon, not a dream, an actual alien life form. If it was a color, the possibilities. Naruto smiled. He was both excited and afraid. This meteor was reminiscent of the color, but different. It could be dangerous. He would have to talk to Konohamaru on possible ways of containing it if it was a color or something similar. Things were bound to get interesting later. It was an hour when both Sasuke and Sakura came out of their respective rooms. A secondary seal to block the curse mark was used. Not surprising. "So how do you guys feel?" asked Naruto. "Same, I don't really feel different," said Sakura with her eyes wide, looking forward with a red blush on her face. "HN?" Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasuke's response. It had been a while since he heard that. And Sakura seemed to be spaced out. Actually, she started to drool. "You guys okay?" asked Naruto. "Fine, just. Well, let's just say the process was awkward," said Sasuke, trying to brush off the question. Naruto turned to Sakura. She had a blush on her face that only continued to turn deeper red. "Why was it awkward?" asked Naruto, genuinely confused. They did not speak. In fact, they did not even look at each other. Both seemed to find the ceiling and walls very interesting though. "Come on, I'm your teammate, you can tell me," said Naruto. Sasuke rubbed the back of his neck before he sighed. "We had to be in the same room when they put the seal over the curse mark," said Sasuke. Naruto crossed his arms. "So, I don't see a problem," said Naruto. Sasuke mumbled something Naruto could not hear. "Pardon?" asked Naruto. "We were both topless," said Sasuke, sounding embarrassed. Sakura's blush deepened and now Sasuke sported one as well. They looked to Naruto, who merely stared at both for a second. He only blinked. Then he blinked again. He looked up to the ceiling as well as he tried to come up with a response. He turned his head back to them. "I'm going to give you two some alone time. I have to go and research why that is causing your reactions," said Naruto. They only stared at him as he walked off calmly. It was a full minute before either of them spoke. "He can't be that clueless," said Sakura. Sasuke didn't say anything. He turned to Sakura, turned a shade of red before walking off. Sakura just sat down with a far-off grin on her face and a glint in her eyes. Orochimaru prayed to Yig while he adorned his robes. They were snake-themed with the symbol for Yig on his back. He gained many boons from Yig as he prayed. His host body no longer rejected him. It was a miracle from the great father of serpents. He blessed his chosen and he watched them. Never before has Orochimaru felt at peace. But he wanted to see his god again. He needed to. He would have Naruto show him the face of Yig every day. And if he could not have him, then Orochimaru was prepared to take him. But Orochimaru was nothing if not patient. He had to protect the one who could show him God. He had to nurture him. Orochimaru prayed once more before standing. In front of Orochimaru was what could only be described as a tear in reality. Ethereal snake swayed around the tear as an unblinking snake eye looked to Orochimaru. Orochimaru only bowed. The eye followed him. Then snakes shot out of the tear. They bit into Orochimaru's arm, but it did not hurt. It was soothing. They sank into his flesh, becoming tattoos that bonded with the summoning tattoo on his arm. Orochimaru watched as his arm turned into a single snake of inhuman length. He could feel the venom in the teeth of the snake. It was not normal venom. When the ethereal eye stared back to Orochimaru, he was assaulted with visions of his arm biting others. The bite would rot and decay before snakes slithered from the wound. The corpse left behind would become a nest where snakes would hatch and emerge, eating the body inside out. It had its weakness. The venom of the snake, should it be removed, would be harmless, but that did not matter. This blessed Orochimaru with it, and Orochimaru was grateful. The tear in space closed and Orochimaru turned around. "Do you understand now, Kabuto?" said Orochimaru. Kabuto stood there wide-eyed at the spectacle he just witnessed. After only a moment he smiled. "Yes, I do, Orochimaru-sama. Yig is a great asset," said Kabuto, smiling. Orochimaru glared at Kabuto. He almost wrapped his hand around Kabuto's neck but resisted. Kabuto did not understand yet. "Yig is no asset, Kabuto. He is greater than I or you. He is not a means to power, but a means to truth. Truth we cannot fully grasp. I will learn all I can about Yig, but I need Naruto. We will have to change our plans a bit. The invasion is still on, but we have another target. One who knows about Yig. I will have him one way or another," said Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed. "As you wish, Orochimaru-sama," said Kabuto. Naruto was reading a book on human behavior, trying to figure out why Sakura and Sasuke acted the way they did. He could understand wanting to keep clothed in front of others, but they were both only partly naked. He flipped through his book. In truth, the meteorite was still on his mind. He didn't know how to take the news. So he tried to ignore it for now. He had an exam to finish. As he read, he suddenly remembered something. He had wanted to speak with Hinata. It was about time he tried to speak with her on her feelings. He has thought of it for a long time. He realized he did love Hinata, though it was platonic. He supposed it would be love in the same way friends loved each other as siblings. He wasn't sure. Admittingly, it was her own feelings that had led him to this realization. If it wasn't for him finding out, he would not have spent so much time analyzing his emotions, the reading and trying to figure out what those emotions even were. With the exception of apathy, happiness, sadness, and anger, he really could not figure out what emotion he was feeling at any given time when it was not those four. Lust, passion, envy, and other such emotions and feelings were an alien concept to Naruto. I guess that's what happens when you are practically raised by a deep one for 5 years, said Naruto lowly. He also realized his obsession with researching different subjects was a factor, but that was to be expected. Either way, he would have to speak to Hinata eventually, and now was as good a time as any. So he put his book away and walked off to find her. Under the outlining forest of Konoha, a certain self-proclaimed mad scientist was working on his newest project. He had a clone dealing with the infiltration, since some people thought the whole cloak and dagger gambit was oh so impressive. See how well that works against a tactical nuclear strike or a giant radioactive labradidal. He was pretty sure some equipment would survive. Mostly sure. Okay, not entirely positive, but the resulting explosion would be nice. In any event, Brainiac was busy reading the Necronomicon. If he was going to be the world's first cyborg mad scientist, he first needed a body. Even as a slightly more resilient clone. He was still a poofer, and he did not like the idea of poofing. Too much smoke, not enough explosions. He finally found a chapter that he could work with. It was a chapter on how to summon objects and creatures from parallel universes. What about this? Asked Brainiac as he handed the Necronomicon to Konohamaru. Konohamaru took the book and began reading. His eyes narrowed as he thought on the implications. It could work, but you never know what you could get. It might be useless, said Konohamaru. Well, we have grade A Naruto DNA contained in vomit, at the very least it could act as a focus, said Brainiac. I suppose so, but how would you switch your mind into the resulting body? After all, if you did a brain transplant, then your brain would just dispels as soon as we took it out, asked Konohamaru. Memory transfer, we use the fish guy's psychic powers to mind switch permanently. Then we kill it, said Brainiac. Technically, if we do that, then whatever we summon will be turned into a shadow clone and you into a real person. The subject would need to be a parallel Naruto, so the mind can handle your brainwaves, or else you would cease to exist. Do you realize how dangerous this all is? Asked Konohamaru. Not in the slightest, remember I'm a mad scientist. We don't think ahead. If I were to have the opportunity to make a killer mutant bunny rabbit, you can bet your ass I wouldn't give two shits for the consequences, said Brainiac smiling. What I am saying is that if we do this and dispel the other, then you, the clones, and Naruto get those memories. Years of memories from a different Naruto who lived in an entirely different universe. Most men would go insane from that, said Konohamaru. We're immune to insanity, remember, said Brainiac. Naruto is immune, well that's debatable, said Konohamaru. Then we only add fuel to the fire that is my mind, I get to be even more insane. I fail to see any bad side here, said Brainiac. Konohamaru sighed as he shook his head. Fine, try if you want, but I refuse to help if that deep one does. I have the sufficient level of psionic power to do the process myself. But don't conjure anything we cannot handle, said Konohamaru. Oh, don't worry about that. Once we are done I will have a real body to experiment with. Then all shall know why I drive. Brainiac is a name to be feared, said Brainiac as he lifted his fist to the air overdramatically. Konohamaru blinked. Though it was not for the slightly mad comment at the end of that sentence. You're not a doctor, said Konohamaru. And you're short, retorted Brainiac. I'll have you know that my Yithian body is a healthy 18 feet tall, said Konohamaru. You a part of a race of time-traveling body snatchers, I'll bet that isn't even your original body, said Brainiac. That's not the point, said Konohamaru. Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't hear you over my science, said Brainiac. Confused by the statement, Konohamaru looked to Brainiac to see he was writing mathematical formulas on a chalkboard he got from somewhere. Where did that come from? Asked Konohamaru. I don't know, but that's not important. Come Igor, we have work to do. I will have a real body and become cyborg of great power. Konohamaru sighed. Fine, just don't call me Igor, said Konohamaru. I make no promises, said Brainiac as he continued with his equations. Naruto explored the tower in his search for Hinata. So far he had little luck. He was walking down a hallway when he seen the last person he wanted to see at the time. Gaara. Naruto tried to ignore him, but Gaara smiled at Naruto, a psychotic look in his eyes. Naruto glared at Gaara and just walked past. He did not see the contorted face of anger on Gaara's face as he left. No, not now, mother. Soon, very soon we will have his blood, said Gaara to himself. You know I can hear you. And did you just call it demon mother? Asked Naruto. Gaara's hateful eyes turned once more to Naruto. I will kill you and prove my existence, said Gaara. Naruto shook his head. Gaara, it was Gaara right? Asked Naruto. Gaara gave a small nod though his glare remained. Anyway Gaara, trust me when I say that compared to what I have seen in my life, you are about as threatening as a newborn kitten. I mean no disrespect, but I have stared into the faces of beings that would drive you mad, well for you, madder just by looking at them, said Naruto realizing Gaara was already quite mad, he didn't need the help of great old ones or outer gods for that. Gaara once again glared at Naruto. His sand shifting around him as his gaze intensified. Naruto looked at the sight with detached amusement. In truth Naruto realized Gaara was quite dangerous, but compared to what else was out there in the universe he was barely a blip, not even worth noting. Though he was still a danger, one that had to be dealt with quickly. Gaara turned around and walked away. Naruto stood still for a second before he turned back around to find Hinata. To his relief he found her sitting at a table eating with her teammates. She blushed as soon as she saw him. And it only deepened as he walked to her. Excuse me Hinata-chan, but I was wondering if I could speak to you, said Naruto. Hiba raised an eyebrow at the odd declaration. Shino looked stoic as ever. Hinata slowly got up telling her teammate sorry several times before following Naruto. He has walked for a while before they made it to a small lobby. Hei sat in chairs directly across from each other. What didn't you want to talk about Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata nervously. Naruto leaned back in his chair as he tried to find the right words to say. He was not very good at conversations of this nature. After a moment he looked to Hinata. I don't know exactly how to say this so I might as well just come out and say it, I know you have a crush on me, said Naruto. Naruto watched as she turned a red so bright she looked like she could have caught fire. She shrank into her jacket as much as she could. She was breathing heavily and nearly hyperventilating. Naruto was somewhat confused by her response but decided to continue. I have to say that while I am flattered Hinata-chan, I am afraid I don't share the same feelings as you, said Naruto trying to sound apologetic. Hinata looked ready to cry. She went over thoughts of why she would never be a good match for Naruto, then he continued. I assure you that the fault does not fall on you. It has nothing to do with your personality nor appearance as you are in fact quite attractive and a joy to be around. However growing up the way I did has retarded my emotional development. I understand that this is a character flaw of mine and can fully admit to it as a flaw. However that being said I would like to become friends with you, said Naruto as he smiled. Hinata looked up. Truth be told her mind went black when Naruto called her attractive and a joy to be around. Then the other words of his sentence slowly began to sink in. She had known he grew up alone, so it should have been no surprise that his people skills were somewhat lacking or even non-existent. She smiled. He at least wanted to be friends with her. Sash could be around him, even if it was as just a friend she would be able to talk to him. Not trusting her voice she nodded. Naruto smiled. He was about to say something when he saw Sakura walk in with Sasuke behind her. He was about to wave when Sakura behaved strangely for a moment. She smirked, then she grabbed Sasuke's arm and covered his mouth. She literally dragged him out of the room. Naruto thought they were gone, but he saw that Sakura was peering around the corner. After a moment Sasuke was as well. Perhaps it was just another human reaction others did that Naruto was not aware of. He ignored them and turned to Hinata. Glad to hear it. But Hinata-chan if you don't mind me asking, why do you have a crush on me? I have never been called handsome or sexy as our female peers tend to call Sasuke from time to time. And I rarely interact with others. So what was it? Asked Naruto. Hinata breathed slowly trying to gather the courage to speak. It was the first day of the academy, why you gave your introduction. Mizuki laughed at you. Instead of backing down, why you proved to him that you would follow why your dream to be a ninja and a scholar. Why you weren't afraid to speak why your mind. That was when I started to admire you. Oh over time it grew, said Hinata while looking at the floor. Naruto nodded as he listened to the story. I see, Hinata you seem to have severe confidence issues. Enough so that you have latched onto me as a source of admiration. If you want I can try and help you with your confidence issues I'd be glad to do it, said Naruto. Hinata looked around for a minute before she nodded slowly. Naruto smiled. Well I'll be off. I'm going to begin some research into possible ways to help you with your nervousness. It has been a pleasure to speak with you Hinata, said Naruto. Hinata smiled and gave Naruto a quick nod. Naruto stood up and gave a small bow as he then walked off. As soon as he got around the corner he was grabbed from behind. It was a second later that he saw Sakura holding him against a wall, Sasuke standing behind her. So how did it go? Asked Sakura smiling. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion before he realized what she meant. He thought of a way to reply. It went well. I am going to help her overcome her shyness and we will be friends, said Naruto. Sakura's smile fell as her eyebrows shot up. She let go of Naruto. As he was back on the ground, he was actually quite interested in her newfound strength the curse mark gave her. "You mean, you didn't ask her out?" asked Sakura. Naruto brushed his clothing off after Sakura let go of him. "No, I told her that while I am flattered she has feelings for me, I did not return those feelings in the same way. Then I asked if she would like to still be friends, and she agreed," said Naruto. Sakura was quiet for a second before she sighed. "You're hopeless," said Sakura. "I did tell you I am asexual, and you should know my social skills leave much to be desired. This should not have surprised you," said Naruto. Sakura only shook her head. "Fine, whatever, do what you want. Just don't hurt the poor girl," said Sakura. Naruto was confused by the statement. Apparently Sakura noticed this and spoke. "If she likes you, then even though she knows you don't like her the same way, that won't change the fact that she still likes you," said Sakura. "Well then, as I said to you once before, relationships evolve naturally. We'll see where it goes. In any event, I was going to go find some books. I still wish to help her with her shy nature and become more outgoing and confident," said Naruto. "Yeah, you do that," said Sakura. Naruto nodded and walked down the hall, but he was stopped by Sasuke. "Hey Naruto, can I ask you something?" Naruto nodded and patiently waited. "How did you get the Earth Scroll while we were out?" asked Sasuke. Naruto put his hand to his chin as he debated the merits of talking about it. He came to his decision. "It was Kurama, the Nine Tails. I used its chakra, though Kurama took control of my body while I used the chakra," said Naruto. Sasuke gave a nod. He was about to leave when he turned back around. "Weird name for the fox, either way I'll catch you later Naruto, I'm going to go train," said Sasuke. Naruto nodded and left. Back at the underground lab, Brainiac and Konohamaru as well as several dozen clones were working on the ritual to summon a parallel universe version of Naruto. Brainiac cackled as he poured the black vomit that contained what he once believed to be proof that Naruto committed auto-cannibalism but turned out to be something different, much to his disappointment. He poured it into the center of the seal to act as a focus to be sure that they would get a parallel Naruto. He smiled. "So how long until this circle seal thingy is done?" asked Brainiac. Konohamaru turned to Brainiac and sighed. "Soon, we should be finished in a few hours, but aren't you supposed to be sending clones out to begin infiltrating and researching the technology found? And verify if that meteorite is a color or not?" asked Konohamaru. "I had a clone deal with that boring stuff, I get to do the exciting things. Like punching a hole in reality with science to become a real boy," said Brainiac smiling. "Please be silent," said Konohamaru. "I'm sorry, I'm much too busy punching a hole in the multiverse to hear you," said Brainiac. Konohamaru shook his head. He almost wished he was speaking to the Deep One. Almost. Dreamlands to find the only one he knew of who had this particular cloth. He had put too much effort into his puppet for all that work to go to waste. He stood before Hastur the Unspeakable, sitting in his form of the King in Yellow. To the Great Old One's credit, he gave no quarter and ignored the being before him. "So at last the puppet Hastur reveals itself. I should have guessed only you would toy with mortals in such a manner," said Hastur. The shadowed man stepped forward. The whispers spoke in alien tongues as he held up a strip of yellow silk. He burned the strip of silk in his hand as the whispers continued. Hastur listened closely. He did not move, nor did he respond. Then the whispers became a shrill cry of psychotic anger, best described as the sound of chaos. Hastur only shifted his positions in his stone throne. "I do not fear you, nor do I care of the child or your plans. I merely wish to keep my true nature. I am a benign being, I care not for the schemes of others. However, should you force your change on your kin as you are doing now, then I will become a nuisance to you," said Hastur. The whispers continued to speak in alien tongues. Hastur nodded. "Then we are in agreement, you do what you wish, and I shall not interfere, so long as you allow me to keep my nature, the child is yours. But if I may ask, what is your plans for the child?" asked Hastur. The alien tongues became silent for a moment. Then a single string of words could be heard. "I will have a history when all else ceases." The words were spoken in the human tongue. Hastur pondered on the words for only a moment before he nodded. "A foolish plan, and one that may not work, but one whose rewards are great. Be that as it may, I will not interfere, consider this my promise as your kin that I will merely observe," said Hastur. The shadowed man lowered his arms before he faded through the wall of reality to return to his palace of chaos. Hastur did not move, nor did he care. He would watch and he would wait to see if his plans would bear fruit. It was a bold plan even for him. But then his plans were always like that. What else could be expected from, as humans would call it, his uncle? Konohamaru and a team of clones were busy preparing the ritual. They were just about ready to get started when Konohamaru turned to Brainiac. "Okay, I am going to look through universes, you tell me which most appeals to you and we can get started. You must read the passage at the bottom of the Necronomicon over and over again at a steady and even pace. Pronunciation shouldn't be a problem so long as you read word for word." Anything so much as muttered wrong and the aim will fly randomly through the multiverse. So just speak the words as Red got it, asked Konohamaru. Yeah, let's get started, said Brainiac. Konohamaru held his hand toward the ritual circle as a tear in space formed above the seal. His hand glowed a purple light. He shifted through universes to find one best compatible. So what do we have, asked Brainiac. Parallel world where Naruto was born in Uchiha, said Konohamaru. No way, I suck at being emo, next, said Brainiac. Konohamaru shifted through universes again. Naruto born a Hyuga, said Konohamaru. No, I like pupils. Naruto is a girl. No, too hormonal. Do you know the unmentionable horrors I would unleash during that special time of the month? There would be nothing left in the world for Cthulhu to destroy after I'm done with it, said Brainiac. Konohamaru lifted an eyebrow as he tried to imagine the possibilities. He quickly nodded in agreement. Naruto born blind, said Konohamaru. No, the dark. Naruto stuck in a time loop. Not unless he has a time machine. Naruto born a homosexual. No, it would just be the same thing, but with better taste in clothing. Naruto with no arms. No, then I can't play with sharp pointy objects. Naruto where he has a harem of girls. Can we vacation there, asked Brainiac with a smile. We can only take him out, we can't go in, said Konohamaru. Then I cannot in good conscience take him away from that. He is a hero to us all, said Brainiac as he wipes a tear. Konohamaru sighed. Okay, next is Naruto born with dead bone pulse. No, I won't change my name to the amazing boner. Wait what? Asked Konohamaru. Brainiac did not answer. Konohamaru could only massage his head with his free arm. Naruto is the son of Orochimaru. Did he experiment on Naruto? No, apparently Orochimaru loved his son, asked Konohamaru. Then no, come on, where is evil Naruto who kills the weak, slaughters the poor, butchers the rich, burns the land, salts the earth, mindips his friends, and has a dashing goatee, asked Brainiac as he rubbed his chin. Sorry, no facial hair on any I can find, except a universe where Naruto is a hermit, said Konohamaru. The smelly. Naruto without the nine-tailed fox. The boring. Naruto is a hermaphrodite. Well, maybe, but let's see our other options first. Konohamaru groaned. Naruto sat patiently in a lobby as he read his book. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling something was going to happen soon. For some reason he believed it would involve Brainiac. He ignored the feeling and continued to read on how people overcome shyness. He was flipping through pages when he heard footsteps. He turned his head to see Team 10 walking his way. Naruto smiled. Hey, you guys made it, congrats, said Naruto. Thanks, so who else is here, asked Ino. Naruto thought for a moment. Well, Team 8 and the Sand Ninja. Before you got here those sound ones joined and steered clear of me. Other than that I hear that Rock Lee and his team got here, but I haven't run into them yet, said Naruto. Troublesome, said Shikamaru. For once, you have no idea how right you are, said Naruto. So how was everyone, asked Choji. Sasuke and Sakura are doing fine. Though I was told the process was awkward. I don't know why, they were only topless in front each other, said Naruto. It became strangely quiet. And the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. This phenomena originated from Ino, who was white as a sheet. Her eyes were wide for a second. Are you okay, Ino, asked Naruto. She saw Sasuke topless, said Ino stuttering. Yes, and he saw her the same way, said Naruto confused by the actions of Ino. Where Ino had once stood was an after image and a trail of dust leading down the hall. It took Naruto 2 seconds to realize she had run off. Wow, impressive. I think she almost broke the sound barrier, said Naruto. Shikamaru laughed out loud and Choji was holding one back. Naruto turned to see them in this state. Am I missing something, asked Naruto. Shikamaru slowly got control over his laughter. He wiped a tear from his eye. I'll tell you when you're older, said Shikamaru. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that but decided to ignore it. Well, we have 2 days to see who else makes it. How about a game of shogi, asked Shikamaru. Fine, I'll increase your winning streak, said Naruto. Meanwhile back underground. Brainiac and Konohamaru were still shifting through universes. Konohamaru was becoming irate. Naruto born as a werewolf, asked Konohamaru almost pleading. No, I hate shaving, said Brainiac. Naruto is a blood-sucking fairy, said Konohamaru. No, just no. Granted, blood-sucking fairy sounds cool, but they are way too small and non-threatening, said Brainiac. Konohamaru sighed. Naruto is a wizard. This is getting ridiculous. How many universes are there anyway, asked Brainiac with his arms crossed. There are an infinite number of universes. We can go at this all day and still have enough universes to keep us busy until Azathoth awakens, said Konohamaru. Fine, what's next, asked Brainiac. The universe where Naruto and everyone else who lives there are nymphomaniacs, said Konohamaru. Brainiac took out a pad and paper. And smiled as he began to write. Adding that to the list of universes to visit when I build a dimensional portal. Right under that waterslide universe and that place called Las Vegas. Speaking of waterslide universe, how would that even work? I mean, with everyone as a waterslide and everything. How are they even born, said Brainiac. Konohamaru groaned. Once you enter a new universe, logic from this one is thrown right out the window. Now please, just pick one already, asked Konohamaru. Be patient, now what's next, asked Brainiac. Konohamaru only sighed. Universe where Naruto is the son of the Shinigami, said Brainiac. Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, then blew it up with TNT, said Brainiac. When were you ever a death god, asked Konohamaru. Why, it was just the other day, there I was surrounded on all sides. Konohamaru was getting ready to kill Brainiac if he didn't pick something. Even a Yithian had its limits. Forget I said anything, let's just continue, said Konohamaru. Fine, what's next, asked Brainiac. He really wanted to tell the story that one of the voices in his head told him he did. Who was he to argue with himself? Universe where Naruto is an S-rank missing nin, said Konohamaru. How does he look, asked Brainiac. Black hair, white kitsune mask, dark gray robe with a fur collar, and a grayish-blue tattered cape with some stupid emblem. Apparently he is Naruto, but his name is Menma for some reason, said Konohamaru. So he dresses like an evil maniac, lose the cape at a stethoscope, and I think we have a winner. The memories and skills of an S-rank ninja would be a good step if we are going to even be considered a momentary nuisance to Cthulhu anyway. That way Blondie won't be on my case, said Brainiac. Konohamaru could only smile. I'll get the ritual started. Just do as I say. If you do anything wrong then we can summon anything. Anything, said Konohamaru, emphasizing the word anything. Fine, let's just get this over with. I have to figure out if an army of zombie cyber glazer sharks is a viable army. Then I have to start finding a way to make a plant sentient and capable of singing and feasting on the flesh of those fools who dared laugh at the magnificent. Konohamaru stared at Brainiac for a moment, trying to process what he just heard. In the end there was only one thing he could say. For the first time in history a Yithian muttered the words. The fuck is wrong with you? Naruto had just lost against Shikamaru yet again at shogi. He banged his head on the table for a moment. This is getting sad, said Naruto. Don't be like that, you are the closest thing to a challenge I got, said Shikamaru. Says the guy who always wins, said Naruto. Shikamaru shrugged. So Naruto, I've been meaning to ask you more about your summons, said Shikamaru. Naruto's eyes looked up to Shikamaru. He scratched his chin for a moment before he smiled. Ask away, said Naruto. Well, first it's about that deity you say they worship and his progeny, mind explaining a bit on that, asked Shikamaru. You got time? It's going to be a long story, said Naruto. Shikamaru nodded. Naruto leaned back in his chair and began to relax. Then he took in a deep breath. First is Azathoth, also called the Demon Sultan, the Nuclear Chaos, and the Blind Idiot God. From him spawned his son Nyarlathotep, the Crawling Chaos and God of 1,000 Forms. From Azathoth his other offspring was the Nameless Mist and Darkness. Not much is known of those two. His grandchildren are Yog-Sothoth, who is linked with all time and space, yet is also locked from the multiverse. Then there is Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. Trust me when I say Shub-Niggurath looks like anything but a goat. Below the outer gods are the great old ones. Such as Hastur the Unspeakable One, Gat-Natho, a creature so hideous those who see it are mummified alive from its horrific visage alone, Cthulhu the high priest of the great old ones, whose appearance is so alien men go mad just looking at him. Thu, a living giant ball of fire who is the parent of the fire vampires, and many others whose names are spoken in alien tongues. All these beings are infinitely more powerful than us, with the outer gods being infinitely more powerful than the great old ones, said Naruto. Shikamaru nodded at this as he thought it over. Choji visibly paled. And you say your summons believe in these beings, asked Shikamaru. Indeed they do, it is not a pleasant thought should any of these deities take interest in humans. Cults are formed merely by them being in the same reality as us. Who's to say, said Naruto as he shrugged. I see, thanks for the talk Naruto, said Shikamaru as he stood up and left. Naruto nodded to him, then he continued to read. He smiled a bit. If he could plant the thoughts of the deities that hide in the cold black of space, then maybe they would be inclined to join the CDA. Back at the lab everyone was preparing the ritual to bring the other Naruto to this world. They waited patiently as Konohamaru prepared the final touches on the intricate seals. Brainiac turned to a clone and smiled. Hey, guess what Naruto, I'm going to have a real body. Talk to you soon. Bring milk, eggs, butter, and plutonium when you get back. Love you, said Brainiac with a psychotic smile on his face. Before the clone could say anything Brainiac stabbed it with a scalpel, causing it to poof out of existence. You have to send him messages like that, asked Konohamaru. No, but it's more fun. Besides I could never kill anyone with my face. I'm much too handsome, said Brainiac. Konohamaru shook his head. Brainiac grabbed a pair of gloves with wires going through them and put them on. He then grabbed the Necronomicon and opened it to the bookmarked page. Let's get started, he said with a smile on his face. Back at the tower, Naruto could feel the memories of a clone enter his thoughts. His face fell as the shock of Brainiac's words hit him. He closed his book and sighed. That does not sound good, said Naruto. If Naruto could, he would leave to go see what Brainiac was doing, but since he could not, he did the only sane thing to do in this situation. He left the room and fell to sleep, hoping that whatever Brainiac was doing would not cause him any problems. Back underground, Konohamaru lifted his arms to the portal in front of him. Purple tendrils of energy came from his palm as he reached deeper and deeper into a world much like the one he was now in, though also much different. The portal began to glow with a rainbow of sickening colors, like a wound in reality itself was festering. He pulled tighter and tighter. Whatever this Menma was, he was quite strong, though he was unprepared for literally being dragged through time and space. A bright white light shone all around, and then a shockwave of purple energy and crackling lightning could be seen through the blinding light. With one final pull, the effects ended. Menma, the black-haired Naruto, was being torn through reality itself, and white tendrils from his own universe attempted to pull him back. Brainiac fought the urge to cackle as the universe itself attempted to stop this defilement of the natural order. Holding the Necronomicon, Brainiac spoke words in tongues no man could understand. The white tendrils were losing to the purple ones, and the bonds between universes started to weaken. Then with one final pull, Menma fell to the ground, and the tear in reality disappeared. Where am I? Who are you? Demanded Menma. Tag-em and tag-em, said Brainiac as he cracked his fingers. A black orb surrounded by white rings appeared in his hand. Brainiac cackled. He found it amusing. Menma threw the orb at Brainiac. He merely stood there as Konohamaru's purple tendrils grabbed the orb and it dissipated. Menma turned to Konohamaru. Even behind his mask his shock was evident. While he concentrated on Konohamaru, Brainiac snuck behind him. Peekaboo, said Brainiac as he grabbed Menma's head. From his gloves sparks flew and within an instant Menma was unconscious on the floor. S-rank ain't got shit on science, bitch, said Brainiac as he removed his taser gloves. Brainiac laughed as Konohamaru used his mental powers to lift Menma into a bed, then he that tightly strapped him down so he could not move. I agree, S-rank abilities are not as impressive as I imagined. That orb, while destructive from what I felt, can easily be countered by psionic tendrils. However, I doubt that if he wasn't caught off guard it would have been quite as easy, said Konohamaru. Enough with the talk, let's give me my real body, said Brainiac. Konohamaru nodded. Brainiac strapped himself into a similar table as Menma for when the process started. Okay, now then, once this is done, this Menma's body will be yours, but do not move. Should your heart stop for too long you will dispel. Now hold still, said Konohamaru. He laid a hand on each of their heads and closed his eyes. A purple aura appeared around Konohamaru. He smiled. Body swapping was easy for Yuthians, and this would be no exception. There was nothing to slow him. Even the parallel Kurama could not do anything. The Black Fox was merely a spectator as his host's mind was swapped with another. Menma began to convulse in pain. Then for a brief second Brainiac smiled. Pussy, he said as he felt his mind leave his body. It was dark. Brainiac stood before a black Kurama. The sight of the fox made him laugh. The ebony fox growled and thrashed, causing the psychotic cackling from Brainiac to grow. Let me free you, fool, or taste my wrath, spoke the black Kurama. Brainiac could not contain his amused laughter that echoed beyond the walls of the sewer that slowly changed before him into what resembled a laboratory. He turned to the fox, still laughing. Looks like I have a new friend in my head. Hello, Kurama, said Brainiac. The black fox froze as the stranger spoke its name. He backed up slowly. How do you know my name? Spoke the fox. Brainiac laughed as he noticed a demon actually backed away from him. You fear me? Good to know I can make a demon crap itself, said Brainiac as he wrung his hands together. He laughed some more. I am now your master, you do as I say or I will use my science to destroy you like a teensy-weensy little cockroach. Then I will take the remains and eat them like some strange insane fox-eating mad scientist. If that won't work, well, I'd love to see how mental torture would work on a big stupid fox. It could be fun, said Brainiac in a tone that was creepily innocent. The fox did not respond. It only glared at Brainiac. Brainiac laughed as he lifted his arm. Suddenly the black Kurama began to convulse as if in pain, and its howls echoed down the hall. We are in my mind now, not a safe place to be. Now bow down to feel this pain for the rest of your little life stuck in the head of a madman, said Brainiac. Kurama twitched as he tried to fight the urge to convulse. He could not show weakness to this new madman. Instead the pain only intensified. Then the mind logic does not apply. I can make you feel as much pain as I want. The limit is infinity, so what say you, fuzzbit, or do you will find out how shish kebab feels, asked Brainiac. In response the beast only bowed before Brainiac. His psychotic laughter drowning out the pain as if it had never been there. Good boy, now sit. Kurama sat. The look on its face only caused further laughing. Excellent, said Brainiac. Brainiac woke on the table. He was being unstrapped by Konohamaru. He smiled as he slowly stood up. He walked to a nearby mirror. He tore the tattered cape off and placed a stethoscope around his neck. He removed his mask to see his face. Ah, I'm older than Naruto. Take that logic, said Brainiac, shaking his fist in the air. He put the mask back on. I'll get started getting my handsome looks back. Forget the transformation. It's plastic surgery all the way, baby. Yeah, said Brainiac. Whatever, just don't overdo it, Brainiac, said Konohamaru. Brainiac lifted his hand to scratch his temple as he thought to himself. He pondered for a while before turning his head back to Konohamaru with a small smile behind his mask. No, I'm reborn, I need a real name. A name befitting a scientist of my stature, said Brainiac. Konohamaru raised an eyebrow. This should be good, thought the Yithian swap child. Very well, what will your name be? Asked Konohamaru. He was curious as to what Brainiac would choose given his mental disabilities. Brainiac looked over to his old body with the unconscious Menma locked within. He could not wait to see how he took the news he was a shadow clone. It would be fun. Torturing him with the threat of a simple death with only a fist. Then his thoughts went back to his name issue. Well, Menma is out, it doesn't have the science ring to it I am looking for, said Brainiac. He put a hand to his chin before he snapped his fingers. Beneath his mask a smile formed as he slowly thought of the perfect name. Got it, he said. From now on shall only go by Brainiac as a nickname. My new name shall be the same as the great scientist who made all this possible. The man who showed us all what it truly means to be a mad scientist, said Brainiac. He turned to Konohamaru and crossed his arms. He held his head up and stood straight. You may call me Herbert West. Brainiac, now known as Herbert West, was standing over his old body with his arms crossed behind his back. He looked to Konohamaru. So with this all out of the way, what should we do about him? Asked Herbert. Konohamaru lifted a purple glowing hand to the turned clone Menma. He closed his eyes and scanned his mind. Well, he's going to be out for a while. Once dispelled, his memories will go to all the clones, Naruto and you. However, he will only go to your mind because that is his body. His mind will go back as a result. However, you are no longer capable of getting memories from the other clones. Except your own, said Konohamaru. Well, if you ask me, everything worked out in the end. Naruto gets the memories of an older S-rank version of himself, and I don't have to worry about turning into smoke. Incidentally, I think I'll take up smoking, said Herbert. That is not of my concern, said Konohamaru. Whatever you say. You know, this could give us an advantage against Cthulhu. We can just snag a few Naruto switch minds with clones, and Naruto becomes something that stands a chance against Squid Head, said Herbert. Konohamaru shook his head. I'm afraid not. This ritual causes wounds in the universe. To many, and the universe dies. The universe can heal these wounds naturally, but it takes time. I cannot recommend that despite its usefulness. Besides, too many minds in Naruto's head could create an identity conflict, said Konohamaru. Well, considering he already has the fox, floaty geometric thingy, and himself to deal with as well as Menma here, I guess he wouldn't like a crowded mind. Oh well, not my problem anymore, said Herbert. Indeed, so how is the infiltration business going? Asked Konohamaru. Well, the guys over with the meteor will get there soon, everyone else is far off. I can guess that the boss will find some useful stuff to get out of all this. Which means I get to play with whatever we finds. I can't wait, said Herbert. Well, that's good to hear. Now about our guest, said Konohamaru. His hand glowed brighter and instantly Menma was awake. He looked up at the two figures in front of him. His face contorted into one of rage and disgust. What have you done to me? Asked Menma. Herbert smiled. He took off his mask to show his face. Instantly Menma's face changed to one of shock. Sorry, I needed your body, you lost the multiverse lottery, sorry about that, I'd say try again next time, but seeing as you are now a shadow clone. Well, you get the idea, said Herbert with a smile. Herbert reached to a nearby table and grabbed a scalpel. He let it hover right over Menma's heart. Any last words? Asked Herbert. He said nothing, only glared at Herbert. A minute later the blade entered his chest and he dispelled out of existence. Naruto woke up clenching his head. He breathed hard as his eyes were wide. He went over his memories. Why did he remember living with his parents, who was Jiraiya, and why did he kill him? Why was all his friends older and acting strange? These questions piled up and he began to breathe hard. He remembered things he never experienced, he knew he never did. How was it he knew how to use techniques he had never even heard of? He looked around his room trying to contemplate everything. There were memories of a life he never lived stuck in his head. He stood up and walked from the bed trying to find help. He reached the door and successfully opened it. He took a single step out. Then suddenly he forgot all his new memories as if they never existed. He took one last breath thinking it was over before he passed out. Naruto was in his mental library. He could see the place looked in absolute turmoil. Books were covering the floor, and pages flew in a wind that was not there. He explored his mindscape. "It seems as if your memories are not your own," spoke a familiar voice. Naruto turned around to see the figure that represented his eldritch powers. Its Sharingan eyes staring at Naruto. "What is going on?" asked Naruto. Spheres floated around the room going in all directions as if they were working for something. "Their clone, the one you call Brainiac, has given you access to memories of a world that is not your own. He did this for the purpose of getting a real body. He was successful, though the memories of the old one has entered your mind due to the fox's influence. Your body in separating the memories safely. Locking them away," said the figure. "So what happens now?" asked Naruto. The frozen sphere flew from the figure. Naruto looked at it in confusion. "Follow me," said the figure. Naruto was led through the bookshelves of the library when he arrived at a door. It was a simple door with the word Menma written on it. "This is where his memories are stored. You may go in, it is your mind after all. This will allow you to better absorb the memories at your own pace and not a forcible one," said the figure. Naruto nodded and opened the door. There were bookshelves all over the place. He saw the sections. They were separated by age and put in order. As he walked through he came upon a new section. "Jutsu," said Naruto smiling. He began to inspect the scrolls and books of that section. He reached out to grab a book that read Spiraling Ring, he grabbed it only for it to disappear. Instantly he realized he knew how to perform the move. He smiled as he grabbed book after book in that section only. Naruto awoke in what appeared to be a doctor's office. He was laying in a bed. His eyes trailed around the room to see it was empty. A single flower on the counter next to him. He sat up and wiped his eyes. He surveyed the room before clearing his dry throat. "Hello," he said hoarsely. After a second the door opened and a nurse walked in. She looked over to Naruto and smiled. "Glad to see you are awake," said the nurse. Naruto rubbed his eyes and yawned. "How long was I out?" asked Naruto, stretching while he asked. "About a day and a half," said the nurse as she began to check the equipment around Naruto. "I didn't miss anything, did I?" asked Naruto. "Not at all. The second phase of the exams doesn't end until tomorrow, you should count yourself lucky," said the nurse. Naruto nodded his head. "So how long until I can leave?" asked Naruto. "Once the doctor get here and examines you it's up to him," said the nurse. "Okay thanks," said Naruto as he laid back down. After a few minutes the nurse left the room. Naruto lifted his arm. A black orb appeared in his hand surrounded by white rings. He smiled at how simple it was to make. No hand signs needed. He willed the spiraling ring to disappear as he went over what he could do. Unfortunately it wasn't much. Apparently he would have needed to have the parallel universe version of Kurama to do most of what he wanted. But he did have the spiraling ring ability and a stronger version that could decimate several city blocks. As well as the ability to fly using only chakra. It would have to do. Let Brainiac have his fun. Then maybe he wouldn't pester Naruto anymore. Herbert woke up not long after he finished in that room. He absorbed as much information as he could without making his head hurt. He stood up slightly groggy. "Well that was fun," said Herbert. "What happened?" asked Konohamaru. "Nothing much, just seeing how our pal Menma lived. Apparently he's from bizarre universe where everyone acts the opposite of how they do here. You'd think a mirror universe would have goatees, but no goatees," said Herbert. "Find anything useful?" asked Konohamaru. "Not really, well I find the stuff I learned interesting, but most of it is rather useless in our universe. But I did learn a few things I could do. I got these 9 masked creatures with interesting powers, but they need more science to them. I'm sure I can find some use for them. I got a few other things, but that can come later. For now I have to get my face all fixed. Then find a way to make the skin green. I'll just make a clone to finish up all my work while I get this new body all nipped and tucked," said Herbert. Konohamaru nodded. "Well, with you separate from Naruto, we don't have to worry about him getting your memories, he always was worried about that," said Konohamaru. Herbert put a hand to his chin as he contemplated. "Can't imagine why. I'd be honored to have my mind if I didn't already have it," said Herbert. He shrugged. He created several shadow clones and smiled. "Okay, you finish up that prototype gauntlet, make sure its pieces are given the whole blood healing chemical bath thingy," said Herbert pointing to a clone. "You keep an eye on the infiltration thing and keep the boss's clones on schedule," he said, pointing to another clone. "And you, well get ready to fix this face into something manageable, get the scalpel and whatever else you need," he said, pointing to the final clone. He put his hands in his pocket and looked to Konohamaru. "I'm off to powder my nose, don't touch my stuff," he said as he walked off. "Fine, I'm going to go help with the infiltrators. I am curious to see if we are dealing with a living color," said Konohamaru. Naruto sat as he waited for his doctor to enter the room. He was thinking over his new abilities. He was careful to only touch jutsu and nothing else. He didn't need the memories of a phantom in his head. He sat up when he heard footsteps. His door opened to reveal a familiar face. "Hello Naruto, been a while." Naruto smiled as he saw who had entered. Nobutashi. Is that you? Asked Naruto. Surely enough, the very man that tested his Dojutsu and gave him many books to read stood in the doorframe. What are you doing here? Asked Naruto. Nobutashi smiled. I'm your doctor, if you ever got sick you would know that. Not that I'm saying I'd rather see you sick but, well you know. So how have you been? I haven't seen you in quite some time, said Nobutashi as he sat in a nearby chair. Sorry about that, I've been busy with a side project of sorts. It is starting to bear fruit, but for now it's still in its early stages, said Naruto. Well, I wish you luck with that, so learn anything new about those eyes of yours. Naruto shook his head. No, not really, but they have saved my life more than a few times out there, said Naruto. Well, I'm glad to hear it. So you're taking the Chunin exams already, seems a bit soon, but I think you'll make it out fine. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it has been a bit hectic, but I'll manage. What about you, what have you been up to? Well, nothing much, just the same old doctor I've always been. The last exciting thing I got to do was analyze your eyes, said Nobutashi. Well, a boring life is better than no life at all, said Naruto. I'm not complaining, I had my fair share of excitement when I was busy researching bloodlines. I can imagine, so how long do I have to stay here, asked Naruto. Well, I do recommend you spend the night. You'll be right as rain in the morning. However, you can leave whenever you choose, your condition is not nor was it critical. Truth be told, we can't figure out why you passed out, said Nobutashi. Just had a lot on my mind, said Naruto. Well, glad to hear you still use your mind. Most kids your age can't think. Too many hormones, not enough brain cells, said Nobutashi through a small chuckle. Naruto smiled. He stretched a bit before he stood up. I'd love to chat some more, Nobutashi, but my team is probably worried. I better let them know I'm fine, said Naruto. Nobutashi gave a small nod and smile. Naruto waved as he left the room. Herbert had just finished his operation. His face was heavily bandaged. He laid there as his regeneration speed up the healing process. He was quite happy with the speeds he now healed. It wasn't long until Konohamaru walked in the room. Herbert could tell by the footsteps that whoever had entered was not as heavy as the clones. We seem to have a problem, said Konohamaru. Sounds like fun, said Herbert. Konohamaru only shook his head. Just hear me out. The team sent to scout the meteorite to confirm whether it is a color or not as came across some trouble, said Konohamaru. But did they trip over a brick and die? Because that was just sad, pleaded Herbert. No, they came across the shadowed man, said Konohamaru. Herbert said nothing. He slowly undid his bandages. Once he was done, he grabbed a hand mirror next to him to examine his face. It was much like his old one, though he appeared as a teenager and not a child. He also sported whiskers but no green coloring. He put down the mirror and stood up. Okay, so what has our resident god done? Asked Herbert. He only watched the clones from a distance. However, they made out his features. He has a resemblance to something troublesome, said Konohamaru. Okay, that does not sound good. What did he look like? Zabuza, because I know the guy is literally held together by stitches, but that's no reason to mock him, said Herbert. Konohamaru pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned under his breath. He turned back up to Herbert and took a deep breath. No, apparently the shadowed man shares a resemblance to the deity known as Joshin, said Konohamaru. The murder god, but I thought he wasn't real, said Herbert. Not necessarily. I have a theory that whatever outer god plagues us is known in this reality as Joshin. It could still be any other outer god, but the fact that it chose to act as a deity of murder lets us know that its goals are chaotic. There is a few outer gods that matches everything we know about the shadowed man, but I think I know who it is, said Konohamaru. Herbert turned back to Konohamaru. You know who the shadowed man is then? Well to tell, said Herbert. Konohamaru nodded. Yes, well, I believe that was all he could say before time stopped. It is not yet time for me to be revealed, yet Yithian, spoke a chorus of whispers. Konohamaru could not move, neither could Herbert. Yet they could hear the sounds of slow and deliberate footsteps. From the shadows stood the shadowed man. He stood behind Konohamaru whispering into his ear. I would keep that information to yourself, Yithian. Or do you want to see what I can do? I do thank you for creating the festering wound in reality. It will prove most useful, spoke the chorus of whispers. The shadowed man grabbed Konohamaru's head. His fingers like tendrils snaked across his face. Let me just help you forget before you find yourself in trouble, spoke the whispers. Then the world went dark. Perhaps it's time you all learn why you all are the puppets and I am the master. Naruto walked down the hall to find his teammates. As he walked down the hallway, he noticed it got darker and darker. It wasn't long until he realized there were no doors on the wall and the lights were flickering. He could hear whispers and footsteps that timed perfectly with his own. He could feel a cold chill run up his spine. He looked around him. The lights behind him went out one by one. Then he stood in absolute darkness. He attempted to find some source of light, but there was something soft moving on the floor. Naruto waited in the dark for his eyes to adjust. Slowly he could see something moving around him. Then it got bright. His eyes were now blurry. As he focused he realized what he was standing on. There was no more hallway. He stood on a pile of moving brown suckerless tentacles. In a moment of fear he tripped. He fell through a dark hole. A thick putrid miasma of colorless mist was everywhere as he fell. He fell for an instant yet an eternity at the same time. Time worked differently here. One moment he was falling, the next he was in the mass of tentacles, only to be falling again a second later. He could see millions of black and yellow eyes staring at him. Naruto wanted to scream, but he could not. He could only stare at the blinking eyes as they observed him. The wound in the reality we tread on, listen well to the song. Follow fast my little pawn. And allow my plans to further spawn. To my palace of chaos we have gone. You now crawl like the fawn. Feasting on blood until the dawn. After the whispers completed their rhyme Naruto felt sick. He heaved until he felt a wiggling in his throat that he heaved. Leeches poured from Naruto's mouth like a wave. Some caught onto his skin and began to drink his blood. The unending wave of leeches spilled from Naruto's mouth, never ending. Then his eyes slithered from his skull. If the leeches were not still coming from his mouth Naruto would scream. His snake-like eyes slithered away but never looked away from Naruto. Naruto could see through them as they looked at him, showing his pitiful form of an eyeless child with the leeches coming from his mouth. Naruto tried to breathe but he could not. He wanted it to end. Even if it meant him dying. His skin peeled and flaked off, revealing the horrible misshapen form of a black thing covered in tumors. The worst part was Naruto got to see as this happened to himself, and he could not close his eyes, for they were no longer his own eyes. He could only watch as he melted away to become a giant bloated leech with a sickening human-like face, wide serrated circular maw, and no eyes. For the first time in his life Naruto knew insanity. It was so easy to lose one's own mind. He wanted to kill this sickening leech beast in front of him. But he could not. His arms had withered into nothing, and he slithered around blind and hungry. He chewed the leeches that continued to pour from his mouth, though he could not swallow. Pulsating and oozing as he squirmed. Inhuman gurgling sounds bellowed from his mouth, and a sickly green fluid came out, as well as the unending torrent of leeches. He slithered to the many watchful eyes around him, hoping one would put him out of his misery. Though all that could be heard was the laughing sound of 1,000 whispers. Naruto's eyes that watched him cried black tears, but not the tears of sadness. The tears of laughter and joy. Naruto felt hopeless. Then as suddenly as it started it stopped. Naruto's eyes were back in his head, and he was once more human. The eyes stared back at him. Remember who keeps you sane, I am your protector. Your nurturer, your friend. All I ask is to remain anonymous to you and your allies. Do not seek me out, or that which you have seen will be your fate when you have outlived your usefulness. And just like that Naruto was standing back in the hallway. Completely unharmed. He still remembered the horrible images he had seen and could feel his mind trying to snap into the glorious insanity again, but he stayed sane. He wanted to scream, but he was too calm. He wanted to puke, but he felt fine. It was there he realized that immunity to insanity was not all it was cracked up to be. When your enemy is a god of insanity, who could turn it off? Naruto shuddered. It was all he could do. His eyes were wide and he was calm. Why was he calm, he asked himself over and over again. He took a deep breath to try and will the images away. It was over, he didn't have to worry about anything. He began to laugh. Relieved that the horrible sights were now gone. As he laughed harder and harder he coughed once. He wiped his mouth. His eyes widened as he saw what came from his throat. On the floor in front of him was a single black leech with that horrible human-like eyeless face. Naruto closed his eyes and stepped on it, ending its life. As he felt it crush under his boot his eyes gave way to black tears, but not the tears of fear or sadness, but of anger and determination. I am no one's puppet. He said as he calmly walked away, not daring to look at the remains of the leech. Had he turned around he would have been greeted by the visage of the shadowed man with a sick smile plastered across his face, standing above the leech's remains. Naruto had met with his teammates after the incident and was able to let them know he was fine despite being pale and jumpy. He told them he wanted to be alone to get his thoughts settled. They agreed. Naruto tried his best to push the thoughts from his mind. In the face of an outer god he felt his will sipping. Everything was becoming too much to handle and nothing was progressing as quickly as it should. Combine that with his ninja life and you have a recipe for disaster. He couldn't give up though. It just wasn't in his character. He had decided before that the shadowed man was not one to interfere with his puppets. Obviously he was wrong for such a reaction to occur. He stared into a million eyes and was told in front his face that should Naruto attempt to seek him out or discover who he was, he would make Naruto experience that which no mortal should have to live through. He just had to accept that the shadowed man was out of his reach. He could do nothing to him, nor could Naruto stop his plans or even halt them. With Cthulhu only a decade away it was obvious that should he give up then everything was doomed. Naruto even briefly wondered if he himself caused the extinction of the human race, would be the kindest thing he could do comparatively, but in the end, it would only infuriate the outer god who had plans for Naruto. Should Naruto give up, then Cthulhu would destroy everything. Should Naruto try, he would most likely fail and then complete whatever the outer god's plans were. Thus he came to only one conclusion. He had to unlock his eldritch form faster. 5 years was much too long. If he was going to be a part of some twisted outer god's plans, then he would use it against him. Obviously this outer god wanted Naruto alive, otherwise he would still be the leech. So it would stand to reason that it would make sure its investment was actually worth something. So maybe it would keep Naruto alive. Naruto could use that. His plan was simple: get Brain Ayak, Zell, and Konohamaru to find a way to hasten the process. With Konohamaru and Zell's knowledge and Brain Ayak's skills in alterations, it was possible. If the Shadowed Man truly wanted Naruto to be of any use, then he needed Naruto alive. And Naruto was prepared to exploit the hell out of that. It wouldn't threaten the Great Old One or Outer God, no matter how much he changes, so the Shadowed Man had no reason to stop it, so long as Naruto made sure the Shadowed Man never knew he was being used. He may be a god, but a puppet master without a puppet was not much of a manipulator, and this god loved to manipulate, and that was his weakness. Naruto went to sleep that night smiling. Once this exam was over, things were bound to be much more interesting. That, however, could wait. Tomorrow the second exam would end. The final day of the second exam came to an end. Currently everyone who made it was there. It consisted of Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Team Guy, Kabuto's team, the Sand Ninja, and the Sound team. Currently the Hokage was speaking to the Chunin hopefuls on the true purpose of the Chunin exams. A replacement for war. How long that would last was anyone's guess. Currently Naruto had much bigger problems on his mind. Brain Ayak, or Herbert West as he now called himself, had successfully gained a real body. Effectively making both of them S-rank ninja. The problem was that while it was a step in the right direction against Cthulhu, Naruto could not use many of the jutsu he had learned as they required the black karama that Herbert now possessed, and Herbert was not one to train to fight. Despite his insanity, his main focus was proving to no one in particular he was the greatest mad scientist to ever exist, and as such, despite his new abilities, he was proving to be unwilling to train as it had cut into his research and development. On top of that, the team meant to infiltrate the Star Village had to turn around after the discovery that whatever the outer god they were dealing with had of all things Jashin as one of its forms. Considering what Jashin is and his worshippers' motives, this was not good. Usually Jashinists were rare in the elemental nations. Outside of them, however, they numbered in the hundreds of thousands. And they were growing. Combine that with Orochimaru now worshipping Yig, and everything that was going so well before was spiraling into something fierce. And thanks to Herbert gaining a body, a wound in reality now existed that enabled the outer god to let things slip in at will, if Konohamaru was to be believed. On top of that, Herbert had a strange way of letting this information known to Naruto. Tell a clone, then kill it. Granted, it was effective, but seeing your own death on a daily basis was not pleasant. That wasn't even getting to Root, which they had yet to infiltrate. Their leader was too damn smart for it. Naruto was broken from his thoughts when the Hokage announced that there were too many participants, so Naruto tuned back into what he was saying. Seeing as we have an unusually high number of participants, we will hold preliminary matches. The choices will be randomized, however, should anyone wish to leave, now is the time, said the Hokage. After a minute, it was Kabuto who first raised his hand. He said he was still injured from the forest. It made no difference to Naruto. This just meant there was one less person to worry about for now. However, there was something off about Kabuto. An air of uneasiness that usually was only present in tears in reality. Why Kabuto would be near one was anyone's guess, but it was not a pleasant one. And thus the matches began. Naruto did not pay attention to them even when Sasuke was first up against one of Kabuto's teammates. Naruto had far too much to worry about. After it was made known that the reason the Shadowed Man made himself known was because Konohamaru had learned who it was troubling. More so now that Konohamaru could not remember who it was, and apparently every time he tried to find out again, he felt like he was dying a slow, monotonous death. Konohamaru rightfully abandoned that idea for now. But was coming up with some way to verify at least who it was. And he believed the key was in the Necronomicon. So he had unrestricted access to the book and was currently in the billion pages in the book. It was scary how fast a Yithian could read. Herbert meanwhile was contacted by Zabuza and Haku, who were going to meet up again in a few days to discuss plans to take over the Mist Village and to receive the first shipments of the specially made gas masks, fix themselves up since they could not heal naturally. And apparently they had something they wanted to show Naruto personally. At least there was some good news there. It was good to hear they each were proceeding as planned and still kept up their end of the bargain. The main good news was that after this there would be a month before the finals, and that was plenty of time to bring Sakura and Sasuke into the program and to research and improve their curse marks. as well as begin a procedure to allow him to access Eldritch form at will. Then allow the form to use chakra, though that would take time. With the new form slowly growing chakra coils, it was too erratic to use quite yet. He would also have to remember to use the bloodsucker tendrils and drink the Mokutan blood to add something to his Eldritch form. Naruto also it was time to begin using his physical transformation to its fullest potential. He had yet to really do much with it so far. Naruto looked back down at the match below him. Sasuke was quite clever in the use of the body flicker. He continued to appear around his opponent. Yoroi, if Naruto remembered correctly. One of Kabuto's teammates. It was interesting how he used standard clones in conjunction with body flicker to confuse Yoroi. Apparently Sasuke was trying his best not to even get touched by Yoroi. Did you teach him that? Asked the familiar voice of Kakashi. Naruto turned around. Yeah, he is quite fond of using it to appear in random places. He helped me train an experimentation of it at a small range to move quickly around the battlefield by throwing kunai. I never got hit one time using it. In exchange I showed him how to do it, said Naruto. Well, glad you two are helping each other out, just let me know when you do teach each other anything, so I can better plan your training schedules out, said Kakashi. Naruto smiled and nodded. No problem. Naruto turned back to the match. Sasuke was still fighting. He wasn't using his Sharingan, smart for now, since it would activate his curse mark. At least the body flicker did not use that much chakra. In the end the agitation on Sasuke's eyes was apparent. He obviously wanted to end the match quickly. Naruto however wanted to see the mark in action. It would give him some information on how it worked and how to remove its negative effects. Sasuke was breathing heavy. He looked about ready to collapse. Sasuke looked up to Naruto who was smiling. Almost expectantly. That was when Yoroi charged forward with his hand glowing. Sasuke dodged each of his attacks easily though he had trouble attacking. Naruto stood patiently as he watched the match below him. He knew it would not be long until Sasuke would run out of available moves. After all his opponent seemed to absorb chakra. That was rather interesting. Something he would need to look into. Naruto waited for Sasuke to use the mark, though it didn't seem to come. Without seeing how it worked then it would take longer for the procedure to alter it in any way useful. So he stayed silent and just watched hoping to see it. Sasuke was running low on chakra. Yoroi had absorbed too much. He was running out of options. He needed to do something. He didn't even have enough chakra to do another body flicker. If he didn't end this soon he would lose this match. That was when his neck began to burn. He twisted his head to see the mark at the corner of his eye on his neck. But instead his eyes trailed to Naruto, who was smiling. The fire-like mark caused jagged swirls to move on his skin. A purple haze of chakra flowed around him. Then Sasuke went berserk. Naruto's eyes widened at the level of power the mark gave Sasuke. He didn't just beat his opponent, at this rate he was going to kill him. Sasuke had already won by the time he was stopped by the proctor. A medic team walked up to the body and put him on a stretcher. Sasuke came back up. Naruto watched as he came closer. Congratulations Sasuke, said Naruto. Yeah thanks, but I don't feel like I really won, said Sasuke. Naruto shrugged. Probably some honor thing about using the curse mark. Considering what Naruto had to fight in the future a sense of honor could get you killed. Hell Naruto planned on using the most underhanded tactics to do what must be done. He stole equipment from the dead and dying bodies of ninja, planned on experimenting on others, and even brought the dead to life. Against great old ones there was no such thing as honor. And historically speaking honor was not something ninja associated with. Then again Yoroi wasn't a great old one. Don't worry about it, it's your first fight since you got that mark. You learn to keep it under wraps, said Naruto. Sasuke sighed. I guess so. Thanks. The next match was Shino against one of the sound ninja. Zaku. It went about as well as expected with Shino the victor. After that was Kankuro against the other of Kabuto's teammate. Kankuro won. Then it was Sakura against Ino. This was bound to be interesting. With her curse mark the match could go either way. The main problem was her level of control. Naruto liked Ino, he considered her a friend in some ways. And if Sakura would activate hers, it would not end well for her. Sakura, be careful, said Naruto as she headed down to the arena. Don't worry Naruto, I got this, said Sakura. Naruto only nodded. They stood away from each other. Ino seemed hesitant. Obviously knowing of the mark. Then the match started. Sakura was the first to attack. Using Taijutsu. Ino managed well enough on her own, but after a few moments of thrown punches, Ino got cocky. At the best you got billboard brow, taunted Ino. To her credit Sakura remained calm, though there were the telltale hints of agitation present on her face. Naruto rested his elbows on the rail and laced his fingers. He watched the fight intently. Ino continued with her taunts, and Sakura's anger grew. While Sakura was thrown off her game so to speak, and it did allow Ino to got a few good hits, the main problem was the seal. More so that it held. Strange how Sakura seemed to go from a nice outgoing girl to an angry murderous psycho. Almost as if she had some identity disorder. Naruto pondered this. He could recall very few times when Sakura did lose her temper, but when she did she was no longer herself. Pushing those thoughts from his mind he concentrated on the match. So far it seemed as if Ino was going to win. But Sakura's handicap of not using jutsu, it was to be expected. What wasn't expected was what happened next. Sakura was angry. Ino was showing her pee. After all she went through and Ino did not even take her seriously. It angered Sakura and that caused her fighting style to deteriorate into a brawler style. She threw a punch at Ino, but she easily dodged it. But the punch hit the ground. And once it did it buried itself in the floor. Like a meteor had hit a large crater around her fist. Needless to say Ino was shocked and so was everyone else as she lifted her arm from the crater. Naruto loomed at the crater in the ground, his eyes were wide at its size. It was as if a cannon was shot point blank into the ground. Kakashi. What have you been teaching the girl? Asked Kurenai, who had just walked over. From his expression even he did not know where this phenomenal level of strength came from, but it was something Kakashi was going to find out. Did she use the mark or something? Asked Sasuke. No, said a stunned but smiling Naruto. Why do you look so happy? Asked Sasuke. Naruto giggled. Simple, I am relieved she doesn't have a crush on me. I wouldn't make her angry, Sasuke, said Naruto. Sasuke's eyes widened if only a little. It was almost noticeable to everyone save the two Jonin standing near him. I hate you, said Sasuke to Naruto. Hey, all I did was point it out. Your social skills are almost as bad as mine. Almost. At least I read on the subject though. However, I'd be careful what I'd say around her if I were you, said Naruto. Duly noted. And to reiterate, I hate you. Whatever you say, Sasuke, whatever you say, said Naruto smirking. They looked back to the match. Ino was no longer taunting Sakura. A wise move all things considered. Using kunai she played long-range offense. She was hoping that she could get Sakura into a point where she would keep still long enough for her to use her clan styles to take Sakura over. Ino watched carefully for an opening of some kind. It was not long until one was made available. Using a kunai she hit Sakura in the shoe, being careful not to hit the foot. Sakura was momentarily stuck in place. It was all she needed. Mind transfer jutsu, said Ino. And like that she entered Sakura's mind. It seemed as if she would win. But something different happened. In Sakura's mind was a giant and angry-looking version of her. And she was attacking Ino. Ino did not have control over Sakura's body at the moment thanks to this. And Ino was not quite experienced enough to deal with it. Outside in the real world Naruto looked down. Ino was laying prone on the ground while Sakura stood still like a statue. Nothing seemed to be happening and Naruto wished he had his telepathy right now to figure out what was going on. Though considering it was tactile telepathy it would prove little use at the moment. 5 minutes passed before Sakura fell down. After a few seconds it seemed like that was it when Ino's bod began to move. But she fell prone again, breathing heavily. The proctor walked up to each and called the match a draw. Well, sometimes the worst happens and to be honest in this battle, it could have gone much, much worse. Both were taken away on stretchers to the medical wing. Sasuke and Kakashi went to check on her. Naruto opted to stay behind in case the next match was his. If not, he said he would join them. So they left. The computer began to show the next names. Temari versus Tenten. Naruto put his hands in his pockets to go check on his team. It wasn't a long trek to get to the clinic. Sakura was still out of it by the looks of things. How is she? Asked Naruto. Kakashi turned around. She'll be fine, but she is going to wake with one hell of a headache, said Kakashi. Well, that's better than dead, said Naruto. Kakashi nodded. Naruto walked up to Sakura's bed and looked her over. Then he turned to Kakashi. So where did that strength come from anyway? Asked Naruto, genuinely confused by the prospect. Kakashi only shrugged. Not sure, I never seen anything quite like it. At first I thought it was the curse mark, but this was different. Apparently you three just can't make anything simple for me, said Kakashi, shrugging. Well, to be fair. Your team is composed of, in our own way, geniuses. And now you get to deal with 2 students with a curse mark and 1 with a fox problem, said Naruto. Kakashi's eyes widened at this. Naruto waved it off. It's okay, they both know about it. I told them as a matter of honesty between teammates. That and I see no reason to hide it to them if they are going to be on the same team as me, said Naruto. Kakashi only sighed. Is there anything else I should know, or is that everything? Please raise my blood pressure a bit more, I can still stand, said Kakashi mostly in jest. He did not expect an answer. Or rather he hoped there would not be one. Well, they both know who my father is, said Naruto. And Kakashi smacked his own head. It was before we were even a team, however. Sakura came to my house due to a misunderstanding and the picture of my parents were out. She kept it a secret. After becoming a team I let Sasuke know, said Naruto. Kakashi let out a small breath to calm himself. It's fine, but please no more surprises, said Kakashi, almost pleading. Naruto could only smile. Sorry, no promises. After a few minutes Sakura woke up. Apparently most of the match was a blur for her. After getting her up to speed they made their way back to the arena. Temari and Tenten's match was already over, apparently Temari was the victor. Now fighting was Shikamaru and the female sound ninja. And apparently she was about to lose. Sure enough Shikamaru won the match. Naruto watched as the screen flipped through names. And he smiled. Will Uzumaki Naruto and Kiba Inuzuka please come to the arena, said the proctor. He began to cough some. Not being one for theatrics Naruto simply walked up to Kiba. He smiled as he stared at the overconfident boy in the face. Hope you're ready to lose Naruto, said Kiba behind a grin. Akimaru barked in agreement. Naruto only stayed silent. This seemed to slightly anger Kiba. Start. Kiba launched forward. He leaned in to punch Naruto when the moment his fist was about to hit. Naruto disappeared. Instantly Naruto was to the right of Kiba's attack. It was like he moved a single foot but without using any movement in between to get from one spot to the other. Before Kiba could prepare Naruto twisted around. Kiba was going to counter when he heard the sickening pop of a dislocating joint, causing him to pause. Naruto's seemingly prone arm smacked him several feet. Kita landed on his feet while Naruto twisted again, resetting his shoulder. He didn't even seem to mind the pain he should have been in. Naruto shot his arm forward, causing a long green tentacle to move for him. As Kiba jumped from it, it seemed to stretch and follow him. Naruto smirked as he saw Akamaru jump from Kiba to get behind him. His eyes had a slightly wider field of vision. So turning his head slowly he was able to keep his eye on the dog. Then Naruto's entire arm changed. It looked like a blade of some kind. Naruto smiled at the looks on everyone's face at his bladed limb. Gotta love the transformation jutsu, said Naruto to himself. The blade lengthened and was pointed at Akamaru. Then like a rocket it extended, shooting toward the dog. Luckily Akamaru jumped out the way as the blade made contact with the ground. Though it was ensnared in the tentacle that was once following Kiba. Kiba was beyond mad. He was pissed. Naruto's arm turned back to normal and in the tentacle he held Akamaru tightly. Kiba in a moment of blind rage lashed out clawing at the tentacle, causing it to dispel. Kiba jumped forward and caught a falling Akamaru. Rolling he flipped up and set the dog down. When he looked back to Naruto there were now a dozen of him. Come on Kiba, spoke one clone. I know you can do better than that, spoke another. All you have to do is find me, said yet another. Kiba looked to Akamaru and nodded. Then he turned back to Naruto. And I though Shino's style was weird, said Kiba. He looked up to the balcony. No offense buddy. Shino only nodded. Kiba turned back to Naruto. But you're just a mind foo. Do not finish that sentence, said a slightly agitated Kurenai. Kiba smirked. The Narutos crossed their arms simultaneously as they patiently waited for Kiba to move. They paced around the arena as if each of them were examining Kiba like a test subject. It started to creep Kiba out. Is that so? Spoke one of the Narutos. Then Kiba heard footsteps behind him. Despite your less than friendly words, spoke a clone behind Kiba. He instantly turned around and attacked it, causing it to dispel. He turned around to see a clone not 2 inches away from his face. That is a good way to describe the style, said the clone as Kiba dispelled it. Mind games are quite effective, spoke a clone that made its way to the side of Kiba. He threw a kunai at it and it promptly dispelled. Hard to think straight, spoke a clone that was now standing next to him. A quick claw-like attack causing it to turn into smoke. Hard to know what is coming, spoke a clone that slowly walked toward him. Akamaru bit it as soon as it was near causing it to also dispel. And hard to come up with a way to counter it, said the final clones in unison. There were 7 clones left and they all only paced around examining Kiba like he was some exhibit at a zoo. Kiba felt caged. His eyes darted around trying to figure out where the real Naruto was. Kiba only smiled. So you like clones, alright then, said Kiba. He got on all fours and Akamaru jumped on his back. Beast human clone, said Kiba. Then Akamaru was turned into an exact copy of Kiba. Both shot out and attacked clone after clone. Well they did Naruto would only create more and more, but it wasn't long until Naruto was hit. He flew back and crashed into a wall. Naruto fell. The attack had knocked the wind out of him making it hard to breathe. Kiba and Akamaru, now knowing who the real Naruto was attacked him recklessly. He ran forward to attack only for him to dispel. Substitution, said Kiba. They looked around at the remaining clones to find one that was struggling to catch its breath. Unfortunately there was none. Naruto, the real Naruto who still could not breathe, tried to look normal as he attempted to force air into his lungs. It wouldn't be long until he would have to gasp. Before he could something new happened. Hangover Fang, said Kiba. What could only be described as twin living twisters came into being, destroying the clones and hitting Naruto yet again. Naruto slid against the ground. Seeing as he was no longer hiding, he forced air into his lungs. Getting to his feet, he quickly created dozens and dozens of clones who all sent tentacles at the living twister. Though it had little effect, Naruto had little choice. He had seals, different ones with each hand. Before pointing his hand at Kiba. "The Galanak scream," said Naruto. The fanged mouth appeared in Naruto's palm, sending out a terrible scream that blew the twister away. The colors of sound again made Naruto sick. Kiba and Akamaru laid on the ground, each slowly getting up. The mouth on Naruto's hand closed and disappeared, and he was out of breath. Naruto fell to the ground to catch his breath. Then Kiba and Akamaru stood. "Damn it," said Naruto. Taking what breath he could, Naruto stood up. Kiba smirked as he stood tall. Akamaru seemed more out of it but was still fine. Naruto thought if he should use the spiraling ring but decided against it. Seeing no other choice, Naruto bit his thumb. Then there was a huge cloud of smoke. Kiba coughed as the cloud began to fade. Now standing next to Naruto was a winged faceless black demon. This Kiba is a night gaunt. Quite the little assassin. No matter how they move, they never make a sound. Normally they use their tails to tickle others into submission, but they will listen to whatever I say. "I figure if you are going to use Akamaru, I might as well use my own friend," said Naruto. And like that, the black demon became a blur. It headed for Akamaru, not making a single sound. Kiba jumped in front of the night gaunt but was only pushed away. The next thing he knew, Akamaru was in the creature's hands, struggling to get free while its tail hovered over Kiba. Then Kiba began to laugh. The damn thing was tickling him. Naruto slowly walked forward to Kiba as the night gaunt kept him laughing. It was obvious from the others' expressions they found the tactic amusing, disturbing, and confusing all in one. Naruto took out a simple kunai. Inspecting it as he slowly walked up to the laughing Kiba. As he laughed with his eyes closed, Naruto grabbed the collar of his jacket. A kunai placed gently to his neck. Kiba stared into Naruto's eyes. The eyes of Azathoth, and they were unsettling. "Do you yield?" asked Naruto. Kiba, too absorbed into the disturbing look of Naruto's eyes, looked away. "I surrender," said Kiba. Naruto let go of Kiba's collar. The night gaunt gently let down Akamaru, who quickly ran to its master. The night gaunt dispelled. Naruto polished the blade with a cloth from his pocket as he turned to the proctor. "The winner is Uzumaki Naruto," he said. Naruto put away the kunai and helped Kiba up. "Sorry about going psycho, I got that from Anko, the crazy lady who blew up the window after the first test." "Well, she was one of my tutors," said Naruto. Naruto disappeared into a puff of smoke and appeared on the balcony above, next to Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. His arms resting on the rail with his fingers laced. Kiba looked up at Naruto. He said nothing as he returned to his team. Naruto was trying to get his breath back as he waited for the next match. "Naruto, what was that thing you did with your hand?" asked Kakashi. "I came up with it myself. I call it a Galanak scream. It's named after a headless deity that Zell told me about who had mouths on his hands. Zell helped me with it," said Naruto. "I see. So still full of surprises, I see. Anyway, congratulations on your match, Naruto," said Kakashi. "Thanks, sensei, sorry I need to sit down, the scream takes a lot out of me," said Naruto. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a moment. Not knowing what to think. Sasuke never really believed Naruto cared much for being a ninja. To Sasuke, he always thought Naruto was mostly interested in it for academic purposes. In fact, well, Sasuke believed that Naruto was a good ninja. He never anticipated exactly how good. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he just turned to the match, deciding it was best to forget those thoughts. Then the next match showed on the screen. Hinata vs Neji. Now Naruto did not know much on their relationship to each other, but he did know both of their personalities to guess that, considering the behavior of the Hyuga clan, they were not on the best of terms. Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke and appeared in the stairs Hinata. She shrieked a bit when he appeared next to her. A smile present on his face. "Good luck out there, Hinata, just remember, do your best and don't panic," said Naruto. Hinata smiled and gave a small nod. Thank you, Naruto-kun. "No problem, just remember I'll be rooting for you." She walked into the arena smiling. Naruto stood for a second as she took her spot before he vanished in a puff of smoke, appearing next to his teammates. "A bit overly dramatic, don't you think?" asked Kakashi. "I read it in a book, seemed appropriate given the circumstances," said Naruto. "Not very original," said Sakura, slight irritation in her voice. "Well, you know what they say. If it isn't broke then don't fix it," said Naruto. They watched as Neji attempted to berate Hinata, though to his surprise, it had little effect on her. It wasn't long until the fight started. Blow after blow of their respective styles causing chakra to erupt from their fingertips. Neji's strikes were almost robotic in how they attacked with precision, while Hinata used flexibility to evade the attacks better. After a while it became apparent that the fight was a one-way street. Niji was much more experienced than Hinata, his blows were getting powerful, in fact. Naruto looked at Niji for a moment. The realization began to dawn on him. He was trying to kill her. Naruto's eyes widened and he turned his head to Kakashi. The look on his face showed he realized this as well. He looked at Naruto in the eyes. And shook his head to the unasked question. Naruto knew he could not interfere, but Naruto began to think about it. He began to wonder why he wanted to be a ninja. He realized that while at first it was to become great, that plan had derailed around the time Cthulhu made his presence known. Now his reason was to become strong enough to slow down a great old one. So he had to remain a ninja, this he realized. However, he didn't need to become a chunin. Not really. With that he made up his mind. He looked down at the battle before him and he could feel his heart stop. Niji was preparing a strike directly to her heart. Now Naruto knew that the gentle fist style deals with internal damage to Tenketsu points. However, attacks to organs were also common. Without even thinking, he threw his hand out. Niji was confused for a moment when his hand stopped midway. He looked at it only to see a green tentacle holding it in place, preventing him from his strike. He did not need to follow the tentacle to know where it came from, but he did anyway. What he saw was Naruto, whose face showed he was quite angry. More so than Niji ever seen on anyone Naruto's age. He paused. For a split second there was something standing behind Naruto. Niji was not sure what it was, but it looked like a fox. What really set him off was a man covered in shadows standing above the fox. It was such a short amount of time Niji was sure he imagined it. So he pushed the thought from his mind. Hyuga Niji is the winner, spoke the proctor. Niji was furious. How dare the blonde take away his true victory over the main family. He glared at Naruto, killer intent pouring from every pore. But the blonde did not react as expected. He looked like he was trying to hold back laughing. Naruto could almost laugh at the very concept of killer intent. Most of the time he hardly noticed it. When he did he would remember it even existed. After staring in the face of Cthulhu and turning into a leech, killer intent might as well be a pebble before a mountain. Naruto dispelled his tentacle whip and crossed his arms. After getting everything settled, the Hokage wanted to speak with Naruto. So he headed next to the chair where the old man sat. He waited patiently for Naruto to come. Once Naruto was there, he looked over the boy for a moment. "You are aware that your actions are grounds for disqualification?" asked the Hokage. Naruto shrugged. "Life is much more precious than some prestigious title that really means nothing. I don't regret what I did. If I am disqualified then so be it," said Naruto. The Hokage has a smile on his face, then he patted Naruto on his shoulder. "Well, considering you did save a fellow leaf shinobi as well as the heiress to one of the most prestigious clans, I will allow you to continue, but only on the grounds that another disruption, no matter how small or what the normal punishment is for it, will be at the very least your disqualification," said the Hokage. Naruto smiled. "I can live with that." After speaking with the Hokage, Naruto made his way to Hinata. She seemed depressed, so Naruto went over to her. "Hey," said Naruto as the match between Gaara and Rock Lee went on below. Hinata didn't speak. "Sorry I got you disqualified, but..." "And no, it's not that. I just thought that I had a chance to prove myself," said Hinata. Naruto nodded. "Hinata, you would have won against almost anyone here, but you had to fight your cousin. Well, genetically speaking half-brother since his father and yours are twins, so, sorry, lost my train of thought. Anyway, Niji has much more experience than any of us rookies, add to that he is a genius and was quite brutal. Add that all together, and the truth is you did admirably, Hinata, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise, because if they do then they are either fools or liars," said Naruto. Hinata looked to Naruto with a smile and slight blush. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto returned the smile and nodded. That was when a sickening crack was heard. Looking down, Rock Lee's hand and leg looked like they had been crushed. He was quickly carried to the doctor's office. Naruto glared at Gaara, who only glared back. The final match was the last Sound Ninja vs Choji, with the Sound Ninja Dosu as the winner. Now with everything finished they got the final speech and a list of who was to fight who. Naruto smiled when he saw he would get to fight Niji. And with that the second exam was over. Meaning Naruto could use the month before the finals to finish some experiments, most notably one on himself and his team. He would have to let them in on it the next day. For now Naruto went to rest. Konohamaru and Herbert were reading from the Necronomicon. Attempting to find new ways on halting Cthulhu and stopping an outer god. Both rituals were the same, and after some reading Herbert began to laugh. "That is priceless, a way to go to another universe. The damn book is actually telling us our best shot at beating an outer god is to evacuate the universe ASAP. Look, to open the portal you have to actually put out a star. This is just rich," said Herbert, laughing. "The book was written by, outer gods. Do you really expect them to show you how to defeat them?" said Konohamaru. Herbert raised an eyebrow at that. "What was with that pause?" asked Herbert. "It's nothing, unless..." Before Konohamaru could say anything more, Naruto walked through the door with a smile. He waved at them before clearing his throat. "So what's our status?" asked Naruto. "Well, I am about to put the prototype gauntlet together, though it is still a little rough around the edges. I plan to improve it later, but first I want to see how it works. Stitches and Ice Boy are going to be stopping by soon for their masks and to give us whatever they found. Other than that, the divine flowers are going to bloom soon, and I plan on making more reagent than the real Herbert West ever even dreamed of," said Herbert. "Other than that, we have successfully infiltrated Snow and Sky, though everything else is progressing slowly. We sent a new team to check on the meteorite and have prepared a safe way to transport it in the event it does hold a color. Other than that, it seems as if Orochimaru has been successful in invoking Yig. Konoha has had a recent snake epidemic. I believe they are drawn to Yig's power," said Konohamaru. "Damn, I was hoping he wouldn't know enough about Yig to do anything. This makes him much more dangerous." "What of Root?" asked Naruto. "I have never seen an organization more effective at hiding. We have found nothing other than officially it should be shut down. Unofficially it still runs in secret," said Konohamaru. "I say we catch one and interrogate them, they don't even need to talk." "We have a psychic fishy frog thing," said Herbert. Naruto nodded. "I'll consider it, though not until we can find one alone," said Naruto. Konohamaru nodded before turning back to his book. Naruto summoned Zell. "Welcome back, my lord," said Zell. "Thanks, Zell, so there is a few things I need to ask you about Eldritch form." Konohamaru was once more reading from the Necronomicon, going through the list of the outer gods that existed. Clones working around him. He paused a moment when he found a name he did not recognize. Which was strange, he had prided himself on the fact he knew the names of every outer god and Great Old One. Confused, he decided to read more on this outer god who he did not know. As he read the passage, his eyes widened only slightly before he calmly closed the book. Konohamaru then went around the base. He found Naruto with Zell speaking about some way to hasten his progress to gain his Eldritch form. "Excuse me, but I would like you, me, the scientist, and the deep one to speak with the fox. I think I have an interesting theory involving the fox that I would like to talk about," said Konohamaru. Naruto, looking confused, only nodded before sending a clone to find Herbert. After several moments he came. "This better be good, I was busy with my social experiments and I want to finish before the clones figure out which one has explosives hidden in his mask," said Herbert. "Why are you, never mind, Konohamaru wants us to speak with the fox," said Naruto. Herbert removed his mask and strapped it to his belt. "Well, why didn't you say so? So which fox, yours or mine?" asked Herbert. "Naruto's, I will explain once we get inside," said Konohamaru. Herbert shrugged. "I have no objections, though I am surprised filth such as yourself would invite me as well," said Zell. "This concerns all of us, and your psionic powers are necessary to smooth over the process for all of us to enter. Now let's begin," said Konohamaru. Standing in a massive arena under the mindscape of the library. They all stood patiently around Kurama's cage, though their anticipation was obvious on their faces. Herbert looked like an exact replica of Naruto in the mindscape, while Konohamaru looked like a Yithian, something that caught Kurama by surprise. "Why are you all here? And what is that thing?" asked Kurama. "Konohamaru wanted us to speak to you, something about a theory," said Naruto. Konohamaru stood motionless for a moment before he slithered to Naruto. Well, it was hard to guess due to his appearance. Naruto believed he looked nervous. "That is not entirely true, this is just the only place the Shadowed Man cannot find us. This is something that concerns all of us and must be addressed," said Konohamaru. "What are you talking about?" asked Herbert. "While reading from the Necronomicon, I discovered a name of one outer god I have never heard of. I believe that when my mind was erased, it was done far too well. He did so because I discovered his true identity, however he erased all knowledge of him from my mind. That is my theory anyway." "It seems even gods can make mistakes," said Konohamaru. Everyone stood silent, waiting for something to be said. It was Zell who broke the silence. "Are you sure he cannot find us here?" asked Zell. Konohamaru lifted his tentacles and pointed to Kurama. "But the fox, as well as the being who represents Naruto's eldritch powers, should the Shadowed Man try to read our mind, he will have trouble focusing. If he decides to enter, his very presence should become known to us by his mere existence. We are safe for now," said Konohamaru. "You sneaky bastard, you just outsmarted an outer god. I knew I liked you for some reason," said Herbert. "I fail to see what is going on and why you all have interrupted my slumber," said Kurama. "Sorry Kurama, I'll explain later." "So Konohamaru, who is the Shadowed Man?" asked Naruto, his eyes focused on the Yithian. "Not yet, I am creating a special. I suppose chamber is a good word for it. This way we can only remember the Shadowed Man's identity while in this mindscape. So we do not let him know outside of it," said Konohamaru. The soft glow in the corner of the room gave birth to a highly sealed door covered in locks and chains. "A bit excessive, don't you think?" asked Herbert. No, in fact I am not sure if it will be enough, said Konohamaru as he slithered to the door, inspecting it. That should work for now, this is where our memories shall be stored while we are away, said Konohamaru. But so tell us already, we have much work to do, said Zell. The shadowed man is a deity who is not mindless, he is actively malicious seeing that one of his forms is the murder god Jashin. I believe that the shadowed man is the crawling chaos, said Konohamaru. Everyone even Herbert stood still. Kurama just watched in confusion. Nyarlathotep, said Naruto. Yes, after reading the book I did not recognize the name, but his information was still in the book, and after learning he was the writer of the book, it became obvious after all I should have known the creator of the book, said Konohamaru. The shadowed man is the son of Azathoth, perhaps the strongest outer god bearing Azathoth himself and his siblings. I was hoping we would be dealing with almost anything other god than him, said Naruto. The god of 1,000 forms is a crafty one, I am not entirely surprised. He was always the pettiest of gods despite his great power and the one who more than likely would meddle in the affairs of mortals. The fact he made a mistake is alarming, but not unexpected. As an outer god who can view every possibility his plans will take he would be arrogant. So long as we do not know in the real world, we can be safe from his wrath, said Zell. So he wants to turn Naruto into another form of his using the original purpose of the Necronomicon, I can get that. It's all mysterious and stuff and that's cool and all, but the question is why does he want to do that, asked Herbert. That is our great mystery, more so than his identity. His methods and identity are known to us now, it is his goal that eludes us. He can create new forms at will. Why he wants Naruto is unknown. As is why he wishes for Naruto to combat Cthulhu, said Konohamaru. Well, it is a test, one I don't think I can win, said Naruto. Our goal was never to win, it was to break even. With Nyarlathotep our new problem is figuring out what his goal is. After that we can figure out what to do, said Zell. Konohamaru nodded. I think it is time we leave, our memories on this discussion will be stored here and will return to us when we come. My memory of why we came here shall also be stored for obvious reasons, said Konohamaru. But, if we don't know about this secret, how would we even know to come back, asked Naruto. This is your mindscape, when you return you will always know and you will forget when you leave. I trust you to use that in some way to bring us here. It will be difficult but not impossible, said Konohamaru. Naruto nodded. Alright, let me just implant the knowledge in Kurama so that he will know what we are talking about then we leave, said Naruto. Finally, I thought you forgot about the giant fox in the room, said Jirama. Naruto woke with Zell, Konohamaru, and Herbert surrounding him. What just happened, asked Naruto. I thought we were going to talk to Foxy, said Herbert. I seem to have forgotten what I wished to discuss with the fox, said Konohamaru. I told you the Yithians were useless, said an irate Zell as he walked off. I'm with Fish Face, said Herbert when he heard an explosion. Oh, I missed their reactions, now I need new clones and bomb, thanks a lot Shorty, said Herbert as he walked off. Don't worry Konohamaru, I'm sure it will come back to you, until then we should get back to work, said Naruto. Konohamaru nodded. I am going to watch over the clones. Until then I heard you earlier talking to the Deep One on a possibility of using your Eldritch form at will, am I correct, asked Konohamaru. Yes, I need to access it as soon as possible, said Naruto. I will talk to the scientist and the Deep One on possibilities, until then our visitors should be here by tomorrow, you should prepare for them, said Konohamaru. Naruto nodded. I know, after I get done checking on the status of everything I am going to invite my teammates here, I plan on learning more on their curse marks and improving them. It should be interesting, said Naruto. Good to hear, the summoning contracts are safely in the module for when they arrive, said Konohamaru as he left. Far from the labs a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds holding a scythe with 3 blades stood. He waited patiently. He smiled as a thick mist flowed around them. He bowed. I am at your command Lord Jashin. Whispers flowed around the man as another man covered in shadows stepped from the mist. Haiden, my most faithful servant. I have a task for you. It seems as if a puppet of mine has grown in power unexpectedly. I need you to help me gauge just how powerful to see how useful he is. Haiden rose with a smile on his face. As you command Lord Jashin. And like that the mist and shadowed man was gone. Laying where he once stood was a picture of Naruto. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this episode. If yes then make sure to drop 2 black and a green hearts to show your love. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.